Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7GT Chapter 9 The Secret of the Uzumaki Clan, Superior. A place cursed? Glossi said lightly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. If this is the case, then we have to choose where to spend the night. Why? Gu Tendon asked in surprise. If I'm right, the chasers of Konoha village should have caught up with us. Glossi said in a deep voice. We should have continued to move forward, but your physical strength and energy are almost exhausted. You must find a place to rest and recover. In this case, the Uzumaki clan's clan land has become our best place to choose. Master, do you want to use the terrible legend here to scare away those chasing soldiers? Gu Tendon suddenly realized. But I always think it's weird here, and it always feels like something very bad will happen, she said worriedly again. She is a girl after all, and she has a deep-seated fear of things that gossip about. Don't worry, I have everything. Glossi smiled at the three girls and said, I can assure you that even if something ominous and weird happened here, they would have left here a long time ago. After all, things have been decades past. Yeah, I believe you. Hyuga Hinata nodded vigorously and said. She is a girl who is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Now she was expelled from the family by her father himself. She was already disheartened and completely disregarded of life and death. She was the first to agree with Glossi. Where you go, I will go there. Gu Xingyue also said. You too. Huh? Gu Tendon looked at Hyuga Hinata and Gu Xingyue angrily, dissatisfied with their unanimity towards Glossi. However, she didn't say anything. Right now, Gu Xingyue was carrying Glossi in front, and Hyuga Hinata was carrying Gu Tendon in the back, and tiptoed towards the ruins more than 100 meters away. Soon, they came to the ruins. Advertisement: there was no light here, weeds were overgrown, and Glossi saw a few bones scattered in the grass at a glance. Don't even think about it, it must belong to the Uzumaki clan. Big brother, I'm scared. Gu Xingyue also saw the bones at this time, and couldn't help but Ji Lingling had a cold war, and whispered. Don't be afraid, it's me. Glossi stretched out his hand and patted Gu Xingyue's thin shoulder, and said. Go, let's go over there, there's a tall courtyard. Really go there? Gu Xingyue said reluctantly. About 20 meters ahead, there is a tall courtyard that has not been inhabited for a long time. The side of the courtyard was covered with tall weeds, which looked gloomy and terrifying in the dark night. In the center of the courtyard is a gate covered with moss. On the gate, there is a Uzumaki pattern that has been eroded by wind and rain. Acridine, Glossi stretched out his hand and pushed open the door, a musty smell rushing toward him. Glossi used the martial arts celestial eye to explore the courtyard for the first time, and he found that it was a mess, and the original furniture had been bitten to pieces by animals such as mice. Occasionally, a broken leg of the table lay on the ground, lonely. Squeak. Suddenly, a few huge mice sprang out of it, shocking the three girls of Gu Tendon to pale and scream loudly. Glossi laughed. He didn't expect that these three girls who had been cruelly trained in ninjas would actually be as afraid of mice as ordinary girls. Why are you laughing? Gu Tendon roared at Glossi angrily. Gu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata also glared at Glossi. Upon seeing this, Glossi put away his laugh awkwardly and said, the three of you, hurry up and clean up here. We are going to spend the night here. Why should we let the three girls clean up? Gu Tendon said angrily. Because I am a patient. Glossi smiled heartily. Advertisement: the trio of Gu Tendon felt helpless. They looked at each other and then said, let's use Shadow Clone to clean up. At the moment, Gu Tendon and Gu Xingyue both formed seals at the same time, and each of them created 2 Shadow Clones to clean and tidy the room. Soon, the place was cleaned up. Master, I'm hungry. Gu Tendon said, looking at Glossi with tears in his eyes. I'm hungry too. Gu Xingyue also said. Although Hyuga Hinata didn't speak, the look she looked at Glossi should express the same meaning as the two. Okay, I'll teach you a secret technique, and you should figure it out by yourself, Glossi said, opening the martial arts eyes, and blasting the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone into the minds of the three women. Remember, there can only be 2 shadow clones at most each time, you know? Glossi said sternly. Yes, master. Gu Tendon said excitedly. She now knows very clearly that the kind of ninjutsu that Glossi taught her is many times more powerful than the shadow clone technique she learned from the ninja school. Using the multiple shadow clone technique, the 3 ancient Tendon daughters captured a few hares and had a nice meal. The trio of Gu Tendon quickly entered a sweet dreamland, but Glossi opened a pair of martial arts celestial eyes to rigorously explore the surroundings. His mental willpower is far better than the 3 women. Even if he doesn't sleep and rest, he is full of energy. What's more, the pursuit of Konoha village may appear at any time. How can he sleep with ease? The terrible rumors of the Uzumaki clan. I'm afraid I can't scare people. Huh? What is that? Suddenly, Glossi's eyes widened and said in surprise. At this moment, he actually felt a strange spiritual energy pouring into him. This spiritual energy is so powerful that it is comparable to the realm of Emperor Wu Ji's great perfection. Moreover, that strange wave of spiritual energy carries a monstrous hatred, which seems to tear the sky apart and destroy all living things. Chapter 10: The Secret of the Uzumaki Clan. Down. Guluxi's brows frowned. Since he was reborn and entered this world, he still sensed the tyrannical aura of Emperor Wu for the second time. For the first time, he sensed it from the Nine-Tails demon fox sealed in Uzumaki Naruto. But this time, he actually found it in the Uzumaki clan that had been in ruins for decades. Moreover, the aura that Glossi sensed this time was extremely powerful, comparable to the martial emperor Zochin, and far stronger than the Nine-Tails demon fox with the elementary martial emperor's aura emanating from Uzumaki Naruto's body. What does this terrible breath radiate? Glossi thought silently in his heart. Could it be that a monster is sealed under the Uzumaki clan? He seems to understand now why there are rumors of the Uzumaki clan being cursed in the ninja world. There is such a terrifying existence sealed here, let alone Genin and Shunin. I am afraid that even ordinary Jonin will be lost here. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! A vague voice came intermittently, like a devil whispering softly in Glossi's ear, leading him to a path of no return. Sorry for Sanskrit. A sneer appeared on Glossi's left foot. He slowly stood up from the ground and walked in the direction that the sound came from step by step. After a whole day of restoration, although he still hasn't recovered his combat power, he is already able to move freely. The strange aura that suddenly appeared was powerful enough to confuse Genin, Shunin, and even Jonin, but how could it confuse Glossi? His mental power is at the level of the God of War, and although he has lost most of it in the robbery, he is still not something that a martial emperor can confuse. However, Glossi was very interested in this strange spiritual power that suddenly appeared. It is comparable to the breath of Zochin Emperor Wu, who is definitely a super strong man who can sweep the ninja world. How could he be sealed here? The Uzumaki clan extermination tragic a few decades ago seems to hide something earth-shattering. Once the truth is known to the world, it will definitely be creepy and shuddering. Advertisement. Glossi walked towards the depths of the ruins step by step, and soon he found a tunnel entrance of a black hole. There was an eerie and terrifying aura inside, as if the entrance to hell that was about to swallow all life. Glossi pondered for a long while, and jumped in. His physique is extremely powerful, comparable to ordinary swordsmen, so he didn't take any defensive measures, and he just went down like this. When he touched the ground with his feet, he was already more than 20 meters above the ground. At the same time, the strange spiritual energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and they continued to flow towards Glossi like a tide. Obviously, that existence has sensed the breath of Glossi and wants to lure him over. What caught Glossi's eyes was like an illusion. It was actually a big room made of white jade. The hard stone walls on both sides, as well as the road under his feet, were all carved from white jade. On both sides of the road, on the 4 tall white jade pillars, there were 4 white jade pearls. At this time, the vain voice seemed to be angry, like a thunderstorm, blasting in Glossi's ears. He didn't seem to think that the people who were lured by his voice did not look for him, but instead focused on the jade walls on both sides. In the 4th pattern, Glossi found that the 3 gouaches in his eyes were missing, and replaced by a very strange pattern. In the 5th pattern, the strange pattern in the eyes seems to have become more complicated. When it came to the 6th pattern, all the guyu patterns in the eye had disappeared, and were replaced by circles that resembled concentric circles. Let me out! Let me out! Is this the final state of Sharingan? Glossi said to himself. After thinking for a long time, Glossi cast his eyes on the pattern on the right wall. He found that the engraved pattern on the right was completely different from the one on the left. The first picture depicts a terrifying behemoth with 10 tails that is causing trouble in the world. The second picture tells the story of a man holding a staff and having eyes in the final shape of the left-hand side. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Advertisement. With a pair of martial arts eyes open, he carefully observed every inch of the surrounding corners. Soon, he discovered the strangeness on the stone walls on both sides. He found that the white jade stone walls on both sides were actually carved with picture scrolls. It's a big show, Glossi said with a curl of his lips. Back then, he was the supreme god of war, and the cave where he was in was extremely crude. In terms of pomp and tolerance, the former master here was much stronger than him. Are these patterns talking about the evolution of Sharingan? Glossi asked inwardly. That's Sharingan. Glossi was surprised to find that on the white jade wall on the left, the first pattern carved was a Sharingan of single go jade. He shifted his gaze to the front and found that the second picture was Sharingan with 2 guyu jade. And the third picture, it is Sharingan of Sanguyu. In the third picture, the man enjoys the adoration of thousands of people. There are 2 handsome, haughty and humble boys standing on both sides, seeming to say something. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Let you go out. Dream. Glossi said with a cold smile. Although I don't know what you are and why you were sealed here. However, until I have the strength of Emperor Wu, I will never let you out. Glossi walked inward along the underground passage. After walking about 20 meters, the front gradually became brighter, and the mental fluctuations of that terrifying aura became more intense. After another 20 meters, Glossi finally came to the bright spot. The light here is from these 4 white jade pearls. Is that person the legendary ancestor of the ninja? Glossi murmured after seeing some clues from these patterns. Chapter 11 Otsutsuki Hamura. Let him out? Are you kidding me? In his previous life, Glossi saw more monsters that had been sealed by his enemies for decades or even hundreds of years. Once they were released, the first thing they did was to kill the benefactor. Not to mention that Glossi's current strength is completely lost, it is equivalent to a useless person. Even when his combat power is well preserved, he can't let that thing out. He never does things that are uncertain. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. The voice was yelling desperately. Buddhist Heavenly Eye. Glossi drank in a low voice, looking in the direction where the voice came from. Soon, on the wall at the end of the white jade room, he saw a huge seal technique with unusually complicated runes. He was sealed behind the white jade wall, Glossi secretly said in his heart. Through the white jade wall, Glossi saw a small prison-like room with a thin body lying on the ground. That body can hardly be called a human being. The hair has already fallen out, the skin is dry and cracked, and it is tightly attached to the bones, which is no different from a dry corpse. Sure enough, he is a strong man comparable to Emperor Wudi of Zochin. Glossi was knowledgeable and inferred what had happened to this person at a glance. The person who sealed him was extremely powerful, and almost sealed off everything in the room and the outside world. Therefore, he can only reduce his physiological function to a minimum through abilities similar to Turtle Breath Dafa. Only in this way can he survive tenaciously after decades. And this kind of thing can only be done by the Wudi Zochin who has reached the realm of his own energy control. Can you see me? Suddenly, the mummy, who was lying on the ground, raised his head suddenly and roared at Glossi. He was already skin and bones, with deep sunken eye sockets, but his eyes were radiant with coldness and shock. His eyes. Glossi's expression became more solemn, because he suddenly discovered that the eyes of the mummy were actually Byakugan. Could it be that he was the legendary ancestor of the Hyuga clan? Apart from him, where is there such a powerful figure in the Hyuga clan? Advertisement, boy, can you really see me? The mummy trembled with excitement and yelled frantically. With his incomparable strength and strength comparable to the great perfection realm of Emperor Wu, Byakugan has already evolved and developed to an incredible level. It is naturally not difficult to see the expression on Glossi's face through the seal wall. Old guy, stop yelling, I can see and hear, Glossi said angrily. Smelly boy, you dare to yell at me, you don't know how to live or die. The mummy seemed to be angry with Glossi's words, and said angrily, do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I slap you to death. Slap me to death? Is it up to you? Glossi said with a disdainful sneer. Don't look at what you have become now. You are not a ghost or a ghost, and you are still arrogantly pretending to be a senior master in front of me. I really don't know where you come from with confidence. You're looking for death, mummy yelled frantically. Brat, wait for me, I won't be able to forgive you. Boom. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and waves of chakra visible to the naked eye emerged from the mummy, like a substantial fog, and instantly flooded the entire room. This kind of energy fluctuation, won't it? Could it be that he was actually a strong man who entered the elementary martial arts? At this time, Glossi was really a little shocked. This damn seal, open it to me, mummy yelled frantically. Those substantive chakras were condensed into 5 pitch-black spheres, which seemed to have the power to destroy the world, and slammed into the seal wall fiercely. In an instant, the situation changes and the world fades. The sound of thunder explosions came from the ground, the earth was trembling violently, and terrible energy waves radiated out, even people a few miles away felt the creeps. What is this? At this moment, Konoha village, Anbu, which was advancing rapidly toward the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, stopped abruptly and said in awe. This kind of power is so terrible, even the 3rd Hokage Master of the Year is absolutely incomparable. An older, Anbu, said shockingly. Could it be true that there were rumors about the curse and ominousness of the Uzumaki clan back then? Advertisement, Sir Captain, do we still want to go in? One person said tremblingly. Let's go around here. The older, Anbu, was silent for a long time before saying. You have seen the terrible aura just now. If the 3 little ghosts enter the ruins, they will definitely die. Swish, swish, swish. A group of people didn't dare to neglect, they immediately turned around and left here hurriedly. As if the Uzumaki clan is a dead Jedi, they can't wait to escape as far as possible. The terrifying vision of heaven and earth lasted for 10 minutes, and then receded like a tide, and the materialized chakra that filled the room dissipated, revealing the original mask of the mummy. It was a tall man, wearing a white chakra coat, his muscular body was hidden inside, and his snow-white hair was particularly eye-catching, as if a white flame was beating. His cheeks are as sharp as a knife, firm and tangible. This is a good middle-aged man. Damn Otsutsuki Hagoromo, when I break the seal, you will surely be broken into pieces. The corpse roared unwillingly. He lay down on the ground again, his handsome appearance shriveled again, becoming a human and a ghost. Are you really the ancestor of the Hyuga clan? Glossi asked tentatively. What, the Hyuga clan? I haven't heard of it, mummy said coldly. I am Otsutsuki Hamura. Otsutsuki Hamura, Glossi murmured. Aren't you the ancestor of the Hyuga clan? They obviously inherited your blood and Byakugan? Chapter 12 The Secret of the Years. Glossi felt a little surprised. The strength of the mummy sealed here is incredible, almost touching the realm of Martial Saint, and his pair of Byakugan and bloodline all reveal that he is the ancestor of the Hyuga clan in Konoha village. However, this person denied it and claimed to be Otsutsuki Hamura. What bullshit Hyuga clan, I have never heard of it. Shit, said coldly. Even if I left my children and grandchildren, they should be from the Datongu clan, not the Hyuga clan. However, the Hyuga clan I saw did inherit your Byakugan and blood, Glossi said in a deep voice. They now live in Konoha village, the country of fire. They are known as the oldest name in the village and have a long history. Konoha Village, Country of Fire. The mummy was silent for a long while, muttering, "Why haven't I heard of it? How long have you been sealed here?" Glossi asked. "How long have I been sealed? How would I know?" Mummy sighed and said, "You have also seen it. I was sealed in such a small room, and I didn't even know what was happening outside. I didn't know whether it was day or night. Maybe it will be 1 or 2 years, maybe it will be 10 or 20 years, or it may be 1 or 200 years or even 1 or 2,000 years. I have no way of knowing it. However, according to my guess, I have been sealed here for at least 500 years. Well, it's not much different from what I guessed," Glossi said secretly in his heart. A martial arts level powerhouse has at least a lifespan of 1,000 years. And he has clearly fallen below the realm of Emperor Wu, with only a few hundred years left. Glossi knew that if there were no accidents, Otsutsuki Hamura would slowly fall from the realm of Emperor Wu, and once he fell to the realm of Emperor Wu, his life would come to an end. "No wonder you don't know, that's how it is." Glossi nodded and said, "The Land of Fire and Konoha Village are forces that have emerged in the last 100 years. In other words, have I been sealed here for at least 100 years? Mummy said bitterly. "Who is Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Why did he seal you here?" Glossi asked suddenly. Advertisement, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he is my elder brother. Glossi could clearly sense that there was a violent mental fluctuation on the mummy body. However, to Glossi's surprise, the mummy did not go wild again, but said in a calm voice, "Is he your elder brother?" Glossi asked, startled slightly. "Since he is your elder brother, why should he treat you like this?" "Because he wants to take away the power that originally belonged to me," the mummy said painfully. "The two of us are obviously brothers. We should have loved each other. However, in order to become stronger, he shot me when I was not paying attention and took away my strength." "You mean your power has been taken away by Otsutsuki Hagoromo?" Glossi said in surprise. "Your strength has fallen from a high level, is it because of that?" "Little devil, who are you? You can even see this?" Huo suddenly raised his head, hissed with cold eyes staring at Glossi unblinkingly. I'm a person who should have died long ago, but didn't die." Glossi grinned and said. "You are an old and immortal monster who took this young man's body?" Mum asked. "Almost," Glossi said with a smile. "You used your powerful mental power to confuse me before, in vain. You should have seen some clues." "Yes." Mummy nodded and said. "Who are you? Why don't I have any impression of you?" "Otsutsuki Hagoromo, no, you can't be him. I don't have any use value to him now. He can't come so boring to tease me." "Could it be that you are not a mother?" The mother looked at Glossi with a straight look, his eyes full of excitement. In his impression, apart from his elder brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo and his mother, no one can hide his eyes. "I am a man, not your mother," Glossi said lightly. "Aren't you mother? Are you? You are from the world of mother? Mummy asked again. "Isn't your mother from this world?" Glossi asked with a sharp flash in his eyes. Advertisement, how respectful is my mother? How powerful, how could this filthy and inferior world be born? Mummy said proudly. "My mother is Goddess Kagaya, from another world." "I don't know why," the mummy stopped here abruptly, "and I won't go on." "Why don't you go on?" Glossi asked faintly, resisting the doubts in his heart. "Why should I tell you these things?" Mummy sneered. "What do you want me to do to tell me those things?" Glossi asked. "You will release the seal for me, and I will tell you all the things that happened in the past," the corpse said. "Okay, I promise to unlock the seal for you." Glossi smiled and said. "However, you must tell me what happened back then before I can unlock the seal for you." "Why don't you unlock the seal for me first?" Mummy sneered. "Your strength is too strong, I can't believe you," Glossi said. "If you break through the seal and kill me directly, wouldn't I be too wrong to die? I can swear to my mother that I will never deal with it." "Stop, I never believed in these things. You'd better lie to those innocent children." Glossi smiled and said. "This seal wall has a strong guardian power, and most people have only a dead end when they touch it. Over the years, many people have disappeared here for no reason. They should all be your masterpieces?" Chapter 13. Let's go to Star Ninja Village. "Who are you?" The mother looked at Glossi, his face full of disbelief. With his current cultivation base of Zochin Martial Emperor and a pair of Byakugan that have already been developed to ultimate, it has long been discovered that Glossi is just a waste, and even the most ordinary genin can easily kill him. However, just such a waste person can see through his cultivation and the terrifying power hidden on the seal wall at a glance. No matter how he confuses him with his spiritual power and how to guide him with words, Glossi will never overstep the Thunder Pond. "In a sense, I am your old predecessor." Glossi smiled and said. "So, don't use these little tricks on me anymore, it's useless." "HMPH, do you really dare to say it?" Mummy said with a cold snort. "The most conservative estimate is that I am now over 500 years old. Boy, do you still think you will be older than me?" "Hey, I am more than 1,000 years old today," Glossi said with a sigh. The mummy was speechless for a while. "Otsutsuki Hamura, do you plan to continue telling your story?" Glossi said to the mummy. "If you don't want to go on, I will go back." "Get off now, stinky boy," the corpse said impatiently. "If that's the case, you will always enjoy loneliness slowly here." Glossi smiled. He slowly turned around and walked towards the way he came. Wait. When Glossi took the 9th step, the mummy finally couldn't bear it and shouted at Glossi's back. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Glossi's mouth. He stopped, turned his head, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Can I ask you for one thing?" The mummy said. "If you want me to unlock the seal here for you, don't open your mouth." Glossi said. "As far as my current strength is concerned, I am afraid that I have been shaken to death by the power contained in it before I get close to the seal wall." "Don't worry, I'm not too confused yet," the corpse said. "I want you to find my descendants for me, the people named Otsutsuki." "Advertisement, I can promise you. But what good is it for me?" Glossi said after a moment of thought. "I can tell you. The secret of Byakugan's evolution into its final form," Mummy said. "Moreover, you can become the leader of the Otsutsuki clan." "What then?" Glossi asked. "What then?" Mummy said. "According to the general storyline development, shouldn't you let me get close to the past, and then you use your powerful mental power to control me?" Glossi sneered. "I did think so at the beginning. However, when I knew that you were also an old monster, I had already dispelled this idea," the corpse said frankly. "I can sense that your mental power is stronger than mine. I will evolve Byakugan into the final form, and tell you verbally. Now you should rest assured, right?" he asked. "You are very smart, and you have made the wisest choice," Glossi said lightly. 5 minutes later. "Do you know where your descendants are?" Glossi asked. "Before I was sealed by Otsutsuki Hagoromo, my people were on the moon." Otsutsuki Hamura thought for a while and said. Glossi was speechless for a while. "What's the matter?" Mummy asked. "I will try to help you," Glossi said. "However, I can't do anything about it until I can fly in the air." "Well, I understand," said Mummy. "In that case, please." Advertisement, wait for me. I will come back to unlock the seal for you, Glossi said to the Mummy. "At most 5 years, I will be back." "Okay, I'm waiting for you." After Mummy finished, he lay on the ground again. When Glossi returned, he found that Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Zingyue and Hyuga Hinata were still asleep, very sweet. He sighed softly and sat cross-legged on the ground, while healed his wounds using martial arts mentality and stealing the sun, while exploring all directions with martial arts eyes, lest the pursuit of Konoha village suddenly appeared. He didn't know that the chasers of Konoha village had chased here a long time ago, but were scared away by the terrible energy fluctuations generated when Otsutsuki Hamura hit the seal. Today, the 4 of them are behind the Konoha village chasers. "Master, you haven't rested all night." Suddenly, Jiyu Tenten got up from the ground, walked gently to Glossi, and said. "It's okay, I'm not tired," Glossi said with a smile. "You can sleep again, and you will continue on your way tomorrow." "Master, I'm already well rested." "You can sleep well, Before Jiyu Tenten finished speaking, he was fainted by the illusion of Jiyu Luotian's martial arts sky eye. "Little girl, I will bother you to carry me tomorrow. If you don't let you rest well, my conscience will be disturbed." Glossi caught Jiyu Tenten's fallen body, put her on the ground slowly, and said to himself. Early the next morning, Jiyu Tenten woke up one after another. Compared with yesterday, the mental outlook of the 3 women has improved a lot. Glossi did not have any stinginess, and passed on the taboo magical power of stealing the sky and seizing the sun to Jiyu Zingyue and Hyuga Hinata. "Master, we haven't seen Konoha village chasing soldiers along the way. Have you got rid of them?" Jiyu Tenten asked while gnawing hard on the hair leg in his hand. "It's not necessarily. Maybe they have reached the border of Thunder Country one step ahead of us." Glossi thought for a while and said. "Master, what do you mean is that when we were resting in the Uzumaki clan, the Konoha village chasers had already chased us in front of us?" Jiyu Tenten said. "If this is the case, don't we go to the border of Thunder Country to throw ourselves into the trap?" Jiyu Zingyue said in surprise. "So, from now on, we have to change the direction and destination." Glossi smiled and said. "Let's go to Star Ninja Village." Chapter 14 The Trouble is Coming. "What? Go to Zingren Village?" Jiyu Zingyue was stunned at once. Her mouth was wide open, her eyes widened, and she stared at Glossi unblinkingly, with a trace of fear in her eyes. "Yes, let's go to Star Ninja Village." Glossi smiled and said. "Zingyue, you don't have to be afraid. If Xingying doesn't welcome us and insists on taking action against you, no one can say, I can only kill him and replace it." "What? Kill Master Xingying and replace it?" Jiyu Zingyue almost fell to the ground in shock. "This is a bit crazy, right?" Hyuga Hinata murmured. "Master, your wife is too arrogant. But I like it." Jiyu Tenten looked at Glossi with admiring eyes and said loudly. "I believe that with your strength, Master, dealing with a small star shadow is not easy." "Zingyue, I remember you said before that Xingying's strength is just a jonin, isn't it?" Glossi asked, looking at Jiyu Zingyue. "This? I can't say it clearly either." Jiyu Zingyue thought for a while and said. "After all, I am just a genin. Whether it is a strong jonin or a cage-level strong, it is supreme for me, and there is no way to distinguish it. However, I can feel that Master Xingying is much better than Teacher Anko." "Is it much better than Anko?" Glossi nodded and said. "In this way, Xingying is not the pinnacle of jonin, or a cage-level powerhouse. Big brother, in fact, we still have a secret in Zingren village." Jiyu Zingyue hesitated for a long time, and finally made up his mind, said. Master Xingying's physical skills are extremely powerful, not at all weaker than Might Guy. Huh? Is his physique really that powerful? Glossi said in disbelief. He has always believed that Might Guy's physique is unparalleled in the world, and no one can beat him except him. Now, when he heard Ji Xingyue actually say such a thing, he was naturally very surprised. Brother, there is a strange stone in our Xingran village. It is said that it fell from the sky more than 200 years ago. Ji Xingyue said. That stone contains powerful and weird power. Master Xingying and several elders in the village practice around the stone every day. You mean Star Shadow's powerful physical skills have something to do with that weird stone that fell from the sky? Glossi asked. Yes. Ji Xingyue said. I can clearly remember that Master Xingying can break a huge boulder with one punch. Advertisement, I don't believe that besides Master and Teacher Guy, there are people with such powerful physical skills in this world. Ji Tenten said. Also, you are not allowed to call Master your eldest brother in the future, aren't you taking advantage of me? Hoshinoyuki. Glossi. An hour later, the four of Glossi hit the road. However, they have changed their direction from Thunder Country to Star Ninja Village. Brother, you need to pass through the Country of Iron to get to our Xingran village. Ji Xingyue said as he marched quickly. Iron Country is the only force in the ninja continent that is established by samurai. They are very hostile to the ninja, we must be careful. Apart from the ninja, are there samurai in this world? Glossi immediately became interested when he heard it and asked. Yes, it has always been. To be precise, the history of samurai's existence is longer than that of ninjas. Ji Xingyue said. I remember when I was a child, I heard old people say that this was a world where samurai dominated. But, with the appearance of ninja, it gradually declined. Has the samurai fallen? Glossi's eyes flashed with a hint of light. Yes, as far as I know, the Iron Nation is already the last great force composed of warriors in the world. Ji Xingyue said. Although they have signed peace agreements with the ninja countries and never come to participate in the war between ninjas, they are extremely hostile to the ninjas and think that the ninjas have taken away their dominance. Is that so? Glossi said with a smile. In this way, this is a good opportunity for me. What opportunity? Ji Tenden asked puzzledly. After I completely control the Star Ninja Village, I will completely bring the Iron Kingdom into my sphere of influence. Glossi said lightly. I will create Wuzong on the basis of Star Ninja Village, develop and grow step by step, and unify the entire ninja world. And Iron Country will be my first goal of expansion. Wuzong, Ji Xingyue, Ji Tenten, and Hyuga Hinata all looked at Glossi with shocked eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect Glossi to have such a big mind. Yes, it's Wuzong. Gulaxi nodded and said. I will establish a purely pure power that belongs to me without any impurities. Advertisement. The three women of Ji Tenten looked at each other, and they all saw the shock of each other in their eyes. Well, it's too early to say these things. Glossi smiled and said. Wait for us to completely get rid of the pursuit of Konoha village, and when I regain my strength, we will talk about this. At the moment, the four fell into silence. Time flies so fast, it will be dark in the blink of an eye. Be careful, someone is here ahead. Glossi suddenly shouted in a low voice. They're wearing armors, a long sword on each side, and no bags for weapons behind them. They should be samurai from the Kingdom of Iron. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the three warriors was very fast. Just after Glossi's words were finished, they slammed through the air and slammed their heads. Who are you? Why are you here? One of them shouted in a low voice. His voice came out through the helmet, giving people a strange feeling. Brother, they are rebellious. Suddenly, a man with sharp eyes shouted loudly. Clang, clang, clang. With the clear and pleasant sound of pulling out their swords, the three warriors surrounded the four of Glossi from three directions. Chapter 15. 100 million reward. Are you the rebels of Konoha village? The three of them stared at the forehead protector with deep scratches on the foreheads of the three of Glossi, and shouted sharply. Three big brothers, please don't get excited. Glossi smiled at them and said. Whether we are rebel has nothing to do with you directly, we just want to go to Star Ninja Village by the way. What are you going to do in Xingran Village? One of them asked. Don't the four of you want to attack there? You have been thinking too much. Where do we have such a strong strength? Glossi said. We just want to find a safe shelter. Looking for a safe shelter? I think you just want to use the name of going to Star Ninja Village to mix into our Iron Country and use our Iron Country as a neutral country to steal your lives, right? The other sneered. We really just want to go to Star Ninja Village, and absolutely have no intention of taking the opportunity to stay in the Iron Kingdom. Ji Xingyue said. Three big brothers, please, let us pass. No, a samurai said coldly. Our Iron Nation never accepts betrayal. You have betrayed your village. No matter where you go, it will cause a bloody storm. Our Iron Nation does not welcome people like you. Get out, he said coldly. Do you really think you can represent the entire Iron Nation? Glossi's expression suddenly became cold, and he said sternly. Iron Nation doesn't welcome people like us? We don't like Iron Nation yet. Listen to me. We just borrowed the way to Star Ninja Village and don't want to cause trouble. You'd better let us pass, otherwise, what can you do? A samurai said coldly. Do it, Glossi shouted in a low voice. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Hinata was the first to take the shot, yelling softly, and slapped his palms continuously, and shot hard at the samurai behind him. As the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, the #1 sect in Konoha village, although she is not very talented, she inherited the most orthodox bloodline after all. She is extremely capable of close combat and attacked the enemy in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. The person was taken aback. Obviously, he didn't expect that this delicate girl would be so fierce. She was caught off guard for a while, and was hit by Hyuga Hinata several times in succession. He spouted a mouthful of blood, soft, fell to the ground. The armor he wears is enough to withstand the attacks of ordinary ninjas, but how can Hyuga Hinata perform the passing fire across the salary stunt, directly attacking his body through the armor? How can he stop it? Ninfa. Shulking snake hands. At the same time, Ji Uzingue also shot. Seeing her hands slamming upwards, 4 thick pythons swiftly emerged from her sleeves and rushed towards the other 2 samurai fiercely. Puff. Puff. The 2 warriors didn't even have time to resist. They were bitten in the throat by a python and died. You two have made a lot of progress. Especially you, Ji Uzingue. Glossi smiled at Hyuga Hinata and Ji Uzingue and said in admiration. Thank you, brother, for the compliment, Ji Uzingue said shyly. If you dare to call me master brother, I will fight you, Ji Tenten said uncomfortably. Just now, she had been killed before the 3 warriors had time to take action. She was unhappy at first, but now she heard Ji Uzingue calling Glossi the eldest brother, and she was even more angry. The third person was directly shaken to death through the armor with a feminine palm. Haha, interesting. The leader said with a light smile. It's really lucky for me to meet these little guys when I was on duty. If I didn't guess wrong, the little guys from Rock Lee should have come to our country of iron. My lord, you? The samurai asked puzzledly. Send my order, immediately raise the alert by 3 levels, equal to the war, and execute it immediately, the leader said loudly. No. No, the samurai whispered with a cold sweat on his forehead. Advertisement, Lion Majesty killed him? Is this possible? The leader said coldly. Just imagine, if you were replaced by you, would you be bitten to death by a snake? Sure enough, not long after the 4 of Glossi left, a large group of patrolling warriors arrived here. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. My lord, we found this thing nearby. At this moment, a samurai found the forehead protector thrown away by the 4 of Glossi from a bush not far away. He took those forehead protectors and handed them to the leader. Check how they died. A samurai with the appearance of a chief said indifferently. As a permanent neutral country, our iron country has never participated in the disputes in the ninja world, and now someone dared to attack us. It is impossible to live or die. These 3 are the elites of the samurai. The martial arts are powerful. If Lion Majesty is really attacking, they can be killed with a single sword. How could they be killed? Yes, my lord, a samurai said in response. There are 4 in total. Are they really Rock Lee, Tenten, Hoshinoyuki and Hyuga Hinata? The leader said with 2 greedy rays of light in his eyes. Catch them all. Rock Lee returns to Konoha to receive a 100 million reward, and then Hyuga Hinata to Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage-sama has been coveting the Hyuga clan's blood inheritance limits for a long time, and I must pay a sky-high price. Well, let's leave here first. If we are found out by the people of the Iron Kingdom, we will be in trouble. Glossi stopped the 2 girls from bickering, and said in a deep voice. Also, you immediately throw away the forehead protector on your head. Otherwise, we will get into trouble again. My lord, the 2 were killed by Lion Majesty, but the 3rd person was killed by shattering the internal organs directly through the armor with feminine palm power. Soon, he stood up and reported. 6 people in Konoha village defected from the village. They are Rock Lee, Tenten, Hyuga Hinata, Hoshinoyuki, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke. The leader said with a smile. Konoha village offers a reward of 100 million to capture the rebel Rock Lee. Chapter 267, Auto-generated chapter title. The 16th chapter fell into a siege. Just when the leader in charge of patrolling and guarding the Iron Nation issued the highest level of martial law, the 4 of Glossi had already quietly entered the territory of the Iron Nation, becoming the most common samurai costumes, and walking on the road with a swagger. The warriors of the Iron Kingdom are very powerful, and there are many powerful men comparable to Jonin, but they do not understand ninjutsu, which gives the 4 of Glossi a great advantage. They used the transformation technique to transform themselves into the appearance of a samurai, and then cooperated with Glossi's martial arts eye and Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan, specializing in the weakest defensive power. Therefore, the trip of the 4 of Glossi was unexpectedly smooth. It's no wonder that the samurai in this world will decline and be replaced by ninjas. Compared with ninjas, the flaws of samurai are too great, Glossi said in a deep voice. Yes. Ji Tenten nodded and said. Although, their strength is not weak, but once they deal with the strange ninjutsu of the Jonin, they seem a little powerless. Transformation technique is just one of the low-level, 3 body techniques that our ninjas must practice. It is actually easy to recognize. However, those warriors can't see our disguise at all. Hyuga Hinata also said. Actually, I think this is pretty good, Ji Uzingue said. If these samurai are strong, then our trouble will be big. Haha, that's what I said. Garozzi laughed and said. We have to speed up. I found that the martial law of the samurai nearby is obviously much stricter. Yeah. The 3 women nodded together. Listen to the 3 of you. If you encounter an inevitable battle, it is best for Zingue and Hinata to take action. Glossi said again. Tenten is good at hidden weapons, and all the samurai here wear armor, which is very detrimental to Tenten. Master, I know. Jiyu Tenten bit his lip and whispered. She was very upset about the fact that Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata were showing up in front of Glossi, but what Glossi said was the truth, so she could only give in temporarily. Advertisement at the moment, the speed of the four people's movement suddenly accelerated a lot. Glossi's martial arts eye and Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan are very perceptive. They can predict all winds and grasses within 500 meters in advance and avoid danger in the first place. Under such circumstances, the four of them were like a fish in the water, rushing through the heavily guarded state of iron. Of course, no matter how heaven-defying the four of Glossi were, it was impossible for all of them to escape the inspection troops of the Iron Nation. Among them, the most dangerous one, they were surrounded by 9 samurai at the same time. However, in Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan, Jiyu Xingyu's Python Mystery, and Glossi's heaven-defying strong god tier, they will kill them all without any risk. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Haha, I finally regained some strength. This feeling is really cool. Glossi stood there with a fist and cheating, laughing, overjoyed. His cultivation has been restored to the second level of martial arts mentality, although it is only Genin's peak strength, but it has already made Glossi very satisfied. After all, this is far beyond his previous prediction. My self-created body cultivation technique, the martial arts that I cultivated are far stronger than those of my previous life. Glossi said to himself. Whether it is from the strength of the martial arts, or the speed of recovery after being injured, it is far beyond. Master, congratulations. Jiyu Tenten said happily. Brother, congratulations, you have started to get better. Jiyu Xingyue also walked over and said. Brother, someone is coming. Suddenly, at this moment, Hyuga Hinata's face changed drastically and exclaimed. 1 direction, 2 directions, 3 directions. Oh, we are surrounded by them. Big brother, Jiyu Tenten called in a trembling voice. Forget it, isn't it just a name? Glossi said with a bitter smile helplessly. How about this? From now on, the 3 of you will call me Big Brother. Haha, that's right. Grossi laughed and said. You, Jiyu Xingyue, or Hinata, the 3 of you used to live and die together. You should be good sisters who can be born and die for each other, rather than fight for trivial things. Advertisement, I was wrong, too, Jiyu Tenten said after seeing Jiyu Xingyu's mistake and feeling uncomfortable. Are you right? Glossi's eyes swept across the faces of the 3 women one by one and said. I'm also called your eldest brother. Jiyu Tenten was taken aback and said in disbelief. Huh, it seems that if I don't teach you a good lesson, you don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick, Jiyu Tenten said, took out a handful of kunai from his bag, waved at Jiyu Xingyue, eyes full of provocative. But Hyuga Hinata was standing aside, looking at him shyly, but didn't come over to talk. Jiyu Xingyue, I warned you for the last time, don't take advantage of me anymore. Jiyu Tenten angered at Jiyu Xingyue. Otherwise, I will fight you. It's interesting. Glossi used the martial arts eye to explore all directions, and soon discovered that there were a large number of enemies in every direction, and they were surrounded by at least 100 warriors. Stop. At this moment, Glossi stopped. We haven't really escaped the danger. You two are going to fight in a nest. What is it like? Brother, I'm sorry. Jiyu Xingyue lowered her head and said in a low voice. A duel is a duel. Do you think I am afraid of you? Jiyu Xingyue said proudly, leaving the group aside. She learned Orochimaru's shulking snake hand from Mitarashi Anko, and her strength has greatly increased, and she is no longer in awe of Tenten as much as before. Well, just call me Big Brother, Glossi said. The mentor-disciple relationship between you and me has ended from the moment we left Konoha village. From now on, we are all brothers and sisters. Master, Jiyu Tenten said aggrievedly. I call you Master, but she calls you Big Brother. Isn't this an obvious advantage to me? Chapter 17 A Minus Rank Rebel. Hinata, what happened? Jiyu Tenten asked when seeing Hyuga Hinata's expression ugly, his heart sank. There are enemies in all directions. We are surrounded. Hyuga Hinata said softly. It is conservatively estimated that the number of enemies is between 100 and 200. Moreover, they are all elites among the samurai. They are very strong, not weaker than Chunin. Why? Upon hearing this, Jiyu Tenten and Jiyu Xingyu's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Surrounded by 100 to 200 Chunin, it is a mortal situation. Master, what should we do? At the critical moment of life and death, Jiyu Tenten couldn't help changing back to his original name. In her mind, no matter what kind of things they encounter, there is nothing that Glossi can't solve. Brother, let's break through quickly. Otherwise, once we wait for them to encircle, we will have no hope again. Jiyu Xingyue said anxiously. She knew that Glossi was extremely powerful, otherwise, it would be impossible to kill Tenten from the strong Konoha village. But at the same time, she also knew that Glossi had suffered a huge trauma, and her strength was far from recovering, and she was unwilling to engage in a bloody battle with the opponent. Break through. It's totally unnecessary. Glossi smiled and said. I just regained some strength, just to use these people to try my hand to see if my bones have rusted in the past few days. Big brother, I think it's too risky. Jiyu Xingyue said worriedly. Hinata also said just now, those samurai are very strong, and there are many in number. Brother, you have just recovered a little. If you are going to fight now, I'm afraid. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Glossi interrupted Ji Xingyue and said, Xingyue, did you forget, what is my strongest? Brother, of course your strongest is physical skill. Ji Xingyue was taken aback for a moment and said. That's it. Glossi smiled and said, my strongest is physique, and the strongest samurai is physique. In other words, the battle between me and them is fundamentally a contest between physique and physique. Only fighting with physical skills, not to mention that they are just chunin, even jonin, I don't pay attention to it at all. His eyes flashed with incredibly confident light. But, Ji Xingyue said, advertisement, no, but, I have already decided on this matter. Glossi interrupted Ji Xingyue, his tone full of irresistible dominance. For the fight later, I can do it alone. As for you, you only need to protect your own safety, you know? Yes, eldest brother. Ji Xingyue and the three women looked at each other, and they all saw helplessness in each other's eyes. However, Glossi had already made up his mind, and they had no choice but to take one step at a time. While the four of Glossi were talking, the warriors in the distance had already encircled from all sides. They all wore armor, and although they looked extremely cumbersome, they moved silently. Obviously, they are all battle-tested veterans, and they are very strong. They blocked every direction, but the queue was neat and there was no trace of confusion. The armor on their bodies gleamed with a cold light, with a strong murderous air, sweeping across every corner like autumn wind. That is the murderous aura that is naturally generated after at least a dozen lives have been contaminated on his hands. Ji Tenten, Ji Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata were swept by the murderous air, and they all couldn't help but shudder, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Why, he is so strong, it's unbelievable that he is only a 13-year-old boy, one person exclaimed. Faced with such a terrible record, no one dared to be careless. I don't know if it is three-headed and six-armed, but at least I know that he must be very strong. It is said that the two cage-level powerhouses, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, have taken action, but still did not leave that kid behind, one person said. HMPH, I don't think it is true. Maybe Konoha Village deliberately made the kid so powerful in order to hide his embarrassment. Advertisement Glossi's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes remained unblinking, observing in all directions. Soon, he was sure that this was all the men and horses, and there was no ambush outside. I think Rock Lee is stronger than Uchiha Itachi. Because, according to the gossip, 2 members of the Konoha village elders have quasi-cage level strength, but one was killed by Rock Lee and one was maimed by Rock Lee. If not like this, do you think Konoha village will offer a reward of 100 million yuan to be wanted in the entire ninja world? Don't be afraid, I have everything. Glossi smiled and stepped forward, blocking the murderous air. In this way, the ancient Tenten 3 felt better. What about a 13-year-old boy? Have you forgotten that, more than 10 years ago, a 13-year-old boy killed the entire Uchiha clan? You were talking about Uchiha Itachi. You mean that this kid named Rock Lee can be compared to that Uchiha Itachi? The man said in astonishment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, although they wished to take Glossi down immediately, they did not act rashly. After all, the news from Konoha village was too shocking. The 13-year-old boy in front of him killed more than 50 people of Anbu, killed one quasi-shadow, and severely injured another quasi-shadow. The big cage-level powerhouses joined forces and escaped. What a Rock Lee, facing my powerful samurai elite troops, he didn't change his face. As expected, he is Konoha village offering a reward of 100 million to capture the wanted S-rank rebel. At this moment, a low middle-aged man's voice change came out of the crowd. With murderous intent to the sky, more than 150 powerful warriors surrounded from all sides, enclosing the 4 groups of Glossi in the middle. All of them looked indifferent, and looked at Glossi as if they were looking at a pile of moving golden mountains. Konoha village, the #1 force in the ninja world, suffered a big loss. He rushed out of the cloud like Konoha. What is the difference between that kid named Rock Lee? Isn't it 3 heads and 6 arms? A samurai coldly said. Am I an S-rank rebel? Glossi was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. I am honored to receive such an honor. Chapter 18 I admire you very much. The S-class rebel ninja generally refers to the super powerful cage-level ninja who has betrayed the village and is a powerful threat to the village and the peace of the ninja world. Konoha Shinobi Village declared Glossi as an S-rank rebel on the first day of Glossi's defect, and offered a reward of 100 million to the entire ninja world for capture, which shows how much fear Konoha village is towards him. This is something to be proud of for any ninja who defected. Not to mention, Glossi is just a 13-year-old boy now. Young man, you seem to be very proud. The samurai leader walked out of the crowd and said in an admiring tone. Regardless of the positions of the two sides, he admired Glossi's expression on his face and his humorous expression when he was surrounded by more than 100 powerful warriors. At the very least, he had never seen such a courageous young man in the country of iron. No wonder he can kill all the way from Konoha village, the largest force in the shinobi world, and kill countless masters, and now he has been offered a reward of 100 million. It really makes sense for him. I'm worth a full 100 million. What an exciting thing this is. Glossi smiled and said. If it wasn't for me to want to continue living, I would have the urge to kill myself to receive a reward. Young man, based on the few words you just said, you are worth 100 million yuan reward. The samurai leader said in admiration. Now it seems that I dispatched 10 brigades to siege you at one time, and I didn't make a big fuss. Thank you for your compliment, I am honored. Glossi said. However, one thing I don't understand is how you prepared to capture our location. Excuse me for being disrespectful, you samurai don't seem to have the ability to discover our whereabouts. Well, what you said is correct. The samurai leader nodded, not angry. Compared with your ninja's powerful and terrifying ninjutsu, our samurai does not have any advantage. In fact, apart from the powerful and experienced veterans, few samurai can tell you what you did with the transformation technique, camouflage. However, you seem to have forgotten one thing, that is the brain. The samurai leader patted his head with his hand and said with a smile. What do you mean by that? Glossi frowned. Advertisement. There are members of the Hyuga clan in your team, aren't they? The samurai leader asked. Yes. Glossi nodded. The Hyuga clan is famous in the world, and Byakugan's insight is known as the best in the world, better than Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Said the samurai leader. When I know that there are members of the Hyuga clan in your team, then we can easily infer that you can use Byakugan to easily find the gaps and weaknesses in our defense. Am I right? The samurai leader asked. Quite right. Glossi nodded again. Therefore, I ordered my subordinates to deliberately leave a clear gap when the martial law was deployed. The samurai leader said triumphantly. I think if I leave such an obvious gap, with your ninja arrogant mentality that doesn't put our samurai in the eyes, I will definitely fall in. The result is almost exactly the same as I expected. You really got fooled and entered the encirclement I set up. Haha, the samurai leader laughed. You were very good, I admire you. Glossi looked at the samurai leader without blinking and said. You are a talent, I will not kill you today. When I am in the future Kunlun Iron Country, I will order you to be the commander of Wuzong Admiral, sweep the entire ninja continent for me, and unify the world. Young man, from the first glance I saw you, I knew you were arrogant. The samurai took the lead for a moment, and then burst into laughter. It's just that, what I didn't expect is that you would be so arrogant that you simply don't know that the sky is huge. Really? Glossi said lightly. The world of ninja, the strong are like clouds, countless. Said the leader of the samurai. However, apart from the legendary ninja ancestor sage of 6 paths, no one has ever been able to unify the entire ninja world. Even the founder of Konoha village, first Hokage Senju, known as the God of Ninja. Hashirama can't do it either. You are a 13-year-old young man, but you said something like this, what is it if it is not high and generous? He shouted. Advertisement. The sage of 6 paths back then created the ninja sect, and I will create the Wuzong in the future. Glossi said coldly. What sage of 6 paths can do, I can do with Glossi. Moreover, I will do better than sage of 6 paths. HMPH, ambitious. The samurai leader sneered and said, however, it's a pity that I'm going to catch you now and send you to Konoha village to collect the bounty, he said as he walked back quickly. Obviously, he was extremely jealous of the information about Glossi from Konoha village, and he was unwilling to try the risk. You don't need to be so scared, because I said I wouldn't kill you, Glossi said with a smile. Damn kid, you are too arrogant. Suddenly, there was a loud roar next to him. A middle-aged man with a height of 2 meters and holding 2 swords rushed forward and slashed at Glossi's shoulders fiercely. Courage is good, but... Glossi shook his head. He stood there, as steady as a rock, waiting for the middle-aged man's double swords to slash him before he began to act. When, with a clear metal roar, Glossi's left fist directly smashed one of the long swords. With a light wave of his right hand, he placed it on one of the brawny's arms, spitting out a powerful force, and suddenly breaking his arm. He copied his right hand and took the long sword in his hand. Brush. With a flash of cold light, Glossi cut off the head of the strong man with a sword, and the blood spurted more than 2 meters away. The scene was bloody and terrible. Chapter 19. A man is a master and a man is not a man. Spike. Absolute spike. Everyone was stunned, including Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata. All of them were stunned. Such a scene is simply too shocking. Smashing a long sword with one punch, what a strong and solid body is this? How could there be such a person in this world with a physical fist stronger than a steel sword? Is that human being? Amidst the countless sounds of inhaling air conditioning, the warriors surrounding Glossi stepped back 2 or 3 steps together, their faces full of horror. All of them opened their eyes wide and stared at Glossi, as if they were looking at a devil. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even their leader is not much better. How is this possible? He is really a ninja, not a samurai who has cultivated his body to a supernatural state, he muttered to himself. The ancient history books have recorded that a long time ago, an unbelievably powerful existence suddenly descended on this world. That person's physical body is really too strong. Swordsmen, swords, and halberds are invulnerable, and he has the power to destroy mountains and rivers with every wave of his hand, and he is invincible in the world. That person unified the whole world with absolutely powerful force, and passed down his ability martial skills. Later generations practiced martial arts and gradually became the current samurai. It's a pity that over time, most of the man's earth-shattering martial arts were lost, and the samurai finally fell and was replaced by a new ninja. Today, he unexpectedly met a young man with such a strong physique, which made him involuntarily recall the legends recorded in ancient history. Could it be that this young man actually got the martial arts inheritance of the legendary man? If not, why is his body so powerful? Master, I know you will always be the strongest. Jiyu Tenten looked at Glossi with admiring eyes, and said like an idiot. Yes, Big brother will always be the most powerful. Jiyu Xingyue also murmured. Jiyu Tenten heard what Jiyu Xingyue said, but she didn't care, because Jiyu Xingyue was Quagaloshi. No matter what the situation is, as long as she is complimenting Glossi, Jiyu Tenten can choose to forgive. Jiyu Luo. She. Hyuga Hinata looked at Jiyu Luosi without blinking, muttering to himself. The expression in her eyes when she looked at Glossi was very complicated, like a young girl gazing at her lover with infinite tenderness and sweetness. Advertisement. Among the warriors, I am invincible. Glossi stood there Kamui Rin, shouting at a group of warriors. For a moment, he only felt that the arrogance in his chest was dry, and the weather was violent, and he couldn't help but scream. Damn it. The closest samurai couldn't bear the stimulus of Glossi, jumped up suddenly, the whole person turned like a top, swinging the long sword in his hand into a rain of swords. Glossi shrouded and left. Brush. With a wave of the long sword in Glossi's hand, countless cold lights appeared in the sky, and the sword lights suddenly covered the world. There are dazzling sword lights everywhere, and the sword lights of Sennin are everywhere, terrifying. I have never seen such terrible sword skills, the samurai leader said in amazement. Shoo! Shoo! Hey! In an instant, the sword light and sword shadow disappeared, and the samurai who threw past fell to the ground. A small hole appeared in each of the 3 vital points: temple, perineum, and throat. The gurgling blood flowed out of it, and the ground instantly became red. And when I went to see Glossi again, the long sword in his hand was not even contaminated with a drop of blood. Killing without seeing blood. What a terrible sword speed, the samurai leader said in disbelief. Who else wants to come up and die? Glossi said lightly. With 1 sword and 1 man, he alone faced more than 150 powerful warriors in front of him. There was a man who was in a position to act as a master, and they were shocked and afraid to move. Master, you are so handsome, I love you so much, Jiyu Tenten yelled frantically in his heart. At this moment, her long-standing admiration for Glossi was completely transformed into love, and she would definitely not marry Glossi in this life. Brother, my Jiyu Xingyue has been your woman all my life, Jiyu Xingyue said silently in her heart. These samurai are worthy of the veteran warriors who have stood the test of life and death. Although they saw Glossi's terrifying and ruthless shots, they still rushed up for the first time, not afraid of death. Yes, I am a warrior. Moreover, I will create Wuzong in the future and rule the world, Glossi said in a deep voice. And you will be the supreme commander of my army that dominates the world. Advertisement, I don't know how to live or die, the samurai leader said coldly. He waved his hand violently, and shouted at the warriors. Kill me, life and death. Warrior, the warrior leader murmured and repeated. Kill. Swipe. 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 You are not a ninja at all, but a powerful samurai. After a long silence, the leader of the samurai said loudly. Plum Blossom Sword, Glossi said in a low voice. Me? The samurai leader was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Are you so relieved of me? Kill. I am neither a ninja nor a samurai, Glossi said lightly. I am a warrior. Kill. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In an instant, the sky was full of cold, and one beautiful plum blossom with a strong death breath appeared out of thin air, and flew towards the samurai who pounced in all directions. Wrong. I don't trust you at all, Glossi said with a grin suddenly. However, I have absolute confidence to subdue you, so that you will never dare to rebel against me for the rest of your life. That's how you can be considered a masculine man. Hyuga Hinata looked at Glossi unblinkingly, full of resentment in his heart. She knew that both Jiyu Tenten and Jiyu Xingyue had deep-rooted love for Glossi, and her weak temperament was naturally unwilling to join the fight. Chapter 20 Shocking. Those plum blossoms in the air, naturally, cannot be real plum blossoms. They're just the afterimages of Glossi's long sword moving in the air at an incredible speed. Although Glossi's strength was only restored to the 2nd level of martial arts, he still possessed the precious memory of 1,000 years of previous martial gods. This is also the main reason why he chose to stay here to face the fight instead of taking the 3 ancient Tenten women to break through the encirclement forcibly. This is Glossi's big backing and hole cards. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the air was splashed with blood flowers one after another, and the 5 warriors who rushed to the front of Glossi had no resistance, and were directly killed by Glossi's sword through his throat. The corpse fell to the ground in all directions, warm blood splattering like hell on earth. There are more than 150 warriors gathered here, and their strength is not weak. If they swarm them, even Glossi will feel very difficult. What's more, Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata next to them still need him to take care of them, which is even more troublesome. Therefore, Glossi directly attacked the ruthless hand, hoping to deter them with iron and blood. This kid is simply a demon, and his actions are more fierce than those old rivers and lakes. The samurai leader hid behind, his face was shocked, and he murmured. It's no wonder that the old folks in Konoha village offered a 100 million bounty to mobilize the power of the entire ninja world to deal with him. It's so terrible at such a young age. How about it when you grow up? Swipe. 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 The sword light, the sword shadow filled, the long sword in Glossi's hand was like a flood dragon coming out of the gate, unstoppable. Every time he stabbed, a samurai would be stabbed in the temple or in the throat. Even their helmet and armor couldn't resist it, and the force was thunderous. In the blink of an eye, a corpse fell to the ground at Glossi's feet. A rough count, there were as many as 20 people. Devil, evil star. The leader of the samurai murmured in his heart. Advertisement, retreat. Suddenly, the samurai leader shouted loudly. Wow. Immediately, the samurai who had already been frightened retreated desperately to the back. At this moment, they can't wait to flee as long as possible. Shit, this little monster is terrible. What's the matter? Don't you continue to test? Glossi waved his long sword into the ground, staring at the warrior leader, and asked. Smelly boy, don't be arrogant. The samurai leader shouted. Don't think you have strong physical skills and strong swordsmanship, so he can't do anything about you. Oh, what else can you do? Come and listen, Glossi said lightly. You are very powerful, but what about the three of them? The samurai leader pointed his finger at the 3 Gu tendon, and said sharply. I don't believe that the three of them will be as strong as you. It's enough to deal with you and I alone, why should I let them take action? Glossi said coldly. Suddenly, his hands quickly formed seals, and he shouted, multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang! 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 The samurai all took a breath, and couldn't help retreating back. There was a look of fear in their eyes, and they were sincerely afraid of the boy in front of them. You won. The samurai leader said with a wry smile. Compared to the 100 million reward, I value my subordinates' lives more. You can go. Although I am offering a reward of 100 million, this bounty is not so easy to get. Glossi smiled and said. Unless you are willing to exchange your subordinate's life for this bounty. This is your ninja's clone technique, right? The samurai leader forced his composure and said in a contemptuous tone. As far as I know, the combat effectiveness of ninja shadow clone is very weak. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If my shadow clone is effective, you can try it, Glossi said lightly. Hi, of course, there's another possibility that I won, and you all have to die under my sword. Puff. I never exchange my subordinate's life for anything. The samurai leader seemed to notice the eyes cast by his subordinates, and immediately knew that something was wrong. In the choice between life and death, his subordinates seemed to be moved by Glossi's words. Thanks for the exaggeration. Glossi smiled and said, I know I am excellent, so I don't need you to praise me, I just want to know what your decision is. You. The samurai leader only felt hot on his face. He just finished talking about the ninja's shadow clone's weak combat effectiveness, and Glossi's shadow clone immediately killed one of his subordinates. This was a naked slap in the face. This is definitely a bad signal for him. Boy, I have to admit that you are really amazing. The leader of the samurai stared at Glossi, and was silent for a long time before speaking. It's no wonder that you can make the mighty Konoha village upset, it's really extraordinary. Before the warrior's leader had finished speaking, one of the shadow clone rushed into the group of warriors. With a flash of sword light, a warrior was pierced in the temple above his head. Although 4 or 5 warriors attacked Glossi's shadow clone together, they killed one warrior in the end. With the appearance of cloud after cloud of white smoke, more than 50 shadow clone appeared in front of the warriors at the same time. Each of these shadow clones was exactly the same as Glossi's, holding a sharp long sword in his hand, Kamui Rin, which stunned the samurai all at once. Should continue to fight, or let us go, you choose yourself. Glossi said. At the end of the battle, maybe you can catch me and send me to Konoha village to receive a reward of 100 million. However, 2/3 of you will die under my sword. Chapter 21 The Little Three Boats. As soon as the samurai leader said this, Gu Tenten's 3 female faces immediately showed shocked expressions, and they couldn't believe their ears. You know, this is the territory of the samurai group Iron Nation, and the opponent still occupies an absolute advantage in numbers. They never expected that the samurai would choose to compromise and retreat. All of this was caused by Glossi's powerful force and fierce killing methods just now. How horrible is this to shock more than 150 powerful warriors with one's own strength? For a time, the admiration of Gu Tenten, Gu Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata reached a new height. Congratulations, you made a wise choice. Glossi put the long sword in his right hand firmly into the ground, smiled at the samurai leader, and said, Young man, since I have already made a concession, you don't need to be aggressive with words anymore? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the samurai leader, and said sternly, If I disregard the lives of my subordinates and attack you with all my strength, the final outcome will be unpredictable. Haha, what you said is right, I was too smug. Garozzi laughed and said, In that case, let's not pass this time. There will be a period of time later, he said, while gesturing to the Gu Tenten trio, letting them follow him closely. I hope it's better to never see you again. The leader of the samurai stared at Glossi and said in a deep voice. I'm afraid you can't help this matter. Glossi said with a smile. You're the person I see. I am afraid I will never be able to escape my control in this life. Rock Lee, you are too arrogant, the samurai leader said with a cold look. Sorry, I have to correct it first. My name is Glossi, not Rock Lee. Glossi said lightly. In addition, what I want to tell you is that I am not arrogant, but tell the truth. Humph. When you have the strength to crush the cage-level powerhouse, it won't be too late to say this. The samurai leader snorted coldly and said. This is easy. Glossi smiled and said. As early as 3 years, as late as 5 years, I will grow to that level. I hope you don't let me down, the samurai leader said coldly. Advertisement, what? What's your name? Glossi's eyes flashed a little astonishment, and he looked at the samurai leader unblinkingly, as if he noticed the other's unusualness. Perhaps, this person's strength is not very strong, just equivalent to the peak of Jonin, but his vision of wisdom and long-term vision has moved Glossi. He clearly felt that this person wanted to bet on him, betting that he could become a superpower that scorns the world in the future. My name is Mifune, the samurai leader said word by word. What? Are you Miship? Jiyu Xingyu's eyes widened at once, staring at the samurai leader with a face full of inconceivability. You are Mifune? How is this possible? Jiyu Tenten was also full of disbelief. Why, is the name Mifune famous? Glossi said with a move in his heart. Mifune, Admiral of the Iron Kingdom, is also the highest leader of the samurai group, the strongest person. Hyuga Hinata murmured. Back then, Mifune fought against the Hanzo of the Salamander. Although they were defeated, they survived tenaciously. Since then, people have called Mifune and Konohasanin together, thinking that they are similar in strength. Same name as Konohasanin. Glossi looked at the samurai leader, his eyes full of questions. The person you were talking about is my father. The samurai leader smiled and said, my father is the person I admire the most since I was a child, and the most powerful person I have ever seen. Since I was a child, I have determined that I must become a man who stands upright like my father. So, I took a name exactly the same as my father. You can call me Xiao Sanchuan. So that's it. Glossi nodded and said, in that case, you are not too old, are you? At least 10 years older than you. Xiao Sanchuan said, little guy, you are really interesting. I am full of expectations for your future achievements. I always have a strange feeling that you can lead the samurai to glory again and become the protagonist of this world again. Aren't you afraid that your feeling is an illusion? Glossi smiled and said. Advertisement. Why should I be afraid? Xiao Sanchuan said. The bounty of 100 million originally did not belong to me. Even if you are lost to all beings in the future, I will not lose any. What's more, I am 100% sure that you will be famous in the future. To become an incredible powerhouse. Thank you for affirming me, Glossi said. Okay, this is the end of the small chat, goodbye. At the moment, Glossi is in front, Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata are in the middle. After more than 50 shadow clones are broken, the group slowly retreats towards the distance. It's such a little evildoer, so meticulous in his mind. Xiao Sanchuan looked at the more than 50 shadow clones of Glossi that were waiting in the queue, couldn't help sighing, and murmured. My lord, should we just let them go like this? A small captain quietly walked to the small 3 boats and said unwillingly. If you don't let them go, are you trying to catch that little monster? Xiao Sanchuan's eyes stood up and shouted. The team leader was speechless immediately, speechless. Withdraw. Xiao Sanchuan commanded loudly. They really retreated like this? Jiyu Xingyue said in disbelief. Yes, they retreated. Hyuga Hinata said seriously. She glanced in all directions with a pair of Byakugan open, and found no samurai within 300 meters. Don't be suspicious of you, Glossi said. Xiao Sanchuan deliberately let us go, how could he set up another ambush? Chapter 22 The Talent of Hyuga Hinata. Big brother, what are you talking about? Xiao Sanchuan let us go on purpose. Jiyu Xingyue was taken aback and said in disbelief. Brother, are you kidding me? Jiyu Tenten couldn't believe it. If Ms. Sanfune really wants to let us go, why does he set up such a big battle and send more than 150 warriors to besiege us? Hinata, you come to solve their puzzles. Glossi glanced at Jiyu Xingyue first, then at Jiyu Tenten, and shook his head with a wry smile, and said to Hyuga Hinata. Jiyu Xingyue and Jiyu Tenten were civilians after all, and they didn't understand anything like conspiracy and trickery. But Hyuga Hinata is different. Although she is a little less talented, she is from the Hyuga clan after all. Under the influence of her father, she understands nature much more than the average. Big brother, I don't understand that much. Hyuga Hinata's face flushed suddenly, and she didn't seem to expect that Glossi would let her solve the confusion of Jiyu Tenten and Jiyu Xingyue. Hinata, you just need to express your own opinions. Glossi smiled warmly at Hyuga Hinata and said encouragingly. Big brother. Hyuga Hinata flushed and shy. Go ahead, I believe you, Glossi said. If that's the case, then I'll say it. Hyuga Hinata was encouraged by Glossi's warm gaze, and finally gathered courage and said cautiously. Actually. In fact, Xiao Sanchuan didn't even intend to let us go when he started. Hey, Hinata, what do you mean by this? Jiyu Tenten said immediately dissatisfied. Big brother, he said that Xiao Sanchuan let us go on purpose, but now you say that Xiao Sanchuan did not intend to let us go in the beginning. What do you mean by that? Hyuga Hinata was originally not good at communicating with people, but now being questioned like this by Jiyu Tenten, his face flushed immediately, and he couldn't speak. Advertisement, Tenten, don't embarrass Hinata like this, listen to her seriously. Glossi stopped Jiyu Tenten and said. Hinata is not wrong at all in what she said. Misafune had no intention of letting us go in the first place. What the hell is going on? I'm about to be confused by you, Jiyu Xingyue murmured. Say while walking. Glossi said with a smile. Hinata, go ahead. Yeah, brother. Hyuga Hinata nodded gratefully. Glossi spoke to her to defend her, which moved her very much. At the same time, her courage seemed to have surged a lot. What I just said, at the beginning of the small 3 boats, she just wanted to catch the big brother and send it to Konoha village to receive a bounty of 100 million. Perhaps, I have also been included in Mifune's capture list. Of course, after Mifune caught me, she will never send me back to Konoha, but will sell me back to Cloud Shinobi Village, Thunder Country. Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village of Thunder Country has been coveting the blood of my Hyuga clan for a long time, and they will definitely give a price far exceeding Konoha Village. Huh, do you even see this? Glossi murmured in his heart with a startled cry. At this moment, his impression of Hyuga Hinata changed a lot. They're just victims. Hyuga Hinata said quietly. They're just the victims of Xiao Sanchuan's confirmation of the eldest brother's strength. Big brother, I percent. Did I say something wrong? Hyuga Hinata said shyly when seeing Glossi staring at her unblinkingly. At the very least, Hyuga Hinata just said that when Mifune catches her, she will be given to Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder, which is enough to prove the meticulousness of her thinking. Long-term investment? Gu Tenten repeated quietly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. Think about it all. The eldest brother is only 13 years old this year, but he already has such terrible strength. If you give your eldest brother a few more years, how strong will your eldest brother be? Hyuga Hinata asked. What's your mind? Gu Xingyue asked. I understand. I finally understand it thoroughly. A light of excitement flashed in Gu Tenten's eyes. He wants to make a long-term investment in Big Brother, Hyuga Hinata said unhurriedly. By now, she had completely let go of her body and mind, without any restraint. In the past, Hyuga Hinata was nothing but a girl with extremely weak temperament in his eyes, nothing but extremely gentle. But now, Glossi discovered that Hyuga Hinata had a strong heart and the ability to observe things keenly under the cover of his weak appearance. Mifune really wants to get the 100 million reward from Konoha Village. It's more like Raikage who grabbed me and gave it to Cloud Shinobi Village. That's why he deliberately set up traps to introduce us into his encirclement and dispatch. More than 150 powerful warriors surrounded us, Hyuga Hinata continued. No, what you said is very good, go ahead, Glossi encouraged. Big brother, he killed more than 50 Ambu, in Konoha Village, killed a quasi-cage level strong, and abolished the legs of another quasi-cage level strong, and later it was in 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, 2 cage level powerhouses joined forces and escaped under the siege. This is a miracle for a 13-year-old man, Gu Tenten whispered. However, what Xiao Sanchuan never expected was that the eldest brother's strength was too strong, far beyond his expectations. Moreover, Xiao Sanchuan also discovered that the eldest brother's physical skills are extremely powerful, very similar to the path of a samurai. So, he moved other thoughts. What about the 20-odd warriors who died? Gu Xingyue asked. Hinata, just keep talking, I won't interrupt you anymore, Gu Tenten said. Xiao Sanchuan made a bet on his elder brother. He believes that elder brother can grow up in the shortest possible time and become an invincible powerhouse in the world. Therefore, he will compromise and retreat when he has the advantage. Hyuga Hinata said. Chapter 23 Star Ninja Village. What? Those 20 or so dead warriors were just victims? Gu Xingyue and Gu Tenten were both surprised at the same time, and said silently. For them of civilian origin, such a thing is simply unreasonable and unbelievable. How precious is life? Even for ninjas who have mission supremacy, that is precious. However, the lives of more than 20 samurai who were alive were used by the small 3 ships to test the strength of Glossi. How cruel is this? Yes, they are just victims. Hyuga Hinata said in a low voice. Just like our Hyuga clan back then, my uncle and Neji brother's father Hyuga Hizashi are pure victims. Their deaths have no value or meaning. Hinata, their deaths are not meaningless, Glossi said suddenly. What's the point of their death? Hyuga Hinata asked Glossi with a confused look. Back then, I know something about the Hyuga clan. Although, in the final analysis, the responsibility for that incident lies in the weakness and compromise of 3rd Hokage, which ultimately led to the tragic death of Hyuga Hizashi. However, Hyuga Hizashi's death is definitely not meaningless. At the very least, in terms of the circumstances at the time, his death prevented the 2 major forces of Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village from the possibility of war. He alone bought a long-term peace between the 2 major forces and avoided the tragic death of the ninja's sacrifices of great significance. However, this kind of thing is too unfair to Hyuga Hizashi-sama and Neji brother, Hyuga Hinata said loudly. Fair? Hee. Glossi said with a chuckle. Is there such a thing as fairness in this world? Hyuga Hinata suddenly lost his voice. There is never such a thing as fairness. Glossi said lightly. If there is, it must be based on strong strength. Just like Hyuga Neji, he can definitely be called the most outstanding genius in the history of your Hyuga clan, but he was born in a branch house. It is destined that he will never become a truly peerless powerhouse. Because, once he grows up enough to threaten the Zong family will immediately activate the caged bird, seal and kill him. Unless he can break the caged bird, seal and gain complete freedom, it will be possible. Really grow up. Advertisement, and you, Hinata, you were expelled from the family by your father. Is it fair to you? Glossi asked. It's not fair to me, but it's fair to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hinata said after a long silence. You think it's unfair, it's because your strength is too weak. The Hyuga clan thinks it's fair, because they are so strong, they can do everything that is good for them, Glossi said. Big brother, what you mean is that fairness is strength, and strength is fairness, right? Gu Tenten asked in a low voice if he realized something. Yes, that's it, Glossi said. Your parents and family were killed by Shimura Danzo. Is this fair to them? They obviously didn't do anything. Shimura Danzo, I will kill him sooner or later. Jiyu Tenten's eyes turned red all of a sudden, and he gritted his teeth. Don't worry, Shimura Danzo is yours. No one can take it away, Glossi said in a deep voice. However, before that, we have to hibernate in Zingran village for a few years, accumulate strength, and then it is possible to launch revenge operations. Big brother, I can wait. Jiyu Tenten clenched his fists hard and said. Very good. Glossi nodded. Xingyue, you can lead the way. You are more familiar with the way to Zingran village. Yeah. Jiyu Xingyue obediently responded. For 3 full days, the 4 of Glossi finally walked out of the Iron Country and entered the territory of Star Ninja Village. At this moment, Glossi's strength has been completely restored, and he has re-entered the 4th heaven of martial arts mentality, and the speed far exceeds Glossi's initial estimation. For this situation, Glossi can only be attributed to the fact that the body repair technique he created in his previous life is too powerful, and the martial arts are far more powerful than before. Advertisement. Is this the Star Ninja Village? Jiyu Tenten said curiously. From the outside, there is no difference from Konoha Village. It's very different from Konoha Village. Jiyu Xingyue said with a frown before Jiyu Xingyue spoke. In fact, since he hadn't really stepped into Star Ninja Village, he had already felt a powerful and strange energy, flooding the vast and endless space. This kind of energy is very much like the power radiated by the monsters in the martial world where Glossi was in his previous life. This village is full of powerful chakra, Hyuga Hinata said with wide eyes, in disbelief. It's simply incredible. Where you can see, there are powerful chakras everywhere. Have you all felt it? Jiyu Xingyue glanced at Glossi and Hyuga Hinata, and said in surprise. Brother, you are really amazing. And Byakugan from the Hyuga clan is also well deserved. Is this the biggest secret of your village that you said before? Glossi asked. Yes, these powerful chakras are all emitted from the rock that fell from the sky. Jiyu Xingyue nodded and said. Also, the closer you get to that stone, the stronger the chakra that is emitted, right? Glossi said. The chakra we feel from here is actually the energy of that rock infinitely diluted. Brother, what you said is correct. Jiyu Xingyue nodded. What? You said that the chakra I see now is far from the real power emanating from that stone? Hyuga Hinata said in surprise. If this is the case, how terrible is the energy contained in that stone? It's a very curious stone. I really want to see its true face as soon as possible. Glossi smiled and said. Let's go to see Xingying. Chapter 24. What if I betrayed the village? What? Go directly to Master Xingying? Jiyu Xingyue couldn't help but change color when she heard Glossi's words. Obviously, in the past few years, Xingying has been very prestigious to her. Even if Glossi came back with her, she instinctively felt fear. Don't be afraid, everything is mine. Glossi saw through Jiyu Xingyue's mind at a glance, stretched out his hand and patted Jiyu Xingyue's fragile shoulder, and said with a smile. Yeah. I'm not afraid. Jiyu Xingyue looked at Glossi with a confident smile, and her courage suddenly became stronger, suppressing the fear of Xingying. At the moment, Glossi and Jiyu Xingyue were in front, and Jiyu Tenten and Hyuga Hinata were behind, walking towards the depths of Zingram village step by step. What a powerful chakra! Hyuga Hinata said in a shocking voice while using Byakugan to observe the surroundings as he walked. Brother, I suddenly discovered that the chakra filled here is very similar to the chakra exuding from Uzumaki Naruto. You're talking about the powerful force that burst out behind Uzumaki Naruto when he was fighting Hyuga Neji, didn't you? Glossi asked with a move in his heart. Well, yes. Hyuga Hinata nodded and said. Who? Suddenly, a cold voice rang. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures rushed from a distance. They all looked cold and sharp-eyed, and they knew at a glance that they were battle-tested veterans who killed countless people. The forehead protector they wear on their foreheads is very peculiar, with starry patterns printed on them, which should be the symbol of Star Ninja Village. Coming people stop. A tall man said coldly. His eyes were sharp like vultures, and the 3 ancient tendon girls were extremely uncomfortable. This is Star Ninja Village. Guests from outside are not welcome. Please come back. We are here to see Master Xingying, Jiyu Xingyue said. You want to see Master Xingying? The vulture-like sharp man frowned and said. Who are you? Sign up. Advertisement. I am Jiyu Xingyue. This is my elder brother Glossi. This is Jiyu Tenten. This is Hinata. Jiyu Xingyue introduced one by one. For fear of causing unnecessary trouble, she deliberately omitted Hyuga, the word. Jiyu Xingyue. The vulture-like sharp man repeated quietly. It's really weird. Why does this name sound so familiar? Have I heard it somewhere before? Captain, there is a girl named Hoshinoyuki in our village. At this time, another man next to her spoke. Master Xingying sent her to Konoha village to take the Chunin selection exam with her grandson. She has not returned yet. Yes, I remember now. It's Hoshinoyuki. The vulture-like stubborn man slapped his thigh fiercely and suddenly realized. You are Hoshinoyuki, right? No wonder I see you so familiar, that's why. Yes, I am Hoshinoyue. Jiyu Xingyue saw that he was seen through by the other party, so he no longer concealed it, and directly admitted. However, I am no longer called Hoshinoyue. My name is Jiyu Xingyue. Hoshinoyue, Jiyu Xingyue, said the vulture-like sharp man with a cold snort. Some people have said that you betrayed the village, but many people think that you are kind and weak, and you can never betray the village. Unfortunately, those people have been deceived by you. You have not only betrayed the village, but also your name. All change. If I really betrayed the village, will I come back here again? Gu Xingyue asked. If you haven't betrayed the village, then I ask you why those two people are dead, but you are alive. The vulture-like sharp man shouted harshly. You are obviously far inferior to those two people. What is going on? Also, why have you never returned to the village? Now that you have changed your name, you dare to say that you haven't betrayed the village? Even if she betrayed the village, what about it? At this moment, Glossi, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore, stepped forward from behind and said, Where's the wild boy? Get out of here. Seeing that Glossi was just a teenager, the vulture-like tough man saw him. Where would he be seen? With a wave of his impatient right hand, he slammed it against Glossi's face fiercely. However, at this time something frightened him happened. He was shocked to find that the right hand he swung out was actually gently held by Glossi. No matter how hard he struggled, he still couldn't break free. It was like being clamped by a pair of iron tongs, extremely hard. Captain, what's the matter with you? At such a scene, the expressions of the two people next to them changed drastically. They looked at Glossi with unbelievable eyes, shocked. Advertisement: their captain is already 30 years old this year. Not long ago, he succeeded in breaking through with the power of a meteorite and became a Jonin-level powerhouse. And this also made him the 7th person in Xingren village to successfully break through with the power of meteorites, and he was powerful. However, they now see the powerful captain's right hand being held by a teenage boy. No matter how hard they struggle, they can't get rid of it. How can they not be shocked? Where did this little monster come from? Hurry up and kill him! Kill him! The vulture-like fierce man roared. For some reason, he was stared at by the teenage boy in front of him, like a little mouse being stared at by a lion majesty. His whole body was cold with goosebumps, and he felt a strong threat of death. Whizzing. The ninjas of the two-star ninja village didn't dare to neglect, and immediately took out the sharp kunai from their bags, shouted, and rushed towards Glossi. Fit. Go. Glossi said lightly. His arm seemed to have a mighty force, and with a casual wave, he immediately raised the vulture-like fierce man and slammed it at the two men as a weapon. Plop. Plop. With two loud noises, the two ninjas from Star Ninja Village were smashed and flew out, turning into a gourd on the ground. And that vulture-like fierce man was also dizzy and couldn't find things, north and south. Chapter 25: The Power of Meteorites. Glossi has now completely recovered his strength, and he has stepped up to the next level. He has entered the middle level of the 4th heaven of martial arts. He is only one step away from Dacheng, and his combat power is strong enough to sweep the cage-level powerhouse. All of the following. Yes, enough to sweep everyone below the cage level strong, including Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. This does not include Might Guy, who opened the dead door. Please lightly spray. Now, facing the 3 people in Shingnan village, one has just rushed into Jonin's domain with the help of meteorites, and the other 2 are just Chunin. Naturally, he can push horizontally with one hand, very relaxed and unrestrained. Gurulu. The 3 people in Xingren village turned into ground gourds, and their bodies continued to roll out a full 7 or 8 meters away under the strong force of Glossi before they stopped. At this time, they were already covered with mud all over their bodies, dizzy, and they couldn't tell the difference between north and south. Brother, you are so amazing. Gu Tenten exclaimed. She stared at Glossi unblinkingly with big beautiful eyes, her eyes full of admiration and longing, and she didn't notice the ambiguity in the words she just said. It's too strong, it's too strong. Gu Xingyue was also extremely shocked, admiring her endlessly. Big brother's strength has surpassed my father, it is incredible, Hyuga Hinata murmured, his face full of incredible. You. Who are you? The vulture-like fierce man quickly got up from the ground, looked at Glossi stubbornly, and asked in amazement. He never dreamed that the teenage boy in front of him had such a terrifying and fierce skill. He looked at the 2 companions lying motionless on the ground, and immediately knew that they had been smashed into a faint. There was a chill in his heart, and he felt unpredictable about the origins of Glossi. I am the future leader of your Star Ninja village, Glossi said lightly. Advertisement, little devil, you really dare to say it. The vulture-like sharp man said sharply. Your strength is very powerful, but it is far from reaching the level where you can run wild. Don't say that you are the supreme star shadow, you may not even be able to pass my level. Only you? Glossi said disdainfully. Yes, just rely on me. The vulture-like fierce man said coldly. I didn't have any precautions just now, so I suffered a big loss by your sneak attack. But from now on, you will never have that opportunity again. I will kill you with my absolutely powerful strength. Oh, the tone is not small. Glossi smiled, then stretched out his right hand and hooked at the vulture man, saying provocatively. Hurry up and let me see what you are capable of. If you can make me happy, I can spare you not to die. Arrogant. The vulture-like fierce man was furious. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful and tyrannical breath erupted from him. That kind of aura is both powerful and terrifying. It looks like a king of beasts in the jungle, and no one can beat 100 miles of blood. Big brother, this kind of breath on him. Hyuga Hinata's expression changed drastically, and he stared at the vulture man with a pair of Byakugan open, shocked. Suddenly, the vulture man let out a low beast-like roar, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and the whole person leapt up, like a wild raccoon, rushing towards Glossi fiercely. He discovered that powerful chakras were continuously pouring out of the vulture man's body. These chakras are very strong, far better than the chakras emitted by ordinary Jonin powerhouses, and they are still materialized, like a luminous armor, which firmly protects the Vulture Man inside. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Moreover, with the appearance of this luminous chakra armor, the body of the Vulture Man has undergone strange changes. His ears turned into big fluffy ears like a civet cat, and a long tail grew behind him. That means they all have tails, don't they? Glossi said. The only difference between their tails is their number of tails, right? Advertisement, roar. Well, it is indeed 9 forms of 9 people. Jiu Xingyue was taken aback for a moment and said. However, although their appearance is completely different, they have one thing in common, that is. You 3 go back, Glossi said in a deep voice. Although he was not afraid of the Vulture Man, he was afraid that the aftermath of the battle would injure the 3 women. According to what you said, isn't it the 9 forms of 9 people? Glossi asked thoughtfully, staring at the long tail behind the Vulture Man. Yes, big brother. Jiu Xingyue said with an extremely solemn expression. That meteorite is the treasure of our star ninja village. Except for Master Xingying and the Great Elder, as far as I know, only 6 people can practice within 10 meters of the meteorite. Although he still has the body and appearance of a human being, at the moment he looks like a beast in the form of a human. There were 2 terrible green lights in his eyes, cold and cruel, and the breath that came out was as terrible as a fierce beast. That's right, his breath is exactly the same as the meteorite breath we've been feeling before. Glossi also opened a pair of martial arts eyes, looked at the Vulture Man without blinking, and said with interest. Crack. At this moment, the tall figure of the Vulture Man swept down, causing the branches below to shatter in an instant. At this moment, he was like a beast, sweeping through all obstacles, and all the branches of trees were shattered in an instant. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the legend of the 9 big-tailed beasts that Jiraiya once told him. Could it be that the meteorite in Xingren village has no connection with the tail beast? It's kind of interesting, Glossi said with a grin. Xingyue, this is the power of that magical meteorite in your Xingren village, right? 8 people have cultivated 8 completely different forms. However, I have never seen him in this form. If I am not mistaken, he should have been within 10 meters of a meteorite recently. Those who practice cultivation. Chapter 26 must seek death. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi said coldly in his heart. He raised his right hand all of a sudden, and his whole person was like a flood dragon starting out, slamming into the Vulture Man descending from the sky like lightning. He is a warrior, he uses hard to fight and fights with strength. He is originally his strong point. How can he show weakness to the provocative attack of the Vulture Man? His aura was like a mountain in a sea, leaving behind shadows on the spot, and his right palm was crystal clear as jade, slapped fiercely at the toes of the Vulture Man kicked. Boom! With a terrifying loud noise, Glossi's right palm was as white as jade, and the right foot of the Vulture Man who was tightly wrapped by the mighty chakra slammed into each other. There are no tricks, it's just a hard shake of power and strength. The terrible energy fluctuations immediately rushed out in all directions like a tide. In an instant, a large area of woods around Glossi and the Vulture Man shattered, and dead branches and leaves fluttered wildly. Not far away, more thick trees were broken by the earthquake. In the sound of rumbling, a large area of woodland was directly destroyed. And this is only caused by the aftermath of the battle between Glossi and the Vulture Man. Both Glossi and the Vulture Man shook their bodies at the same time. Why? That person can be equal to the eldest brother in the confrontation of power. Jiu Tenten was taken aback and said in disbelief. She knows that Glossi is so powerful that it is almost pervert. Except for Might Guy, she can definitely sweep everyone below cage level. And that Vulture Man can actually avoid the wind in the physical fight with Glossi. How can he not shock Jiu Tenten? No, that person is far from the opponent of Big Brother, whether it is physical skills or strength. Hyuga Hinata said suddenly. Big Brother relies on pure physical power, and that person relies on the strange and powerful chakra in his body. Without that powerful chakra body, the previous collision with Big Brother would have ended the battle. She opened a pair of Byakugan, stared at Glossi and the Vulture Man without blinking, and said slowly. Advertisement, is that weird chakra really that powerful? Jiu Tenten said in shock. That kind of chakra is definitely much stronger than you think. Suddenly, Jiu Xingyue interrupted. If I see it right, this person was definitely the one farthest from the meteorite when he was practicing. The farthest from the meteorite? What is going on? Jiu Tenten asked. You two should know the fire. Jiu Xingyue did not answer directly, but asked instead. The closer we are to the fire, the more light and heat we can receive. Conversely, the farther we are from the fire, the less light and heat we receive. The meteorite in Xingnan village is exactly the same as the fire in principle. The closer you are to it during cultivation, the more powerful chakras you can receive from it, and the more powerful and amazing the results of cultivation will be. That's it. Jiu Tenten nodded seemingly. You know, even in Konoha village, which is the number 1 power in the ninja world and masters like clouds, the number of Jonin powerhouses does not exceed 20. There was a wild light in his eyes, his hair and clothes were windless, and he strode forward. He raised his aura to ultimate, and with every step he took, the surrounding earth seemed to tremble, like a giant moving, exuding terrible pressure. There was a creepy laugh from his mouth. The expression on his face is extremely terrifying. At this moment he can't tell whether he is a man or a beast. Come on, let you see what real physique is. Glossi's eyes raised sharply, like two unsheathed swords, sharp and sharp. Xingyue, you just said that the person was the one who was the farthest from the meteorite during cultivation. Didn't that mean that there are still 8 people in Xingran village who are stronger than him? Hyuga Hinata was shocked. Little devil, you do have arrogant capital. The vulture man stared at Glossi with a beastly ferocious gaze, and roared in a low voice. You are the first one to be able to strike a hard blow with me in this state without hurting me. Advertisement, hey. I originally planned to spare you a dog, but you have to die, you can't blame me. Glossi sighed and shook his head. The aura that radiated from him became stronger, the body-protecting chakra was completely materialized, and the tail behind him was constantly swaying, like a human-shaped beast. Go to hell. B******************, D kid. After you die, I will definitely take care of these 3 little beauties for you. The vulture man let out a grin, his whole person was like a crazy beast. It turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Glossi. Along with a powerful wave of energy, a huge fist of more than 1 meter, which is completely condensed from the materialized chakra, manifested out of thin air, carrying the sound of hunting, and with the momentum of Tarzan pressing the top, it fiercely faced Guluo. She smashed his head on. The hand of destroying heaven. Gulaxi whispered in a low voice. He looked indifferent, patted it casually with the palm of his hand, downplayed, and met the huge chakra fist. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This should be the power of that peculiar meteorite in your Star Ninja village, right? Glossi said with a faint smile. There are a few ways that interest me very much. Boom. You even know the existence of that meteorite, that cheap girl Hoshinoyuki really deserves to die. Not only has he betrayed the village, but also revealed the biggest secret of the village to outsiders. A hideous look flashed in the eyes of the vulture man. After I kill you, I will definitely that cheap girl first and then kill. Of course, I won't let the other 2 little girls easily let go. Gia. The powerful combat power displayed by the vulture man has definitely surpassed the ordinary Jonin and is very powerful. If Star Ninja Village has 8 people stronger than him, isn't the strength of Star Ninja Village extremely terrifying? Chapter 27 is too cruel. Boom. There was a terrifying loud noise, and terrible power gushed out from Glossi's right palm like the waves of the vast sea, and violently collided with the chakra fist punched by the vulture man. In an instant, the majestic mighty force burst out centered on 2 people and swept in all directions. The violent aura permeates all quarters. Large tracts of trees were shattered, and countless dead branches and leaves were flying wildly, as if there were 2 ancient savage beasts fighting here, terrifying and boundless. Glossi's palm is small, just the size of an ordinary person, while the chakra fist punched by a vulture man is more than 1 meter in size. Looking from a distance, Glossi seemed to be hitting the rock with pebbles, moths fighting the fire, trying to die by himself. However, at this time something unbelievable happened. The wild, beast-like vulture man, his body flew out uncontrollably. His physique was extremely strong, his body was wrapped in a chakra that was materialized, and he broke all the rows of big trees. In the collision just now, the vulture man who seemed to be in absolute advantage was blasted out by Glossi. How is this possible? While the vulture man kept flying backwards, he stared at Glossi with unbelievable eyes, aghast. You know, he now shows the powerful power he cultivated with the help of meteorites outside the sky. He once did a special test. 1 punch can smash a huge boulder. However, at this moment, he was directly beaten out by Glossi with a sword, which was beyond his cognition. Could it be that the palm that Glossi patted lightly just now contains a huge force that exceeds 1,000 catties? Big brother, he is stronger than before. Gu Tenten was shocked and surprised again. His beautiful big eyes looked at Glossi unblinkingly and said excitedly. This is pure physical power. Hyuga Hinata muttered, widening his eyes. Big brother's physical skills to what level? Actually even the fist of the physical chakra is blocked, and has the absolute upper hand? Advertisement, blocked. It was actually blocked. Gu Xingyue opened her mouth wide, excited. The power of a meteorite, this is the first time I have seen someone who can withstand it. The martial arts mentality of the 4th heaven is like a river, rushing and flowing in the body of Glossi. A faint light visible to the naked eye appeared on his body's surface at some point, as if a flame was burning. He was full of domineering aura, and his fighting power was overwhelming. There was a wild light in his eyes, and he strode forward. He didn't move fast, but every step he took would span a distance of 5 or 6 meters, disillusioning step by step, and walked towards the vulture man. Glossi could clearly feel that even though the palm he had just hit the opponent out, but because the body of the vulture man was wrapped in the physical chakra armor, it did not hurt the opponent. That piece of meteorite from outside the sky makes me look forward to it, Glossi said to himself. Roar, the vulture man was enraged, and his roar sounded like a wounded beast. After breaking 13 sturdy trees, he finally regained control of his body and let himself land on the ground. Damn it. Let go. The vulture man was furious, and the chakra inside his body poured out frantically. He was like a shining sculpture, terrifying and boundless. He roared wildly, with an unparalleled ferocity, and rushed towards Glossi again in anger. The chakra emanating from his body is getting stronger and more terrifying, and can almost sweep everything. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Amid the loud noise of rumbling, towering trees continued to break, and ancient trees continued to crumble. Obviously, Glossi had already regarded the Vulture Man as a humanoid weapon at this time. Humph. Advertisement. Both of them moved swiftly, as fast as lightning, leaving behind afterimages in the forest. A powerful storm of energy dissipated in all directions, shattering one piece of tree after another. It was like a terrible lightning strike here, and the sky was full of dead branches and fallen leaves. The meteorite outside the sky is indeed extraordinary. Even a wastewood like you can have such an achievement. It's really amazing. Glossi blocked the Vulture Man's madness with the supreme combat skill. Heaven-destroying hand. He attacked fiercely, and said in a leisurely manner. Roar. At this moment, he is more like a beast than a man. Too cruel. Gu Tenten muttered to himself as he watched the scene in the distance without blinking. What happened just now was a great shame to him. Using the power of the meteorite, he was actually suppressed by the opponent with absolute power. It was a naked slap in the face. Formidable power and terrible fluctuations surging violently between Glossi and the Vulture Man. The Vulture Man was irritated by Glossi's words. In the fierce battle, he jumped high, his right leg wrapped in chakra armor, like an invincible steel knife, slammed into Glossi. Door. Glossi let out a cold snort of disdain, waved his hands like lightning, and suddenly clasped the right leg of the Vulture Man. He didn't give the other party any chance to react and struggle at all, just like squeezing a scarecrow, moving it vigorously. Glossi would not shrink even more. He let out a roar like gold and cracked stone, but his thin body looked like cast of steel, giving a sense of invincible power. He was dancing wildly with black hair, and his right hand slashed fiercely again, and the terrible combat power was surging. Glossi had the absolute upper hand with strong combat power, but the Vulture Man relied on his body to be protected by the chakra armor, and he was extremely capable of fighting. It's intractable. However, no matter how he was furious and how to mobilize the powerful forces in his body, he still couldn't break free of Glossi's hands. Glossi shook him like a giant stick, severing towering trees one after another. Chapter 28. Breaking Chakra's Cloak. Yes, it's too cruel, Gu Xingyue said in agreement. In fact, compared to Gu Tenten and Hyuga Hinata, Gu Xingyue was astonished to the extent that it was impossible to add to it. You know, she was born in Xingren village, and she had heard countless legends about the meteorite from outside the sky since she was a child, and she had already reached the point of blind worship for it. People of the older generation say that the meteorite outside the sky in the village has a huge origin, and it is most likely owned by a fairy in the sky. It descended from the sky for some unknown reason. This is God's love for Shingen village and asylum. The outer meteorite contains infinite power, which can help the ninja greatly improve its strength in a short period of time. Moreover, ninjas who practice with the help of meteorites from the outer world will take on a form similar to a beast coat when fighting, and they will fight invincibly at close quarters. Gu Xingyue was born in Xingren village and grew up listening to myths about meteorites outside the sky. In the bottom of her heart, the power and mystery of the meteorite outside the sky has already left an indelible impression. Although she knew that Glossi was powerful and invincible in physical skills, she did not expect that Glossi could defeat the Vulture Man who relied on the power of meteorites to practice. This is subverting her outlook on life and values. Boom. Glossi grabbed the Vulture Man's legs and slammed it against a huge tall tree surrounded by 7 or 8 people. The towering tree snapped, and sawdust flew. This was an extremely wild picture, and the 3 Gu Xingyue couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, they positioned Glossi as a more dangerous, humanoid beast than a Vulture Man, too violent and violent. "Ah, you let me go," the Vulture Man yelled desperately. Powerful chakra is constantly pouring out of his body, and the chakra armor on his body is getting thicker and thicker, releasing a bright light. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break free of Glossi's hands. "Don't worry, when you die, I will put you down." Glossi's eyes were cold and wild, and while smashing the Vulture Man against the big trees, he was expressionless. Said. Everything was deliberately done by Glossi. Advertisement. As a Valkyrie in the previous life of Glossi, how exquisite the Grandmaster's combat skills are. However, he completely abandoned it. He just wanted to completely suppress this Vulture Man in his aura. From the body to the soul, Glossi will completely defeat him. Of course, when Glossi used the Vulture Man as a club to smash and smash, he was constantly stimulating the powerful combat power in his body, and wanted to smash and kill the Vulture Man. However, the chakra surging out of his body was too powerful, and the chakra coat of his body actually blocked most of Glossi's combat power. Moreover, a majestic force continued to gush out from the feet of the Vulture Man, trying to shake Glossi's hands away. "Damn little b****************, D, you can't kill me." The Vulture Man yelled frantically, his eyes gleaming faintly, staring at Glossi fiercely, murderously. "Humph." Glossi gave a cold snort of disdain, and violently with his left hand, he immediately pulled the Vulture Man toward his direction. Then, his right hand was raised high, and he drew it towards his face severely. "You." The Vulture Man's face suddenly turned pale as paper. He has a chakra coat protector on his body, so of course he will not be easily killed by Glossi. However, if he was slapped in the face by Glossi, it would definitely be more uncomfortable than killing him. Snapped. Before the Vulture Man had finished speaking, Glossi slapped him in the face with a slap. The crisp voice echoed in the woods, clearly audible. "I have more than 100 ways to kill you," Glossi said coldly. "However, before I kill you, I will definitely let you taste your dying fear." Glossi's expression was cold, and he patted it again. Boom. Because he was horrified to find that Glossi stood there motionless, it was impossible to shake it at all. Advertisement Glossi's left foot was supported, and his right foot kicked out like a thunder, kicking hard towards the Vulture Man's jaw. Glossi didn't show any sympathy or pity, and slapped it again. The martial arts mentality of the fourth heaven in his body swiftly turned, shaking out a terrible combat power, actually going to directly attack its body through the chakra code of the Vulture Man's body. What? Obviously, Glossi's kick just broke the chakra code of the Vulture Man's body, causing damage to his body. Wow. Amid the loud screams of the Vulture Man, he was kicked out by Glossi again. Moreover, this time was accompanied by the sound of click and click bone fractures. Come here, Glossi said coldly. He patted the back of his right hand, and grabbed the Vulture Man's chakra tail, and a force that was too strong to resist rushed out, pulling the Vulture Man over. Damn B*************************************** D. The Vulture Man yelled frantically. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Brush. The Vulture Man yelled. He only felt that his face seemed to be hit by a hammer, a kind of severe pain that had never been experienced spread all over his body in an instant, and his whole body trembled violently. Snapped. You die for me, the Vulture Man yelled frantically. A chakra tail that was several meters long rolled out from behind him like lightning, and immediately grasped Glossi's arm firmly. He was overjoyed in his heart, urging the power of his whole body to stir Glossi, but his face quickly became ashes. He opened his mouth and spouted a big mouthful of blood. His face looked wilted. His eyes were full of fear when he looked at Glossi. At this moment, he seemed to be aware of a terrible fact that even if he had a chakra code, Glossi could kill him. Chapter 29 Boom. Why, big brother, he actually broke the chakra code that he had cultivated with the help of meteorites. Ji Xingyu's eyes widened, staring at Glossi, his face full of incredible. The outer meteorite, chakra's code, these are the two most powerful treasures of Xingren village. It is an invincible existence. It has protected Xingren village for a long time in the past without any disadvantage. However, the chakra code, like the patron saint, has been broken by Glossi with pure combat power, which is simply appalling. What a formidable body and terrible power this must be. Brother, you are so handsome, Ji Tenden muttered to himself with light bursting into his big beautiful eyes. Big brother. Hyuga Hinata's character is naturally much more restrained than Ji Tenden. Her voice is not much louder than mosquitoes, and no one can hear her except herself. At this moment, she felt that a young girl's heart was opened by Glossi. Kacha. 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 The power of the Vulture Man flying upside down was so powerful that he suddenly broke 7 or 8 big trees. Although he had a chakra code protector on his body, he was still bumped into the flesh and stared at Venus. Especially, the piercing pain from his chin made him even more painful. He could clearly feel that his chin was broken by Glossi's unbridled kick just now. The Vulture Man's heart was terrified, and endless fear arose. You know, he has a chakra code, but that's it. Glossi's powerful and unmatched power still came through and kicked his jaw off. What terrifying combat power is this? No, it's not an opponent at all. You must flee here immediately. In just a moment, the Vulture Man made up his mind. He must escape as quickly as possible, otherwise, he will be killed. However, the idea of the Vulture Man can never be put into action. Because Glossi's speed was countless times faster than him, and before his body really landed, he rushed over like lightning. Glossi grabbed the left arm of the Vulture Man and threw it away, then he leapt up high, rotated his right leg in the air, and smashed the Vulture Man to the ground. Roar. The Vulture Man was thrown dizzy, his mouth roared, and he got up from the ground desperately. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. Advertisement, brush. Glossi never stopped, leaving an afterimage in the air. His feet violently stepped on the face of the Vulture Man, hockey boundless. Damn it. The Vulture Man shouted angrily, and he felt a fear he had never had before. He knew that if he was grounded by Glossi's feet, he would surely collapse and die. Even if he had a chakra code and body, he would never be spared. Although he was furious in his heart, he couldn't wait to use his most powerful means to smash Glossi's body into pieces. However, his fear had the absolute upper hand at this time. He did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly rolled to the front left in order to save his life. Boom. Glossi's feet stomped on the ground, and the ground trembled violently, and a series of terrible cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. It can be seen how powerful his power is. Want to escape? Glossi said sternly. From the time you hid Ji Xingyu's 3 daughters, your fate has been doomed. Apart from death, there is no other possibility. Swish. 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 At the feet of Glossi, the various changes stepped forward, and the whole person turned into a light and shadow, and appeared beside the Vulture Man in an instant. At this time, the Vulture Man was still lying on the ground without time to stand up. Glossi didn't show any sympathy or pity, as if he had become Shinigami walking in the world. He stepped out again and stepped on the right leg of the Vulture Man. Crack. Brush. The horrifying sound of bone fragmentation sounded, and the right leg of the Vulture Man was directly broken by Glossi's foot. The Vulture Man screamed loudly, panicking in his heart, knowing that his end had come. The Vulture Man yelled sternly. He never expected that Glossi's strength was so strong that the chakra code he had cultivated by relying on the meteorite from the outside world was far invincible, and he was about to be tortured. Advertisement, what? Glossi looked indifferent, and he blasted a punch, G directly on his chest. In an instant, the terrifying combat power was urged, and it blasted into the body of the Vulture Man in an instant. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the Vulture Man bleeds from his 7 orifices, his face is extremely hideous. With a plop, he fell heavily to the ground and died. Glossi stepped out again and broke the left leg of the Vulture Man. Then, with a violent sweep of his right leg, he kicked him into the air at once. The chakra armor on the Vulture Man was suddenly depressed, and he no longer had the terrible defense power he had just started. Victory. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Brother, you are the first person in history to defeat the person who has a chakra code and body. It's too strong. Gu Xingyue, not to be outdone, ran over to grab Glossi's left arm and said, "Kacha! Kacha!" The sound was endless, and at least 5 or 6 bones on the chest of the Vulture Man were broken. Moreover, what is even more frightening is that Glossi's unparalleled combat power entered the body, directly shattering the internal organs in his body. Glossi rushed forward with a stride, and captured the arms of the Vulture Man with both hands like lightning. With 2 sounds of "Ka" and "Ka," he also broke the arms of the Vulture Man. Gulaxi stood there quietly, Wuyu with no joy on his face. He once killed a quasi-cage level powerhouse like Mitokata Homura, how can he care about a Jonin like a Vulture Man? It's far from the time to relax. At this moment, Hyuga Hinata frowned. The battle scene here just now was too amazing. It attracted the attention of many Star Ninja Village ninjas. There are already no less than 10 people coming here. Brother, you're so amazing. Gu Tendon rushed over quickly, hugged Glossi's right arm, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 30 Entering the Star Ninja Village. 1. Why? Someone rushed over again. Gu Tendon frowned and said very uncomfortably. It's very troublesome now. Gu Xingyu's face suddenly became ugly. If there are people who are surrounding here who have repaired Chakra's code by virtue of meteorites, their situation will become very bad. After all, Gullos had just experienced a great battle, and his spirit was not at the peak. It would be very bad if he encountered a powerful enemy like a Vulture Man again. You 2 step back, I have no problem. Glossi has so much experience, he can see through the worries of the 2 women at a glance. He smiled and said so. Brother, let's face the enemy together. Gu Tendon said dissatisfiedly. Although the strength of the 3 of us is far less than you, but it is definitely not very weak and will not drag you back. Yes, brother, we are all very strong now. Gu Xingyue waved her right hand, and the 4 thick pythons in her sleeves were looming, exuding an invisible oppression. Brother, let's fight together, Hyuga Hinata said. Really? No need. Glossi opened a pair of martial arts eyes, and quickly determined the location of the ninja from all directions. Resolving them is just a matter of raising your hands. While speaking, Glossi began to quickly seal his hands, which was the A-level powerful earth-style technique recorded in the Book of Seals, the treasure of the town and village from Konoha village. Earth style. Crack the soil and turn your palms. With a loud shout, Glossi squatted on both knees, and slapped his left and right hands on the ground. In an instant, a powerful chakra burst out of Glossi's body, with him as the center of the circle, instantly spreading in all directions. Boom. Advertisement right in front of Glossi. An earth-yellow tornado-like thing spurted from the ground like a volcanic eruption, carrying an unparalleled powerful attack power. Ah! Ah! 2 screams spread across the country, only to hear countless people's scalp numb and their hairs horrified. The 2 Star Ninja Village ninjas in that position were hit by a khaki tornado, and the terrifying impact actually scraped off their flesh and blood every inch. In the blink of an eye, they became 2 white skeletons. Boom. 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 In all directions, powerful earth-yellow tornadoes continued to rise into the sky, and the earth was trembling violently, as if the end of the world was coming. A screaming scream, a horrible roar, one after another, came continuously from all directions. There were more than a dozen ninjas in Star Ninja Village who were attracted by the battle scene between Glossi and the Vulture Man, but under Glossi's terrible round of attacks, there were only 3 people left. This is the treasure of Konoha village, the powerful power of the A-level earth-style technique recorded in the Book of Seals, which is appalling. Ah! Ghost. A surviving ninja from Shingnan village was so scared that he was trembling constantly. He yelled in a sharp voice while desperately running toward the depths of Shingnan village. Oh my god, that man actually killed more than a dozen of his companions in one move. Isn't he a legendary cage-level powerhouse? The other man stared at the man standing motionless, like a god, like a devil. Glossi muttered to himself, his eyes dull. And the 3rd person was so scared that he dared to go back to Shingnan village, and fled into the distance like crazy. He knew that Glossi must have come to look for Shingnan village to be unlucky. He didn't want to die yet, so he had to leave Shingnan village. How powerful is Glossi's martial arts sky insight? Naturally, the actions of the 3 survivors in Star Ninja village have already been seen in full view. However, he did not make another shot. He is not a murderous demon, he does not need to be killed. Brother, you can be such a powerful ninjutsu. Gu Tenten's eyes widened, looking at the completely changed place in the distance, and said with shock. It was the first time that she saw Glossi use ninjutsu, and it was incredibly powerful, not weaker than Jonin. Advertisement. With such a powerful body technique, coupled with such terrible ninjutsu, once the eldest brother grows up in the future, isn't it invincible in the world? Ji Xingyue murmured. If she had doubts about Glossi's ability to fight against the 8 people with chakra coats, including Xingying, she is now completely relieved. Brother, you just used advanced offensive Earth-style ninjutsu? Hyuga Hinata asked. That is the Earth-style attack ninjutsu with the A-level difficulty factor recorded in the Book of Seals. Glossi smiled and said. What? Book of Seals? Hyuga Hinata was shocked as soon as the words came out. Book of Seal is the treasure of the town of Konoha Village. It is said that it records all the ninjutsu of Konoha Village of grade B and above, which is of infinite value. No one has the right to read except for the Hokage masters of Konoha Village and the people who guard the treasure pavilion. However, Glossi just said something like that. What does this show? Don't look at me like that. Glossi shrugged, grinned, and said, before I left Konoha Village, I once raided the village's treasure pavilion and stole many precious and powerful ninjutsu, including the Book of Seals. And this is what even third Hokage shot at me, the main reason. Stole the Book of Seal. The faces of the 3 ancient Tendon women were shocked and helpless. They did not expect that Glossi would be so bold, attacking the treasure pavilion and stealing the Book of Sealing. No wonder Konoha Village listed it as the S-level rebelled against ninja and offered a reward of 100 million to order the entire ninja world to capture Glossi. I see, do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you, Glossi said with a grin. However, this kind of thing can't be done until I enter the Lord Star Ninja Village. Chapter 31 Entering the Star Ninja Village. 2. Entering the Star Ninja Village? The 3 girls of Gu Tendon were surprised again. This is the second bomb that Glossi threw at them after telling them that he had attacked the treasure pavilion in Konoha Village and stole the Book of Seals. Star Ninja Village, no matter what, it is also a ninja village. It is conservatively estimated that there are at least 200 ninjas who can go into battle. In any case, it is not Glossi who can attack and fall into the Lord alone. What's more, Star Ninja Village is different from ordinary third-rate forces. Its village has a meteorite from the outside world. With this meteorite ninja can cultivate powerful things like Chakra's Code, which is even more extraordinary and powerful. Does Glossi really plan to enter the Star Ninja Village? Big brother, how do you plan to enter Xingren Village? Ji Xingyue couldn't help opening her mouth and swallowing, and asked fearfully. How do you say how to enter the Star Ninja Village? Glossi smiled and said, naturally, I went all the way. Those who were willing to surrender to me, I spared their lives and turned them into my subordinates. Those who rebelled against me, all killed, not one left. Brother, are you too aggressive like this? Gu Tendon said worriedly. After all, the opponent is a ninja village, and there are many strong ones. Even if you are a big brother, you are strong, I am afraid. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Glossi interrupted Gu Tendon and said, in the future, we will fight against Konoha Village, the #1 force in the ninja world, and we must also take revenge on Shimura Danzo. It is basically impossible without our own power. Star Ninja Village, although it has a strange meteorite that fell from the sky, it is only a third-rate power. If I can't even conquer this little Star Ninja Village, how can I talk about fighting Konoha and revenge Shimura Danzo? But, big brother, Gu Xingyue said to herself. Well, you don't want to persuade me anymore about this matter, I have decided, Glossi said lightly. The 3 of you can follow behind me and watch. No action is required. I alone can level this Star Ninja Village. Advertisement. He didn't speak loudly, but his tone revealed an unquestionable firmness, as well as an arrogance that looked at the world. That is an absolute demeanor where the world is in my hands. Brother, I believe in you. Gu Tendon muttered while looking at Glossi with infinite worship eyes. Whether it's stepping down the Star Ninja Village now or fighting against Konoha Village in the future, I have full confidence in you. Brother, I am willing to accompany you to witness the occurrence of all miracles. Gu Xingyue put away the last trace of worry in her heart and said in a deep voice. My life is saved by you. No matter what you do, I will support it without hesitation, Hyuga Hinata said in a weak but very firm voice. Thank you for your trust and support. Glossi's eyes swept across the faces of Gu Tendon, Gu Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata, and said softly. Don't worry, my Glossi will never do anything unsure. I will not lead you to ruin, but will lead you to a bright future. Tenten, the blood and blood of your parents and relatives, I will definitely avenge you. Hinata, I will definitely repay the grievances you suffered in the Hyuga clan. Xingyue, I know your biggest dream is I can have a stable and peaceful living environment, and I have the ability to give it to you. However, it was such a powerful Xiaoju who was killed by someone. How powerful was the enemy that came? What are you talking about? That fellow Xiaoju was killed. Xingying Huo suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes sharp, like a fierce beast king waking up, his whole body exuded dangerous aura. Brother, we believe in you. Gu Tendon and the 3 daughters looked at each other, and then said in unison. Yes, Master Star Shadow. Elite Chunin shivered even more when he sensed the sharp aura from Star Shadow. He buried his head deeply on the ground, and didn't even dare to look at the Star Shadow, for fear that he would become a punching bag and a scapegoat. Xiaoju's talent is not high, he only cultivated a chakra tail, and his strength is the weakest among the 9. However, even if he is the weakest, he is also extremely strong. He is definitely a rare opponent at the level of Jonin. Xiaoju is the name given to the Vulture Man by the senior officials of Xingren Village, because it is the 9th ninja who can practice within 10 meters of a meteorite outside the sky, and successfully made a breakthrough, it is named. Advertisement. Gluxi's eyes were firm, revealing a powerful aura unique to a warrior, which was frightening. Involuntarily, there was a chill in Xingying's heart. Could it be that this time will be the biggest catastrophe in the history of Star Ninja Village? Master Xingying, there is only one enemy coming, but his strength is extremely terrifying. Even if 7 or 8 people shot together, they can't resist at all, and the loss is heavy. At this moment, another ninja rushed in, said loudly. Now, this Star Ninja Village is the first goal we must overcome to rise up and conquer the entire ninja world. In any case, I will not back down. Okay, ha ha ha, Grossi laughed and said. Let's go, join me to enter the Lord Star Ninja Village. Send the ninja troops to sniper with all their strength, and try to delay his advancement speed. Xingying shot 2 cold lights in his eyes, and said coldly. In addition, immediately ordered Zhaoba, Shaoqi and other 6 people to come to see me. Also, get the Great Elder too. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he was very worried and disturbed. Yes, Master Xingying. The elite Chunin couldn't help shivering. At this time, he had a very terrible hunch that Xingran village was about to be in catastrophe. Master Xingying, something bad happened. I don't know when a powerful enemy appeared outside the village. He killed more than 10 patrol units, including Xiaoju, alone. In the office of Xingying, an elite Chunin knelt on one knee. In front of an energetic old man in his 50s, he reported loudly. Chapter 32. Entering the Star Ninja Village, 3. Swish. 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 15 or 6 ninjas jumped out in the direction of Star Ninja Village. The 3 of them formed a group in a battle sequence in the shape of pin, and they swiftly pressed towards Glossi from different directions, and the murderous aura was permeated. Each of them exudes the chakra aura that has the same root and the same origin as the outer meteorite. Although the chakra they exuded was far less powerful than the Vulture Man, when 15 or 6 people gathered together, the momentum was also very amazing. Swipe. 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 The ninjas of Star Ninja Village cooperated tacitly, and almost at the same time shot the hidden weapon in his hand at Glossi. In an instant, countless shurikens shrouded towards Glossi. Shuriken. Shadow clone technique. Facing the strongest group of ninjas who were only elite Chunin, Glossi didn't even have any interest in fighting them. He directly fetched a shuriken from his bag, and then used the ninjutsu he stolen from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to fight back. Om. 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 Almost for an instant, the sky was crowded with dense shurikens, black and black, terrifying. These incredible numbers of shurikens immediately shot down the hidden weapons played by the 15 or 6 Star Ninja Village ninjas, and then fought back in a crushing situation. What? Do not want. Help. Following a series of miserable screams, 9 people were beaten into Hornet's Nest by Glossi's shuriken rain. There were blood holes everywhere in their bodies, and blood was constantly flowing outwards, making them miserable. And for the 7 who survived, their condition is not much better. Although the defensive ninjutsu they used in a hurry saved their lives, they were not completely defensive after all. They were hit by shurikens on their arms, thighs, and lower abdomen, and they were seriously injured. Oh my god, he is so powerful, there is no way to fight him, a short and chubby middle-aged man said in horror. Advertisement, fighting him, there is no other way besides death, said another tall, thin young man, his eyes full of fear. Is he actually the legendary cage-level powerhouse? The third person said in astonishment. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Glossi ignored the shock and panic of those people. His hands were sealed again, and ball after ball of football-sized flames spewed from his mouth, overwhelmingly directed towards those who survived. The Star Ninja Village ninja fight. The difficulty factor of the Phoenix fire technique is extremely low, but it is grade C, and even Genin can easily become a master. However, Glossi's strength has already entered the realm of Jonin. At this time, the power of the display is naturally different, and it is extremely amazing. In the sky, there are blazing flames everywhere. They exude terrifying heat, just like the fire of Underworld flowing out of hell, with terrifying power. Ah, no, I don't want to die yet, the short and fat man yelled in horror. He was enveloped by 7 flames, cutting off all his life, and he had no other choice but to wait for death. Don't kill me, I surrender, the tall lanky man screamed. He was also surrounded by 7 flames, with no way to the sky and no way to the ground. He didn't care about the dignity of being a ninja, so he knelt on the ground all of a sudden, begging for mercy. Humph. Glossi let out a cold snort, with a smile on the corners of his mouth. His handprints changed, and the flames surrounding the thin and tall man about to burn them suddenly stopped unexpectedly. Thank you for not killing. Thank you for not killing. The thin and tall man felt very surprised, because in the battlefield, the opponents rarely show mercy. What he did just now was just an instinct to survive, and he didn't expect that Glossi would really spare his life. While he was surprised, he also felt very grateful. After all, there is nothing more precious than your own life in this world. Spare. I am willing to surrender too. Spare. For a while, all the surviving genin from Xingran knelt on the ground and begged Glossi for mercy. They didn't want to die either, and seeing the tall and thin man kneeling down and begging for survival, all of a sudden the hope of survival was ignited. Advertisement. I took note of all 7 of you. I'll give you a chance, Glossi said with a cold smile. His martial arts heavenly eyes swept away at the 7 people who were kneeling on the ground, and immediately blasted the powerful mental power into their bodies. Plop. 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 The 7 people fell to the ground one after another and fell into a coma. Brother, since they have surrendered, why do they still want to shoot at them? Not far from behind, Gu Tendon asked inexplicably. How do I have time to pay attention to these spineless bastards? Glossi cast his gaze into the depths of Xingran village and said softly. The 3 of you should stay away from me. The real battle is about to begin. Boom. Boom. As if responding to Glossi's words, as soon as Glossi's voice fell, there were 2 loud noises in the direction of Xingnan village. Immediately afterwards, 2 violent and lightning-like figures rushed in the direction of Glossi. Their speed is so fast that wherever they pass, 2 thick clouds of smoke rise. They look very weird, they are all wearing chakra jackets, and a few chakra tails floating behind them. Fast speed. Hyuga Hinata said in surprise. Those 2 people are all wrapped in chakra coats, and they are stronger than the one defeated by the older brother. You stay away from here for the time being. Once the battle breaks out, even I can't be distracted and take care of you. A fanatical light flashed in Glossi's eyes and said loudly. Brush. At the same time, his feet slammed into force, like a cannonball, and quickly ejected out, facing the 2 monsters wearing chakra coats that came quickly. Chapter 33 Entering the Star Ninja Village. 4. Glossi is very powerful now, and can definitely sweep anyone below cage level. In these days of fleeing, he had already comprehended all the powerful ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals, and his strength has improved to a higher level. However, despite this, facing a powerful enemy, he will still choose his favorite way to solve it. He is a warrior, so naturally he will fight in the way of a warrior. Woo! Glossi's speed is more terrifying than the 2 monsters wearing chakra jackets that rushed out from the depths of Star Ninja Village, like a violent wind rolling across the ground, endless dust rising into the sky, looking from a distance, like a yellow dragon soars into the sky with a terrifying momentum. Damn monsters, you, Uncle Glossi, I'm here, ha ha ha. Glossi laughed, raised his right fist, and slammed at the guy with 3 chakra tails in front of him. Boom! The monstrous combat power spread out, and the terrifying power surged. At this moment, Glossi turned out to be fighting with all his strength. Roar! The guy with the 3 chakra tails roared, and the terrible sound seemed to pierce the eardrums of people. The tyrannical chakra burst out from his body, and instantly condensed into a huge fist of more than 2 meters, and smashed it fiercely towards Glossi. Boom! With a loud noise, the endless energy storm was raging, and in an instant, all the things that were more than 20 meters around Glossi and the 3-tailed guy were shattered and turned into mustard powder. A huge pit with a depth of 5 meters and a width of more than 10 meters appeared out of thin air, which is shocking. Haha, it's not bad, it's worth looking forward to. Grossi laughed loudly, not feeling upset at all because he was blocked by his full punch. While he laughed, he raised his right fist again and blasted at the 3-tailed monster. Advertisement. Roar. At this time, the monster with 3 tails wailed, and his originally brutal, bloodthirsty and crazy eyes shone with fear. Because, in the collision just now, his indestructible chakra fist, which was cultivated with the help of a meteorite from the outside world, was actually blocked. Moreover, there was an unbelievably powerful force transmitted through the chakra giant fist, which only shook his arm and fist severely, and half of his body was numb. He felt terrified, because even the strongest star in their village, Master Xingying, would never be able to do this. However, while he felt panic, he also inspired a fierceness in his heart. He grabbed the place firmly with his 3 chakra tails, then gathered Chakra's fists again and greeted him viciously. Boom! 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 Glossi's heaven-slaying hand and Chakra's fist continued to collide, and the terrifying voice resounded like a muffled thunder. Haha, not bad. Grossi laughed loudly. However, you are just not bad. He slammed a punch, like a Thor's hammer from above the 9 heavens, unstoppable. Roar! The monster with 3 tails uttered a thunderous roar. He did not expect that, wearing a chakra coat, he would be suppressed by a teenage boy with pure physical force. He desperately urged the chakra in his body and played Chakra's fist ultimate, and he wanted to fight Glossi. In an instant, it was like a scream of thunder on the ground, and a wave of energy that was more terrifying than the waves of the sea spread out in all directions. This is a devastating wave of power, where everything is shattered. What? The 3-tailed monster let out a scream, and it was blasted out by Glossi's punch. Even though he possesses the chakra armor body, even though he securely locks the ground with 3 chakra tails, it is still useless. The powerful and unmatched combat power penetrated his chakra coat directly into his body, shattering his internal organs. After dozens of rounds of fierce fighting, Glossi killed the 3-tailed guy. Advertisement. Woo! After killing the guy with 3 tails, Glossi didn't stop, and rushed towards the guy with 2 tails in the distance. The guy with 2 tails was shocked by the scene just now. Where would he dare to fight Glossi? He let out a weird cry, and immediately turned and fled behind. However, how amazing is the speed of Glossi's various actions. Taking a few steps, he immediately surpassed the 2-tailed guy and blocked it. The guy with 2 tails had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. However, his strength is not even as strong as the person killed by Glossi. How can he withstand the ferocious Glossi? After more than a dozen rounds, Glossi showed off his powerful methods, forcibly tore the chakra coat on the guy with 2 tails, and blasted it into residue with a few consecutive punches. Hi! 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 In the distance, after witnessing the fierce Glossi fighting, Xingying and the others couldn't help taking a breath of cold air, their faces full of horror and horror. With their eyesight, I can't tell how Glossi killed the two with pure physical power. Master Xingying, what should we do? The elder said with a solemn expression, staring at the fierce Glossi unblinkingly, and muttered. Apart from working together to besiege him, do we have other options? Xingying took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. You have also seen just now that the little monster may be merciful to ordinary ninjas, but for those of us who have cultivated chakra coats, it is ruthless and all killed. In other words, there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation between us and him? The elder shook his head helplessly. Yes, there is no possibility of reconciliation, Xingying said with a terrifying murderous intent on his face. Don't worry, the six of us will join forces and we will definitely be able to kill this little monster. Chapter 34. Entering the Star Ninja Village, 5. Since you guys are already here, why bother to hide your head and show your tail and dare not stand up? After Glossi bombarded and killed 3 tails and 2 tails 2 monsters, the aura exuding from his body became more powerful and terrifying. He pointed his finger in the direction where Xingying and the other 6 people were, and said with a disdainful face. His pair of martial arts heavenly eyes burst out with dazzling light, just like the legendary mythical eyes, filled with frighteningly inexplicable power. At this moment, the martial intent in his heart is surging, and he is so proud that he wants to challenge Xingrenkun with the power of a single person to cultivate the 6 strong men in Chakra's code with the power of meteorites, as his first battle to rise in this world. Little ghost, you are indeed very powerful. Xingying took a step out of the hiding place with a pair of eyes flashing cold, and shouted sharply. However, you are too arrogant. You want to destroy my entire Star Ninja Village with the power of one person. He knew that the whereabouts of himself and others had been discovered by Glossi, and instead of waiting for the other party to pick them out, he might as well take the initiative to stand up. In this case, even if they were finally defeated, they would not look ugly. Boy, in the hundreds of years of history in our Star Ninja Village, you are neither the first person to try to destroy my Star Ninja Village, and you will definitely not be the last person to try to destroy my village. But none of them. All the exceptions failed, and the death was miserable. An old man who was about the same age as Xingying stood up and said to Glossi calmly. Today, you will not only be defeated, but you will also die tragically in our hands. Little b********************* d. I have to say that you are very strong. You are still the first person in history to let us work together for so many years. Even if you die, you are worthy of pride. A younger middle-aged man coldly said. I want to destroy my Star Ninja Village alone. Do you think you are Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja? Or Uchiha Madara, Konohashira? The fourth person said coldly. Since he wants to die, we can fulfill him. The strength of our Star Ninja Village is now very strong, enough to compete with any force outside the 5 great nations. This battle is regarded as the rise of our Star Ninja Village over the entire ninja. The beginning of the world. These 6 people all know that Glossi is extremely powerful, otherwise, it is impossible to kill the guy with the 3 tails and the 2-tailed chakra code in dozens of moves. However, they still talk like this. In addition to cheering for themselves, they wanted Glossi to cause psychological pressure. Have you explained all of your last words? Guluxi's eyes were as deep as an ancient well, calmly asked, faintly. Advertisement. You. Hearing Glossi's words, Xingying's expressions were all stagnant, they were so humiliated to Glossi, and the other side was like Shisui, and they were not moved by their words at all, which made their hearts chill. Not only did they fail to disturb the other's mood, but instead made them feel a little uneasy. Well, I know you won't fight alone. Glossi smiled and said, 6 of you go on together. I will send you on the road one by one. At this moment, the martial arts mentality of the 4th heaven in his body is fully operating, unabashedly, releasing his powerful fighting spirit. Suddenly, a terrifying breath came out like a vast ocean, sweeping across the land hundreds of meters away. His hair and clothes are windless, and his eyes are as sharp as cold electricity. Although it was just standing there alone, there was an atmosphere of anger swallowing thousands of miles. Heroic and prosperous, invincible in the world. Kill. Xingying and the others realized that it was not good, and they all uttered sky-shaking roars. All of them crazily burst out of powerful physical chakras, which are condensed into a shining chakra code, which firmly protects them all. At the same time, their bodies have undergone weird changes, like people but not people, like demons and not demons. The 6 of them have different forms. Among them are monsters that resemble apes, things that look like huge slugs, and terrible insects with double wings on their backs and long tails. All of a sudden, it seemed as if it had returned to the prehistoric era. Huge monsters appeared, and the atmosphere of terror was permeated everywhere, one after another, with great power. Oh my god, this Star Ninja Village is a little-known little village. It's a very powerful monster concentration camp, Gu Tenten exclaimed. Monster concentration camp. Is it? Gu Xingyue felt uncomfortable. After all, she grew up in Xingren village. When she heard Gu Tenten say that her hometown is a monster concentration camp, she was naturally upset. However, she didn't say anything, she accepted with a sad expression. Advertisement. Don't both of you stand there in a daze, we must leave here immediately. Hyuga Hinata lowered his voice and reminded the duo. The battle between them will be extremely terrible later. If we are affected by the aftermath of the battle, it will be very dangerous. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the 3 girls of Gu Tenten moved out and quickly retreated to the rear. They don't want to cause Glossi to be distracted because of themselves, otherwise, they will never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. This is the biggest trump card and power of your Star Ninja village, right? Glossi's expression remained unchanged, and he coldly swept his eyes from the six-headed monsters, and said lightly, I really didn't expect that the little Star Ninja village hides such a terrible power. Little b asterisk 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 d, even if you want to regret it, it's too late. Xingying shouted ferociously. I will use the most terrifying and cruel means to kill you. It's up to you. Is it worth it? Glossi shouted coldly. Do it. Xingying shouted. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, terrible energy soared into the sky, and 6 huge chakra fists appeared out of thin air, flying all over the sky with the power to destroy everything, and smashed towards Glossi. Almost at this instant, cracks several meters deep appeared on the ground under the feet of the 6, spreading towards Glossi at an incredible speed. Between them and Glossi, they were raised to the ground for the first time, and there was no grass. Chapter 35 Entering the Star Ninja Village. 6. For a time, a terrible storm of energy swept across the world, and everything within a radius of 50 meters was razed to the ground. The earth was trembling violently, and large cracks spread in all directions, and there was no grass growing in this area. With such a huge power, it can be seen that the stars and shadows have already been murderous against Glossi, and they can't wait to kill him with a single move, to avoid such a big worry. They fully urged the terrifying power they got from the meteorite outside the sky, terrifying. If another person is changed, anyone below cage level will undoubtedly die at this moment. Because that kind of power is not only powerful and terrifying, but the 6 people joined forces to block all retreats, which is a mortal situation. However, Glossi is an anomaly. He first opened the door opening, closing doors, and opening doors in the 8 inner gates, for the first time, and instantly more than doubled his own strength, and then used the shifting position, peerless body method to avoid. His speed is too fast. In a short moment, it seems that time has frozen for it. His figure flashed out, and he came to 50 meters away in an instant. He stood quietly on a small mound, watching all this indifferently. Xingying and the 6 people are very powerful. The chakra code and chakra's fist trained with the help of the outer meteorite are so powerful that they can kill anyone below cage level in a joint attack. In fact, even if the real cage level powerhouse comes, it is difficult to take this blow from them. He didn't even die. Moreover, he crossed a distance of more than 50 meters in an instant. What an astounding speed is this! Xingying and the others turned their heads and saw the cold-eyed Glossi, and they were immediately in their hearts. A cold gave birth to a panic of fear. The horrifying speed is exactly the same as the legendary shimmering technique. How can they be feared? You must know that anyone who has the Grandmaster shimmering technique in the ninja realm must be a transcendent and holy heavenly powerhouse. For example, the famous half-god Hanzo of the Salamander, Konoha's White Fangfong. In Konoha Shinobi Village, Hitaki Sakumo, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Now, they actually saw a shocking speed comparable to the shattering technique in a teenager. How can they not be frightened? You were very good. It's not wasting my expectations of you. Glossi said lightly. Such an opponent can let me let go of a battle without scruples. Go together, kill him, Xingying shouted. Advertisement. Boom. However, Glossi was several times faster than them. The latter came first and turned into a pitch-black lightning. With a monstrous aura of terror, he rushed towards the direction where the 6-headed monster was. His moves are simple and direct, a huge fist, the wind is fierce, the ground is turbulent, and the terrible combat power is like a surging river, blasting toward the monster with 4 tails that look like 8 behind it. Good job. The 4 tails monster let out a ferocious roar, and a huge chakra fist emerged, which was more than 3 meters in size, and slammed it at Glossi fiercely. Boom. With a loud bang, the 4-tailed ape monster was blasted out by Glossi's punch. How is this possible? Is he still a human? He actually flew the 4th child with a punch. The ninja in Shingnan village was panicking, and his soul was trembling. How could his physical body be so powerful? Xingying said incredulously in shock. Is he a human or a monster turned into a human body? At this time, he had already transformed into a fox several meters long with 9 chakra tails, no different from the legendary monster. However, he was still shocked and regarded Glossi as a monster. Boom. The sky trembled, and a huge chakra palm that was several meters long fell from the sky, like the hand of annihilation, slapped down against Glossi fiercely. It turned out that the 6-tails monster next to the 4-tails monster found the fighter and brazenly shot Glossi. 8 inner gates. 4th gate, wound the door, open. 5th gate, the door, open. Glossi shouted in his heart. Suddenly, a powerful and tyrannical aura burst from him, terrifying. Advertisement Glossi's combat power was shocking, and he directly blasted Chakra's palm from the sky with a punch. His combat power was so powerful that he pierced the chakra palm at once, and then rushed to the 6-tails monster like a blast of lightning. Puff. Glossi blasted the chakra code of the 6-tails monster with the hand of destruction, piercing its chest. In an instant, blood was permeated, and a powerful and unmatched combat force gushed out, instantly shattering the man's flesh and blood. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Glossi turned around again and rushed towards the 7-tails monster closest to him. The moment he threw his fist, there was a tsunami-like sound of a landslide. He is like a god of war falling from the sky, with 3 consecutive punches, not only blasting the chakra code of the Seven Tails monster bodyguard, but also blasting its body into a blood mist. Glossi, who opened the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates. 5th gate, was terrifyingly close to evil. The 6 people in Star Ninja Village cultivated the chakra outerwear by relying on meteorites from the outer world. They are very powerful. In theory, they can fight against any cage-level powerhouse. However, they didn't even have the power to fight back under Glossi's fist, and they were blown away by one person in a flash, killing 2 people. Who is he? On Earth? Xingying was shattered and panicked. This young man was too terrifying, and he was simply beyond the ability of human power to contend. I'm afraid, even the legendary cage-level powerhouse is just like that, right? Master Xingying, this person is too powerful, we can't fight it at all. A person hissed. Seeing that 2 people who were almost the same as his own were killed by Glossi, his heart was extremely frightened. Shut up. Our Star Ninja Village only has the courage to die, but not. The 5-tailed monster yelled angrily. However, his cry stopped abruptly soon. Glossi came to him like lightning, slapped him on the head, and slapped it into mud. Chapter 36 Trophy Star Ninja Village. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing these scenes, Xingying and the others took a breath, and couldn't help shaking and panicking. They are all the top powerhouses in Star Ninja Village. They have been battle-tested, and everyone has blood on their hands. They are definitely not newbies who have never seen blood before. However, despite this, they were still frightened by Glossi's fierce, straightforward killing tactics. Where is the childish boy? Obviously he is a murderous demon king. Brush. Glossi didn't stay for a moment, cut an afterimage in the air, and rushed towards the other person quickly. Help me. The man was so scared that he was scared, his hair standing straight. He didn't even have the courage to fight Glossi head-on, and he ran straight to the distance. But how could his speed be comparable to Glossi? Almost in the blink of an eye, Glossi rushed behind him, raised his right hand high, and patted it vigorously. Boom. The terrifying combat power spread all over the spot. The man was locked in by Glossi's fierce aura, and his face was pale and he couldn't help shaking. He had never been so scared in his life. Puff. Blood spattered, the man's chakra code was slapped by Glossi's palm, and bloodshot bones flew around, terrifying. At this moment, Glossi was powerful, cold-blooded, and merciless. With just one palm, he killed a Jonin who had cultivated chakra's code with the help of a meteorite from the outside world. It was powerful and trembling. What? Such a terrifying scene immediately stunned several other people, including Xingying, who all screamed in horror and fled in 4 different directions. By now they have thoroughly understood that this is an invincible demon, and there is only a dead end for him to be an enemy. Where to go? Glossi said sternly. Advertisement. He has now opened the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates. His strength has more than doubled, and then he has performed his past life's trivial skill. Divine change. The speed is unimaginable. Even if it is not as good as the blinking technique, it is not much worse. Spare me. We will immediately get out of Star Ninja Village and give you everything here. The Great Elder was overtaken by Glossi. He turned pale and begged for mercy, and almost knelt there. It's not easy for me to let you go, Glossi said coldly. His purpose is to enter the Star Ninja Village and completely control everything in the Star Ninja Village. If people like the Great Elder stay alive, he will surely cause unimaginable damage to his plan in the future. Now that you have chosen to do it, you must kill it completely. Puff. Glossi held the sword like a rainbow, and his power was boundless. The first blow cut off the 8 chakra tails that the Elder violently attacked. In the second palm, he slashed diagonally on the neck of the Elder, and in an instant, blood spurted everywhere. The Elder's head flew out obliquely, and his face was full of horror. His headless corpse fell straight in a pool of blood, extremely infiltrating. Who is he, so powerful? The surviving 3 people were so shocked that their scalp numb. The more feared in their hearts, the more amazing the speed of escape. The chakra coats that they relied on from the outer meteorites to cultivate, turned out to be props for them to escape at this time. It's so naive, can you escape? Glossi said softly with cold light in his eyes. His hands were raised quickly to seal the seal, and he launched the powerful ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, to kill the 3 of them. Earth style. A big river of earth flow. Glossi shouted loudly. Rumble. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and the originally extremely hard ground suddenly turned into a turbulent mudslide. The Star Shadow trio had already escaped more than 100 meters away, thinking they were safe, but they never thought that the ground under their feet would suddenly change, wrapping their bodies and rushing to the direction where Glossi was. Ah! Don't! Xingying yelled in horror. No, I don't want to die yet. The other person was also shouting. Please, don't kill me. I am willing to be your most loyal slave. The third person abandoned even his most basic dignity in the face of life and death choices. At this point, the battle is completely over. Advertisement. Big brother, always the strongest. Gu Tenten looked at Glossi with admiring eyes and said. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What, thank you. Glossi smiled and said. Let's go see our Trophy Star Ninja Village. Brother, congratulations, you successfully conquered Xingran Village, Hyuga Hinata said to Glossi. Oh my god. Big brother is so powerful, one person killed 9 strong men in our village who had cultivated chakra coats. Gu Xingyue said in disbelief. Master, you really are the best, Although Jiyu Tenden had already changed his words, once he was excited, he would still call Glossi his master involuntarily. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. With a scream, the three of Xingying who had already been scared had no power to fight back. They were killed by the attacking ninjutsu performed by Glossi. Guluxi's heart is as strong as iron, and his hands quickly form seals. In an instant, he changed 3 types of chakra with different attributes, and continuously displayed 3 B-level offensive ninjutsu. In an instant, a fire dragon, an earth dragon, and a water dragon soared into the sky, and rushed toward the stars and shadows fiercely. Earth style. Earth dragon bullet. In a sense, we should have conquered Shingnan village. Hyuga Hinata said softly. Fire style. Fire dragon ball, come here, 3 of you. A smile suddenly appeared on Glossi's face, and she shouted at the 3 women of Jiyu Tenden in the distance. Brother, you actually did it, it's really great. Jiyu Xingyue was the first to rush over, hugged Guluxi's left arm, and said excitedly. Chapter 37 The Founding of Wu Zong, Trophy Star Ninja Village. When these 6 words were uttered from Glossi's mouth, a kind of indescribable haki radiated from Glossi, only seeing the 3 daughters of the ancient Tenden look obsessed and admired. What a terrible and amazing record is that a person has captured a ninja village and treated this ninja village as a trophy. I'm afraid I can't find a few people after searching the entire history of the ninja world. Big brother, as far as I know, in addition to the 9 strong men who have cultivated chakra coats, such as Xingying, there are 2 special Jonin and 3 elite Chunin in the village. Jiyu Xingyue said suddenly. In the previous battle, I did not find the whereabouts of the 5 of them. Well, I see. Glossi nodded and said, it's just 2 special Jonin and 3 elite Chunin, if they don't resist. If they resist, just kill them. Glossi's words fell in the ears of the Jiyu Tenden trio, and their faces immediately showed shock. Jonin, that is the big figure in the ninja world second only to the cage-level powerhouse. He is respected and powerful no matter where he goes. But when he arrived at Glossi's mouth, he seemed to be talking about a bunch of rubbish, and he didn't care. However, recalling the terrible scene when Glossi and Xingying and the other 6 were fighting just now, they were relieved again. With Glossi's current strength, he has enough qualifications to say such a thing. Let's go. Glossi smiled and said, many people in Xingran village have come out to greet me. Still going to fight? Jiyu Tenden frowned and said, this time, I must shoot. I feel like my body is rusty. If I don't shoot, it will be destroyed. Tenten, I'm afraid you don't have any chance to shoot, Hyuga Hinata said. Why? Jiyu Xingyue asked in a puzzled way. Because those people in Xingran village didn't come out to fight. Hyuga Hinata said softly. They came out to meet their new leader. What? Jiyu Tenten and Jiyu Xingyu's colleagues were surprised, their faces full of disbelief. Advertisement, no matter where you are, the winner is king, and the strong is respected. This is an eternal biological law. Glossi said lightly. I am strong. I defeated the 9 strongest people including Xingying, so I can enter the Star Ninja Village and become their new leader. And they think that following me will have a better future, nothing more, there is nothing incredible. He explained to the 3 ancient Tenden women. Everything is to survive, isn't it? Hyuga Hinata whispered to himself. Yes, everything is to survive, Glossi said. In order to survive, we can betray the Konoha village that we grew up with. In order to survive, they can also betray their leader. This is not a choice made by us, but a choice made by the evolution of life itself. Do you all understand? He asked. Jiyu Tenden and Jiyu Xingyue looked at a loss, they seemed to understand. But Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly. Obviously, after experiencing the tragedy of family relations, she has a much deeper understanding of life than the 2 girls. I will teach you this kind of stuff slowly in the future. Glossi smiled and said, let's go to receive the Star Ninja Village first, and then go to see the legendary meteorite outside the sky. At the moment, the 3 women of Jiyu Tenden stopped talking, and quietly followed behind Glossi, just like Glossi's most loyal subordinates. From a distance, they saw the black man who knelt down at the entrance of Xingran village. There are men and women, old and young. From now on, Xingran village will officially be renamed Wu Zong. One of them stood up and said loudly to the black crowd kneeling behind. And this lord is the supreme leader of our Wuzong the Lord. Do you think I would be scared of the name of this so-called Star Shadow Lord? Glossi said disdainfully. From today, Xingran village will be renamed Wu Zong. Guluxi said lightly. And I am the sect master of Wu Zong. Yes, the subordinates have seen Lord Sect Master. The 2 middle-aged men looked slightly better now. Since Glossi spoke like this, it proved that the other party did not intend to kill. Otherwise, how will he reassure everyone? The battle between Glossi and Xingying and the others just now was all in their eyes, and they were extremely afraid of Glossi's incomparable combat power and fierce and ruthless methods. They knew that if Glossi wanted to purge the old forces in the village, they would definitely bear the brunt. Advertisement, subordinates, see Master Xingying. At this moment, the 2 middle-aged men who were kneeling in the front stood up and walked over, saluting Glossi deeply, and said. Their eyes were full of fear and anxiety. I have seen Lord Sect Master, a group of people shouted in unison. Physical exercises may soon replace ninjutsu and become the main criterion for judging whether a person is strong or not. Brother, are you really going to establish Wuzong? Jiyu Tenden asked excitedly in a trembling voice. She has been in contact with Glossi the most time, and naturally knows what level of strength the Glossi body art has reached. If Gullos was willing to pass down his physical skills, then the entire ninja world would soon set off a huge wave. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Your master Xingying is dead and killed by me, Glossi said lightly. The two middle-aged men were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. Their bodies were trembling constantly, and it was obvious that they had already reached the extreme of fear. They are full of confusion and fear about their future. From now on, you are our master Xingying. The two middle-aged men turned pale suddenly and said in fear. Well, I see. Glossi nodded. They looked at Glossi's eyes full of horror and fear. Obviously, they don't know how sacred this young man who came from outside and defeated them is, let alone how this young man's temperament is and whether you will carry out a bloody cleansing of some of them. Brother, the two special Jonin I just mentioned and the three elite Chunin are all inside, kneeling in front of those people. Jiyu Xingyue lowered her voice and said to Glossi. Chapter 38 The Masked Man Reappears. Create Wuzong? Whether it was the three daughters of Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata, or the group of black and crushing ninjas who were kneeling on the ground, their faces all showed shock and excitement. In history, there was once a powerful man named Sage of Six Paths. He founded the ninja sect. He is the source and ancestor of all ninjas in this world. He has been famous for thousands of years. Now, Glossi wants to emulate Sage of Six Paths and create his own Wuzong. What kind of grandeur is this? Perhaps, one day, Glossi's name will completely overwhelm Sage of Six Paths and become a new myth and legend in this world, chanted forever. Yes, I want to create ninja sect. Glossi said lightly. I want to spread my law and my technique to every corner of this world. However, my martial arts technique can't be practiced by any cat or dog. Brother, what do you mean? Jiyu Xingyue asked in a low voice. My Wuzong will be divided into two systems, the inner door and the outer door. Glossi said in a deep voice. Only those who get my approval and enter the inner gate are qualified to practice my martial arts technique. Other people can only practice the low-level ninjutsu in this world. It turned out to be so. Hyuga Hinata suddenly realized. The conversation between Glossi and the three girls was heard by the ninjas of the Star Ninja Village who were kneeling on the ground. Each of them was shocked and doubted the origins of Glossi, who was so arrogant. Especially, when they heard the 5 words, lower ninjutsu, there were waves of stormy waves. Ninjutsu is definitely the most precious thing in this ninja world, and it can be called a priceless treasure. However, when it came to Glossi, it became a lower existence. How could they not be shocked? Where is this young man sacred? What are the names of you two? Glossi glanced at the only two Jonin in Shingnan village who was kneeling in front of him and asked. The subordinate's name is Shanjing. The subordinate is called Shixia. The two Jonin from Shingnan village knelt on the ground and said without daring to lift their heads, this young man was too strong. The defeat and the killing of the 9 powerful men, including Master Fengying, made them very in awe. Advertisement, Shanjing and Shixia. Very good. Glossi nodded and said faintly, under the mine, you take these people to retreat first, and I will naturally find you if I have something to do. Shanjing, you take me to see the meteorite from the legend of your Star Ninja village. His voice was flat, but with an overwhelming majesty. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Shanjing, under the well, replied loudly. My lord, please come with me. Shanjing stood up and said respectfully, bowing his head towards Glossi. Well, you can lead the way. Glossi nodded. At the moment, Shanjing walked in front, and the 3 daughters of Glossi and Jiyu Tenten followed behind, walking towards the depths of Xingran village. When the few of them left, the well got up from the ground tremblingly. Well, you all get up. The well said to the group of people who were kneeling on the ground. Our luck is pretty good, the Lord is not a bloodthirsty and murderous mad demon. Master Sovereign. Haha, what you still call is really intimate, underground. At this moment, a voice full of disdain came from the crowd. Shanhe, do you want to die? The face of the well sank suddenly, and he shouted sharply. You trash who is greedy for life and fear of death. Shanhe said coldly. Think of how much Master Xingying treated you, and his kindness is more important than the mountain. Now that the Master Xingying has just died for a while, you have already knelt down at the feet of the enemy and begging for mercy. It's shameless. If you weren't greedy for life and fear of death, why did you kneel here just now? Jingxia said sternly. The expression on Shanhe's face was suddenly stiff, and she couldn't speak. Get out. Said coldly down the well. Nian is a companion in the past, so I won't kill you. The next time I see you, it depends on your luck and good luck for life or death. Who is that? The mine saw all this in his eyes, and couldn't help being cold all over his body, causing Ling Ling to shiver. However, at this time something unbelievable happened. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Isn't this masked man an illusion? How can you shoot him? Brush. With a soft sound, a big gurgling of blood flowed out of Shanhe's body, which immediately dyed Shanhe's clothes red. He stared at the masked man, his eyes widened, his face was shocked and incredible. Humph. Shanhe snorted coldly, but didn't dare to stay anymore, and turned around and ran away towards the distance. Shanhe was taken aback at first, and then said disdainfully, It's just a small illusion, and I want to stop me? Instead of slowing down, he tried his best to rush towards the masked man in front. Suddenly, something happened to everyone in horror. The moment the masked man rushed past Shanhei, his right hand took out a kunai from his suitcase and struck it forcefully towards Shanhei's throat. "Idiot," said the masked man, grinning at the mountains and rivers. "This is not illusion, but space ninjutsu." However, at this moment, there was a ripple in the air, and a tall and thin man with a Uzumaki mask appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking the path of the mountains and rivers. Puff. Brush. The two sharp kuwu-woos that Shanhei threw out passed through the body of the masked man without any barriers. Ding. And ding. Twice, and kuwu fell on the ground. Shanhei passed through the masked man at once. It seems that the masked man does not exist at all, just a pure illusion. Get away. When I'm the dead. Shanhei was panicked at this moment, and saw a ghostly figure appeared in front of him. He immediately burst out and took out two sharp kunai from his suitcase and threw it out fiercely. Could it be a phantom? Mine murmured. Chapter 39 Invitation of the Masked Man. You can go with peace of mind. The masked man smiled and stretched out his fingers to push on Shanhei's horrified face. Shanhei immediately fell to the ground with a plop, blood sputtering everywhere, bloody. Brush. The masked man didn't even look at Shanhei's corpse. The whole person was like a ghost, walking lightly down the well. You. Who are you? The face of the well turned white after being brushed, and he only felt that his whole body was standing upright, completely cold and horrified. The means revealed by the masked man just now are completely beyond his scope of cognition, and are almost ghosts and gods. I really didn't expect that such a small and inconspicuous village like Zinrenkun hides such a huge secret, the masked man said in an emotional voice. You are Uchiha. Suddenly, the look of the well changed drastically, because he suddenly saw the only eye exposed under the mask of the masked man Uzumaki. It was actually a scarlet eye with a three-hooked jade. In the entire ninja world, there are eyes with the characteristics of Guyu and Scarlet, only the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world, in the legend. It's really rare. After so many years, there are still people who remember our clan. The masked man laughed and said with emotion, Sharingan, illusion. He let out a low drink. In an instant, a powerful and strange spiritual force gushed from the scarlet eyes of the masked man, and suddenly enveloped Jonin named Jingxia. A trace of panic appeared on the face of the well, and then he struggled desperately, but soon his eyes became dull. His eyes were dull, like a puppet who had lost his soul. Star Ninja Village, meteorite falling from the sky, chakra coat. The masked man said to himself, this thing looks pretty good. Well, before catching the nine-tailed beast, let's use this stone for the time being. Pieces of space shattered, and the body of the masked man quickly merged into the void, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Brother, I seem to see a huge chakra ball of light. Hyuga Hinata said with tears in his eyes as he stared at his Byakugan. The chakra contained in the outer meteorite is so powerful, it's incredible. Hinata, you put your Byakugan away, Glossi said solemnly. Looking at that kind of thing for a long time will ruin your eyes. At this moment, through the eyes of the martial arts, Glossi suddenly saw a huge meteorite standing there more than 200 meters away. The stone looks no different from an ordinary stone from the outside, but it blooms with endless light, and the divine light is dazzling. Glossi could even feel that his pair of martial arts heavenly eyes were extremely hot, and there was a tendency to go blind. But the most peculiar thing is that after Guru Shi closed the martial arts sky and then went to look at the stone, the soaring divine light disappeared and turned into an ordinary stone again. The real secret of this stone, I am afraid that only those who possess pupil skills can see through it, Glossi said to himself. So strong, so terrible, Gu Tenden murmured. Although she has no pupil technique, cannot see chakra in every corner of her surroundings, nor can she see the true form of the radiant meteorite from the sky, but she can still feel the suppression of the surrounding air, and the terrifying power makes her feel the hair is terrifying. Tenten, Xingyue, Hinata, the three of you are waiting for me here, Glossi said to the three of Gu Tenten. He knew that the strength of the three of Gu Tenten was very weak, and if they forcibly approached the meteorite outside the sky, they would definitely suffer serious damage. Yes, big brother. Gu Tenten and the three are very self-aware and have no objection. Woo! As soon as Glossi pointed with his left hand and backhand, he immediately closed the three large holes on Shanjing's chest and lost his ability to move. I won't kill you for the time being, Glossi said lightly, seeing the panic on Shanjing's face. After that, he took firm steps and walked step by step in the direction of the meteorite outside the sky. As he slowly approached, the pressure from the meteorite outside the sky became more and more terrifying. In a daze, Glossi seemed to see a terrifying beast with 10 tails flashing away, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Advertisement. A terrible beast with 10 tails. Glossi said to himself. Jiraiya once said that the 9 big-tailed beasts in the ninja world are very likely to be split from a terrible monster that is unimaginable. Is it really impossible? He recalled the scene of fighting with Xingying and others not long ago, and the 9 different fighting forms and different numbers of chakra tails sounded, and he couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Little guy, did you think of something? Suddenly, a low and powerful man's voice came from behind Glossi. Who? Glossi shouted sharply. At the same time, he raised his feet under his feet to take a funny step, and immediately rushed forward for more than 10 meters. He didn't turn his head and look behind until he thought he had come to a safer place. Little guy, you are very good, I admire you. The masked man smiled at Glossi and said, "It's you?" Glossi's face was very ugly. At the beginning of Konoha village, it was this person who led Jiraiya away and gave Shimura Danzo the opportunity to attack him. Now, he actually followed him all the way to Zingrand village. There must be a plan, which is extremely detrimental to him. "Do you know me?" The masked man was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes flickered with appreciation. "Boy, you are more interesting than I thought. What do you want to do with me all the time?" Glossi was engrossed, waiting in full battle, and shouted. "Little guy, don't be so wary of me, okay?" The masked man smiled and said, "I have no malice against you. Otherwise, I would have dealt with the four of you a long time ago. Will I wait until now?" "What do you want to do?" Glossi asked, pondering for a while. "I want to invite you to join my organization," the masked man said with a smile. Chapter 40. Sorry, I am not interested at all. Join your organization? Glossi frowned and said. "My organization is Kalad. I wonder if you have heard of it?" The masked man smiled and said. "Why? You said you founded the Shao organization." Glossi's face changed slightly and asked in surprise. The Akatsuki organization, which Glossi had heard from Jiraiya, is said to be a super-terrorist organization composed entirely of S-level rebels from various ninja villages. It is extremely powerful. Orochimaru, one of the famous Konoha Sannin, used to be a member of this organization. Now, the masked man in front of him even said that the Akatsuki organization was founded by him. How can Glossi not be surprised? "Yes, I created the Shao organization by myself," the masked man said lightly. "Who are you?" Glossi asked, staring at the masked man with unblinking eyes. He felt it from the moment the masked man appeared. This is definitely the most terrifying person he has encountered since he was reborn in this world. Even Orochimaru is far from being comparable to him. "Uchiha Madara," the masked man said word by word. "Why? You are Uchiha Madara." Glossi's eyes were instantly brilliant, and the martial arts' heavenly eyes were opened for the first time. He raised his spirit to ultimate, ready to shoot at any time. Uchiha Madara, this is a name with endless magical powers. According to legend, he is the most outstanding talent in the history of the Uchiha clan, and also the strongest of the Uchiha clan. He opened the legendary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with terrifying combat power and horror in the world. In that era, there appeared a heaven-defying level of peerless power Senju Hashirama. He is really too strong, almost to the level of trembling, fighting Invincible in the world, known as the closest person to Sage of Six Paths. And Uchiha Madara is the only one who can fight against him. Although Uchiha Madara was finally defeated by Senju Hashirama, its earth-shaking combat power is beyond doubt, absolutely terrifying. Advertisement. But now, the masked man in front of him claims to be Uchiha Madara. Even if he is as strong as Glossi, he can't help but tremble, and he is extremely jealous of the man in front of him. "Yes, I am Uchiha Madara," the masked man said in a deep voice. "You're not him." Glossi looked at the masked man without blinking, and said slowly. The Uchiha Madara of that year had already died in the hands of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. He was killed by Senju Hashirama himself in the Valley of End. You can't be him. "Everyone thinks I am dead, but I am still alive," the masked man said lightly. "Everyone thinks that the victor of that battle is Senju Hashirama, but he has been dead for more than 70 years now." "Impossible," Glossi said flatly. "A strong person like first Hokage Senju Hashirama is absolutely impossible to make such a low-level mistake." "You were right, he really can't make such a low-level mistake." The masked man smiled and said, "However, he didn't know that my Uchiha clan has a forbidden technique that can bring me back to life. Although, the price of using this forbidden technique is to completely destroy my precious eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." "You mean you really died in the hands of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but you later resurrected with a forbidden technique?" Glossi frowned and said in disbelief. "Yes, exactly," the masked man said. "Humph. Even if you say that, I won't believe you are Uchiha Madara," Glossi said with a cold snort. How powerful is Uchiha Madara? Back then, he was comparable to first Hokage Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Ninja. How could he be as weak as you? "Am I weak?" The masked man stared at Glossi with a scarlet eye and asked. "You are not very weak, but it is far worse than the legendary Uchiha Madara," Glossi said. "Your abilities are weird, but your real combat power is almost the same as mine. I am not afraid of you." "Haha, little guy, you are really extraordinary, you can even see the reality of my body." The masked man laughed and said, "You are right. My current combat power is not much stronger than yours. After all, I suffered a lot of damage in the battle against Senju Hashirama, and even lost an extremely precious eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I am now, but it's just a moving body, advertisement." "I'm afraid it's not just an empty shell, right?" Glossi said coldly. "The abilities you used to lure Jiraiya away that night are already powerful enough. Even if you don't have the power of the legendary Uchiha Madara, you can still cross the world." "Boy, your eyes seem to be very special," the masked man said lightly. "Neither the events of that night nor the reality of my body can escape your eyes." He stared at Glossi with interest. "Even if my eyes are so special, they are far inferior to the famous Sharingan," Glossi said. "Boy, you are very interesting, I admire you very much," said the masked man. "Join my organization. After 3 years, I will take you back to Konoha village and kill the old rival Shimura Danzo to avenge you. What do you think?" I'm sorry, my own affairs have always been solved by myself, Glossi said. In addition, I am not interested in joining your organization at all, please go back. Are you sure? The masked man's voice gradually cooled down, and a cold killing intent spread out, causing the temperature here to drop by several tens of degrees, like a cold winter. This is a powerful killing intent, I'm pretty sure, Glossi said with a frown. Brush. As soon as Glossi's words fell, the figure of the masked man violently moved, like a golden lightning bolt, rushing towards Glossi with great swiftness. I don't know when a gleaming kunai appeared in his hand, piercing Gluxi's throat at an incredible speed, extremely hot. Chapter 41. Let's work together, right? Too fast. The speed of the masked man was too fast, like a golden lightning bolt, rushing towards Glossi fiercely with lightning speed. The sharp kunai in his right hand crossed a cold light and pierced Glossi's throat. Fierce, and ruthless. He originally admired Glossi very much, and wanted to invite Glossi to join the Akatsuki organization. However, when Glossi refused his invitation, he immediately shot Glossi. This is really a real hero, which is daunting. Brush. Glossi's palm was like a knife, and he slashed hard at the sharp kunai that was stabbed by the masked man. His spirit and willpower are all concentrated on the masked man, plus a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes have amazing insight. Although the masked man moves fast, he can still deal with it easily. Boy, you are too arrogant, you actually want to use flesh and blood to resist my kunai, you can't live or die, the masked man said coldly. Glossi didn't speak, his eyes were cold, and while carefully observing every movement of the masked man with his martial arts eyes, he accelerated his right palm and hit the masked man. However, the moment his right palm knife touched the sharp kunai of the masked man, his face suddenly changed. Because, he was surprised to find that the knife in his right hand passed through like a plume of smoke. This is the most troublesome kind of spatial ability. Glossi's heart was shocked. Brush. The speed of the masked man was so fast that he passed through Glossi's body in an instant. And at the moment his body passed through Glossi, he waved his right hand back and pierced the gleaming kunai towards Glossi's neck. Glossi's eyes were cold, unmoved. How powerful his melee combat ability is, almost invincible in the world. Although the ability of the masked man was beyond his expectations, he simply didn't care about it. Glossi flipped over his right palm and leaned over from an incredible angle. He came first, and slapped a palm on the kunai stabbed by the masked man. Advertisement. When, with a clear metallic trembling sound, Glossi slapped kunai out of the masked man's hand with a palm. Little devil, your physical body is so powerful, comparable to the dead bone pulse of the Wei Yoruichi clan. The masked man was taken aback and said loudly. Brush. Glossi didn't answer, and went straight forward, slapped the masked man's chest with a vicious palm. It's useless. Although the masked man was surprised, but not afraid, he said proudly. This time, like the first contact, Glossi's palm passed through the masked man's body. This is a very strange picture. The masked man was clearly standing there, but he seemed to be independent of this world. No matter how Glossi attacked him, he could never touch his real body. Terrible and weird spatial ability, innately invincible. Even if this person isn't Uchiha Madara, he must be a terrible guy. Glossi pulled back, staring at the masked man with a pair of martial arts eyes, and said silently in his heart. What's the matter? Give up. The masked man spoke with a trace of teasing and a trace of joking. It's not giving up, but being too lazy to care about you. Glossi curled his lips and said disdainfully. As a member of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in Ninja World, you rely on your spatial ability to avoid me without fighting, don't you feel ashamed? Oh, do you believe in my identity now? The masked man said with interest. Believe in your identity? Are you Uchiha Madara? Glossi said coldly. You're just a rising star in the Uchiha family, and you dare to pretend to be Uchiha Madara. Are you not afraid of disrespect to your ancestors? Advertisement, you. What do you mean by this? The masked man's momentum suddenly became fierce, and he said sternly. I can see your physical appearance clearly, Glossi said, whether it is your young and smooth face on the left half, the hideous scars on the right half, and your Mangekyo Sharingan, none of them can escape my eyes. The Uzumaki mask on your face has no effect on me at all. Little devil, you really are still too tender. The masked man suddenly chuckled and said, if I were you, I would never tell anyone like this. Because you are seeking your own death. Death? Glossi said with a sneer. What can I do with you? Your spatial ability is very tricky. You are inherently invincible when fighting people. If you don't take the initiative to expose your body, I can't help you. But in contrast, yes, you can't do any harm to me. Little devil, you really dare to say it. The masked man said grimly. Initiating space ninjutsu is just a matter of thought to me. And you, facing my attack, must be in a state of fear and mental willpower at a high level of tension. I can attack and retreat. You can die every moment. This is the biggest difference between you and me. Really? Glossi said with a faint smile. If you think so, you can try it. Back then, in the martial world, Glossi encountered countless powerful enemies on his way to become a god of war. Although those people were difficult to deal with, Glossi won the victory and had the last laugh. There is no other reason, it's just that Glossi's martial arts are too powerful and the body's nerve reaction speed is beyond people's imagination. Those who relied on their spatial ability to launch a sneak attack on Glossi, but because their shooting speed was far less than Glossi, they were suppressed by Glossi and died. Little devil, you are really extraordinary. The masked man looked at Glossi without blinking. After a long time, he suddenly chuckled. The powerful murderous aura exuding from him also dissipated. You are very unusual, Glossi said. Why don't we work together? After a long silence, the masked man suddenly said. Chapter 42 The Truth About Uchiha's Murder Case, Cooperation? Glossi couldn't help but frowned and said. Yes, it's cooperation. The masked man said with a soft smile. You and Konoha village have a bloody feud, and you swear not to be at each other. And I also don't deal with Konoha village, hoping that one day I can completely destroy it. As the saying goes, the enemy's enemy is a friend. You and I have a common enemy, that is Konoha village. In that case, why don't we two join hands and fight for the same goal? No, you are wrong. Glossi shook his head and said. My enemy is Shimura Danzo, not the entire Konoha village. My goal is different from yours. Boy, are you joking? The masked man said. When you defected from Konoha village, you killed Mitokado Homura, a member of the Konoha village elders, and you killed countless members of Rit and Enbu. You have been included in the kill list by Konoha village. Do you think there is a possibility of reconciliation between you and Konoha village now? Glossi stared at the masked man without blinking, without making a sound. How would he not know what the masked man said? He just didn't want to mix with this masked man who claimed to be the founder of Akatsuki, and he said that on purpose. The Akatsuki organization is a super terrorist organization composed entirely of S-level rebels from various shinobu villages, and it must be extremely powerful. Others will leave aside for the time being. It is only Orochimaru and the masked man whom Glossi met. From this, we can imagine how powerful the Shao organization will be. Glossi had just stepped into the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality, and there was still a long way to go to the fifth heaven. Once he meets a real cage-level powerhouse, he is still unmatched. Under such circumstances, how dare he easily agree to cooperate with the other party? Boy, I know what you were thinking. The masked man smiled and said. However, there is one thing that I can rest assured that before you really grow up to become a cage-level powerhouse, I will never take action against you, I promise. Advertisement, of course. My promise also applies to the 3 girls who escaped with you, he added. What do you mean by this? Glossi's eyes immediately became cold, and a powerful and tyrannical aura instantly burst out of his body, like the raging lava when the flames erupted. The masked man surging away. It's amazingly murderous, it's unbelievable. The masked man said in amazement. How could this level of murderousness appear on a 13-year-old boy like you? If you said that you are more than 50 years old this year, I would definitely believe it without hesitation. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the legendary, strongest clan, have you fallen to the point where you threaten others with hostages? Glossi ignored the masked man's words, but said sternly. The strongest clan? Ha ha, what shit is the strongest clan? This is simply a big joke. The masked man said. In fact, from the beginning to the present, the Senju clan of Mori has always been stronger than our Uchiha clan. However, there are rumors in the ninja realm that the Uchiha clan is the strongest in the ninja realm, Glossi said. What's the use of such a false name? The masked man said with a sneer. The Uchiha clan, known as the strongest in the ninja world, was completely wiped out in one night. I have never seen such a funny joke. Do you think this is funny? Glossi frowned and said. Don't you think it is funny? The masked man asked rhetorically. Obviously known as the strongest in the ninja world, but was annihilated overnight. Isn't this a big joke? Well, this is indeed unreasonable. Glossi thought for a while, nodded, and said, however, I once heard Lord Jiraiya say that it was no one else who perished the Uchiha clan. It was Uchiha Itachi, the best and most powerful young man of the Uchiha clan at that time. He turned on the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, possessing all kinds of incredible abilities, and he has an absolute advantage in the face of people of the same race who did not open the same eyes. Therefore, he can complete the task of destroying the entire race in one night. Advertisement. The version you heard has already been completely tampered with by someone with a heart. The masked man said with a cold snort. Uchiha Itachi was not more than 15 years old at the time. Even if he turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, he was absolutely unable to do such a thing overnight. You know, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan at that time, that is, Uchiha Kagami, the father of Uchiha Itachi, although he did not turn on Mangekyo Sharingan, he was also a powerful quasi-cage level master. In addition to Uchiha Kagami, there are no less than 7 Uchiha clan the above Jonin. After you know these things, do you still think that the Uchiha clan was killed overnight by Uchiha Itachi alone? The masked man asked sharply. Are you saying that besides Uchiha Itachi, there were other powerful forces that shot at the same time? Glossi asked intently. Is it 3rd Hokage or Shimura Danzo? In the Konoha village's sphere of influence, apart from 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, there is no longer a third powerful force. No, maybe there is, Akatsuki. That night, a total of 3 parties made a joint action. The masked man said. Uchiha Itachi, me, and Konoha village. The entire Konoha village forces are dispatched. Glossi's eyes flickered. Yes, the power of the entire Konoha village has been dispatched. The masked man said. We are in close coordination with the 3 parties. Konoha village is responsible for sealing off the clan surrounding Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi rushes in and kills people, and I am responsible for killing the slippery fish that escaped by chance. That's how it is, that's how it is. Glossi murmured as he nodded. It's no wonder that the Uchiha clan, known as the strongest in the ninja world, would be killed overnight. If Konoha Village and Akatsuki organization took a joint shot, and then cooperated with Uchiha Itachi for internal response, it would be completely possible. Chapter 43 Cooperation. The Uchiha clan, known as the strongest in the ninja clan, possesses a super powerful blood inheritance boundary like Sharingan, which is extremely powerful. However, one night a few years ago, this clan was killed overnight, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke alive, which is the largest unsolved case in the entire ninja world. What Glossi never expected was that he would learn from the masked man in front of him the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan, which is embarrassing. You don't seem to be surprised at Konoha Village's shots. Have you already thought of it? The masked man asked in surprise. The Uchiha clan was destroyed, and Konoha Village absolutely played an extremely disgraceful role in it. Glossi said lightly. The Uchiha clan is known as the strongest clan, and Konoha Village is the largest force in the ninja world. I believe that no one or a force in this world can quietly rule Uchiha under the noses of Konoha Village. Kill all the family. Unless it is the tacit approval of Konoha Village. Even Konoha Village directly participated in this action, right? The masked man said. Yes, that's it. Glossi nodded. Little guy, I appreciate you more and more now. The masked man said in a complicated voice. You have the strength, the potential, and the broader vision and insight, if you join my organization. It's impossible. Glossi interrupted the masked man and said. Well, since you don't want to join my organization, then I won't force you. The masked man said in a deep voice. However, you have to cooperate with me. This is my biggest concession and the final bottom line. What do you mean by this sentence? Glossi asked coldly. You are an extremely rare super genius, even more talented than 4th Hokage and Uchiha Itachi back then. You only need to give you plenty of time, and you can definitely grow into a super strong who dominates one side. The masked man said. However, this kind of you is a huge threat and obstacle to the Akatsuki organization that is determined to unify the entire ninja world. I admire you very much and don't want to kill you. That's why I propose to cooperate with you. I hope you don't refuse me. You mean you can kill me easily? Glossi said calmly. Advertisement, I don't have that kind of strength for the time being. However, there are 10 cage-level powerhouses in my Akatsuki organization. There are a total of 10 cage-level powerhouses. The masked man smiled and said. Do you think it is possible to kill you easily with such strength? What's more, although it is difficult for me to kill you, I can kill those 3 little girls easily. The 3 of them defected from Konoha Village with you. You don't want to watch them die violently, right? How do you want to cooperate? Glossi stared at the masked man unblinkingly, and was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. I like talking to smart people. The masked man said with a smile. The way of cooperation is very simple, you only need to agree to do 3 things for me. Until I don't know what those 3 things are, I won't promise you. Glossi frowned. Well, I will tell you the first 2 things first. The masked man said. First, you must not be an enemy of Akatsuki under any circumstances. Second, when we organize an attack on Konoha Village in the future, you must assist you from the side. I can promise you these 2 things, but what is the third thing? Glossi asked. The third thing, I don't plan to tell you yet. The masked man smiled and said. I'm cooperating with you, not because I'm greedy for life and fear of death, Glossi said lightly. No, you must tell me now, Glossi said in a whisper. If you don't say it, I won't agree to your cooperation. Can I trust you? Glossi asked, staring at the masked man without blinking. However, having said that, Glossi did not find it difficult to accept the 2 things that the masked man proposed. At the very least, it didn't hurt him. Even if there is a problem in the future, he can completely regret it. Intrigue and deceit is the real arena. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You cannot believe me, but you have no other choice, the masked man said. After all, you haven't grown up yet, and you are far from being able to confront me in the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, agreeing to cooperate with me is your only choice and way out. You don't need to explain too much, I understand, the masked man said. You did this to protect the 3 girls, right? This kind of thing can only belong to our show, and no one else is qualified to get it. As the masked man said, he floated towards the sky like a ghost, like a meteorite. Glossi was silent for a long time, and finally nodded slowly and agreed. Do you still want to take this meteorite? Glossi looked cold. No, my goal has not been achieved yet, the masked man said, turning his gaze to the meteorite not far away, his eyes shining with fiery light. Well, your purpose has been achieved, now you can go, Glossi said. I have to say that the words of the masked man are very reasonable. He hasn't really entered the cage-level realm yet, and he can't fight the powerful Akatsuki organization at all. Perhaps he himself is not afraid, and it is always okay to fail to fight and escape, but Gu Tenten's 3 daughters are his biggest worry. Suddenly, the power of the space vibrated violently, and the meteorite outside the sky was absorbed by the masked man in an instant. Don't worry, my third matter is only related to you and me, and will never involve the third person, the masked man said seriously. Moreover, I will never let you commit suicide. I am not so shameless. Very well, you didn't disappoint me. The masked man nodded and said, seriously, I am very afraid that you will refuse my cooperation, Because, once that happens, even if I admire you no matter how much I appreciate you, I have to use the power of the Akatsuki organization to kill you. Chapter 44 Your Own Power. Glossi quietly watched the masked man absorb the meteorite from the sky. His expression was as usual, there was no mood swing, and he didn't step forward to stop him. Although this TNY meteorite is a treasure that can greatly enhance the ninja's strength, Glossi is a pure warrior, has his own unique way of cultivation, and does not care much about the TNY meteorite. You don't seem to care much about this stone. The masked man turned his head and said in surprise at Glossi. What do I care about it? What if I don't care? Glossi asked rhetorically. Since this kind of thing has been discovered by you, wouldn't you let it go? That's what I said. The masked man said with a smile. Little guy, you are really a smart person, and hope that we will never be enemies in the future. I don't want to be your enemy either. Glossi nodded. The power of the space shocked, and the body of the masked man disappeared suddenly. This person's Grandmaster space ability, backed by the powerful Akatsuki organization, is tricky, Glossi said to himself, looking at the direction where the masked man disappeared. He stood quietly for a long time before turning around and walking towards the mountain well. He tapped his right hand repeatedly, and in an instant he unlocked the enclosed acupuncture path of Shanjing, and Shanjing regained his mobility. Master Sovereign. Shanjing knelt on one knee and said nervously. He is a Jonin, but he was subdued by Glossi not long ago. How can he not be in awe of Glossi? Don't be afraid, I won't kill you for the time being, Glossi said lightly. Master Xie, Shanjing said loudly. He knelt on one knee and lowered his head deeply, not even raising his head. Go and give me all the basic information of Star Ninja Village, right away, Glossi said. Advertisement, yes, Lord Sovereign. Shanjing didn't dare to neglect, he immediately knotted the Earth-style seal with both hands, and disappeared on the ground all of a sudden. He is now completely determined to follow this young and incredibly powerful boy, and can't wait to show his ability to do things. He is a person who can be cultivated, Glossi said with a smile. He took the steps of divine change, and swiftly walked in the direction where the three daughters of Gu Tenden were. Brother, what happened? Why did the powerful chakra that filled the village disappear in an instant? Hyuga Hinata was the first to come forward and asked in surprise. She owns Byakugan, so she can naturally see through the changes in the air in Shingnan village. The outer meteorite disappeared. Glossi smiled and said, from now on, there will never be a monster that cultivates a chakra code in Xingran village. The meteorite outside the sky has disappeared. How is this possible? Gu Xingyu's eyes widened and said in disbelief. She grew up in Xingran village. The meteorite outside the sky is like a totem holy thing to her. It is supreme and a symbol of the entire village. However, the outer meteorite disappeared today. Let's go and take the Star Ninja Village first before discussing these things, Glossi said. Star Ninja Village, Star Shadow Office. This is all the basic information of Xingran village? Glossi said, shaking the thick stack of documents in his hand. Yes, Lord Sovereign, all the basic information is here. Shanjing knelt on the ground and said respectfully. There are 800 households in the entire village, of which there are 174 ninjas. Among these 174 ninjas, apart from the 9 who cultivated the code of chakra, there are only 2 Jonin, 21 Shunin, and others. All of them are Genin, Glossi said softly. It's too weak, it's simply too weak. Master Sect Master, our Star Ninja Village has always been a third-rate force, Shanjing said cautiously. Advertisement, third-rate power. Haha, Glossi said with a smile. 2 quasi-cage levels, 7 Jonin, and all of them have cultivated chakra codes. With such a powerful force, I am afraid that even if Konoha village confronts you, it will be a headache, right? Master Sovereign. Shanjing opened his mouth, but was speechless. Star Ninja Village is definitely a wonderful flower in the ninja world. It is obviously weak to death, but with the help of meteorites from the outside world, it has created 2 quasi-shadows and 7 Jonin, which is really a miracle. You go and gather Genin who is over 10 years old and under 18 in the village. I have an important thing to announce, Glossi said in thought for a moment. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Yamai got the order and immediately walked out of the office. Brother, do you really want to teach them all of your skills? Gu Tenden said worriedly. Don't you fear that they will be captured by other big forces, and then use illusion sets to take out all their secrets? I've thought of this kind of thing a long time ago. Glossi smiled and said, don't worry, no one, no force, can get the secrets that I have passed on from the people I teach. He has already made a decision in his heart, and will impose a ban on those Genin who are selected. Once something deep in their memory is touched by something like illusion, their heads will explode in an instant. Of course, this kind of thing is not fair to those people. Glossi was a warrior in his previous life, and his hands were stained with the blood of thousands of people. Naturally, he was not a soft-hearted person. He can't wait to cultivate a power of his own now, he can't take care of that much. Brother, do you want to put something similar to the illusory seal in their minds? Hyuga Hinata said thoughtfully. After all, she was born in an aristocratic family, and her knowledge was much better than Gu Tenden and Gu Xingyue. Well, that's it. Glossi nodded and said, however, rest assured, I will never impose such a thing on you. Chapter 45. Liwei, illusory seal, what is that? Gu Tenden asked suspiciously. The illusion seal is a very advanced defense mechanism imposed on individuals. Hyuga Hinata explained softly. A person who has been subjected to this kind of seal, no matter how cruel torture he is captured, he cannot reveal the information he knows. Because, as soon as he wants to speak out, the illusion seal imposed on him will immediately explode, destroying his brain and killing him. It's cruel. Jiyu Xingyue couldn't help saying. However, when she noticed that both Jiyu Tenten and Hyuga Hinata were looking at her with surprised eyes, she immediately woke up. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about you, she said anxiously. Xingyue, you don't need to apologize at all. Glossi smiled and said, illusory seals are inherently cruel and extremely unfair to the person being casted. However, since we are in a ninja world where the strong respect the strong and the weak eat strong, we have to adapt to this environment, you know? I see, brother. Jiyu Xingyue lowered her head and said in a low voice, brother, if you can, I hope you will also impose that kind of illusion seal on me. I am afraid that one day I will be caught by the enemy and they will get information about you from me. No need at all. Glossi interrupted Jiyu Xingyue's words and said solemnly, I will only pass on my things to you, but whether you can become stronger depends on your own efforts. Even if they get it, they can't pose any threat to me. Brother, in fact, you don't have to worry about us, Jiyu Tenten couldn't help but said. In the ninja world, intelligence materials are always the most precious. If one day they were caught by Shimura Danzo and then forced to confess all their secrets, wouldn't Glossi be unusually dangerous? You guys think too much. Glossi smiled and said, the martial arts techniques that I teach are all my own creations. I am the god of martial arts. Even if they get everything, they will definitely not be able to pose any threat to me. He speaks in a flat voice, but he reveals a confidence in Haki that can't be described in words. Such a demeanor made the three women of ancient Tenten devastated and worshipped. My lord, suddenly, Shanjing's respectful voice came from outside the office. Come in. Glossi said lightly. Advertisement, yes, Lord Sovereign. Shanjing opened the door gently, walked closer to the ground on one knee, and said respectfully. Master Sovereign, in accordance with your request and order, I have summoned all the genin who meet the conditions in the village. There are a total of 31 people. Only 31 people? Glossi frowned. Not only is this star ninja village very weak, but the new generation is also very pessimistic. No wonder it has always been a third-rate force. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Seeing Glossi frowned, Shanjing immediately broke out in a cold sweat, panicking. The three of you are waiting for me here, and I will come as soon as I go, Glossi said to Jiyu Tenten's three daughters. Let's go, take me to see them, he said to Shanjing again. Yes, Lord Sovereign, Shanjing said loudly. My lord. When Glossi followed the mountain well to the 31 genin who was kneeling on the ground, they all shouted loudly. It seems that the louder they feel, the more they can be appreciated and recognized by Glossi. Yeah, not bad, Glossi said softly. Are you all willing to submit to me? Don't forget, I killed your Star Shadow Master and the Great Elder and others not long ago. Don't you want to kill me to avenge them? My lord, we dare not. An older genin raised his head and said loudly. Just not dare. Glossi said with a chuckle. In this way, as long as there is a chance and possibility, you will definitely shoot me without hesitation, right? Subordinates don't dare. The person immediately felt a chill in his back, and his entire body was as if being blown by the swish, cold wind. His hair was horrified. He just wanted to be different, to win the favor of the sect master, who was younger than him, but he never wanted to cause such trouble for himself. He knelt on the ground, touched his head to the ground, and did not dare to move. Everyone, including Shanjing, felt uncomfortable, for fear that Glossi would find himself in a rage and regard himself as a chicken and monkey object. Suddenly, at this moment, a person behind Glossi quickly rushed up, and the bitter cold light hidden in his sleeve flashed through the icy cold light, and it was extremely fierce and pierced towards the heart of Glossi. Yes, Lord Sect Master, thank you Lord Sect Master for giving your name. The person who escaped from death felt like walking through a ghost gate. He was both excited and rejoiced, and immediately fell to his knees and thanked him. Advertisement, you are very good, I admire you, Glossi said to the man with a frightened look. From today, you are the person in charge of this team, and your name is number 1, you know? Huh. A bunch of cowards, Glossi said disdainfully. He suddenly stepped forward and walked towards the person who had just spoken. He walked quickly, walked to the man in the blink of an eye, and then stopped. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I know you dare not, Glossi said sternly. Even your Star Shadow Lords and Great Elders were slaughtered by me like a dog. What other thoughts do you bunch of rubbish genins dare to think about? A huge head flew out, and a wave of blood burst into the sky, bloody. Quiet. This person has a very good grasp of the fighter, attacking from the blind spot behind Glossi, extremely resisting. Strange silence. Swipe. Glossi lifted his right palm and patted the man's head. My lord, don't, the man yelled in horror. However, Glossi seemed to have anticipated all this. He didn't even bother to turn his head back, and patted the past with his right hand. Woo! Boom! However, the speed of Glossi's shot was so fast that the man couldn't even dodge, so he was slapped on the head by Glossi. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the man didn't have a cracked head, and he didn't even suffer any injuries. Chapter 46. The first group of subordinates, strong, fierce, and tyrannical. Glossi's methods are simple and direct, almost cruel. He used the martial arts mind to be the fourth most powerful enough to sweep everyone below cage level, and slapped the head of the sneak-attacking genin flying out with a slap. A wave of blood sprayed from his neck, and the smell of blood was tangy, making everyone fearful. Thump! After a long time, the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. The sound was like a muffled thunder, blasting into everyone's heart, making them terrified. The 10-year-old boy in front of him is exactly the same as the legend. Although it looks harmless to humans and animals, it is extremely powerful. He killed the 9 powerful people of Star Ninja Village, including Master Xing Ying, by himself. It is even more rumored. Who else? Glossi said lightly. There was no strong aura erupting from him, but no one dared to look directly at where the gaze of a pair of eyes passed. One by one, their faces were pale, their heads bowed stubbornly, their whole bodies trembling constantly, as if they were a group of mice staring at by a lion majesty. Even Sharingan knelt on the ground at this time, his body trembling uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? Just now, the man seized an excellent fighter to launch a sneak attack from the blind spot behind Glossi, but was slapped to the head by Glossi. The scene was so tragic that it was unimaginable. Who would stand up unconsciously? For a while, the field fell into absolute silence. Haha, very good. After a long time, Glossi laughed and said slowly, since you are afraid to stand up again, let me test you one by one. Everyone lifted their faces to me. Everyone was awe-inspiring and lowered their heads. Advertisement, I'll say it for the last time, everyone lifted their faces for me, Glossi said lightly. Although, I really want to train you to become my subordinates, but if Ishin wants to die, I don't mind killing all of you, and then go outside to find some more loyal and excellent subordinates. As soon as these words came out, all of those people were pale, their bodies shook, and they lifted their heads in a panic, for fear that their movements would be a little slower, and they would immediately be murdered. Very well, you made a correct choice. Glossi smiled and said, next, I hope you will not resist. Of course, if you must resist, I can only helplessly kill. After all, I don't need subordinates who disobey my orders. Everyone was silent, like a group of pig samples waiting to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse, waiting for their final destiny. Snapped. Glossi walked to the person closest to him and slapped him on the back of his head. The martial arts mentality turned into a stream of heat and poured in, instantly turning into a shackle, which firmly locked his spiritual consciousness into the sea. Living. Restriction is a powerful and rare combat skill circulated in the martial arts world, and its function is similar to the sealing technique of the ninja world. Of course, the prohibition is more complicated and powerful than the sealing technique. This kind of restriction exerted by Glossi can lock his spiritual consciousness. In the future, even if these people are caught by the enemy will not be able to get any valuable information from them. Because once the enemy touches their spiritual consciousness, the prohibition will immediately break out, destroying their heads. The martial arts eye. The illusion of the sky. Glossi whispered in his heart, displaying a powerful ability of the martial arts eye. He incorporated the first 4 training methods of the martial arts mind in the former 7th gate method of 8 inner gates, into the illusion, and blasted into the minds of Sharingan and 30 genin. Yes, Lord Sovereign, everyone shouted desperately together. From tomorrow, you will stop all ninjutsu practice, Glossi said in a deep voice. According to the martial arts mentality that I taught you, start practicing from the 1st heaven, and when you reach the 3rd heaven, you will practice 8 inner gates, do you know? Snapped. Not only Sharingan, the other 30 genins are also crazy. One by one, they opened their eyes wide and opened their mouths like crazy. Where can people like them who were born in the 3rd-rate forces in Zingrand village have the opportunity to see such a powerful technique? Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It wasn't until this time that Sharingan let out a long breath and got up from the ground. You all disband, starting tomorrow, immediately plunge into the practice. If anyone dares to be lazy and not practice seriously, don't blame me for not remembering the old feelings and acting mercilessly. Okay, disband. Glossi said with a wave of his hand. Earth style technique. He made a seal with both hands, and the whole person plunged directly into the ground, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Snapped. Especially the 8 inner gates, which belonged to the legendary forbidden technique of Konoha village, they had a chance to get it, which made them wonder if they were in their dreams. With a series of soft sounds, Glossi had planted a ban on all the remaining 30 ninjas in less than 3 minutes. In other words, Glossi now has 30 men who are loyal to him and can never be betrayed. As this, the legendary god's combat skills. Sharingan was taken aback for a moment, and then the whole person went crazy. He couldn't believe his eyes. One day he could see such a powerful physique. Snapped. The wedding and the new year are too busy, and the update speed can't keep up. After waiting these few days, the speed will be raised immediately. Please forgive me. Master Xie. Sharingan and 30 genin knelt on the ground together, shouting desperately. They all know that Glossi is extremely powerful. Even Star Shadow Lord was killed by him. If they can get Glossi's inheritance, what harm is it to be loyal to him? From today, you are the first batch of inner disciples of my Wuzong. Glossi smiled and said. Rejoice, because you will be the first group of disciples my Glossi has received in this world, and the first group of people who have come into contact with my supreme martial arts combat skills. Chapter 47. Break the seal of Caged Bird. Big brother, you are back. Just as Glossi got out of the ground, Ji Yuzingyue hurriedly ran forward to grab Glossi's arm and asked with concern, how is it going? More smoothly than I thought. Glossi smiled and said, that guy Shanjing found 31 people. Only one person attacked me. No one else acted rashly. Is there only one person? This is too unusual. Hyuga Hinata frowned and said softly, according to common sense, even if Xingying is unpopular, it is always okay to have 3 or 5 loyal subordinates. Big brother, shouldn't it be that they are hiding their evil intentions, deliberately tolerating it temporarily, waiting for a sneak attack in the future? Gu Tenten said worriedly. Tenten, you are right, they should think so, Glossi said. In this case, wouldn't it be troublesome? Gu Xingyue said. No, it's not troublesome at all. Glossi smiled and said. They have been banned in my head now, as long as I want, I can put them to death at any time. Brother, what restriction you mentioned, is it similar to our Hyuga's caged bird, seal? Hyuga Hinata said with a complex expression. Almost. Glossi nodded. Restriction is a powerful ability from the martial arts world, especially the seal of caged bird of the little Hyuga family can be compared. However, Glossi was too lazy to explain. Tenten, Xingyue, you two should go down and rest first. You must be exhausted after following me along the way, right? Glossi said. Yeah. Gu Tenten and Gu Xingyue nodded. Hinata, let's go together, they said, holding Hyuga Hinata's hand. Hinata, don't leave, she was sealed with the caged bird on her body, and I must remove it for her immediately, Glossi said. Advertisement. Why? The caged bird seal was imposed on Hinata. Gu Tenten was taken aback and said in disbelief. Yes, and the person who imposed the seal was not someone else, but her biological father, Hyuga Hiyashi, Glossi said. There is such a cruel father in this world, Gu Tenten murmured. At this time, both Gu Tenten and Gu Xingyue looked at Hyuga Hinata in their eyes full of sympathy and compassion. Brother, can you really lift my seal? Hyuga Hinata was looked at with gentle eyes by the 3 of Glossi. Tears in his eyes could not help but he choked and said. She is the eldest of the Hyuga clan family, but because she lost to Hyuga Neji in the Chunin exam, she was expelled from the family by her biological father, and she did not even have any affection. She and Glossi didn't know each other, but Glossi tried to rescue her again and again. How could she not be moved? Do you believe me? Glossi asked. I believe. Hyuga Hinata nodded vigorously and said. As long as you believe me, I can definitely lift the seal on her body, Glossi said with a smile. Although your Hyuga clan's caged bird seal has some doorways, it still can't help me. If that's the case, then I'll ask you brother, Hyuga Hinata whispered. Big brother, let's go first. Gu Tenten and Gu Xingyue were very acquainted, and they hurriedly withdrew from the room. For a time, only Glossi and Hyuga Hinata were left in Xingying's office. Brother, I don't know why, the moment the Gu Tenten 2 walked out, Hyuga Hinata's face flushed suddenly. Her face was flushed, her expression twisted, she was at a loss as if she suddenly ran into her sweetheart. Yes. Yes, brother. Hyuga Hinata whispered like a mosquito. Her gaze dodges, not daring to face Glossi's gaze. Advertisement, Hyuga Hinata let out an exclamation, his body couldn't help trembling violently, and he suddenly jumped into Glossi's arms. Is this the caged bird seal? It's just that. Glossi stared at him with martial arts heavenly eyes for a moment, grinned suddenly, and said softly. The seal is broken, open it for me. Raised, a powerful momentum erupted from Glossi, like a wild beast awakened, with great power. The martial arts mentality surged from the palm of Glossi's right hand toward Hyuga Hinata's forehead, and in an instant, one after another intricate and unpredictable rune patterns emerged. In an instant, a brilliant light burst out from the palm of Glossi's right hand, and it burned the seal rune pattern on Hyuga Hinata's forehead all at once. Obviously, Hyuga Hinata inherited the Hyuga clan's blood inheritance boundary, and was stronger than Hyuga Neji. Therefore, the seal that Hyuga Hiyashi put on her is even more terrifying. Relax, I will lift the caged bird seal for you now, Glossi said with a smile. He stretched his right hand to Hyuga Hinata's smooth forehead, which was covered by long hair, where there was a seal pattern that was clearer than Hyuga Neji's forehead. Boom. These rune patterns are like a huge net, covering Hyuga Hinata's head. At first glance, Hyuga Hinata is like a bird in a cage. Hey, Hinata, you don't need to be nervous, we are all good brothers and sisters who have experienced life and death together, don't we? Glossi blinked at Hyuga Hinata and said. Brother, thanks. Thank you. Hyuga Hinata said gratefully while shaking constantly. The pair of things on her chest were well developed, and they kept shaking, which made Glossi react at once. Hyuga Hiyashi, you sacrificed your twin brother back then, and now you want to sacrifice your own daughter. Does the so-called power possess such a great charm? Glossi looked at Hyuga Hinata with a pained face, and felt in his heart, said silently. Okay, it's okay now. Glossi stretched out his hand and hugged Hyuga Hinata in his arms, and said softly. I have lifted the seal on you for you. Chapter 48 The Means of Glossi. Hyuga Hinata is a shy girl, her voice is soft and weak, and she often has a blush on her face, which makes people feel pity when they see it. However, her body seems diametrically opposed to her character. If her personality is introverted ultimate, then her physical development is extremely outgoing and open. She is only 12 years old this year, but the pair of things on her chest are extremely well developed, large and tall. She now pressed her body to Glossi's chest, and kept shaking. The pair of huge, tall and straight constantly touched Glossi. How could he be able to hold him, who had been a virgin for more than 1,000 years in his previous life? In just a moment, the little buddies under Glossi held their heads high and stood upright, not embarrassed. Hinata, I have lifted the seal of caged bird for you, and it's okay now. Glossi felt embarrassed and felt helpless for a while. He tried his best to lower his voice, for fear that Hyuga Hinata would hear the strange voice of his own words. Really, I'll give it a try, Hyuga Hinata said, overjoyed when he heard the words. Oh, what's that? So, Hyuga Hinata exclaimed. His eyes widened, and he stared at the bottom of Glossi, a pretty face covered with red clouds. Her Byakugan's insight was very strong, and at this time Glossi unlocked the caged bird seal, and she naturally saw the little buddy who raised his head under Glossi at a glance. Hug. I'm sorry. Glossi couldn't help his old face flushing, and gently pushed Hyuga Hinata back 4 or 5 meters away, awkwardly said. Since things have been done, you should go back and rest soon. Hyuga Hinata blushed and nodded repeatedly. Big brother, you should rest earlier. After speaking, she was like a little white rabbit running away, rushing towards the door quickly. Hey, Hinata, why is your face so red? What Hyuga Hinata didn't expect was that when she opened the door, she found that Jiyu Tenten and Jiyu Xingyue were waiting there, both looking suspiciously. Hold her. No. Nothing. Hyuga Hinata only felt hot on his face and was embarrassed. Oh my god, couldn't it be the elder brother who did some shameful thing to you just now? Jiyu Tenten said, while glaring Glossi with a fierce look. Glossi's expression was calm, as if he hadn't seen Jiyu Tenten's eyes at all. He is pretending to be calm. He knows that this kind of thing is getting darker and darker, and the wisest way to deal with it is to keep silent. Advertisement, Tenten. What are you talking about? Hyuga Hinata's face became even more red, and she said with embarrassment. How could Big Brother be such a person? Well, that's what I said. Jiyu Xingyue nodded and said. But, having said that, since the eldest brother didn't act on you, why is your face so red? It's not there. Hyuga Hinata's face couldn't hold back anymore. He pushed Jiyu Xingyue and Jiyu Tenten away forcefully, and left quickly. There is a situation. There must be a situation. Jiyu Xingyue said to herself. Brother, you are so fast. Jiyu Tenten turned his gaze to Glossi and said dissatisfied. What did you say? What did you start it so fast? I don't understand what you're talking about. Glossi said with an innocent look. Shameless. Jiyu Tenten said contemptuously. Xingyue, let's go and ignore him again, Well, Sister Tenten is right, we will ignore him again, big pervert. Jiyu Xingyue said in agreement. So, Jiyu Tenten and Jiyu Xingyue's 2 daughters held hands and walked away in the helpless gaze of Glossi. Of course, after a few months, after the first transformation of the 30 genin complete martial arts mentality, you can basically assume the duties and obligations of the patrol force. Okay, leave it to us, more than 50 shadow clones said in unison. The lightning-fast silhouettes rushed in all directions and disappeared completely in an instant. Although the scale of Star Ninja Village is small, it is a village with 800 households after all. More than 50 shadow clone can only be responsible for the defense of some important areas, not everything. Advertisement, Buddhist Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, Glossi yelled in his heart, his eyes shot out 2 bright brilliance, and he looked towards the border in the northeast corner of Xingran village. Multiple shadow clone techniques. After a long silence, Glossi quickly sealed his hands and shouted in a low voice. When did the 2 of them become so close? Glossi said to himself. He didn't care much about the second woman's reaction. If they don't have any mood swings, it will make Glossi feel worried. Are there only 3 people? It seems that the ninjas in this world are not as loyal as I thought. Glossi said to himself. Suddenly he formed an incomparable magic seal in his hands, and he whispered. Blast it for me. Bang. 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 I leave it to you for the village award. Glossi said to more than 50 shadow clones. At this moment, there were 3 genin villages who had been restrained by him in that direction, and quickly fled outside. Boom. 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 In an instant, the heads of the 3 people who were fleeing quickly seemed to have been beaten to pieces of watermelon, red and white splashing everywhere. It was extremely tragic. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In an instant, more than 50 shadow clone appeared in front of Glossi at the same time. Now he has just taken over Shingnan village, except for the 3 daughters of Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata, he doesn't even have a real confidant. In desperation, he could only temporarily rely on his shadow clone to defend. Konoha village does not know that I have come to Star Ninja village for the time being. Although the warriors of the Iron Kingdom know it, our information should be tightly sealed due to the existence of the small 3 ships. As for the mysterious masked man, he will not divulge my secrets. Glossi thought silently in his heart. Swish, swish, swish. Theoretically speaking, he is now in a relatively safe position. Before Konoha village learns that he is in Xingran village and sends an assassination troop here, he will get a precious opportunity to recuperate and improve his strength. Chapter 49 Chapter Water, Soil and Wood. Prohibition is an extremely powerful martial art technique circulated in the martial arts world. It is not known how much stronger than the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan. Since the 30 genins were restrained by Glossi, how could they escape his palm? As long as Glossi is willing, they can take their lives at any time. This is also the most important reason why he can safely and boldly pass on the martial arts and the 8 inner gates to them. A rain of blood shed, bright red blood and pale brains sputtered everywhere, and the scene was terrifying and terrifying. What? In the distance, Shanjing and the others, who had witnessed this tragic situation, couldn't help but shudder, plop, and plop, on their knees, and their hearts became even more awe and unpredictable for the Lord. They were chasing 3 defectors just now, hoping to take them down and send them to Glossi to claim credit, but they never thought that the 3 defectors would be killed in an instant, and they didn't even see Glossi's figure. What a terrible and harsh method. Get up all of you. Guluxi's martial arts heavenly eyes are extremely powerful. Although they are a few miles away, they can see the scene clearly. He used the 1,000 miles of sound transmission technique to transmit his voice far away. You only need to concentrate on your practice. I have my own means to defend the border. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Shanjing several people knelt down on the ground, shaking unceasingly, and said loudly. Everything, let's wait until tomorrow. Glossi put away the martial arts eyes and directly lay down on the table. Soon, he fell asleep deeply. In these days, he has experienced countless fierce battles. In the most tragic one, he lost all his cultivation and completely turned into a useless person. Fortunately, he found the family land of the Uzumaki clan halfway through, and avoided the weakest moment there, avoiding the bad luck of being killed by the Konoha village assassination troops. Advertisement then, his body gradually recovered until it completely recovered. However, in Zingren village, he encountered 9 masters who relied on the meteorites to cultivate Chakra's coat. After a fierce battle, he was extremely tired even though he won. Therefore, after arranging the basic things of Star Ninja Village, and separating more than 50 shadow clones for defense, he relaxed and fell asleep deeply. I don't know how long it has been. When Glossi woke up and got up from the table, it was pitch black outside the window, and he couldn't see his fingers. Is it late at night? Glossi said to himself. The martial arts mental method in his body was activated by itself, flowing a powerful and pure force throughout his body, dispelling the last trace of fatigue in his body. His martial arts heavenly eyes surveyed in all directions, until he was sure that the 3 women of ancient Tendon were safe and that there was no major situation in Zingren village. He breathed a sigh of relief and closed his gaze back. He doesn't need anything now, just a quiet and peaceful environment, and a certain amount of time to improve his strength, nothing more. As long as Star Ninja Village can maintain the status quo, he is very satisfied. The Book of Seals, the secret technique. Glossi did not want to disturb the 3 ancient Tendon daughters in the middle of the night, so he directly opened the treasure of the Konoha village in his mind, the Book of Seals, and began to explore the secret techniques inside. Articles for research. The martial arts mentality, the more you practice to the back, the more difficult it is to advance. Glossi is now at the middle level of the 4th heaven of martial arts mind, and there is still a long way to go before the 5th heaven. In other words, he couldn't enter the realm of King Wu for a long time, and couldn't fight against the real cage-level powerhouse. Before he entered the realm of King Wu, the powerful ninjutsu and secret techniques recorded in the Book of Seals had become his best choice to greatly increase his combat power in a short period of time. Wood Style Technique. The so-called wood style is to combine the water attribute chakra nature transformation of one's own master with the soil attribute chakra nature transformation, so that the two will undergo qualitative changes, and then a new kind of chakra nature transformation will be produced. A brand new chakra nature transformation is wood style technique. Glossi said word by word. This is a passage recorded in the Book of Seals, the treasure of Konoha village, which describes the ninja god, first Hokage Senju Hashirama's unique knowledge wood style mystery. It's really simple. Glossi gave a wry smile. You know, there are many talents in the ninja world, and there are not a few people who can have both water and soil chakra attribute changes at the same time. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has 5 different chakra attribute changes at the same time. However, even Sarutobi Hiruzen has no way to use wood style. Advertisement. The reason is that wood style technique is not a combination of ninjutsu, but a blood inheritance limit, a kind of ability passed down through blood relationship, and it can't be learned by hard work. However, I am not cultivating chakra, but the martial arts mentality. I should be able to try it. Glossi said in his mouth, while running the martial arts mentality in his body, gathering the powerful force in his hands. Left hand water, right hand soil, and then merge the two to generate a brand new chakra attribute wood. Glossi said silently in his heart. His left and right hands were filled with 2 different chakra energies of water and earth respectively, and then slowly came together. Water, soil, and wood, drive me, Glossi roared in a low voice. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Glossi's body, as if a sealed wild beast broke through the seal and was about to rush out to destroy the world. It was frightening and horrifying. This is an extremely powerful and all-encompassing Wu force. It doesn't have any attributes, but it can simulate any kind of attribute energy, which can be called heaven-defying. At this time, a shocking thing happened. The 2 chakras that his left and right hands could not be compatible with gradually merged, and then a brand new chakra attribute was formed, wood. At the same time, Glossi felt an extremely powerful vitality rise in his body, covering his whole body in an instant. Is this the chakra of wood attributes? Glossi muttered to himself with gleams in his eyes. His hands lightly sealed, which is the seal of the wood-style secret technique left by first Hokage Senju Hashirama on the Book of Seals. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In a blink of an eye, small saplings emerged one after another. With the continuous injection of Glossi energy, they grew rapidly, but in the blink of an eye, they grew to the same height as Glossi. Chapter 50 Comprehend the Book of Seal. Wood-style technique. Legend has it that only Konoha village first Hokage Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Ninja, in the world of Chunin, can use this powerful secret technique easily by Glossi. If such a scene is seen by other people in the ninja world, it will definitely be shocked. You know, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama relied on the unique wood style to beat the world's invincibles, defeated Sura Uchiha Madara, put down the troubled times, and created Konoha village. Moreover, according to legend, wood style also has the power to suppress the tail beast, and its magical uses are endless. Now that wood style technique is reborn, does it represent another era of great change in the ninja world? However, it is a pity that the scene where Glossi performed wood style is destined to be impossible for anyone to see. This will be a big secret, unless Glossi returns to the arena and leads his own Wuzong to sweep the world, will it be known to others. Is this the wood style technique? Glossi said to himself. Turn your chakra into the source of life for the trees, and then make the trees have a powerful and unmatched attack and defense power. Although the power of this secret technique is powerful, it is extremely costly for chakra. Fortunately, what I practice is martial art, and the cost of using wood style is not very large. I can totally accept it. He muttered to himself while turning down the contents of the Book of Seals. Look. After the general outline of wood style technique, what is listed is a kind of wonderful and powerful wood style ninjutsu. Wood style. Wooden ingot wall. Wood style. Wood clone. Wood style. The tree world is here. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Advertisement. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. It has to be said that the wood style mystery left by first Hokage Senju Hashirama is extremely strong and Yamato is perfect, from the low-level C-level ninjutsu, wooden ingot wall, to the A-level ninjutsu, the arrival of the tree world, and then to the S-level ninjutsu, wooden dragon, and wooden golem, are all available, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, making them invincible. Especially the last fascination, Shinsu Senju, actually involves something called Shanshu, which is so powerful that it is unimaginable. According to Guluosi's speculation, the power of this move should be comparable to the full blow of Wudi Dachung in the martial world. First Hokage Senju Hashirama relied on wood-style technique to defeat Uchiha Madara of Konohashira, and captured all the tail beasts. It is really very powerful, Glossi said to himself. He slowly closed his eyes and combed all the secrets of wood style from start to finish, basically done to his chest. After a long time, he opened his eyes again, and his energy became stronger and stronger. Therefore, he has to find Impure World Reincarnation from the Book of Seals, hoping to find a way to compete with it. The 9 powerhouses such as Xingying that he killed not long ago, their flesh and blood are still scattered on the battlefield. He only needs to send his shadow clone to get it. Although the first Hokage and second Hokage who were summoned by Impure World Reincarnation are far less powerful than they were in their lifetime, they are enough to deter ordinary cage-level powerhouses. After all, even third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, was completely suppressed by them. Skip. Impure World Reincarnation. Glossi focused his attention on those powerful S-level and A-level ninjutsu. These things can greatly improve his combat effectiveness in a short period of time, and he will not put any of them pass. Advertisement. Of course, Glossi did not occupy the Book of Seals alone. He chose to pass some of the ninjutsu to the 3 women of Gu Tenten. The trio of ancient Tenten got the powerful ninjutsu in the legendary Book of Seals, and they were overjoyed one by one, and successively devoted themselves to serious and arduous practice. This is a kind of invincible ninjutsu, because, as long as you can find enough flesh and blood of the dead body, you can use this ninjutsu to summon them and fight for yourself. In theory, even the legendary ancestor of the ninja, Sage of 6 Paths, can be summoned by this technique. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Glossi broke the 4 purple flame array in Konoha village and destroyed Orochimaru's plan. Sooner or later, the two of them will have a match. Although he is not afraid of Orochimaru's own combat power, he is afraid of his Impure World Reincarnation. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Glossi learned all the things recorded in the Book of Seals, and his strength has been further improved. He is now confident enough to sweep everyone below cage level, even if he is confronted with the Blue Beast. Might guy who started 8 inner gates, he is not necessarily afraid. In this way, Glossi finally gained a firm foothold in Xingran village and had a safer place to settle down. The 3 elements of Impure World Reincarnation, living sacrifices, seal technique, and a certain amount of flesh and blood of the summoned during his lifetime. Haha, isn't this too easy for me? Glossi turned the Book of Seals in his mind to the Forbidden Technique chapter, and found Impure World Reincarnation straight away. When Orochimaru attacked Konoha village, he used this forbidden technique to summon first Hokage and second Hokage, turning the 2 superpowers into their own murder puppets, which is shocking. Impure World Reincarnation itself is a kind of summoning technique. Its principle is to use living people as sacrifices, summon the souls of the dead from the underworld, attach them to the sacrifices, and fight for the caster. The strong man summoned will remain in the state at the time of death, and all the special abilities during his lifetime will also be retained. Glossi said to himself. There were 3 small-scale riots during the Star Ninja Village, but they were all suppressed by Glossi with iron and blood. In the face of his incomparable strength and cold-blooded means, the people of Zingrand Village finally surrendered completely and recognized his status as the sect master. However, fortunately, Glossi had killed 2 quasi-cage levels and 7 Jonin masters in Shingnan Village, including Xingying, not long ago, which is also very good material. If he uses Impure World Reincarnation to summon them out, it will definitely be a powerful force that can reverse the situation at a critical moment. Chapter 51 1 month. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The hand of destroying heaven, in Zingrand Village, deep in the hinterland, in the dense mountain forest, Glossi slowly raised his hands and shouted in a low voice. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 2 invisible and terrifying palm strength shot out from the palms of his hands, like a hurricane that materialized, surging forward in all directions, sweeping all obstacles. Flying sand and rocks. The rocks pierced through the air. About 20 meters in front of Glossi, all the flowers, grass, trees, and even the running animals were instantly blasted out by the unstoppable terrifying force. On the ground, there was a huge pit with a width of 7 or 8 meters and a depth of about 2 meters. The hand of destroying heaven is the supreme knack for which Glossi has become famous in his previous life. When he reaches the ultimate realm, he will be invincible and unbreakable. Back then, Glossi fought against a weapon-refining god, and smashed 13 artifacts with one hand. And in this life, Glossi was using pure physical cultivation technique, and his physique was stronger than before, and then he displayed the hand of destroying heaven, and the power was naturally even greater. When I enter the 5th heaven of martial art, I can use the real power of the hand of the sky, no matter what shit ninjutsu, forbidden technique, they are all chickens and dogs, and they are vulnerable, said to himself. In the past month, he has integrated all the ninjutsu and forbidden technique recorded in Konoha Village's Book of Seals, and compared them with his own practice technique. He came to a conclusion that before he stepped into the 5th heaven, his martial arts had no way to fight the powerful ninjutsu. However, once he steps into the 5th heaven and becomes the king of martial arts, his martial arts will be invincible and unmatched. Even S-rank ninjutsu and forbidden technique can never shake him. 5th heaven, I don't know if I can break into it in 2 years? Glossi whispered. Flying Thunder God technique. He smothered his hands lightly, and shouted in a low voice. Advertisement, brush. In an instant, Glossi disappeared into the forest. Flying Thunder God technique is a kind of space ninjutsu pioneered by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. It uses the technique to achieve instantaneous movement between point to point, more powerful spells. Glossi discovered it in the Book of Seals, so he fell in love with it and became the master. The space was shattered, and when Glossi showed his figure again, he had already reached a building on the highest level of Zingrand Village. With a pair of martial arts eyes open, he explored all directions, his expression calm. At this moment, in the martial arts field in the central hinterland of Zingrand Village, including Shanjing, a total of 28 people are working assiduously to practice the martial arts passed down by Glossi. Even if they were far apart, Glossi could clearly see the pain on the faces of those people. It is hardest to cultivate one vein. What's more, what they were cultivating was the body cultivation technique that Glossi had broken out of her retreat for 800 years in her previous life. That kind of tempering of bones in every inch of the whole body is beyond the imagination of ninjas in this world. In other words, this is far beyond their understanding and tolerance. Although a month has passed, these people are still in the initial stage of transformation. At every moment, they have to endure intense pain that ordinary people can't imagine. However, none of them complained of bitterness and tiredness, because in this month's time, they had already clearly felt the changes in their bodies. Their current strength is many times stronger than a month ago. If they continue to practice at this speed, they will definitely be promoted to Chunin, Jonin, and even the legendary quasi-shadow and cage-level powerhouse in their lifetime. And before that, this was something they didn't even dare to think about. Not far from the martial arts field, the 3 girls Jiyu Tenden, Jiyu Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata are also doing the same practice. In fact, Glossi didn't intend to teach the martial arts of the 3 women, but he couldn't help but give in. Of course, in a sense, the stronger the strength of the 3 ancient Tenden women, the more beneficial it is for Glossi. Star Ninja Village, no, it should be called Wu Zong, now it's basically on the right track. Glossi said to himself. What I need now is time. As long as I have enough time, I can pierce the entire ninja world. Advertisement. Brother, have you heard? In a dense forest, a big and thick man said to the thin and tall man who was squatting on the ground and roasting the frog with fire style. What did you hear? The thin tall man stopped his movements and asked in surprise. Zingrand Village seems to be occupied by a few mysterious people, said the 5 big and 3 rough men. It is said that one of them is extremely powerful and taught several very powerful ninjutsu to genin in the village. Recently, the ninjas of Star Ninja Village have been very high profile when performing missions, and their strength is much stronger than before. Is there really such a thing? The thin tall man said in disbelief. Powerful ninjutsu is the treasure that every village depends on for survival. Only a few people can master. Because once there are too many masters, it will increase the risk of leakage out of thin air, posing a threat to the safety of the village. I don't believe that the people who occupied Zinran village have such a big mind. He curled his lips and said. Big brother, at first, I didn't believe it. However, I once saw a genin from Star Ninja Village perform the Great Fireball technique with my own eyes. Said the 5 big and 3 rough guys. What? Great Fireball technique? The thin man's eyes lit up suddenly. The Great Fireball technique, which is very common in Konoha Shinobi Village, is just a sea-level fire style technique. However, for the wandering ninjas in the ninja world, it is more precious. Yeah, brother, this is what I saw with my own eyes. Said the 5 big and thick man. I really want to go to Star Ninja Village to try my luck now. I don't know what your big brother thinks about it. Anyway, we are fine when we are idle, so we can go to Sharingan Village together. The thin tall man thought for a moment and said. If Star Ninja Village is really so generous, let's join it. Chapter 52. You can roll now. Whizzing. After eating a meal of roasted frog, the 5 big, thick and thin men stood up from the ground and galloped towards Zinran Village. At the same time, people in several other directions were rushing towards the direction of Star Ninja Village in an endless stream. Star Ninja Village changed its owner overnight. There was a mysterious strong man sitting in town and taught powerful ninjutsu outwards. This shocked those wandering ninjas who had never entered the orthodox ninja school and had not been exposed to the inheritance of powerful ninjutsu. Full of interest. The wandering ninja's status in the ninja world is very low, and many people look down on it. The reason is that they have not undergone the orthodox ninja school education, have not received the inheritance of powerful ninjutsu, and are weak in strength. And once they get a powerful teaching of ninjutsu, their strength will immediately skyrocket. There are mysterious powerhouses who teach powerful ninjutsu in the Star Ninja Village. Haha, a lot of people have come here. Glossi smiled and said to himself. When he taught genin ninjutsu from Star Ninja Village, he had already anticipated the emergence of today's situation. However, what he didn't expect was that this day came so quickly. If you come to me sincerely, it doesn't matter if I accept you. If you are embarrassing, don't blame me for being cruel. At this moment, in the reception hall of Zinran Village. Hey, old stuff. Where is your master Xingying? Why haven't you come out to see us now? A middle-aged man said loudly and arrogantly. Advertisement. His strength is relatively strong, and he already possesses Shunin's level. Behind him stood 6 companions with similar strengths, full of confidence, and they were not polite at all. They had long known that the star shadow of Zinran Village had been killed, but he still clamored like this, which shows that they must be arrogant usually. Even if they came here to take refuge in Zinran Village, they still don't know how to constrain. Several, please stay calm and rest for a while, our lord will come soon. Genin, the old man in charge of the reception, said respectfully. Each of the 7 people standing in front of him is far above him in strength, and the murderous intent on them is extremely heavy. That kind of strong and terrifying aura is simply not something he can love to bear. In fact, if it weren't the Star Ninja Village, there was a sect master who killed the 9 masters including Master Star Shadow alone. He was not afraid of any provocation by any forces. He would have turned around and fled long ago. Old man, what do you mean by this? As soon as the old man Genin finished speaking, another dissatisfied voice rang. Are you saying you want us to wait here until the so-called lord of your mouth is free to come and see us again? Several. Sirs, our sect master will be here soon. You can rest for a while, okay? Genin said in an imploring tone. He is just a genin, but he is enveloped by the aura of the other 7 Shunin. How can he stand it? In fact, he hadn't collapsed to the ground in fright by the 7, and he couldn't speak. He was already very good. He never expected that the wandering ninja who came to the village for the first time would be so arrogant and difficult to cope with. It was simply aggressive. The old man Genin opened his mouth, but was speechless. Wait a little longer. What's the joke? The arrogant man was furious. I have lost hundreds of thousands in the half an hour here. Can you afford it? Hey, old fellow, don't you understand what I just said? The arrogant voice was reluctant. Master, we are all very busy. Time is precious. If you just take a task, you will receive hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we delay our time, can you afford it? Advertisement, several adults, I'm really very sorry, but, the old man Genin was both frightened and helpless. His status is very low, at best he is just a gatekeeper, how can he be the lord of the suzerain? Yes. Genin elder man got up from the ground in a panic and ran to the door in a hurry. Who would have thought that, in a panic in his heart, he fell to the ground all of a sudden and couldn't get up for a while. I said you can roll now. Glossi said coldly. Our Star Ninja Village only accepts the elite of the wandering ninjas, but we don't accept garbage and dross. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Old thing, I will warn you for the last time, immediately go and call out your so-called sect master. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. After speaking, the arrogant man threw Genin old man to the ground forcefully. With these words of Glossi, the entire living room fell into absolute silence, stunned everyone present. All 7 of them opened their eyes wide and looked at Glossi in disbelief. They didn't know the identity and origin of this teenage boy before Byakugan. His attitude was so strong, sonorous, and loud, huh. The old man Genin was sitting on the ground, panting heavily while staring at the arrogant man with panic, his face pale. Ha. Seeing this scene, all 7 burst out laughing, looking extremely cheerful. It's really hard to watch. Suddenly, at this moment, a low and indifferent voice came from the door. This big. Sir, please. Please calm down. The old man Genin's face changed drastically, and he was terrified, even his voice stammered. Our sovereign. Your lord will be here soon. Arrive, please. Wait a while. Little bunny, what did you just say? Huo, the arrogant man, turned around suddenly, and when he saw Glossi, who was thin and childish, he said in disdain. Old thing, what do you look at? Don't you go away? At this time, a female ninja with heavy makeup among the 7 reprimanded. But what? The arrogant man stepped forward, stretched out an arm that was thicker than the old man's thigh, grabbed the old man Genin's collar and lifted it into the air. Chapter 53 First Try Wood Style. Suddenly, there was a dead silence in the meeting room. No one thought that Ren Yi suddenly came in from the outside with a 10-year-old boy with a tough attitude. Ha ha ha. After a long silence, a long series of wild laughter suddenly sounded in the parlor. The man who laughed was a middle-aged man with a height of more than 2 meters and 2 arms thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. He quickly walked out of the team. A pair of sharp eyes shot out 2 sharp and fierce rays, staring at Glossi unblinkingly. Along with his gaze, a strong murderous aura spread out and swept towards Glossi. Little bunny, what are you? You dare to speak to us like this? The middle-aged man was condescending, staring at Glossi with extreme contempt, and said sternly. Song. Sovereign Lord, you. Come. At this moment, the old genin who fell on the ground finally reacted and hurriedly knelt and climbed to Glossi's side, saying infinitely aggrieved. At this time, he was like a little girl who was being bullied, and suddenly saw his father. He no longer had the panic and anxiety before. Why, you said this little ghost is what you call the Lord, the new master of Star Ninja Village. Hearing the words of the old gentleman genin, the 7 middle-aged men couldn't help their faces changing color. His face is incredible. They heard about it very early that Xingren Village had a new owner a month ago. The 2 quasi-sharps, including Xingying, and the 7 Jonin, were all killed by one person. These days, people have been speculating that there is a mysterious cage-level powerhouse. However, they never expected that the mysterious man who killed the 9 masters of Xingnan Village and took control of Xingnan Village would be a teenager. Could it be that this teenage boy in front of him is the legendary mysterious man who killed many masters including Xingying? How can this be? Advertisement. Star Shadow and the Great Elder are cage-level strongmen. Humph. Gullos looked at the pale faces of the 7, snorted coldly, and did not speak. Are you the new master of Star Ninja Village, the mysterious lord who killed the 9 strong men including Xing Ying before? The beautifully painted female ninja kept looking at Glossi, her eyes full of unbelief. At the same time, everyone focused on Glossi, seeming to want to see through Glossi's reality. However, Glossi's strength is far above them. How can they see through it? Yes, I am. Glossi said lightly. My lord, it's nice to meet you. We are. The woman with heavy makeup quickly said. Sorry, I don't have any interest in who you are, Glossi said. My village doesn't welcome you. You should go back wherever you came from. My lord, are you too strong? Hearing Glossi's words, the 7 couldn't help their faces changing color and became angry. Among them, the middle-aged brawny man couldn't bear it even more, and walked towards Glossi step by step. As he approached, the aura exuding from his body became stronger and stronger. He was deterring with his powerful strength, and wanted to use this to test the reality of Glossi. The 7 of us are wandering ninjas. I heard from others that Star Ninja Village changed hands overnight. It is said that the new owner is broad-minded and unscrupulously passed on the high-level ninjutsu. Therefore, the 7 of us are not far away. Li came to defect. And you actually treat us with this attitude, are you not afraid that after we go out, you will make your reputation ruined to the extreme? The middle-aged strong man said in a threatening tone. Thank you for reminding me, Glossi said with a smile. In that case, you all stay, don't go. Why, do you want to leave all 7 of us behind? The middle-aged man said teasingly. Although he had heard of the terrifying power and methods of the new master of Star Ninja Village several times, he was deeply afraid of it. However, when he saw that Glossi's real body was just a teenager, he immediately doubted what he had heard. Advertisement. Even if Glossi started practicing in his mother's womb, he has only practiced for more than 10 years. How much skill and ability can he still have? Could it be that he is stronger than a man who has practiced for more than 30 years and has gone through the blood and blood? You are wrong. Glossi said lightly. I don't want to keep you all, but to kill you all. Arrogant. The female ninja with heavy makeup sternly shouted. Go to hell, little bunny. She slammed her hands into her arms, took out 5 ball-like objects the size of a fist, and then hurled them at Glossi. Bang. 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 Suddenly, the 5 spherical objects in flight burst apart. Then, countless silver needles about an inch long appeared out of thin air. Under the control of the female ninja's chakra, these silver needles formed a strange formation, and all of Glossi's whole body was sealed to death at once. Huh? This isn't Rain Shinobi Village's ninjutsu, isn't there a lot of karma? Glossi said leisurely. I remember this trick as the ninjutsu practiced by the genins of Rain Shinobi Village. You are already chunin, but you can only use this low-level ninjutsu. It's really pitiful. Go to hell. Little b******************* d. The female ninja with heavy makeup was angry. With a violent wave of her right hand, the densely packed silver needles in the sky suddenly shot at Glossi like an arrow from a string. Looking from a distance, the sky is like rain of silver needles, dense and endless. The strength is not weak. It's a pity to kill you like this. It just happens that I need a living sacrifice to experiment with. Impure World reincarnation, Glossi said lightly. His hands quickly formed seals. Wood style. The tree world is here. Chapter 54 Impure World reincarnation. Chi. 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 In an instant, the earth shook violently, and one after another young saplings burrowed out of the ground. Under the continuous infusion of the powerful chakra of Gullos, they grew like crazy. In an instant it became a towering tree. The branches of the towering trees are as thick as arms, like a python with vitality, twisting and wriggling, rushing towards the 7 wandering ninjas at an incredible speed. From a distance, it seems that this place has become a sea of pythons. Why? This is the wood-style technique in myths and legends. The thick and stout middle-aged man stared at the ocean of trees that threw his head up, and said in awe. Under the extreme shock and horror, he even forgot to avoid it. The legendary wood-style technique can only be used by the legendary god of ninja, Konoha village founder first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Why can he use it? The ground yelled. Could it be that this young man came from the Senju clan of the Mori that has long since disappeared in the legend? The third person looked at Glossi as if he had seen a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. The branches and leaves of the trees are like resurrected pythons, possessing endless vitality, and they have captured all the 7 wandering ninjas in an instant, which is extremely relaxed. Too strong. The old man Genin looked at Glossi with extremely shocked eyes, his eyes full of worship. However, it is also mixed with endless fear and panic. The new master of Star Ninja Village seems to be more powerful than the previous master Star Shadow, and he acts with a sharp and uncompromising style, which makes him very happy. After all, in the ninja world where the law of the jungle is prevalent and the weak eats the strong, only such a strong leader can survive better. You. Who are you? The sturdy middle-aged man Gundam stared at Glossi, and said word by word. Are you a member of the Senju family in the legendary Mori? Advertisement, Senju of Mori. Glossi said with a grin. I've heard of this name, but it's a pity that I am not. Nonsense. The middle-aged man shouted sharply. As far as I know, in the entire ninja world, only the god of ninja, first Hokage Senju Hashirama of Konoha village, can use wood style. If you are not from Senju, no, if you are not from the god of ninja. If you are a direct blood relative, how can you use wood style? He. Glossi said with a smile. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk too much nonsense to the dead. You. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and the 7 women with heavy makeup all changed color on their faces, terrified. They just wanted to ask for mercy, but the branches and leaves of the trees wrapped around them moved quickly, sealing their mouths. The 7 struggled desperately, and their eyes all showed pleading expressions. However, Glossi didn't see it. From the time they entered the Star Ninja Village and treated the old genin in that way, their ending was doomed. What's your name? Glossi asked, turning his gaze to the old man Genin. Master Wei, his subordinate's name is Yamada. Genin said excitedly. He did not expect that the sect master, who was as powerful as a god in his eyes, would take the initiative to speak to him. Yamada. I see. Glossi nodded and said, I am very dissatisfied with you today. My lord, please forgive me. Yamada's feet softened as soon as he heard it, and he knelt on the ground all of a sudden, begging loudly. He pointed his finger at the 7 wandering ninjas tightly bound by wood style, and said, Yes, Lord Sovereign. Yamada said loudly. He knelt on his knees, his head pressed firmly against the ground, and did not dare to move, for fear that Glossi would kill him in a rage. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In an instant, a series of mysterious and unpredictable rune patterns drilled out of Glossi's body, and quickly rushed towards one of the people bound by wood style. Countless dust and powder floated from the ground into the air, and then suddenly attached to the person's body. The flesh and blood of the summoned, the living sacrifice, and the necessary conditions for impure world reincarnation are all there. Glossi said as he quickly sealed his hands. Although the strength of the stars and shadows is not too strong, they are 2 quasi-shadows and 7 Jonin peaks, which is better than nothing. When they meet Orochimaru next time, once they fight, they will resist one of first generation and second Hokage. Shouldn't it be a problem? Glossi said to himself. Summoning. Impure world reincarnation, he whispered. Brush. There was a scream from the population. The soul in his body was stripped by a strange force, and then a brand new soul was stuffed in, occupying the body that originally belonged to him. With the sound of his life, Glossi disappeared in the drawing room with 7 wandering ninjas, and instantly appeared in a dense jungle a few miles away. I thought you were the first offender, I will spare you this time. Glossi said lightly, however, you must remember it for me, no matter what the circumstances, never fall from our Wuzong's name. If you encounter this kind of troublesome garbage in the future, just let them go. Flying Thunder God Technique. Glossi stopped paying attention to Yamada, his hands were imprinted, and the spatial techniques spread out from under his feet, instantly covering all the 7 wandering ninjas bound by wood style. Soon, a powerful momentum erupted from him, and it turned out to be a quasi-cage level fluctuation. Suddenly, there was a rush of breaking through the air in the distance. Looking closely, it turned out that it was Glossi's shadow clone who brought the flesh and blood of the stars and shadows that Glossi had stored. What? Chapter 55 The Definite Hyuga Neji, swish swish. Glossi made seals on both hands and removed the branches and leaves of the trees that had bound the man. Brush. The man was regained his freedom, so he opened his eyes. All of a sudden, two sharp eyes bloomed, and a powerful quasi-cage level aura spread. Obviously, he is no longer the one he was before, but a brand new him, whose strength is far stronger than before. What's going on? Am I already dead? He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. However, when he saw Glossi standing not far away, a strong murderous aura broke out immediately. Little b*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************it It's nice to see you again, Xing Ying Da human. Glossi smiled and said every word. He lightly nodded a handprint on his hands, and the man could no longer move anymore. Because he was summoned by Glossi as Impure World Reincarnation, and was completely at the mercy of Glossi. What the hell is going on? Xing Ying was shocked, the expression on his face was both frightened and dazed. With his status and experience, he is naturally not qualified to see Konoha Village's super forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Actually, this matter is very simple. You have already been killed by me, and now you have been resurrected by me using the forbidden technique, Glossi said lightly. Why? I'm already dead. Hearing Glossi's words, Xing Ying's eyes shot out two terrifying lights. However, the light in his eyes soon dimmed. Obviously, he had recalled what happened before. Yes, I remember, I have been killed by you, he muttered to himself. From today, you will become my most faithful tool of killing. Glossi slowly walked to Xing Ying's side and stuffed a special engraved kunai into the back of Xing Ying's head. The above technique of Kuu can completely obliterate Xing Ying's original consciousness and make it a complete killing tool. Advertisement soon. The angry look on Xing Ying's face disappeared until it became unhappy Wu Yu, just like an old monk in concentration. He is like a robot without joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, and everything in the world can no longer disturb his heart. Boom. Glossi's hands were sealed. A huge coffin appeared out of thin air, and Xing Ying walked in stupefy. The coffin quickly sank into the ground and disappeared. The next time I fight, I only need to summon the stars directly. This Impure World Reincarnation is so convenient and fast. No wonder Orochimaru faces 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen so well that he is not afraid at all. Glossi said to himself. Next, it's your turn. He looked at the other 6 people bound by wood style. There were a total of 7 wandering ninjas who came this time. Glossi regarded them as sacrifices of the Impure World Reincarnation, and summoned the 5 who died in Shingnan Village. As for the remaining 2 times, the summoning failed. However, the 2 quasi-cage level masters and the 3 pinnacle Jonin masters are already powerful enough to attack any power in addition to the 5 great nations and the Hanzo of the Salamander. Now the defensive power of Star Ninja Village is strong enough, and the rest is up to my own. Glossi said to himself. If I can successfully enter the 5th level of martial arts mentality in the shortest time, and have the strength to confront cage level powerhouses, then my Wuzong expansion plan can be launched. However, if I have not been able to become the king of martial arts, even if Star Ninja Village is strong, I can only stand still. After all, the strength of the cage-level powerhouse is too strong, and it is not possible to resist relying on the accumulation of numbers. Time. All I need now is time. Advertisement. Time was hurried, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. On this day, Glossi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing martial arts mentality, opened his eyes all at once, then made a seal with one hand, and his whole person disappeared without a trace in an instant. Outside of Xingran Village, in an unusually dense forest, a slender and handsome young man was staggering forward. His body was covered with bright red blood everywhere, and he knew at a glance that he had just experienced a tragic battle and was extremely injured. His face was pale, without any blood, his body was already weak to ultimate, and he might fall to the ground at any time. However, his eyes shined with incomparable toughness, revealing his endless desire for life. Hyuga Neji, go back with us obediently. At this moment, a low and indifferent voice came from behind. Master 3rd Hokage strictly ordered us not to hurt your life. Otherwise, do you think you can hold on for so long under our hands and escape here from Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder hundreds of miles away? Hyuga Neji, don't be arrogant. You have lived up to the expectations of Master 3rd Hokage of you, said another voice. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, a total of 5 slender figures appeared, and each of them exuded an astonishing aura, and they were all Jonin-level powerhouses. Obviously, they are all elites in Konoha Village, Anbu. You have to die. Even if I die, I will never return to Konoha with you, Hyuga Neji said coldly. Back then, my father Hyuga Hizashi was forced to death by 3rd Hokage, but now he is showing his righteousness in front of me. Doesn't it feel disgusting? Hyuga Neji, don't take Master 3rd Hokage's appreciation of you as his guilt and apology for you. And Anbu said harshly. Master 3rd Hokage dedicated his life to the village, and made countless huge sacrifices to protect the village, especially if you, a hairy boy, can comment? Yeah, Hyuga Neji snapped. Don't tell me those great truths. I only know that my father died too wrongly. I must avenge him. Chapter 307, Auto-generated chapter title, the 56th chapter is just alive. Hyuga Neji, don't know what's wrong, and Anbu was furious. Don't you know how much Master 3rd Hokage appreciates you? He did not hesitate to come to the Hyuga clan in the honorable identity of Master Hokage for you, begging them to unlock the caged bird seal on you. Do you know how rare this kind of thing is, and what a precious honor it is? A month ago, the 7 people led by Rock Lee defected to the village. In addition to you, Rock Lee, Yakushi Kabuto, Uchiha Sasuke, Tenten, Hoshinoyuki, and Hyuga Hinata were all declared rebels. Don't you realize to the pains of Master Third Hokage? Also, if it wasn't for Master Third Hokage's repeated emphasis not to kill you, you must be brought back alive. Would you still run away alive? Do you really think that you alone can resist a joint attack by the 5 of us? Do you think you are the second Rock Lee? Obviously, this person admired Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. Hearing that Hyuga Hinata dared to speak rudely to Third Hokage, he immediately became furious and kept saying such things. A complicated look flashed in Hyuga Neji's eyes. How can he not see the appreciation and kindness that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has for him? Not only is he not a fool, but on the contrary, he is smarter than the average person. He is very grateful for the care of Third Hokage for many years. However, when he learned the truth of the incident and that his father Hyuga Hizashi was forced to death by Third Hokage and Hyuga Hiyashi together, his feelings for Third Hokage disappeared ruthlessly. Killing the father's hatred is not shared. Hyuga Neji struggled in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by resolute. He roared hoarsely. Don't kill the enemy of the father, don't you share it? Haha. And, Enbu said with a sneer. All right, since you are determined, don't blame us for being cruel and stifling you in the cradle. Have you been waiting for my words? Hyuga Neji said disdainfully. Although Master Third Hokage ordered you not to kill me, you never took this order in your eyes. I don't know how many times you have beaten me down along the way. I can live till now, relying on my own strength, not on your men's mercy. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter. And, Enbu said with a sneer. The cat and mouse game can now be over. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom. Advertisement. A giant great fireball with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters ejected from a population, carrying an unparalleled blazing heat, and hitting Hyuga Neji head and face. Where the huge fireball passed, countless flowers and trees were ignited, and then turned into a raging flame, and the earth was scorched black. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Neji looked awe-inspiring and did not dare to be negligent. His hands were continuously slashed back, and one after another fierce palm wind hit the giant great fireball flying behind him. Wind style. Get wind, however, at this moment, there was another, Enbu, with both hands making a seal, opening his mouth to exhale a fierce gust of wind. In an instant, the wind assisted the fire, and a raging flame spread all of a sudden and enveloped the land with a radius of more than 50 meters. The combination of ninjutsu was originally extremely powerful, not to mention that 2 Jonin powerhouses are now teaming up, and the power is even more amazing. It immediately forced Hyuga Neji into the realm of death. Damn it! Is my Hyuga Neji dying like this? Hyuga Neji looked at the raging flames, his eyes full of unwillingness. How could he willingly die like this, for his father killing vengeance has not yet been reported. However, despite his unwillingness in his heart, there is no other way but to watch the overwhelming flame engulf him. He escaped here from Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder, spanning hundreds of miles in the middle, experienced several bloody fights, and was already exhausted, unable to use revolving heaven for defense. Water style. Great waterfall technique. At this critical moment, a deep voice came from the forest. This voice is. Hyuga Neji's desperate heart suddenly became active again. Wow. Very abruptly, a large amount of water fell from the sky, like the water of the Milky Way in the 9 heavens falling down, covering this area in an instant. The endless water, like the waves of the vast sea, immediately extinguished the burning sea of fire. Moreover, it continued to rush towards the 5, Anbu, in the distance. Who? What a powerful water-style technique, and, Anbu, exclaimed. Earth-style. Earth formation wall. The other person quickly formed the seal with both hands and performed the earth-style technique. The nemesis of the water-style technique, instantly creating an earth wall that was 5 to 6 meters high and 1 meter thick. All 5 of the people were guarded inside, 3 of the 5 were caught off guard. They were hit by the turbulent water, screaming loudly in their mouths, vomiting blood and flying out. However, the other 2 people are more powerful. They realized that they were not good in advance, and used the water-style technique to resolve the trick just now. Advertisement Glossi, that was the super ruthless man who killed Mitokado Homura, the quasi-cage level powerhouse, and escaped Konoha under the siege of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 2 cage level powerhouses. How can they fight against Lee? No, Glossi, is that you? Hyuga Neji said loudly. This is an extremely dangerous signal. Well, just stay alive. Glossi nodded and said. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Want to escape? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Glossi's mouth. I was chased by them for hundreds of miles, and there is no other way. Hyuga Neji said with a wry smile. I am very satisfied to see you alive. Both of them had their faces change color, and the 2 pairs of 4 eyes were constantly looking in all directions. However, what frightened them was that they couldn't find the person in the dark. Boom. Who? Escape. Who? However, what they never expected was that the blazing water flow was so powerful that it would suddenly break down the earth wall that protected them. When Glossi talked with Hyuga Neji, the people of Anbu already knew Glossi's identity. They did not hesitate to make such a decision directly. You are very good, you found here all the way. Glossi's body slowly drilled out of the ground, smiled at Hyuga Neji, and said, you seem very embarrassed. 8GT Chapter 57 If it is an enemy, kill it. Glossi took the 3 ancient Tendon daughters to escape from Konoha village. After all the difficulties, they finally settled in Zingren village. They have a temporarily stable residence. How can they tolerate these? Anbu escape and save his whereabouts leaked out. He could imagine that once these Anbu fled and informed the high level of Konoha village of his whereabouts, what Glossi would face next would be a violent storm-like attack. Not only will Konoha village's hunting and killing troops come one after another, but also those wandering ninjas and desperados in the rebels. After all, Glossi's reward is as high as 100 million. Regardless of which aspect is considered, Glossi will never let go of these Anbu. Swipe. A lightning-like figure pierced through the void, like a glimpse of light. Glossi seemed to travel through space, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, and came to one of the Anbu. What? The man yelled in horror. He had known that Glossi was extremely powerful, and even the famous quasi-cage level master Mitokado Homura had died in his hands. However, he didn't expect that Glossi would be so powerful. A second ago, Glossi was still 10 meters away. In the next second, Glossi came to him and stared at him with a pair of Shinigami indifferent eyes. Condescending, expressionless, this brought him unparalleled strong oppression. While yelling in horror, he desperately waved the kunai in his hand, stabs Glossi head-on. Life is the most precious, and even if 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to kill him, he will resist with all his might. However, all his efforts were in vain. When, with a clear and melodious metal crashing sound, the sharp kunai in his hand was broken by Glossi's punch. Then, that fist carried an unparalleled prestige, and blasted at his head fiercely. In the next moment, he felt that his eyes went dark and he completely lost his consciousness and consciousness. Advertisement, puff. Glossi blasted the head of the Anbu with a punch, then turned around and rushed towards the other person. Okay. So powerful. Hyuga Neji was stunned and dumbfounded when he witnessed the scene just now, and couldn't believe his eyes. He was shocked to discover that after a month's time, Glossi was stronger and more terrifying than before. His progress is so fast. With such a powerful and terrifying combat power, even if it is not as good as the legendary cage-level powerhouse, it is not far away. The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. The farther, he muttered to himself. You know, those 5 Anbu are all genuine Jonin masters, and each of them has experienced a lot of battles and is extremely difficult to deal with. If not, how could Hyuga Neji be chased by them for hundreds of miles, and escape from the land of thunder to here all the way? However, it is such a powerful Anbu, but now it has been smashed by Glossi with an easy punch. What amazing strength is this? At this moment, Hyuga Neji felt that his choice was correct. He believed that as long as he followed Glossi, he would definitely get the power of revenge he dreamed of. Ah! 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 The screams came continuously, and Glossi's figure resembled a rabbit rising and falling, fierce and incompetent. With every punch, one person would be killed by him. After 5 punches, Glossi killed 5. Anbu, and Kamui was the best. Hyuga Neji, I take revenge for you. Glossi walked towards Hyuga Neji slowly, grinning, and said. He had just gone through a bloody battle and killed 5 people with his fists. It should be reasonable that he was covered with blood all over his body. However, his right hand was as clean as new, not even a trace of blood was stained. Thank you. Hyuga Neji stared at Glossi intently. After a long time, he knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice. Please teach me powerful power. He said seriously. If I let you down, I will choose to stop by myself, Hyuga Neji said. Where did Sasuke go? Glossi asked after the greeting. Okay. Glossi nodded and said, from today, you are my Wuzong's senior brother. I will pass on my cultivation method to you, and I hope you don't let me down. Advertisement, he defected to Orochimaru. Glossi couldn't help but shook his head when he heard the words. In order to save Orochimaru, he did not hesitate to shake Orochimaru with Chunin's strength, and was severely injured and almost died, but he never thought that he could not stop at all. When Hyuga Neji met Jiyu Tenten and Hyuga Hinata, they naturally sighed. His attitude towards Jiyu Tenten was extremely enthusiastic. After all, the two had grown up together and belonged to the same class. They had deep emotions. Facing Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Neji looked very embarrassed. Come to think of it, this should be Uchiha Sasuke's fate. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It doesn't matter anymore, Glossi said with a shrug. If he is a friend, we will still accept him. But if he is an enemy, kill him, no need to worry about anything. And Glossi, this is absolutely not allowed in this life. Yes. Hyuga Neji said decisively. In a sense, Hyuga Hinata was expelled from the family, and the most direct culprit was Hyuga Neji. I don't know. Hyuga Neji shook his head. However, according to my guess, he should have gone to Orochimaru. Do you really want to learn? Glossi smiled and said. Fortunately, Hyuga Hinata is not a caregiver. Glossi passed the first 5 levels of martial arts mentality to Hyuga Neji, but he did not teach him the 8 inner gates. His reason is simple. If Hyuga Neji has cultivated to the 5th heaven of martial art, and then turn on the 8 inner gates, it will pose a certain threat to his life. The next time I meet, I don't know if it is an enemy or a friend, Hyuga Neji said emotionally. Chapter 58 The Samurai's Savior. If it is an enemy, kill it. Glossi's words were extremely domineering, arrogant and confident, and only heard Hyuga Neji's blood boiled. A heroic spirit rose into the sky, and his fighting spirit was high. Uchiha Sasuke, who is the last survivor of the legendary Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world, possesses the best bloodline and blood succession boundary Sharingan. Once it has grown up, who would dare to say that he can defeat it? I am afraid that even the legendary Konoha Sannin would not dare to say it. However, Glossi said it so casually that he didn't pay attention to Uchiha Sasuke at all. It seems that Uchiha Sasuke is not a descendant of the legendary strongest in ninja family, but a cat and a dog. Believe me, you will surprise him the next time you meet again. Glossi's experience is so rich that he can see through Hyuga Neji's mind at a glance. He reached out and patted Hyuga Neji on the shoulder, and said with a smile, I definitely can do it. Hyuga Neji's eyes suddenly became resolute. As the most outstanding genius in the history of the Hyuga family, he naturally has his own arrogance. However, because he was born in the Hyuga branch house and bears a miserable family fate, he has been suppressing his own nature. Now that he has defected from Konoha village and completely separated from the Hyuga clan, what else does he need to worry about? He believes that with his own ingenuity, it may not be impossible to suppress Uchiha Sasuke in the future. Let's go. I will lift the caged bird seal for you and dispel the last worry in your heart. Glossi said with a smile. Without the shackles of the caged bird seal, I believe that you will fly straight into the sky like the winged rock. Thank you, Glossi. Hyuga Neji said in a choked voice with excitement. Advertisement. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Star Ninja Village, oh no, it should be renamed Wuzong now. Wuzong's strength has grown by leaps and bounds under the martial arts mentality provided by Glossi and countless powerful ninjutsu conditions, and has gradually become a new and powerful force. Over time, many people have gradually realized that there is a powerful force called Wuzong in the far north. Everyone who came out of Wuzong was powerful, and Grandmaster had one or several powerful ninjutsu, which was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, their physical skills are extremely powerful, far beyond people's imagination. Everyone who has taught the hand with Wuzong came out, feels headaches, even fears about his extremely powerful physical skills. Gradually, Wuzong's name expanded in a small area. Soon, it spread in all directions, and its influence became stronger and wider. Even the Iron Kingdom, which is independent of the 5 major countries and has the title of the 6th largest country in the world of ninja, has the legend of Wuzong circulated everywhere. Everyone knows that Wuzong has an extremely powerful and mysterious leader, that is, the legendary suzerain. This sect master is extremely powerful. Not only is the physical skill so powerful that it is unbelievable, but even the ninjutsu cultivation base is extremely terrifying, and it can be called invincible. Someone once said that Wuzong's sect master was the one who appeared in response to the mandate of heaven. He would ruin the entire ninja world and re-establish a world of warriors, just like what Sage of Six Paths did back then. The Iron Kingdom is a force composed of the last samurai group in the entire ninja world, and it naturally has a great influence on the rumors of Wuzong and its suzerain. Many warriors and wandering ninjas set off one after another and embarked on the road to Wuzong, hoping to worship under Wuzong and learn the legendary Budo technique. In the beginning, this was just an isolated phenomenon, and the senior officials of the Iron Kingdom didn't care much. However, as time went by, they found that more and more people in the Iron State had embarked on the road to Wuzong, which had to make them vigilant. They first issued a martial law order, prohibiting any warriors from the Iron Kingdom from going to Wuzong, and then held an emergency meeting to discuss how to solve Wuzong's related matters. In the end, they unanimously passed a resolution to send the most powerful and elite, Black Iron Guard, in the Iron Country to Wuzong in the north to test it. Advertisement Mifune, as the only admiral in the Iron Nation, the son of the strongest Mifune, is naturally qualified to participate in such a meeting. He knew very well what happened to Wuzong who suddenly appeared in the north, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end, as if he didn't do his business at all. However, 7 days passed, and none of the 20 Black Iron Guards, dispatched by the Iron Kingdom returned. What the hell is going on? Admiral, the only one in the Iron Nation, and Sanchuan, the strongest in the Iron Nation, slapped the table with a sharp slap and roared angrily. The Black Iron Guard is an elite unit trained by 3 ships. Everyone has devoted countless efforts to him, which is extremely precious. However, this time there were 20 Black Iron Guards, who never returned. How did this make Mifune not angry? Mifune was angry, and everyone was silent. Even the name of the country of Iron does not dare to speak out, because they all know that Mifune is the real master of the Iron Kingdom. My father. At this moment, Xiao Sanchuan suddenly said, if my guess is correct, the 20 Black Iron Guards should all have died. All of them died in Wuzong. What did you say? Mifune was furious. However, at the moment he was about to explode, he suddenly saw the light gleaming in his son's eyes. He knew his son very well and knew he had something to say. Although he was extremely angry, he had to force it down. His son is very unusual and has a rare concept of the overall situation. It was he who put forward the policy of permanent neutrality, that allowed the Iron Nation to avoid the doom of being attacked by the 5 great powers. My father, I mean, in the north of our Iron Country, there has been a powerful force that can save all our samurai. Xiao Mifune said loudly. The sect master of Wuzong is the savior of our samurai. Chapter 310. Auto-generated chapter title. The 59th chapter shocked everyone. Sovereign of Wuzong, savior of samurai. Is the new powerful force appearing in the north of the Iron Country the savior that can save all the samurai? When Xiao Sanchuan said this, almost everyone was stunned. Even if he knew his son's extraordinary ness, Admiral, who was as steady as a mountain, was stunned. They all looked at Xiao Sanchuan with incredulous eyes, their eyes full of questions. Wuzong, who suddenly rose up in the north of the Iron Kingdom, rose slowly like a dazzling comet, full of endless dazzling light. According to legend, Wuzong's suzerain is extremely powerful, not only invincible in the world of physical skills, but also the Grandmaster's countless powerful ninjutsu, almost invincible. Not only that, but Wuzong's suzerain was extremely generous, without any stinginess, and taught some of the powerful ninjutsu that the 5 great ninja villages regarded as the treasures, which greatly enhanced Wuzong's strength. And this move naturally created a strong attraction for wandering ninjas who seriously lacked the inheritance of advanced ninjutsu. Therefore, in this more than half a year, no less than 200 wandering ninjas have defected to Wuzong. Moreover, what's more serious is that Wuzong's suzerain called himself a warrior and created a unique method of physical training in the world. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation for the warriors of the Iron Kingdom. Over this period of time, dozens of warriors have traveled from the Iron Kingdom to Wuzong, posing a huge threat to the ruling foundation of the Iron Kingdom. You know, the Iron Kingdom is the last powerful force composed of the samurai group in the entire ninja world. If there is any accident in it, it means that the samurai has completely ended in this world. QG. Plus. The appearance of Wuzong has shaken the ruling foundation on which the Iron Kingdom depends, which naturally made them both frightened and angry. Now, Xiao Sanchuan actually said in public that Wuzong is the savior of the samurai, and the suzerain of Wuzong is the savior of all the samurai. How can they not be shocked and puzzled? Advertisement. Lil guy, what do you mean by saying this? A gloomy middle-aged man who was about the same age as Mifune shouted. He is the second master of the Iron Kingdom, and he is the same as Mifune, so his tone of speech is full of condescending taste, which is extremely uncomfortable. Little guy, I think you need to explain what you just said. Next to him, another old man with white beard and hair also spoke. The appearance of Wuzong poses a huge threat to the survival of our Iron Country, but what you just said has appreciated him. What is going on? Yes, you have to explain clearly. The third person stood up and said, Little guy, if you want to understand, if you are not the son of Lord Mifune, based on what you just said, we can kill you directly. For a moment, the opinions were divergent, and the senior leaders of the Iron Kingdom samurai group spoke one by one, and they all aimed their fingers at the small 3 ships. They seemed to want to use this as an opportunity to divert the attention of Mifune Admiral and the leader of the country, so as to get away. However, what they didn't notice was that the expression of Admiral, the #1 master of the Iron Nation, Mifune Admiral, was getting colder and colder, and his gaze was as sharp as 2 sharp blades, full of bitter killing intent. Masafune and his father, Admiral exchanged glances, and the father and son were connected, and they reached an agreement in an instant. Okay, everyone shut up for me. Mifune raised a loud shout, sounding like a bell, and suddenly suppressed the voices of those babbled seniors in the Iron Kingdom. Now, they learned from the mouth of Xiao Sanchuan that Wuzong's suzerain turned out to be Rock Lee. How can they be shocked and shocked? Who is Wuzong's suzerain? Admiral Mifune took a deep breath and asked. At this moment, he looked at his son and felt very strange. His son actually had contact with Wuzong's suzerain 6 months ago, but he has been kept in the dark without knowing it. What? He is Wuzong's suzerain. The expressions of Sanchuan and others all change, becoming very ugly. My father, the reason why I say that Wuzong is the savior of our samurai, and the savior of Wuzong is the savior of all our warriors. That's because I have seen the savior of Wuzong as early as 6 months ago. Xiao Sanchuan Yu is not surprising and endless, said. Advertisement. It can be said unceremoniously that today's Rock Lee is already known to no one. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although his voice is very soft, it can be heard clearly by others. His meaning is obvious, that is, Xiao Sanchuan colluded with Wuzong as early as 6 months ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible to help Wuzong speak like this. My father, the name of Wuzong's suzerain, you must have heard of it a long time ago. Xiao Sanchuan smiled and said. He is no one else. It is this level trader who defected from Konoha village half a year ago and was arrested by Konoha village with a reward of 100 million Rock Lee. Later, Rock Lee's secret was discovered by Shimura Danzo, and he intended to capture Rock Lee and ask all the secrets, which eventually led to Rock Lee's return from Konoha village, killing 50 or 60 people of Anbu, and killing Quasi-Cage, the one with the strong level, escaped from the hands of the 2 Cage level strong, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, shaking the world. Let's talk, give them a reason for them to accept, Mifune said, seemingly pointed. Yes, my father. Xiao Sanchuan bowed deeply at his father and said in a deep voice. Everyone was horrified, all silent, afraid to speak anymore. In their memory, Mifune Admiral has not had such a big fire for several years. You have already seen Wuzong's suzerain. No wonder you would say what you just said. The old man with all white beard and hair thoughtfully said softly. You, explain what you just said. Mifune said blankly. You better understand it to me. If you can't explain what you just said, even if you are my son, I won't be merciful to you, and will give you the most severe punishment. Why? Have you seen Wu Zong's sect master as early as half a year ago? The second master opened his eyes wide, and said in disbelief. Rock Lee, this name is definitely no stranger to today's ninja world. He was born in Konoha village, he was once dubbed, waist shy, and he was insulted by others. However, he was unyielding and unforgiving, practiced hard, and finally shined in the Chunin exam, defeating the three geniuses of Gaara, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke all the way, winning the championship in one fell swoop, shocking everyone. Advertisement Chapter 60. First meeting, please take care of me. Little guy, you. But you said it is true? Wu Zong's suzerain is really the legendary Rock Lee? The second master of the Iron Kingdom looked solemn and asked with an imperceptible trembling voice. If Wu Zong, a powerful force emerging in the north of the Iron Country, was really created by the legendary Rock Lee, then the Iron Country will be in great trouble. At this time, there are too many rumors about Rock Lee circulating in the ninja world, and it is extremely shocking, which makes people shudder. According to legend, Rock Lee used to be a wastewood who could not practice ninjutsu and illusion. He could only practice the most rubbish physical skills and was looked down upon by all the people in the village. However, Rock Lee relied on physical skills in the Chunin exam to forcibly cut a bloody road, defeating Gaara, Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke along the way, and successfully won the crown of the younger generation. After that, Rock Lee was alone against Konoha's dark forces headed by Shimura Danzo, Gen. In the extremely fierce battle, Glossi showed incredible tyrannical combat power, swept countless powerful enemies with the most trash physical skills in the eyes of the world, and killed and injured countless members of the Root. When the battle reached the fiercest level, Glossi revealed his other side to everyone extremely powerful ninjutsu. The elders of Konoha village, the well-known quasi-cage level powerhouse Mitokata Homura was killed, Udatan Ekaharu's legs were broken, and later Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, two cage-level powerhouses, and dozens of others surrounded by the Ninja Legion, he rushed out of the circle alive. Since then, Konoha Shinobi Village has completely lost control of Rock Lee's whereabouts. Although, in the past 6 months or so, Konoha Village has sent countless Enbu searches, but it has never been able to find the location of Rock Lee. It was as if Rock Lee disappeared from the world all at once. According to the information obtained by Konoha Village, Rock Lee was only 13 years old at the time. This is definitely an extremely terrifying fact. Looking at the entire ninja world, I am afraid that only Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered the entire family in one night, can be compared with Rock Lee at this age. Now, Xiao Sanchuan suddenly said that the suzerain of Wuzong, who was rising rapidly in the north, was Rock Lee. How to make them not shocked? That's someone who can't do anything even at Konoha Shinobi Village, the largest force in the shinobi world. Advertisement, little guy, you can't be kidding about such things. The white-bearded old man tried his best to calm his mind and said in a voice that thought he was calm but was constantly trembling. Wu Zong, an emerging force in the north of our Iron Country, was really created by Rock Lee? Two uncles, what do you think is such an important thing? Do I dare to make such a joke? Xiao Sanchuan smiled and said. If you haven't forgotten, you should remember that half a year ago, the moment Rock Lee defected from Konoha Village issued a 100 million reward for Rock Lee. Well, I have an impression of this. Admiral Mifune nodded slightly and said. Even in the entire ninja world, there are not many Rinnegan who have offered a reward of more than 100 million. Moreover, the person who was offered the reward is a 13-year-old boy, so I am very impressed with him. My father, this is how things are. Xiao Sanchuan bowed deeply to his father, and then spoke out what happened at that time. Boy, did you say you deliberately let go of that kid Rock Lee? Admiral Mifune changed his color after listening, and roared angrily. Yes, my father. Xiao Sanchuan faced his furious father without fear. Between Rock Lee and Konoha Shinobi Village, I chose Rock Lee. Stupid, it's stupid. Admiral Mifune said with infinite regret. If you didn't let Rock Lee go, but grabbed him and sent him back to Konoha Village, our Iron Nation would have formed a life and death alliance with Konoha Village. The alliance of life and death? Father, are you kidding me? Xiao Sanchuan said with a cold smile and said unceremoniously. The so-called alliance is just a piece of scrap paper that is used to restrain both parties. What use can it be? I think it is more cost-effective to make Rock Lee owe me a favor. Too young, you are too young. Admiral Mifune sighed helplessly while shaking his head. You don't know how powerful Konoha Village is. You don't even know that the potential in this world is not important at all. Only strength is the only eternal one. My father, you are wrong. Xiao Sanchuan said in a deep voice. You don't even know how powerful Rock Lee is, let alone how terrifying his potential. Even half a year ago, in our entire Iron Nation, only you could defeat him. Advertisement, humph. As soon as Xiao Sanchuan's voice fell, the second master of the Iron Kingdom grunted coldly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Why, uncle, are you not convinced? Suddenly, at this moment, a slightly tender but indifferent voice rang in the conference room. The voice appeared too abrupt, without any signs at all. Everyone was shocked, searching around with their eyes, hoping that the person who was talking could be found out. However, what makes them frightened is that no matter how they look for it, they still can't find the person who speaks. Who? Sneaky. Have the ability to get lousy out. The second master of the Iron Kingdom shouted sharply. He was scorned by Xiao Sanchuan just now, and he was very upset in his heart. Now he is being teased by someone pretending to be a ghost. How can he not be angry? There is only one thing in his mind now, and that is to pull out the person hiding in the dark and use his most terrible means to kill him, so that he can dispel the anger in his heart. I have been standing behind you all the time, but you can't notice it. However, when a cold voice came from behind the second master, he froze and felt his entire body stand upright. The hair is creepy. Are you? Admiral Mifune looked solemn, staring at the young man with thick eyebrows and eyes that suddenly appeared without blinking, and asked in a deep voice. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Glossi smiled and said, Hello, uncles, my name is Glossi. When we meet for the first time, please take care of me. Chapter 61. You are the one who knows nothing about life and death. Glossi. Where is Glossi sacred? Everyone present, except Xiao Sanchuan, couldn't help showing a suspicious look on their faces. Even if they are as powerful as Admiral, as well as knowledgeable as the name of the country's lord, they have never heard of such a name. Could it be that this is the name of a young master who has just emerged recently? However, although they had heard of the name Glossi for the first time, they did not dare to show any contemptuous expressions on their faces. Because the way Glossi appeared just now was too weird. There was no shortage of masters in the audience, and Mifune Admiral even claimed to be able to compete with the cage-level powerhouses, but they didn't know when and where Glossi came from, appeared. Who would dare to underestimate such a man who is incomprehensible and incomprehensible? What's more, the second master of the Iron Kingdom was unknowingly deceived by Glossi, and he has not dared to move anything until now. What a powerful and amazing method this is. Who on earth are you? Where do you come from? After all, the Lord of the Iron Kingdom, Da Ming, is knowledgeable and experienced too many winds and waves. He soon woke up and asked first. I'm from Wuzong. Glossi smiled and said, Are you from Wuzong? As soon as the words came out, the face of everyone in the court changed. 7 days ago, the Iron Kingdom sent 20 Black Iron Guards to Wuzong to conduct investigations. They have not returned until now. They speculated that these Black Iron Guards should have been poisoned and all died. And now, Wuzong sent a strongman to forcibly break into the high-level meeting of the Iron Kingdom. This is definitely an extremely dangerous signal. You are from Wuzong, so what is the relationship between you and the Lord in Wuzong's legend? Admiral Mifune asked with a sudden move in his heart. My father, I forgot to introduce it to you. At this moment, Xiao Sanchuan stood up and said with a smile. This is the second master of Wuzong, Master Glossi. What? Advertisement? What did you say? How can this be? As soon as Xiao Sanchuan's voice fell, everyone's expressions became very exciting, their eyes widened, their mouths widened, and their faces were shocked and inconceivable. Among them, 5 or 6 people stood up directly from their seats, staring at Glossi with unblinking eyes. Isn't the founder of Wuzong Rock Lee who defected from Konoha village? Why did it suddenly become Glossi? What the hell is going on? Admiral Mifune stared at Glossi sharply and said every word. He rose up with a powerful aura, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, firmly locked on Glossi. Rock Lee is the name I used when I was in Konoha village, Glossi said with a grin. Since I left Konoha village, my name has changed to Glossi. He could clearly feel the powerful and fierce aura erupting from the 3 ships, but he didn't care at all. Half a year has passed, and he has already reached the pinnacle of the 4th heaven of martial art, and he has been familiar with the Book of Seals, and even if he is invincible against the cage-level powerhouse, he can easily escape. In that case, you are Rock Lee. The second master of the Iron Kingdom, who was restrained by Glossi from behind, tried his best to calm his mind, and then asked in a pretentiously low voice. Not bad. Glossi nodded. Rock Lee, you are so bold. The second master of the Iron Kingdom sneered and said sharply, Do you know that you are now a public enemy of the entire ninja world? Konoha Shinobi Village offers a reward of 100 million. You are wanted all over the world. Almost everyone wants to catch you and send it to Konoha Village to receive the reward. Oh, really? Glossi smiled and said, Not only did you not look for a safe place to hide, but instead broke into the high-level meeting room of our Iron Nation so boldly, you did not know how to live or die. Don't you be afraid that we will take you down and send it to Konoha Village in exchange bounty? The second master of the Iron Kingdom shouted. I think you are the one who lives and lives. Glossi said with a smile. You are now in control of your life, and you dare to threaten me. Are you tired of your life? Advertisement, even if you dare. The second master of the Iron Kingdom exclaimed sternly. It seems that you don't know me at all. Glossi said with infinite regret. I even dared to kill Mitokado Homura, a member of the Konoha village elders. What kind of thing are you? You. The second master of the Iron Kingdom was shocked and frigid. My lord, please be merciful. Xiao Sanchuan also noticed something wrong, and said loudly. However, by this time it was already too late. Glossi raised his right hand and patted it gently on the neck of the second master of the Iron Kingdom. Kacha! With a creepy sound, the neck of the second master of the Iron Kingdom broke. Wow! Seeing such a terrible scene, the entire conference room was in chaos in an instant. Everyone suddenly stood up from their seats and looked at Glossi with horrified and hateful eyes, pale in horror. They did not expect that Glossi would be so ruthless, and would kill the second master of the Iron Nation. Isn't he afraid of triggering a war between Wuzong and the Iron Kingdom? Glossi, You are too much. Xiao Sanchuan couldn't help his mouth twitching and said in dissatisfaction at Glossi. He had known that Glossi would come today, because this time the action was planned and implemented jointly by him and Glossi. He intends to take this opportunity to warn against those who oppose the alliance with Wuzong in the Iron Kingdom and beat them. However, what he never expected was that Glossi would kill the second master of the Iron Kingdom as soon as he came up, which was beyond his psychological tolerance. In this way, even he was not sure to convince his father to cooperate with Glossi and Wuzong. Chapter 62 Juhe/. Now, the trouble is big. Xiao Sanchuan took a peek at his father, and he suddenly found that one of his father's hands was pressing the hilt of the saber around his waist, and his eyes shot out of the cold light, murderous, and he was ready to shoot at any time. Except for his father, everyone else reacted fiercely. More than half of them drew their sabers and aimed their swords at Glossi, with hatred in their eyes. Obviously, Glossi just killed the second master of the Iron Nation, which immediately aroused their public outrage. Damn, this is a big trouble, Xiao Sanchuan said silently in his heart. Sovereign Lord, you are too much. As the #1 master of the Iron Nation, Mifune Admiral's calm attitude is naturally far beyond the reach of others. He locked onto Glossi with his blade-like aura, and said in a low voice. Too much? I don't think so. Glossi grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and said. Anyway, I am also the sect master of Wuzong, and my status is very lofty. Not only did that guy not treat me respectfully, but instead threatened me, saying that I didn't know whether to live or die. If this sect master didn't teach him a little lesson, wouldn't it be seen by you? Are you flat? Sovereign Lord said to teach him a little lesson. Is it killing him? Mifune Admiral asked sharply. No, I never thought of killing him from start to finish. Glossi smiled and said. I have no grievances or grudges against him, and today is the first time I met. Why should I kill him? Since sect master you don't want to kill him, why kill him? Mifune Admiral asked. I didn't kill him. I just wanted to teach him a little lesson. Whoever thought? That guy was too rebellious to beat him. He couldn't bear even a light slap. This is no one. Glossi said with an innocent look. Mifune. Master sect master, are you relying on your strength to ignore our Iron Nation at all? Admiral Mifune didn't get angry, but said in an icy voice. Master Mifune, you think too much, Glossi said with a smile. I have always longed for the country of iron. The current world is the world of ninjas. Konoha Village, Sand Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village are tied together and they are extremely powerful. The country of iron is today. The only samurai group in the world is already very valuable. Advertisement, especially you, as the #1 powerhouse in the Iron Nation, Lord Mifune Admiral, I have a long admiration for you. In a sense, you are the only pillar that supports the Iron Nation. Glossi's remark was definitely not a deliberate compliment, but a fact. If the Iron Nation does not have the 3 ships admiral, the 5 major nations only need to dispatch a cage-level powerhouse to level the Iron Nation. It's a great honor for you to say that, Lord Sect Master, Admiral Mifune said in a deep voice. However, I still want to know, why did Sect Master want to kill the second master of my Iron Nation? Okay. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Glossi shrugged and said, my Wuzong wants to form an alliance with your Iron Nation, and that guy has already been scared by the 5 big nations. He would rather be a ninja dog than our Wuzong alliance. So, I killed him. That's it, Glossi said. Why? You said you want to form an alliance with our Iron Nation? Da Ming, the leader of the Iron Nation, stared in disbelief. Glossi killed the second master of the Iron Nation as soon as he came, and now he said he wanted to form an alliance. Lie to the ghost? Little b****************** d. You are simply dreaming. A middle-aged man in his 40s shouted at Glossi. You just killed the second strongest of our Iron Nation. It is already a life and death confrontation with our Iron Nation. It must be impossible to escape alive. Brush. Suddenly, a figure flew past like thunder and lightning. Immediately afterwards, a bright red blood arrow soared into the sky, and a huge head flew out and fell heavily on the desk in the conference room. Blood is splashing everywhere, terrifying. As I said, I am the sovereign, and I have a distinguished status. I must be polite and respectful to me. Didn't you forget it so soon? Glossi wiped the blood dripping down with his hand, said to himself. The expression on his face was extremely indifferent, as if he had just done a trivial thing. It seemed that he was not killing a person, but a dog. Master Sect Master, don't go too far. The country lord of the Iron Kingdom shouted sternly. You are in my Iron Country, but you continue to shoot at the people of our Iron Country, killing 2 people in succession. Do you want to provoke a war between our Iron Country and your Wuzong? In an instant, a cold light suddenly started, as if it had been split from the sky, shimmering with a shuddering cold light, peerlessly sharp, and smashed towards the top of Glossi's head. Brush. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Okay. Glossi nodded and said with 2 brilliant lights flashing in his eyes. With his terrifying power comparable to a cage-level powerhouse, and his incomparable gaze, he didn't even see how Glossi made the shot just now. This is incredible. If you really want war, I don't care. Glossi said with a sorrowful smile. However, I have one thing I want to tell you. Cooperating with my Wuzong will be your Iron Country and your samurai's last hope for survival in this world. Hi. It was a very ordinary long knife, but when it was displayed from the hands of Admiral Mifune, it looked like a shattering rainbow, and it instantly stung everyone's eyes. EI/. Mifune Admiral shouted. Master Mikun, I know you are very strong, not weaker than Wying. Glossi said lightly. Why don't you let me learn about your powerful combat power today? Be careful, Mifune Admiral reminded. My lord, you are too arrogant. Admiral Mifune suddenly said. Even the 5 powerhouses in the ninja world today lord 5 shadows, they dare not say such words to me. This is definitely not a 13-year-old boy, but an old murderous executioner. This scene immediately caused everyone to take a breath, and they all couldn't help taking 2 steps back. Even the small 3 boats who are closely related to Glossi are no exception, feeling a chill from the bottom of my heart. My lord, don't say that I am bullying the small, Mifune Admiral said. Don't worry, I won't take your advantage too much. I will only pay a knife. If you can take it, I will agree to form an alliance with your Wuzong. So fast, Mifune Admiral's pupils kept shrinking, and at that moment, he felt an unprecedented terrible pressure. And this kind of pressure actually came from a 13-year-old boy, which made him feel incredible. Chapter 63 The 3 Ships Admiral resigns. It was just an ordinary long sword, the same material as the long swords worn by other samurai. However, at this moment, it shines with incomparable brilliance in the hands of Admiral Mifune. At this moment, it seemed to have become the only one between the world and the earth. The cold light of the sword filled Glossi's eyes, and a peerless murderous intent surging toward Glossi, like the waves of the vast sea. Admiral Mifune, the #1 powerhouse in the Iron Nation, claims to be able to compete with real cage-level powerhouses, but seeing it with my own eyes, it is extremely powerful, and the strength is tyrannical, which makes people fearful. Although he only scored a single knife, he was peerless and fierce, and the death breath of Senin enveloped Glossi, terrifying. Brush. In an instant, Glossi opened a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes, and the 2 Senin eyes were like 2 car headlights, shooting straight toward the position of Mifune Admiral's eyes. At this moment, Glossi turned his martial arts mentality to ultimate, waved his hand of the sky, and slashed at the long sword that Mifune Admiral had slashed across. His face was extremely dignified. Although he had expected Mifune Admiral to be powerful, he did not expect that the opponent would be so strong. This is definitely a superpower comparable to the king of martial arts. Therefore, Glossi showed his full strength and retaliated with his strongest means, the hand of the destroyer. When, in the stunned expressions of everyone, Glossi's right hand and the long knife smashed by Mifune Admiral slammed into each other heavily, making a sound similar to the impact of gold and iron. Humph. Glossi let out a muffled hum, only to feel a huge force coming from his right arm, staggering back 4 or 5 steps. A drop of bright red blood dripped from Glossi's right hand, and it immediately stained the ground under his feet. There was a clear sword mark on his right hand. If you don't really step into the 5th heaven of martial arts, you can't really cultivate into the impeccable Vajra body. Hey. Glossi sighed in his heart. At the same time, he also admired Mitsune Admiral's intrepid strength and fierce swordsmanship. Mifune Admiral can dominate the world with ninjas, and establish a dominant force such as the Iron Kingdom, which is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Advertisement. Hiss. Admiral Mifune took a deep breath, his eyes widened, and he stared at Glossi, his face full of shock and inconceivability. He couldn't believe his eyes. The knife he just made with all his strength was blocked by a 13-year-old boy with just 1 right hand. How can this be? Mifune Admiral felt so shocked, and the other senior samurai warriors in the Iron Country felt incredible. They all looked at Glossi with eyes like they had seen a ghost, shocked. Human beings are flesh and blood, how can they be able to withstand a sharp long knife? What's more, the long knife just now was split from the hands of Admiral, the #1 powerhouse in the country of iron, and it definitely possesses the terrifying power of splitting gold and stone. Evildoer. Peerless heaven defying little evildoer. Everyone muttered in their hearts. How did you do it? After a long silence, Mifune Admiral stared at Glossi with complicated eyes and muttered. Relying on my martial arts. Glossi said so without deliberating on mystery. Martial arts? Admiral Mifune frowned. I am a martial artist, and naturally the martial arts I have cultivated. Glossi said lightly. Martial art is the most powerful physique I know. Whether it is the body-hardening technique cultivated by the Earth-style ninjas or the physique cultivated by your samurai, they are far inferior to the martial art. You are a martial artist, and what you cultivate is a martial body. Mifune Admiral murmured and repeated. And we are warriors, not the same as the warriors you mentioned. Sect Master, what do you mean by this? Not bad. Glossi nodded and said. A warrior is a warrior, and a samurai is a warrior. There is a huge difference between the two. Farewell. You mean that the warrior is far better than the warrior? Admiral Mifune's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he shouted sharply. Advertisement, isn't it? Glossi was not afraid, but asked rhetorically. I am only the pinnacle of Jonin, and you have been in cage level for many years. The sword you made with all your strength was blocked by my right hand. Isn't that enough to prove it? You. Admiral Mifune opened his mouth, trying to refute, but was speechless, because what Glossi said were all facts, so he couldn't refute it. Master Mifune, I am your samurai's only hope, and also your samurai's last savior. Glossi smiled and said. I don't want my future when Kun comes to the world. The object of the first bloodbath will be your country of iron. As soon as Glossi said this, everyone present couldn't help but change their face, pale and panic. My lord, what will happen when you enter the cage-level realm? Admiral Mifune was silent for a long time before saying. At the same cage-level realm, the warrior can sweep the world invincible. Glossi said proudly. Why, do you want to learn? Yes. Admiral Mifune whispered. Sorry, your voice is too small, I didn't hear it, Glossi said. I want to learn the martial arts of the Lord, please teach me. Mifune Admiral knew that it was time for him to show his heart, and he slammed on one knee and said loudly. Okay, very good, Glossi said with a grin. I understand Mifune-sama's mind now. Don't worry, I will pass on the martial arts mentality to you within 3 days. Thank you, my lord. Admiral Mifune was overjoyed. Mifune Admiral, you. How can you do this? You are betrayal, you are. The Lord of the Iron Nation pointed at Mifune Admiral with trembling fingers, and shouted sharply. Idiot, your historical mission is over. Admiral Mifune looked cold and whispered. Woo! A cold light flew by, and the fat head of the Lord of the Iron Country flew out. He was full of anger, never squinting. Chapter 64 Rectify the Iron Country, too suddenly. This scene happened too suddenly. Anyone present, even Glossi, did not expect that once Mifune Admiral had made a decision, his acting style was so harsh, leaving no room for it. He had just decided to defect to Glossi on the front foot, and then killed the Lord of the Iron Kingdom with his backhand. Such a method was frightening. Mifune-sama, you. Why are you doing this? The 2 guards of the Lord of the Iron Kingdom, Daimyo, couldn't help shaking. They pointed Mifune Admiral with their fingers, and said in horror. As the guards of the Lord of the Iron Kingdom, the 2 of them are naturally strong enough to fight against Jonin-level masters. However, facing the knife that stabbed the Lord of the Iron Kingdom, they were powerless. They could only watch the long knife chop off its head, blood splattered. Because Mifune Admiral's knife was too sharp, too swift and astonishing, they simply couldn't have time to react. Why, do you want to avenge that idiot? Admiral Mifune stared at the 2 guards with stern eyes and asked. We. The 2 guards were stared at by Admiral's fierce gaze, and immediately felt cold all over, as if they were being stared at by a lion majesty, and their hairs stood upright. Whizzing. Suddenly, the long knife in Mifune Admiral's hand swung again, and 2 sharp blades flew out almost at the same time, slashing to the 2 guards' faces, extremely fierce, actually trying to put them to death. Master Mifune. The 2 guards were shocked, and hurriedly pulled out the long knives around their waists to resist. They had anticipated that Mifune Admiral would attack them, so they had been watching carefully and were not caught off guard. However, despite this, they were still suppressed by the 3 ships' admiral at an absolute disadvantage. Dang. 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 Sparks splashed all over, and with a series of noises, Admiral Mifune scored 16 times in a row. He has infinite strength with every knife, and every slash will knock the 2 guards back and withdraw a step. After he slashed with 16 knives, he actually forced the 2 powerful guards back 16 steps. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the backs of the 2 guards slammed heavily into the wall behind them. Oops. The faces of the 2 guards changed drastically at the same time. However, at this moment, Mifune Admiral made another cut with 2 swords. His sword power is really terrifying and fierce, like 2 starlights falling from the sky. There is an irresistible general trend. Don't, Master Mifune, we surrender. The 2 guards were forced into a desperate situation by Admiral, and they were no longer able to resist, desperately begging for Admiral. However, at this time Mifune Admiral was cruel and ruthless. Poof, and poof, blood burst out, and Mifune Admiral's long knife accurately pierced the 2's hearts. Plop, plop. The 2 guards fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere, the smell of blood rushing to the sky. In such a scene, only the high-ranking members of the Iron Country can be seen standing upright, and their hair is terrified. They never imagined that once Admiral, who was gentle and honest, would have such a terrifying side once he went wild. Who else? Mifune Admiral held a bloody long knife, looked around with cold eyes, and asked. Everyone was silent, seeing the bloody scene just now. Who would dare to stand up against it without knowing it? The Lord of the Iron Kingdom, Da Ming, and the 2 guards around him are a living example. My father, I feel that alliance with Wu Zong is a very necessary thing from beginning to end. Xiao Sanchuan suddenly stood up and said. He knew that it was time for him to set an example. Yes, I also think that the alliance with Wu Zong is in the fundamental interests of our Iron Nation. Mifune Admiral's loyal Iron, the 3rd person in the Iron Nation, stood up and said. Once they break free of control and get rid of the threat of life and death of the 3 ships' admiral, I am afraid they will immediately unite to fight, causing endless trouble. Advertisement. If their minds were detected by Glossi with illusion, wouldn't they immediately usher in Admiral's butcher knife? I agree to form an alliance with Wu Zong. According to legend, Sect Master is not only powerful in physical skills, but also extremely powerful in ninjutsu and illusion. Mifune Admiral said. I want to ask Master Sovereign to take action and use illusion to test these people, and find out who among them is loyal to me, and who is half-hearted and double-minded to me. Sovereign Lord. Admiral Mifune suddenly bowed to Glossi and said respectfully. Suddenly, the 3 middle-aged strong men turned and fled towards the door. For a time, many high-level officials in the Iron Kingdom expressed their support for the alliance between the Iron Kingdom and Wu Zong. Of course, quite a few of them are duplicity. They are just temporary compromises and concessions due to the threat of life and death from Mitsubaya Admiral. Wu Zong is a new type of organization with an infinitely bright future. The future is boundless. Our Iron Nation and the Wuzong Alliance will surely bring huge opportunities in the future. Master Mishan, don't be polite, please say something. Although Glossi was confused about Mishan's attitude, he didn't break it down, and said with a slight smile. As he spoke, he took a step forward and walked towards the high-level figures of the Iron Kingdom. His action immediately caused many people's complexions to change wildly, and they were terrified. Swipe. 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 No problem, I'm happy to help, Glossi said with a grin. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Where to escape? Admiral Mifune said sternly. The long knife in his hand turned into Shinigami's sickle, which was continuously melted in the air 3 times, and 3 huge heads flew out in an instant, and blood was sprayed everywhere. Who dares to escape without a word, kill without mercy? Admiral Mifune glanced coldly at the high levels of the Iron Nation, and said sternly, murderous intent was pervasive. Chapter 316, Auto-generated chapter title. The 65th chapter catches it all in one go. At this time, a fierce and terrifying murderous intent enveloped the entire conference hall, just like a biting cold wind swept across, making everyone except Xiao Sanchuan couldn't help but shudder and shiver all over the hall. There are no idiots in the audience. They have now seen that Mifune Admiral has long made up his mind to take this opportunity to wipe out all the people and forces in the Iron Nation who oppose him. All of a sudden, those people who had always ignored Mifune's Admiral and never even paid attention to them all changed their faces and realized that their end was coming. Mifune Admiral is the #1 powerhouse in the Iron Nation, and now he is determined to surrender to Wuzong. Even the name of the Iron Nation's name is hacked to death by him. How can he be merciful to others? What's more, in addition to Admiral of the 3 ships, there is also a legendary sect Master Wuzong watching and cooperating. This is undoubtedly completely severing all their back roads. Could it be that everyone who does not belong to the Admiral family of the 3 ships will be beaten by a single net? San. Master Mifune, why do you want to do this? An old man with white beard and hair finally couldn't help it, and the first one stood up and sternly rebuked Admiral Mifune. He is the 3rd largest man in the Iron Nation. He has mastered at least a quarter of the elite samurai forces in the Iron Nation. He believes that Admiral is just a martial artist, and is not worthy of the position of the first man in the military. Because of his special status, he soon became a representative of the forces opposed to Mifune Admiral. Today, Mifune Admiral suddenly tore off his usual gentle mask and raised a bloody butcher knife at them. In order to survive, even if he was afraid in his heart, he had to stand up and fight against it. What did I do? A cruel sneer flashed in Mifune Admiral's eyes, and he said to the old man with white beard and hair. The old man with white beard and hair was frightened by Mifune Admiral's cold eyes and shivered, and he couldn't help shivering. However, he quickly became calm, and shouted at Mifune Admiral with a stern voice. In order to seize the supreme rule of the Iron Kingdom, you did not hesitate to collude with Wuzong, who had just risen in the north, and you suddenly shot and killed Master Da Ming during the meeting, and you killed 3 of your colleagues in succession. This is a naked betrayal. Betrayal? Mifune Admiral asked rhetorically with a smile. You said I was a betrayal, dare you ask who I betrayed? Advertisement, didn't you betray the master? Said the old man with white beard and hair. Just because that idiot deserves me to betray. Admiral Mifune coldly interrupted the old man with white beard and hair, and said. From the beginning to the end, my 3 ships have never been loyal to him. There is always only one object of my allegiance, and that is the country of iron. The old man with white beard and hair was speechless. Not to mention Admiral, who is known as the #1 powerhouse in the Iron Nation, even he himself has never put the name of the country's lord in his eyes. That idiot is just a puppet under their secret control. How can they be qualified to make them loyal? What about the country of iron? The old man with white beard and hair was silent for a while, and said again. Don't these things you did today betray the Iron Nation? At this point, your mistake is even more outrageous. Admiral Mifune said coldly. The things I am doing today not only did not betray the Iron Nation, but will make the future of the Iron Nation even stronger. No, not only the Iron Nation, but even our warriors who are about to withdraw from the stage of history will also soon it was rejuvenated. On the contrary, those old stubborns like you who follow the old ways and obey the rules are the real betrayal of the country of iron and the samurai. The face of the old man with white beard and hair changed wildly. Actually, I don't have to say these things to you at all. Mifune Admiral smiled and said. However, you are about to die. If you can't make you understand, I think it's too cruel. What? From the moment you step into this conference hall, your fate has been doomed. Admiral Mifune said coldly. Everyone must die except those who are absolutely loyal to me. Puff. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement, thump. The headless corpse of the old man with white beard and hair continued to run forward, rushing 3 or 4 meters away before he fell to the ground. The gurgling blood sprayed from his neck and instantly stained the floor of the conference hall. The smell of blood is soaring. However, at this moment, Glossi, who was standing there with cold eyes, shot. Woo! With such a horrible scene, those who were immediately frightened against Mifune Admiral couldn't sit still. They jumped up from their seats one by one, yelling desperately while fleeing in the direction of the door. The endless shurikens were like rain, slamming on those high-level samurai who were about to escape, like hedgehogs, shocking. Haha. Are there a lot of people who oppose me? Mifune Admiral muttered to himself with a cruel smile on his face, looking at the samurai high-ranking rushing to flee. He pressed his right hand on the handle of the long knife, and he had to take a step forward. The old man with white beard and hair let out a horrified cry, and turned desperately to flee towards the door. At this time, he had deeply felt the intense murderous intent emanating from Mifune Admiral. A brilliant blade of light flashed, and the old man with white beard and hair flew out with a huge head obliquely. The head hit the snow-white wall hard, and the bright red blood instantly dyed the wall red, shockingly shocking. Brush. A cold shuriken shot out from Glossi's hand, and the sound of breaking through the air was extremely loud, showing how amazing its speed and power were. Of course, this is just the beginning. Glossi kept making seals on both hands, and the shuriken immediately changed into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 16. This is the most terrifying death threat. Chapter 66 The Ancestor of the Samurai. In just an instant, 7 or 8 corpses fell in the direction of the entrance of the conference hall. Each of them was pierced with sharp shurikens, densely packed, and at first glance, it looked like a hornet's nest, which was creepy. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor of ninjutsu, in Konoha village back then, was famous for the shuriken shadow clone technique. Mifune Admiral couldn't help looking at Glossi with extremely complicated eyes and muttered to himself, said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a legendary strongman in Konoha village, is known as the professor of ninjutsu. He was once famous as the leader of Rain Shinobi village and the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Both are strongmen standing at the top of the ninja world. When Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed the ninja world, the most frequently used technique was the shuriken shadow clone technique, which made countless people frightened. Today, this shuriken shadow clone technique was actually displayed from a 13-year-old boy like Glossi, which naturally shocked Mifune Admiral's heart. 3 ships admiral are like this, not to mention the others. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at Glossi, with shock and awe in their eyes. They held their breath one by one. The atmosphere didn't dare to take a mouthful, for fear that they would attract Glossi's attention, which would lead to a murderous disaster. Yes, at this moment, Glossi is no different from the devil in their minds, making them deeply frightened. Master Mifune, I just took action to solve those traitors for you without authorization, don't you blame me? Glossi smiled at Mifune Admiral and said. Don't dare, don't dare. Admiral Mifune hurriedly bowed to Glossi and said, Master Sect Master personally took action to kill those traitors. It is their honor. How can I blame the Lord Sect Master? Do you really think so in your heart? Glossi looked at Admiral Mifune without blinking, with a smile on his face. Master Sovereign, Mifune wants to follow you sincerely. Admiral Mifune did not hesitate. He knelt on one knee and said loudly. My lord, we all sincerely want to follow you. Seeing the appearance of Mifune Admiral, the people in Mifune didn't dare to neglect at all. All knelt on the ground on one knee and said loudly to Glossi. Advertisement Glossi opened a pair of martial arts eyes, first looked at Admiral Mifune, and then looked at Mitsune and others. After a long time, he said in a low voice. Give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I won't trust you. Glossi was a Valkyrie in his previous life, and his self-confidence was extremely strong. However, he has never been overly arrogant, and he will not be so arrogant that Admiral, who is still overwhelmed by his strength, will be so willing to serve him as his master. This is simply not realistic, Master Sovereign, don't you believe me? Admiral Mifune raised his head and asked without evading Glossi's eyes. It's not that I don't believe in you, but I don't believe in myself, Glossi said lightly. I don't think I have enough strength to convince you. These actions of you are really abnormal. Perhaps. Admiral Mifune was silent for a while, nodded, and said, However, Lord Sovereign, I really want to follow you. I have no two minds. If you are not at ease with me, you can use illusions to probe my spiritual consciousness. I will definitely not resist. Why? Glossi asked in a deep voice, staring at Admiral Mitsune. Because, from the Lord, I felt the power of the legendary ancestor of the samurai. Admiral Mifune suddenly shot 2 fiery rays of light in his eyes, and said with great excitement. The legendary ancestor of the warrior. What is going on? Glossi couldn't help but asking. My lord, I have seen something in some ancient books that are very old. A long, long time ago, an extremely powerful samurai appeared in this world. Mifune Admiral said. Oh no, or he is not a warrior at all, but a warrior. As he said, he carefully observed Glossi's face and expression, hoping to see a clue from it. However, what disappointed him was that Glossi's face was as watery and the ancient well did not waver, as if the words he said could hardly leave any waves in Glossi's heart. Advertisement. This is a very interesting story, you continue. Glossi nodded at Mifune Admiral and said. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Admiral Mifune said respectfully. According to historical legends, the ancestor of that samurai was extremely powerful and invincible in the world. He could split a huge mountain with one palm, smash a peak with one punch, and change the landforms of the mountains and rivers with one foot. It was terrifying. And, at this point, Mifune Admiral put his gaze on Glossi and said. The ancestor of the samurai was extremely strong, not only invulnerable to swords, spears, swords, and halberds, but also invaded by fire and water, and King Kong is not bad. Water and fire don't invade, and King Kong is not bad. Glossi frowned. Such a description is exactly the same as the warriors in the martial arts world. Moreover, that person must at least be a martial saint level existence. Could it be that a long, long time ago, there was a person in the martial arts that was similar to him who came to the ninja world by chance and left his own tradition? And because the time is so long that all the martial arts skills that were handed down in the past have been lost, it has caused the samurai to be so weak now, and then was squeezed out of the stage of history by the ninja? It's getting more and more interesting, Glossi said secretly in his heart. At this moment, he thought of Otsutsuki Hamura, who was sealed in the Uzumaki clan by his brother. He is now more and more aware that the ninja world is more interesting than he thought. Yes, Lord Sovereign, that means that water and fire are not invaded, and King Kong is not bad. Mifune Admiral said excitedly. This point was revealed when you confronted me, Lord Sect Master. Although, Lord Sect Master, your strength is not very strong, far from reaching the level of Golden Light, but that kind of ability is absolutely comparable to that of the legendary samurai. The ancestors are exactly the same, that's why I am determined to follow you. I believe that as long as I follow you, I can regain the glory of the samurai again. Even if the ninja is driven off the stage of history again, it is not impossible. Chapter 67. Akatsuki appears. Do you think I am the reincarnation of the ancestor of the legendary warrior? Glossi asked in silence for a while. Master Sovereign, I did think so. Admiral Mifune hadn't concealed anything, so he readily admitted. Master Sovereign, your life experience is so rich and wonderful, it is like an epic masterpiece, so that everyone who has heard of your story and legend can't help but contact that legendary character. Together. When the Lord was in Konoha village, he could not practice ninjutsu and illusion, and he could only practice the lowest level of physical skills. You have always been called the Tail of the Crane, and Theus Wood, but you rely on it in the Chunin exam. The lowest level of physical skills defeated all powerful enemies in one fell swoop and aspired to the highest throne. Later, Lord Sovereign was targeted by Konoha's dark forces headed by Shimura Danzo, and you rushed out of thousands of horses by virtue of physical skills, which shocked the ninja world. No ninjutsu, no illusion, just relying on physique to rush out of Konoha village, the largest force in the ninja world, besides the legendary ancestor of the samurai. Can there be a second person who can do it? Of course. Glossi said with a grin, I did it. Because of this, my Mifune wants to follow the Lord, Mifune Admiral said seriously. Just this reason is not enough, Glossi said lightly. My lord, Admiral Mifune gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind, said, I want to follow Lord Sect Master. In addition to the previous reason, I also want to practice Lord Sect Master's martial arts technique. Huh, it's almost the same, Glossi said with a cold snort, but what? Admiral Mifune asked quickly with a trace of panic in his eyes. However, I'm still not at ease with you, Glossi said without concealment. I am still far from your opponent. If you pass the martial arts mentality to you, I will not be your opponent. I will definitely not cultivate such a huge threat for myself. Sovereign Lord, Admiral Mifune said anxiously. Don't say anything, I understand what you are thinking. Glossi interrupted Mifune Admiral's words and said, I can teach you martial arts mentality, but this must have prerequisites. What conditions? Mifune Admiral asked. Advertisement. 2 years. Glossi stretched out 2 fingers and shook it at Mifune Admiral and said, I will give you 2 years. You will integrate the entire Iron Kingdom into Wuzong, so that the two will become one and become a unified whole. During this period, I will delegate all the power to you, and it doesn't matter what methods you use, I just look at the results. In 2 years, as long as you can do this, I will pass on my martial arts mentality to you. Why have to wait for 2 years? Admiral Mifune asked puzzledly. With my means and abilities, it will only take at most 6 months for my son to assist him. Suddenly, Mifune Admiral stopped abruptly, and said nothing. His eyes widened, and he looked at Glossi without blinking, surprised. Do you want to understand? Glossi smiled and said. Yeah, I understand. Admiral Mifune nodded slowly and said. Are you still willing to follow me? Glossi asked. I am willing. Admiral Mifune said without hesitation. I can clearly feel that Sect Master is definitely the last savior of the samurai. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Are you sure? Glossi asked again. I'm sure, Mifune Admiral said decisively. Very good, ha ha ha. Garozzi laughed and said. Master Mifune, since you are so assured of me, how can I be stingy? I will pass on the first and second levels of the martial arts mentality to you today, although I can't guarantee that you can do so in a short time. Going further and entering a higher level, but I can guarantee that you will be invincible in the field of cage level in the future, and you will rarely meet your opponents. Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Admiral Mifune was overjoyed when he heard the words, and immediately knelt on the ground and bowed down to Glossi. Look up, Glossi said lightly. He immediately moved the martial arts heavenly eye, and infused the first and second layers of the martial arts mind into Mifune Admiral's mind in the form of illusion. Is this the legendary martial arts mental method? It is mysterious and powerful, far better than the physical skills and sword skills I practiced before, Mifune Admiral said with excitement. You only need to practice hard work, and within half a year, it will be enough to sweep everyone in the field of cage level. Glossi smiled and said. Thank you, Sect Master. Admiral Mifune said excitedly. Advertisement, Mifune, I'll give you a task now. Glossi naturally changed his name. You gather all the samurai who are over 7 years old and under 18 years old in the Iron Kingdom. I have great use. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Mifune said loudly. Go and do it. I will come here again in 3 days. Glossi said. Flying Thunder God technique. He nodded his hands, and his figure disappeared in an instant. This is the legendary instant technique. Xiao Sanchuan's eyes widened and muttered. I'm afraid, that is not a flashing technique at all, but a more powerful and terrifying ability. Mifune's insight is naturally not comparable to that of his son. At a glance, it can be seen that Glossi's ability is extremely terrifying and even more terrifying, better than instant technique. Why? It's more powerful and terrifying than the instant technique, Xiao Sanchuan said incredulously. This sect master is more terrifying than we thought. Mifune meditated for a long time before saying, well, you immediately go and do the things that Lord Sect Master ordered. Yes, my father, Xiao Sanchuan replied. Basically, I have subdued the Iron Nation. However, my current strength is still slightly insufficient. Back to Wuzong, Glossi said to himself. Fortunately, Mifune is not a dead brain, and there is no choice to fight with me to the end. Otherwise, it will take at least 2 years for me to start the action. 2 years, it is already the shortest time limit for Glossi to enter the realm of King Wu. I don't know how Tenten and the others are doing. Glossi suddenly opened the martial arts' heavenly eyes and shot his gaze in the direction of the martial arts field. That's it. Suddenly, Glossi's face changed, very ugly. Because, he suddenly saw a man standing there with a height of 1.85 meters, wearing a black trench coat and a few fiery red clouds embroidered on his clothes. His costume was exactly the same as that of the masked man. Chapter 68. Who do you want to kill? The members of the Shao organization appeared in Wuzong silently, which is definitely a dangerous signal for Glossi. Could it be that the masked man changed his mind and no longer wants to cooperate with him? Now he wants to send someone to kill him? The figure is tall, a full 1.5 meters, and wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with fiery red clouds. The whole person exudes a strong and cold breath. That is the terrifying aura unique to cage-level powerhouses. Are the S-rank rebels of Takainen village? Glossi observed with a pair of martial arts eyes, and immediately saw the Takainen village forehead protector with diagonal scratches in the middle on his forehead, muttering to himself said. He was very worried at the beginning, for fear that this person would kill Wuzong while he was away. If that were the case, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. Although, in the past 6 months, Hyuga Neji, Gu Tenten and others have made rapid progress and greatly improved their strength, but they are definitely not the opponents of cage-level powerhouses. Now, Glossi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the members of the Akatsuki organization were imposing and terrifying, but did not act on the Hyuga Neji and others on the side. Is the Shao organization trying to test me, or does it have any other purpose? Glossi asked inwardly. While thinking in his heart, he made seals with both hands, and the whole person slowly sank into the ground. He wants to use the Earth-style's Earth movement technique to get close to the past, wanting to hear what they are saying, and use this as a basis to judge the purpose of this person here. Who on earth are you? What do you want to find our suzerain master? Hyuga Neji is the strongest, so he has stood in front of the 3 ancient Tenten women from beginning to end. Always beware of that person. He is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Hyuga family. 6 months ago, Glossi unlocked the caged bird seal. The family blood was fully recovered in his body. Byakugan's various abilities were unearthed by him, especially insight, extremely powerful. From the first sight of that person, Hyuga Neji deeply felt the strength and horror of that person, even more oppressive than Glossi brought him. In an instant, he judged that this person must be a cage-level expert. However, to Hyuga Neji's luck, this person does not seem to be malicious towards them. He just said that he wanted to find Glossi, but he didn't explain why. Coincidentally, Glossi was not out of business just now. The man said to wait for Glossi to return here, and wait for a whole day. Hyuga Neji couldn't help it at last, and bit the bullet and asked. It doesn't matter who I am. The man said in a low voice. It is a very important thing for me to look for your suzerain. Therefore, I will never leave until I see your suzerain. Advertisement. What can you tell us about our suzerain? Can we tell it for you? Gu Tenten couldn't help but said. I'm afraid this won't work. The man shook his head and said. That kind of thing can only be explained to him face to face. No one else can do it. What on earth do you want to do? Gu Xingyue said uncomfortably. Among the 4, her strength is the weakest, and she can't feel the strength and fear of that person at all, so she doesn't have too much scruples when she speaks, and she speaks very aggressively. Little girl, you'd better speak politely to me. The man smiled at Gu Xingyue and said, Otherwise, what are you going to do? Hyuga Neji looked at him, and stepped forward and stopped in front of Gu Xingyue, and said in a deep voice. Otherwise, my mood will become very bad. The man grinned and said, and if my mood becomes bad, I will want to kill. What do you think you are? This is our Wuzong territory. Gu Xingyue said angrily, extremely dissatisfied with this person's arrogant attitude. Little girl, you are looking for death, the person said coldly. Brush. Suddenly, the person turned into a pitch-black lightning, rushing towards Gu Xingyue like a thunder. A powerful and tyrannical aura permeated, and the terrifying bloodthirsty aura was suffocating. Be careful. Hyuga Neji was shocked. He did not expect that the man had waited in Wuzong for a day without any special actions, but now he was in trouble because of Gu Xingyue's words. Before he could think about it, he pushed Ji Xingyue back 3 or 4 meters away with his left palm, and then the whole person spun like a top. 8 trigrams palms. Revolving heaven. Hyuga Neji yelled. He knew that the opponent's strength was far above him, so he displayed his strongest ability as soon as he came up. Boy, are you from the Hyuga clan? 2 green rays of light appeared in the man's eyes. Obviously, he was very surprised by Hyuga Neji's combat power. However, he did not stop, and a dark light flashed through his right fist. Advertisement, Earth style, body hardening, boom. With a heavy loud noise, the man slammed a fist on Hyuga Neji's revolving heaven. In an instant, Hyuga Neji felt a mountain-like force coming straight through, and that terrifying force could not be resisted at all. This person is stronger than Glossi, Hyuga Neji yelled in his heart. Crack. Hyuga Neji's right arm made a creepy sound, and the whole arm was broken. In the blood splashing, Hyuga Neji flew out quickly to the back. Little girl, you are the one I want to kill. The man sent a punch to Hyuga Neji and did not continue to pursue him. Instead, he cast his stern gaze on Ji Xingyue, who was trembling with fright in the distance. Brush. He turned into a black lightning and rushed towards Ji Xingyue fiercely. Xingyue, be careful, Hyuga Hinata yelled desperately. Xingyue, run away, Ji Tendon yelled. However, that person's speed is too fast. Ji Xingyue is only Chunan's strength now. Where can he escape? She could only watch the man rushing forward, watching the man's dark fist hit her head. Who do you want to kill? Suddenly, at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, a thin but unusually stalwart figure emerged out of thin air in front of Ji Xingyue, protecting it behind him. Chapter 69 Kakuzu. Boy, get out of the way. Otherwise, even kill you. The pupils of the man's eyes shrank and shouted loudly. With his powerful strength, he didn't even find out where this person came from. You can't kill anyone, Glossi said coldly. Go to hell. A huge black fist, with an indescribable terrifying sense of force, slammed into Glossi's head fiercely, fierce and fierce, terrifying, boundless. The hand of destroying heaven. Glossi didn't retreat but moved forward, his whole body shot out like lightning and greeted him fiercely. Boom. The fists intersect, like a muffled thunder exploding, and the sound of terror spreads in all directions. Invisible shockwaves spread to the surroundings, and countless cracks filled. Humph. Humph. With 2 muffled hums, Glossi and the man took 3 steps back at the same time. Martial arts showdown. The body hardening technique in Earth style is actually evenly divided. So strong, Glossi secretly said in his heart. Glossi once saw a person perform physical hardening in the Chunin exam, when his martial arts won by an absolute advantage. However, the enemy in front of him is extremely powerful. He has practiced his body hardening technique to the ultimate state, and his body is strong enough to fight his martial arts. Master. Ji Tendon cried with joy and yelled loudly. She saw Glossi descending from the sky like a soldier in a critical moment, and she was so excited that she couldn't help but shouted out the name of a long time ago. Big brother. Hyuga Hinata clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seemed that no matter how terrifying the form, as long as Glossi appeared, it would be solved immediately, and there was no danger anymore. Sovereign Lord. Hyuga Neji was full of joy. He knew that Ji Xingyue was saved, and he himself was saved. Big brother, you finally came back. Ji Xingyue was excited and tears filled her eyes. She muttered to herself. I'm sorry, I caused you trouble again. Advertisement. You are Wu Zong's sect master? The man looked at Glossi with a pair of cold eyes, and asked. The expression on his face was very surprised, as if he couldn't believe that a teenager like Glossi could give him a hard blow without letting go. Not bad, Glossi said coldly. Who are you? I finally waited for you. The man said with a smile of joy in his eyes. It won't be a waste of my days waiting. Please give me your head. He looked at Glossi's eyes, which made Glossi feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he was not looking at a person, but at a pile of shiny gold coins. You want to kill me? Glossi raised his brows and said. Wrong. I don't want to kill you. I just want to take your head to Konoha village in exchange for the 100 million reward. The man said with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. My name is Kakuzu. Kakuzu. Glossi repeated. In this way, what you are here represents your personal meaning, not what you mean by the Shao organization? Not bad, Kakuzu said with a grin. The boss of our organization has repeatedly told us not to take action against you, but your head is so precious that you can actually get a 100 million reward from Konoha village. Wouldn't it be too wasteful if I didn't take action? You came to kill me for the money? Glossi asked in surprise. In the ninja world, the strong respects the strong and the weak eats the strong. This angle of strength is very powerful, and has already entered the cage level realm, which is beyond the ordinary world. However, his obsession with money is very unreasonable. Aside from money, do you think there is anything else in you worthy of my action? Angle asked. Who knows? Glossi said lightly. Boy, you are very unusual. Angle looked at Glossi intently, and said in a deep voice. There are not many people who can do it in front of the old man. You can do it. It's no wonder that the boss has not let us take action against you. He must have taken a fancy to your potential, right? Your boss won't let you take action against me, but you came here today to take my head and go to Konoha village in exchange for a reward. Are you not afraid to offend your boss? Glossi asked. It's okay to provoke anger. Does he dare to do anything to me? Kakuzu asked rhetorically. The old man enrolled in the Shao organization just to find a place to settle down, but he will never obey him. He is far from qualified. You have a big tone, Glossi said with a frown. The tone of listening to you is old-fashioned, isn't it because you are too old? Advertisement, boy. I heard that you were a ninja who defected from Konoha village, haven't you? Kakuzu asked rhetorically. Yes. Glossi nodded. In that case, you should know first Hokage Senju Hashirama of Konoha village, right? Kakuzu said proudly. I used to fight against Hokage Senju Hashirama when I first arrived. How old do you say I am? Have you played against first Hokage? Glossi was awe-inspiring. If what he said is true, then this is really an old antique, older than third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen qualification. Yes, kid. Kakuzu said proudly. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, once known as the God of Ninja, is the closest person to Sage of Six Paths, and extremely powerful. Kakuzu used to fight first Hokage Senju Hashirama without dying, and has survived to the present. Naturally, he has his powerful methods. The fight you said was not about throwing a shuriken at Master First Hokage from a few tens of meters away. Glossi smiled and said. He knows that Kakuzu is very strong and is a cage-level powerhouse, but he deliberately said this, in order to stimulate Kakuzu's heart and set off waves in his heart, thereby creating a chance for himself to win. Boy, do you want to die? Sure enough, after listening to Glossi's words, Kakuzu immediately showed a trace of anger on his face. Fighting against Senju Hashirama, the God of Ninja, is the greatest honor of his life, and it is also the capital he likes to brag about. However, Glossi said that he just threw a shuriken from a few tens of meters away. This is a great insult. Aren't you here to kill me? Glossi sneered. Humph, Kakuzu said with a cold snort. Since you are ready to die, then I am not welcome. I will accept your head. I'm afraid that if you don't have the ability, not only will you not be able to take my head away, you will be killed by me and die unfavorably, Glossi said tit for tat. In the past 6 months, while practicing martial arts mentality, he has conducted in-depth research on the Book of Seals. Although he has not really entered the realm of the King of War, he is extremely powerful. He has long wanted to find a chance to challenge the cage-level strong, but he has never found an opportunity. Now, Kakuzu took the initiative to send it to the door. How could Glossi miss such an opportunity? Chapter 70 Hard Shake Cage Level 1. Boy, you are arrogant. Kakuzu sneered and said. Having the strength like this at your age is indeed a capital to be proud of. However, in front of me, it is better to put away your pride and complacency, because you will die miserably. Only you? Glossi curled his lips in disdain and said. Boy, you will feel the pain and fear from now on, Kakuzu said sternly. Woo! Suddenly, Kakuzu's body moved, and he was like a black lightning, rushing toward Glossi swiftly and unscrupulously. His eyes were cold, murderous, and terrifying. That's it? Glossi's eyes flashed with surprise. His pair of martial arts heavenly eyes are already great, and his insight is extremely powerful. At a glance, he can see that Kakuzu's body is filled with a layer of dark light, like the magic light gushing out of the 9 nether hill, turning his body into a body that is stronger than that of steel. Iron is harder and extremely tough. Kakuzu has actually practiced the body hardening technique in earth style to such a level, so superb, it is incredible. Boom! With a fierce wind, Kakuzu swung his right fist and slammed Glossi's face fiercely. The force was so powerful that it threatened Glossi's martial arts. Humph! Glossi snorted coldly, without dodge or avoid, and directly greeted him with a palm knife in his right hand, with a vigorous momentum. He is a warrior, and he is invincible in the close fighting technique. How can he show weakness to the enemy in the field he is best at? When? A clear and melodious metal impact erupted, deafening. Advertisement Hyuga Neji, Gu Tenten and others were shocked when they met each other. The physique of these two people was incredible, and both surpassed ordinary swords, spears, swords and halberds. What a terrifying combat power is this? Boy, you are indeed very unusual, Kakuzu said sternly. No wonder our boss values you so much, and repeatedly ordered us not to take action against you. That's how it is. It's too late for you to regret now, Glossi said coldly. His figure is like a gust of wind and lightning, constantly changing positions, leaving a series of afterimages underground. He is using his powerful martial arts skills to launch a fierce attack on Kakuzu. Boy, you don't know how high the sky is, Kakuzu said proudly. Without really entering the cage-level realm, you don't even know the horror of the cage-level powerhouse. While speaking, he tried his best to resist Glossi's fierce attack. His body was modified by the body hardening technique in earth style, and it turned out to be harder than the steel of steel. Under the onslaught of Glossi, he was able to handle it with ease and was not stretched in the slightest. This is the terrorist power of the cage-level powerhouse. Even if physique is Glossi's strongest point, he can't have any advantage in front of Kakuzu. The battle was extremely fierce, and Glossi was not discouraged or frustrated when facing the super-powerful Kakuzu. Instead, the fighting spirit became more and more high because of the strength of the enemy. He displayed various martial arts combat skills from his previous life, shot like electricity, and surged with strong energy fluctuations, and gradually took the initiative and suppressed Kakuzu. Little devil, you are indeed very powerful, you can actually put me under the wind with the body hardening technique. Kakuzu's eyes flashed with a light called jealousy. Physical skills are not his strongest, However, the earth-style technique is one of his strongest faculties, and he who has performed the body-hardening technique should have swept Glossi, who was below his level. However, the fact is that he was suppressed by Glossi. This is a great shame for an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years and once played against first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Thank you for the compliment, Glossi said lightly. He didn't stop because of Kakuzu's words, but the offensive became more fierce. Boom! He slapped it with a palm, and the powerful combat power was surging, and countless small and materialized swords flooded out, enveloping Kakuzu in an instant. Excalibur, one of the ultimate moves of Glossi's previous life, when it was displayed at this time, the wind and thunder were masterpieces for a moment, and even the sky was trembling. Clang! 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 Advertisement. The deafening metal tremolo sounded continuously, as if hitting iron. Countless materialized swords hit Kakuzu fiercely, and countless sparks flashed, terrifying. Oh my god, it's terrible. What kind of technique is that? Hyuga Neji glared at Byakugan, staring at Glossi's hands, and said in astonishment. Such martial arts skills are far beyond the cognition of people in this world, and they can be called miracles. Master, he is getting stronger and stronger, but the guy named Kakuzu is also very strong. It's incredible that he can resist the terrible combat skills of Master. Gu Tendon muttered to himself. She saw that Glossi's combat skills were extremely powerful, but she still couldn't take Kakuzu down. Damn it's kid. Suddenly, Kakuzu let out a loud shout, and quickly drew back. The clothes on his body were in tatters, and he was devastated by Glossi's powerful combat skills. However, despite this, he still did not suffer any harm. His body hardening technique is too powerful, even Glossi's powerful combat skills can't break it. Cage-level powerhouse, that's nothing more, Glossi said lightly. Little devil, the horror of the cage-level powerhouse, I will let you truly experience it now. Kakuzu consciously has no light on his face. As a cage-level powerhouse, he is suppressed by a younger generation like Glossi. It is a great shame. I don't understand the horror of other cage-level powerhouses. However, I have understood the horror of you, the cage-level powerhouse. Glossi grinned and said. Boy, you go to die. Kakuzu shouted loudly. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and then slammed it to the ground. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Spear Technique. Chapter 71 Hard Shake Cage Level 2. Kakuzu, as an old monster who had fought with first Hokage Senju Hashirama, was defeated by a young man like Glossi in the physical matchup. He only felt that his face was hot and lackluster. Now he was verbally provoked by Glossi, and he was immediately furious, and immediately gave up physical skills, launched his best ninjutsu, and put Glossi to death. All of you leave here immediately, and you are not allowed to come back within 1 day. Glossi's martial arts eye is extremely powerful, and he can see through Kakuzu's earth-style technique in an instant that is extremely terrifying. Roar. Although he is not afraid of Kakuzu, even if he loses, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape easily. However, he was worried that Kakuzu would take action against Hyuga Neji and others. In that case, he would be extremely passive. Boom. 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 As soon as Glossi's words fell, the earth trembles violently. With Glossi as the center, within a radius of 50 meters, 5-meter-long spears made of condensed loess were stunned by lightning. The momentum of the ear burrowed out of the ground and attacked Glossi fiercely. With a radius of 50 meters, the khaki spears springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain, filled every inch of space in an instant, and there was not even a small gap. It was a lure. This is the horror power of the cage-level powerhouse. One move is inevitable, and there is no way to avoid it. Budo mentality. Facing Kakuzu's terrible earth-style attack, Glossi was calm and horrible. While analyzing and unraveling Kakuzu's ninjutsu with martial arts celestial eyes, he used the martial arts mind to make his body hard as iron, to resist the earth wall abruptly drilled out of the ground. He is unwilling to use Flying Thunder God technique to evade, because once he did that, Kakuzu would immediately know that he couldn't help himself and immediately turned his attention to Gu Tendon and others, threatening him with them as hostages. Boom. Glossi concentrated his mighty combat power on his right foot and kicked a soil spear that was rapidly burrowing out of the ground. With a loud noise, dirt flew away and smoke filled the dust. The soil gun filled with Kakuzu's powerful chakra was crushed by Glossi's kick. However, at the same time, Glossi also felt an extremely heavy force coming from the soil gun, shaking his feet numb. Shoo! 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 Advertisement. There was a series of soft noises, and 5 or 6 equally fierce and terrifying soil guns came from different directions, terrifying the sky. Master! Gu Tendon yelled in horror. Brother, be careful! Hyuga Hinata shouted. Big brother! Gu Xingyue exclaimed. Go away, don't worry about me. While using martial arts mentality to defend against the earth guns from all directions, Gurozi yelled at Gu Tendon and the others. He blasted out with one punch from the right, but his small fist contained terrifying strength, and with every punch he blasted an earth gun exploded, which was shocking. Let's go. Our stay here will only distract him, and will not help him in any way. After all, Hyuga Neji is a boy, and his judgment of the situation is far clearer than that of the ancient Tendon 3 women. He said solemnly to the 3 women. Let's go. Hyuga Hinata was the first to respond. After all, she came from a family. Even if she was very worried about Glossi, she could still make the most correct choice. So, under the drag of Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata, Gu Tendon and Gu Xingyue finally left. Little devil, You are so anxious to let them leave, don't you want them to see your sad appearance when you die? Kakuzu said with a sneer as he looked at Glossi, who was struggling with endless gun attacks. You can't kill me because of you. Glossi said with a sneer. He clenched his hands into fists, and blasted out continuously like lightning, then smashed the 3 earth guns that had come in, and then his hands quickly formed seals. In the blink of an eye, half a minute passed, and the 4 dragons in the sky disappeared one after another. In this round of competition, the 2 sides were evenly divided, regardless of the outcome. Water style. Double kills with water dragons, Glossi shouted again after changing his hands. In the violent shaking of the earth, 2 earth dragons swiftly drilled out of the ground, and quickly rushed towards the 2 water dragons. The 4 dragons are fighting fiercely, and a lot of water splashes and soil debris are flying around. It is extremely fierce. Advertisement. He could clearly feel that Glossi hadn't really stepped into the cage-level realm yet. However, what he never expected was that the power of ninjutsu that Glossi had displayed was so great that it was almost comparable to a real cage-level powerhouse. This was incredible. Suddenly, the 2 water dragons that lay across the sky turned into 2 black shadows, snaking fast, and rushing toward Kakuzu fiercely. Good boy. It's amazing. No wonder the boss values you so much, Kakuzu said in shock. The water-style technique that Glossi casts is very difficult. It is a B-level water-style technique, but he cast it in an instant, which is too rare. Boom. Boom. Wow. In an instant, a powerful chakra swept past, and the huge currents continued to collide and recombine, and soon became 2 dragons more than 10 meters long. They lie in the sky, full of unparalleled power, and seem to be able to break through any barriers in this world. 5 elements ninjutsu, mutual generation and mutual restraint, water and soil. Whizzing. This is an A+ level water-style technique, damn kid. Kakuzu's face became even more ugly. 9 huge streams of water descend from the sky, like 9 huge waterfalls falling from the sky, pouring countless amounts of water. The flood was surging and the waves were magnificent, and it drowned a radius of tens of meters. What? You know how to ninjutsu? Kakuzu was taken aback, his face changed, and he couldn't believe it. Earth style. Earth dragon technique. Although Kakuzu was surprised in his heart, the movements in his hands were extremely fast, and he immediately formed the seal of Earth style to fight. Chapter 72 Hard Shake Cage Level. Free, boy. I have to admit that you are the most powerful and talented little guy the first have ever seen in my life. Kakuzu looked at Glossi with solemn eyes, and said in a deep voice. Even Uchiha Itachi back then is inferior to you at this age. Do you know Uchiha Itachi? Glossi didn't rush to do it, but keenly grasped the message from Kakuzu's words and asked. Of course I know. Kakuzu grinned and said. Uchiha Itachi, the people who killed all the clan back then joined our Akatsuki organization and became one of us. What? You said Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization? Glossi was taken aback for a while. Boy, do you think there are other organizations in this world that can accommodate people like us besides the Akatsuki organization? Kakuzu said with a sneer. Uchiha Itachi, he killed the whole clan overnight and was listed as En's rebel by Konoha village. The amount of reward is higher than yours. Besides joining the Akatsuki organization, could he have a second kind? Choose. Uchiha Itachi's reward is higher than me. Glossi said with a smile. Don't you love money? Why don't you kill Uchiha Itachi and use his head to get a reward? You. Kakuzu couldn't help but blush when he heard this, brightly not knowing what to say. He is a person who loves money like his life. For money, he can do anything. Back then, Uchiha Itachi was famous all over the world, and the reward amount was as high as 500 million. How could Kakuzu have no idea about him? However, what Kakuzu never expected was that Uchiha Itachi's strength was too terrifying, fully interpreting the fighting strength of the legendary Ninja World clan. The other party didn't make a move, just by relying on illusion, he was convinced. Since then, Kakuzu has never dared to hit Uchiha Itachi's idea again. Of course, Kakuzu is not the only one who is deflated in front of Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru, one of the famous Konoha Sannin, also shot Uchiha Itachi. His fate was even worse, he was restrained by Uchiha Itachi's move and abolished an arm. Orochimaru, since then was in awe of Uchiha Itachi, and even quit the Akatsuki organization altogether. Advertisement. This kind of thing was originally only known to the internal members of Akatsuki. It was the biggest shame of Kakuzu in this life, and he never wanted to mention it again. However, Glossi asked intentionally or unintentionally, which made him feel embarrassed and angry. Hey, why don't you talk anymore? The old man who once fought against the legendary Master First Hokage. Glossi said in a teasing tone. Uchiha Itachi's reward is higher than mine, and you love money like life. How can you not be tempted by him? But. Oh, I see. You must have shot Uchiha Itachi before, but you were so embarrassed that you were defeated, that's why. Glossi said in a speech that was suddenly realized. Boy, congratulations, you succeeded in angering me. Kakuzu's face was very ugly, and he said in a low and indifferent voice. What about angering you? Glossi said coldly. You came this time to kill me. Do I have to work hard to please you and make you happy or not? Old thing, are you mad or confused? Okay. Very good. Kakuzu stared at Glossi unblinkingly with a pair of cold eyes, and said sternly. Little devil, today I will let you see what real horror is. You've said the same thing 3 times. Are you annoying, old stuff? Glossi said unceremoniously. Can you not pretend to be compelling, not rely on the old and sell the old? Use all your most powerful tricks, and let me see your true horror power, please. You. Kakuzu was trembling with anger. He has lived from the era of first Hokage Senju Hashirama to the present. It has lasted for nearly 100 years. He has seen many strong people, and he has also been defeated. However, he had never been so angry that he had been so angry before. FK. Kakuzu couldn't wait to yell at Glossi's nose. However, he finally resisted it, because he was a ninja, so he didn't need to take advantage of his words. He only needed to show his powerful strength to kill his opponent. Old thing, if you dare not make a move, let me come first, Glossi said coldly. Brush. Advertisement. A black lightning flashed across, and Glossi rushed towards Kakuzu like a wild horse without its rein. His momentum is too strong. Although he is running alone, he is like 1,000 horses galloping. This is a kind of power peculiar to warriors. Even if Glossi is not as strong as Kakuzu, he is still not afraid, dare to charge and move forward. Damn boy, you underestimated me. Kakuzu was furious. He shook his right hand violently, and his fist was projected out like a cannonball, slamming it at Glossi fiercely. This kind of ability. Glossi's martial arts eyes caught the strangeness of Kakuzu's body at once. He suddenly discovered that Kakuzu's flying fists were connected to countless black silk threads. These silk threads were very weird. They could be the same as the meridians of the human body, allowing Kakuzu to maintain absolute control of the flying fists. Boom. The fist that flew out was extremely powerful, and it flew towards him with endless gusts of wind. In an instant, flying sand and rocks, full of smoke and dust. The hand of destruction. Glossi shouted, focusing all his combat power on his right hand, and slapped the flying fist fiercely. When Glossi slapped his palm on that fist, making a long trembling sound, resounding everywhere, deafening, and making people's eardrums about to crack. Why? That's... Kakuzu's face changed drastically. He was shocked to discover that his fist made of stainless steel had left clear fingerprints. You can imagine how terrible Glossi's palm was just now. Chapter 73. The Battle of Kakuzu. 1. Brush. The light flashed, and the fist made of stainless steel was suddenly taken back by Kakuzu. There are countless black threads connecting Kakuzu's arm and fist, which allows him to send and receive as he pleases like a kite. When Kakuzu retracted his fist, he saw the clear fingerprints on his fist, and his face immediately became very ugly. His fist is one of his assassins, made of stainless steel, extremely hard, more terrifying than ordinary swords and weapons. However, his fist was slapped by Glossi with so many fingerprints. What terrible power and terrifying physical power is this? Is this really something a 13-year-old kid can do? No, should it be said that this is really something a person can do? Kakuzu is extremely confident in his earth-style technique and thinks he is invincible in the world, but even his body strengthened by his own body-hardening technique can never leave any marks on the fist made of stainless steel. However, a 13-year-old kid like Glossi did it. What a terrible thing this is. Evildoer. Peerless heaven defying little evildoer. Old thing, is this your so-called terrifying power? Glossi sneered at Kakuzu, disdainfully said. Aren't you boasting that you have fought against Master First Hokage? Isn't it the only thing you can do? Very good. Kakuzu didn't get angry this time, but nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. Since you are so extraordinary, I can use all my power without any scruples. Shake it, kid. Besides the boss of our organization, you are the first person to see my full strength. I hope you don't disappoint me too much, Glossi said lightly. He did not despise Kakuzu. In fact, he always had a deep fear of Kakuzu. The Akatsuki organization was founded by the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, and only accepted S-rank rebels who defected from each village. If Kakuzu didn't have enough strength, how could he join it? Advertisement. Wow. Suddenly, Kakuzu stretched out his right hand, and suddenly tore off his black trench coat. That's it. Glossi raised his brows and his expression suddenly became solemn, because he suddenly discovered that Kakuzu's body is completely different from that of ordinary people. That feeling is like an experimental problem that has undergone countless surgical modifications. Generally speaking, the surface of the human body is composed of delicate skin, which is very fragile. However, the surface of Kakuzu's body is like a thick layer of cowhide, and it is covered with dense black silk threads. It was as if the surface of his body was made of cowhide sewn with countless silk threads. His body. Glossi carefully observed Kakuzu with a pair of martial arts eyes open. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise in his expression. This person is very unusual, he murmured in his heart. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful and tyrannical aura erupted from Kakuzu, as if a sealed wild beast was about to rush out and see the sun again. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The dense black thread on Kakuzu's body seemed to be alive, one after another, rushing out of him. With the peeling of these black threads, his chest position continued to bulge outward, as if something wanted to rush out from inside. What? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 4 powerful auras burst out, and 4 monsters with black masks on their faces emerged from Kakuzu's body. They stand in human form, standing on the left and right sides of Kakuzu. Each of them exudes an aura no weaker than cage level, which is extremely amazing. Little devil, this is my original secret technique to complain. Apart from the boss of our organization, you are the first to see it, Kakuzu said sternly at Glossi. Advertisement. Boom. Fire style, hard work, he shouted loudly. In an instant, the flames soared into the sky, and a large sea of flames appeared out of thin air. The flame was so powerful and terrifying that it made a tsunami-like sound, which made Glossi's ears hum. Boom. 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 Take it, kid. Kakuzu said sternly at Glossi while making seals with both hands. I hope you don't become ashes under this trick, because I also hope to take your head to receive the 100 million reward. A 100 million reward, haha, my head is really valuable. Glossi said with a smile. However, it is a pity that you can't kill me from a distance. His eyes suddenly became fierce, and his fighting spirit suddenly rose. I really deserve to be a member of the Shao organization, and I really have the abilities I got, Glossi said to himself. Following Kakuzu's big drink, a monster standing behind him quickly stepped forward, opened his mouth violently, and sprayed a fiery flame toward Glossi. Within 100 meters, all became a fiery hell, burning everything in the world, terrifying. Kakuzu launched his own secret technique and rushed out of his body 4 monsters no weaker than him. This is incredible. Kakuzu yelled sternly, which was a great torture to him. However, in order to show his full strength and defeat Glossi, he had to endure himself. You should indeed feel honored to be able to die in my hands, Kakuzu said, because, after you die, I will use your head in exchange for a reward of 100 million. Your death will be very valuable. Facing 5 cage-level monsters at the same time, this is definitely a world challenge for him. However, this sinister situation has stimulated the warlike bloodline of the warriors in his body and made his fighting spirit even more vigorous. Do you want to say that I should feel very honored? Glossi said in a deep voice. Chapter 74 The Battle Kakuzu 2. In an instant, the flames raged to the sky, and the crimson brilliance spread all over the area 100 meters in radius, and the eyes were full of turbulent fire. Kakuzu is a cage-level powerhouse, and now he is using the extremely powerful A+ level fire style technique. Under the combination of powerful forces, it has created a super horror scene like Apocalypse, which seems to burn the world. Everything is like destroying the world. Is this the real strength of the cage-level powerhouse? Glossi opened a pair of martial arts eyes, staring at the terrifying fire from afar, and said to himself. Although the sea of fire was still far away from him at this time, he had already felt the terrifyingly high temperature. This is a huge pressure that can burn human soul bones, refine human flesh shells, and destroy everything. Water style. Great waterfall rushing. Gullos didn't dare to neglect, and immediately sealed the seal with both hands quickly, and displayed an A+ level water style technique recorded in Konoha villages, Book of Seals, tit for tat. Resist. He is a warrior, invincible in the same rank, without fear of any opponent. However, he has not yet entered the 5th level of martial arts mentality, and he cannot truly resist cage-level ninjutsu attacks with his martial arts, so he can only rely on the Book of Seal, temporarily. Boom. Glossi opened his mouth, and a huge amount of water spurted out of his mouth. It turned into a torrential flood, and instantly annihilated the earth with a radius of hundreds of meters. He is practicing martial art. Although there is no chakra in his body, he can simulate any kind of chakra and perform any kind of chakra ninjutsu. Moreover, because his physique is extremely strong, and the energy contained in his body is far more than anyone else, the power of ninjutsu he displays is not inferior to the cage-level powerhouse. Wow. The endless water is rushing, like a torrential flood, suddenly turning this time into a vast ocean, with no end in sight at a glance. Why? How is this possible? Kakuzu's eyes widened, and he stared at the sea that suddenly appeared in front of him, his face full of weirdness. With his years of combat experience, he can't tell how this is definitely a terrifying water-style technique comparable to the power of a cage-level powerhouse. Glossi is just a 13-year-old kid who hasn't really entered the cage-level realm. How could it be possible to perform such a powerful water-style technique? Advertisement Kakuzu was shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The terrifying sea of fire and the boundless ocean continued to collide, bursting out one after another terrible energy fluctuations, and one after another blazing water vapor soars into the sky. The mist was so full that it quickly covered the entire sky, and you couldn't see your fingers. Water and fire have been incompatible since ancient times. What's more, the two who used the fire-style water-style technique were enemies of life and death, and naturally they vowed not to be at each other. The mighty fire-style water-style kept colliding, and in the end it was water-style that suppressed fire-style, turning this place into a country of vast oceans. In the first round of the ninjutsu confrontation, Glossi turned out to have the upper hand. Boy, you are a heaven-defying little evildoer. No wonder the boss regards you so much, Kakuzu said in a stern voice. However, it is a pity that I am destined to kill you in the cradle today, and will not give you a real chance to grow up. Your ninjutsu attainments are nothing more than this, Glossi said lightly. Lightning style. Pseudo-darkness. Kakuzu yelled at the seal with both hands again. This time, a monster on the other side beside Kakuzu walked forward. It suddenly opened its mouth, and in an instant, the fiery thunder light gathered around its mouth, gradually turning into a thunder and lightning gun that was 3 meters long and about 20 centimeters thick. Woo! Suddenly, the thunder and lightning spear ejected from the monster's mouth, and slammed into Glossi with a powerful force of thunder. The speed of the thunder and lightning spear was too fast, like a gust of wind, like a switch, it smashed into the face of Glossi in an instant. Flying Thunder God technique. Glossi was shocked. He has been observing Kakuzu's actions with martial arts heavenly eyes, but he never thought that the opponent's attack speed was so fast this time. He came to the front in an instant, and he couldn't avoid it with his martial artist's physique and nerve reaction speed. Advertisement. Fortunately, he has devoted himself to the study of the Book of Seals in the past 6 months, and has already mastered the space ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, with super S-grade difficulty inside, so that he can escape. The world revolves around the world, and the stars move. Although Glossi was determined and then moved, the flying thunder god technique directly traveled through space, and the speed was far higher than the attack speed of Kakuzu lightning style. Glossi disappeared from the spot in an instant, then appeared in a clearing a few tens of meters away, easily evading the lightning gun. Boom! With a loud bang, the thunder and lightning spear slammed into the place where Glossi was standing, and all of a sudden, it exploded a big hole with a depth of 5 or 6 meters, and its power was appalling. Is this the power of lightning style, which is known as the strongest attack power? Glossi stared at Kakuzu without blinking, and said in a deep voice. That was the instant technique. Kakuzu looked at Glossi intently, his expression extremely ugly. If he was confident that he could kill Glossi when he first started, then he didn't have any confidence now. The instant technique is a high-level, high-difficulty ninjutsu. Even in the entire ninja world, there are not many people who know it. Whether it is the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, or Konoha's White Fang Fang, Hitaki Shumao, or Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato, everyone who can blink technique has become a myth and legend. Because the Shushin technique is really too powerful, even if it is invincible, you can escape calmly, the most powerful. That's right. Glossi saw Kakuzu's face and immediately guessed what was in his heart, grinned, and said, Old thing, you have released 4 monsters from your body in total. It should represent 4 different chakra attribute changes. Tisk tusk tusk, you are really unusual. As far as I know, the whole ninja world except 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen besides, there is no one who changes the 5 chakra attributes of Grandmaster at the same time. You really are an old monster, no wonder your tone of voice is so arrogant. Chapter 75. The Temptation of the Masked Man. Boy, your mouth is really annoying, Kakuzu said sternly. He was surprised by Glossi's amazing insight. From the beginning to the present, he only used 2 of the monsters to attack, but he didn't want to be seen by Glossi immediately. You're going to kill me, is it no wonder that I still have to try my best to please you? Glossi said with a mocking smile. At the very least, I won't make your death painful, Kakuzu said. By now, do you think you can still kill me? Glossi said disdainfully. Even if I am not your opponent, I can leave here at any time. How can you stand me? Boy, I admit that you are very strong. If Ishin wants to leave, I can't stop you at all. Kakuzu grinned and said. However, if you dare to escape, I will immediately kill all of your wazong, not the chickens and dogs. Only you? Glossi said coldly. Why, do you think I can't do it? Kakuzu said sternly. The fast knots of his hands, with the rapid movements of his hands, the 4 monsters standing behind him immediately opened their mouths and pointed them in the direction of Wuzong in the distance. For a time, blazing flames, dazzling thunderlights, terrifying wind blades, and endless currents appeared out of thin air, and powerful fluctuations in power suddenly flooded the world. The 4 cage-level monsters combined to shoot. I am afraid that apart from the 5 forces of Konoha Village, Sand Shinobi Village, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, and Rock Shinobi Village, they can already sweep any force. This is the powerful Kakuzu. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, his combat power is shocking and shocking. If you really want to do that, I will definitely accompany you to the end, Glossi said lightly. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and then suddenly put his hands together. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. 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 As the earth trembles violently, 9 huge coffins have emerged from the ground one after another. They are like rows of shields, blocking the direction of 4 cage-level monsters. Advertisement. Why is this? Kakuzu's face immediately became ashen when he saw this scene, as if he had seen a ghost, very ugly. Your face looks ugly. In that case, you should have seen this technique. Glossi grinned, revealing the 2 rows of white teeth inside, harmless to humans and animals. Unexpectedly, you are even the master of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama's original forbidden technique. Kakuzu looked at Glossi unblinkingly, and murmured after a long time. A long, long time ago, Kakuzu was the elite Jonin of Takainen village. He was a high-ranking player in the village. He has fought against many legendary strong men in order to protect the village, and 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama are the strongest among them. Although 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama is far less powerful than his elder brother Senju Hashirama, he is a super genius who has developed many powerful taboo techniques alone. And Impure World Reincarnation technique is one of his most outstanding masterpieces. The people summoned by this technique are pure killing machines, completely controlled by the caster, the most terrifying. Have you experienced the power of this technique back then? Glossi sneered. Yeah. Kakuzu nodded. The look in his eyes was very complicated. Little devil, you really exceeded my expectations. If my prediction is correct, in 2 years at most, you will be able to traverse the world, and no one can subdue you anymore. Thank you for your compliment, Glossi said. Why, don't you plan to kill me now, take my head to receive the reward? Of course. Kakuzu said. However, it's a pity that I don't have the ability and opportunity to kill you at all. Hey, it's a pity, my 100 million reward is offered. Glossi was speechless for a while. Well, I know. Kakuzu nodded. Mystery. Resentment. Close. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and the 4 monsters standing behind him immediately rushed into his body. Countless black threads rose into the sky, and after the 4 monsters got in, they sewed Kakuzu's body again. The result? Glossi said coldly. You can't kill me. Glossi shook his head and said. If you force your shot, you might be killed by me. After watching for so long, you should show up too, right? Suddenly, Glossi cast his gaze on a clearing in the distance and said lightly. Advertisement. Well, you were right. The masked man actually laughed again, and his condensed murderous aura disappeared. So, I decided to continue working with you. What a weird ability, Glossi said secretly in his heart. However, this battle with Kakuzu has benefited Glossi a lot, and he has a deep understanding of the means and strength of the cage-level powerhouse. Not bad. The masked man did not quibble, but admitted generously. Your potential is so great that now I really want to get rid of you immediately, the masked man said. His voice was very flat, but a strong aura of solemnity was raised, making the atmosphere a lot more tense. He was brought by you? Glossi asked the masked man without answering. Because you are my partner. The masked man smiled and said, if you don't have enough strength, how can you be qualified to cooperate with me? That's why I will let Kakuzu come here to test you. You found me a long time ago? The figure of the masked man emerged from the air. He looked at Glossi with interest and asked. Kakuzu was gone, and Glossi didn't stop it. His current strength is more than self-preservation, but the offense is insufficient. Kakuzu Ishin goes first, but he has nothing to do. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Why do you want to do this? Glossi said. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Kakuzu came to Wuzong to kill him really only for a reward of 100 million, without any other impurities. My reward of this billion, I'm afraid you will never get it, Glossi said. Chapter 76 The True Identity of the Masked Man. Humph. Glossi said with a cold snort, staring at the masked man without blinking. My means and potential, you have seen it half a year ago, why are you suddenly killing me now? Because. The technique you used when fighting Kakuzu before. The masked man looked at Glossi intently, and after a long time, he said in a deep voice. Because of the technique I used? Glossi was taken aback. You're talking about Impure World Reincarnation Forbidden Technique? No, although this technique is powerful, it cannot pose any threat to you of Grandmaster Space Ninjutsu. I understand. Suddenly, Glossi's eyes shot 2 sharp rays of light, and he suddenly said, you are talking about Flying Thunder God technique, right? Yes, that's exactly the technique. The masked man nodded. You have experienced the power of this technique before. Oh no, to be precise, you should have suffered a big loss in the hands of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, right? Glossi asked. You are such a nasty kid. The masked man laughed and said, with just a little bit of information, you can guess so many things. If it weren't for me to be just a virtual shell, I would definitely kill you immediately, so as not to become a confidant in the future. You don't want to kill me at all, Glossi said with a cold smile. In fact, even if I master the Flying Thunder God technique, you and Kakuzu can still kill me if they join forces. You should lie to others about such nonsense. The masked man sneered. In addition to the incomparable physical skills in Konoha Village's treasure, Book of Seals, you also get the Completate Inner Gates technique from Might Guy. Once you work hard, even cage-level strong may be killed by you. And I never do things that are not completely certain. That's the case. Glossi said with a smile. I'm afraid this is the main reason why you don't want to do it, but choose to cooperate with me. Yeah. You are really a super smart guy. The masked man smiled and said, seriously, if I had half the power at the peak, I would immediately kill you. Advertisement. You don't have to pretend in front of me, do you? Glossi said. Those words of you may be able to confuse others, but they have no effect on me. The damage wood style technique has caused to people's body is definitely not what you show. Oh, you even know this? The masked man asked. I know more than you think. Glossi grinned and said. The scars on your face are not so much caused by Woodstyle's attack, but rather caused by some kind of hard heavy object, such as rocks. What else do you know? The masked man's eyes suddenly raised sharply, and a powerful aura burst out, and Glossi was immediately locked on. Obviously, at this moment, he was really intent on killing Glossi. This is his biggest secret, his biggest capital to confuse others and control the Akatsuki organization. If it is leaked out, the consequences will be unimaginable. In the past 6 months, I have sent people to conduct countless investigations. Glossi was not surprised by the fierce reaction of the masked man, but took it calmly. He continued. I discovered that more than 10 years ago, when 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was still alive, there had been an outbreak of the name, Shen Wukun Bridge. Brush. Before Glossi had finished speaking, the masked man turned into a bitter cold light and rushed towards him like a gust of wind and lightning. An extremely domineering, terrifying aura peculiar to cage-level powerhouses permeated out, and immediately enveloped Glossi. Killing intent is boiling. What, did I say it? Ujibo Dai too? Glossi stared at the masked man with martial arts heavenly eyes and said sharply. Boy, you know too much. The masked man said abruptly. When you are in the Shira hell, go and regret your being smart. With a sharp kunai in his right hand, he stabbed Glossi's throat fiercely. You know, it doesn't work for me at all. Glossi said lightly, standing motionless. He was motionless like a mountain, and his movements were gusty. When the masked man's kuwu was still a few centimeters away from his throat, he waved his hand to interrupt him. Advertisement. Wood style. Cutting technique. The masked man did not give up. While he backed up quickly, his hands quickly formed a seal. You can also wood style? Glossi showed a hint of surprise on his face. However, he did not feel fear, because he had already learned all the secrets of first Hokage Senju Hashirama from the Book of Seals. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and with wood style verses. Wood style, he quickly resolved the offensive of the masked man. You. The masked man took a deep breath, shocked. He never expected that Glossi could even use wood style technique. I said, now you can't help me at all. Glossi said lightly, unless you bring members of the Akatsuki organization with you. However, you are afraid that your secret will be known by others, so. Boy, don't be too arrogant. The masked man said abruptly. If I am willing to pay the price of one eye and use the taboo technique of the Uchiha clan, you will undoubtedly die. Are you sure? Glossi sneered. Even if I can't beat you, I can still use Flying Thunder God technique. To leave here, what can you do with me? Even Flying Thunder God technique. There is absolutely no way to escape the lock and tracking of my Kamui, the masked man said sharply. The reason why I don't kill you is just because I want to find a strong partner, not because I can't kill you. Perhaps. Glossi said with a faint smile. Will you pay that price to kill me? It's not unwilling, but unwilling. The masked man said in a deep voice. The enemy I will face in the future is extremely powerful, even I am far from being an opponent. That's why I want to cooperate with you and fight him together. That person you're talking about is Uchiha Madara? Glossi asked in silence for a moment. Chapter 77 Konoha Crusade's Troops. Uchiha Madara, a forbidden existence, is known as Konoha Shira. It is the only super strong who can confront the legendary God of Ninja, first Hokage Senju Hashirama. He has shocked the entire ninja world for decades, extremely scary. The masked man has always called himself Uchiha Madara. Now that Glossi sees through his identity, he says that the enemy he will face in the future is extremely powerful, far from him. Who else can there be besides the legendary Uchiha Madara? Damn it kid, I've been thinking about it now. Should I sacrifice one eye and cast the forbidden technique to kill you? The masked man stared at Glossi. The expression in his eyes was very complicated. I have a terrible hunch. Once you really grow up, you will definitely become a more terrifying existence than Uchiha Madara. Thanks for the compliment. Glossi said with a grin. But, having said that, did you recognize your identity just now? You Kaibo Dai too? I am not Uchiha Madara, but I am not Uchiha Obito either, the masked man said coldly. Could it be that you are Uchiha Itachi? Glossi gave a mocking smile. I am Uchiha Shisui, the masked man said. Shisui? You don't look like it. Glossi smiled and said, although your space ninjutsu is very powerful, it is not the instant technique. Moreover, as far as I know, Uchiha Shisui's pair of Mangekyo Bloodwheel eyes are like a four-pointed star windmill, completely different from your clockwise triangle windmill. It seems that in the past 6 months, you have done a lot of preparations in private. The masked man looked at Glossi intently and said, you can even get this kind of extremely secret information. Half a year is enough for me to do many things. Glossi said, Uchiha Obito, what I want to say to you is that I know you far beyond your expectations. Sometimes if you know too much, it will cause you to kill yourself. The masked man, no, he should be called Uchiha Obito now, and said coldly. Well, I agree with what you said. Glossi smiled and said, don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me wholeheartedly, I will not reveal any secrets about you. Even if it is your other eye that contains space ninjutsu, I will not. Advertisement, boy. I advise you not to force me to kill you. Uchiha Obito said sternly. His eye became Mangekyo, a powerful and strange pupil power came out, the power of the space was shaking violently, and he was ready to make a move at any time. Hitaki Kakashi is my teacher, Might Guy's best friend, even without your factor, I would never shoot him. Glossi said lightly. However, I have one thing I want to warn you. What's the matter? Uchiha Obito asked. Your space ninjutsu is very powerful, but it has fatal flaws. Glossi said. You are too slow to absorb yourself. If you meet the same Grandmaster space technique or a strong person with super fast body nerve response, you will become extremely dangerous. You suffered a big loss in the battle with 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. It must be because of this, right? He asked. Uchiha Obito did not speak, but looked at Glossi without blinking, with a complex expression. As far as I know, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can only exert their true power when they gather together. Glossi continued. If you take the other eye back, your space ninjutsu will immediately advance by leaps and bounds, and you will reach perfection on your own. At that time, you will be truly invincible, and you don't have to fear anyone anymore. You are not ruthless enough, Glossi said lightly. Shut up. Uchiha Obito shouted sharply. I have my own judgment on my own affairs, and it is not your turn to point out. I don't bother to take care of your business, Glossi said. The only thing I want to tell you is that a person who has been stuck in the past and can't come out is not worthy of being my partner. I came out more than 10 years ago. If it weren't like that, How could I control the nine-tails monster to attack Konoha village and attack my teacher Namikaze Minato? Uchiha Obito said excitedly. But you still can't bear to shoot Hitaki Kakashi. Glossi shouted. Your Mangekyo Sharingan gave birth to powerful spatial ninjutsu. Once your eyes are gathered together, it is almost the same even if it is not invincible. But you miss your old feelings. More than 10 years have passed, and you haven't shot Hitaki Kakashi. Damn it kid, I really want to kill you now. Uchiha Obito stared at Glossi without blinking and said. Advertisement, haha. Gurosi laughed and didn't mind, because he has now basically confirmed the cooperative relationship with Uchiha Obito. Sometimes, I wonder if you really are a 13-year-old boy, instead of an old monster taking the boy's body, heaven-defying rebirth, just like that Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito said. Orochimaru still has this magical ability? Glossi asked in surprise. That guy has an almost crazy obsession with forbidden technique. Uchiha Obito said. At the time he experimented with living people in Konoha village, and wanted to develop an immortal forbidden technique. Although he was finally discovered by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and expelled from Konoha village, his research has never stopped. Pass. Until one day, he really succeeded and created a super forbidden technique called living corpse reincarnation. He can seize the body of others, claim it for himself, and live forever. Living corpse reincarnation, Glossi murmured. What an Orochimaru, it's really amazing. If I remember correctly, there seems to be some festival between you and Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a super difficult guy, you must be careful. Uchiha Obito said. By the way, there's one more thing. Konoha village seems to have organized a powerful crusade to kill you. This was totally in my expectation, Glossi said. In fact, I always feel that they should have done something to me long ago. I won for you for the last 6 months. Uchiha Obito gave Glossi a deep look and said. Live well, at least don't die in Shimura Danzo's hands. Why, is that old dog ready to come too? A ray of cold flashed in Glossi's eyes. Shimura Danzo is a cautious guy and doesn't do things that are uncertain, Uchiha Obito said. However, both Might Guy and Mitarashi Anko are in the crusade. Chapter 78 The Crisis is coming. Ms. Guy and Sister Anko are both in the crusade? Glossi's eyes grew colder, and a heart-pounding murderous aura radiated from him. He is really angry. Yes, both Might Guy and Mitarashi Anko are here. Uchiha Obito said with a smile flashing in his eyes. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once opposed it, but Shimura Danzo and Utatane Kaharu insisted on their opinions, and he had nothing to stop him. The two old dogs, I'll kill them sooner or later. Glossi said calmly. But having said that, isn't Hitaki Kakashi not in the crusade? Why don't I solve him for you and get your other eye back? He naturally saw the smile hidden in Uchiha Obito's eyes, and didn't want to let him go too far. Be proud of it. I won't bother you. The smile in Uchiha Obito's eyes stopped abruptly, and his voice immediately became cold. Kakashi is mine, no one can shoot him. Otherwise, I will face him immediately. Women's benevolence. Glossi said disdainfully. Sooner or later, you will die on your tenderness. You are not merciful, but I want to see how you face Might Guy and Mitarashi Anko. Uchiha Obito retorted unwillingly. Okay, you can go now. Glossi waved his hand and said with irritation in his heart. He. Uchiha Obito sneered, his body gradually melted into the void and disappeared. Mr. Guy, Sister Anko, it's really troublesome, Glossi said to himself. Both Might Guy and Mitarashi Anko are strong. The most important thing is that both of them are kind to Glossi, especially Might Guy, who loves him more like a father. Even if Glossi had more than 1,000 years of experience in his previous life, he had little regard for feelings, but he couldn't deal with them mercilessly. Non-vegetation. Sect Master, who was that just now? Suddenly, Hyuga Neji rushed from a distance, with a deep surprise on his face, and kept looking at where Uchiha Obito was standing just now. It seems that something has been discovered. Advertisement, what did you find? Glossi asked with a move in his heart. That person's eyes are Sharingan. Also, the chakra light from one of the eyes is exactly the same as Kakashi-sensei. Hyuga Neji said excitedly. Is he Mr. Kakashi? No, Mr. Kakashi only has one Sharingan, but that person has two. As far as I know, Mr. Kakashi's Sharingan was given to him by the Uchiha tribe who died in the battle. The name is Uchiha Obito. Could it be that Uchiha Obito was not the one? But, he will have been dead for more than 10 years tomorrow, that's it? I have to say that Hyuga Neji's mind is extremely agile. Just relying on the chakra light emitted by Uchiha Obito's Sharingan in the stories and rumors he has heard, he suddenly guessed the true identity of Uchiha Obito, and he is indeed the Hyuga clan. The title of the strongest genius. You absolutely can't tell anyone about this, do you know? Glossi squinted at Hyuga Neji and said lightly. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji stunned and said quickly. The longer he was in contact with Glossi, the more he felt that Glossi was unfathomable. In the past 6 months, he assiduously practiced the martial arts teachings taught by Glossi, and his strength has been improved by leaps and bounds. However, every time he challenged Glossi, he would be defeated by Glossi within 3 moves, and the defeat was disastrous. He is deeply aware that even if he is not bound by the caged bird seal, he still can't surpass Glossi. It's impossible for a lifetime. Where are the 3 of Tenten? Glossi asked. Guy. Mr. Guy will come too. Hyuga Neji said with difficulty. In a daze, he seemed to have seen the disappointed look in Might Guy's eyes when he looked at them. My lord, what do you do? Hyuga Neji asked. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji bowed deeply, then turned and left. Tenten and the others are safe. Hyuga Neji said. I put the 3 of them in a safe place, and only sneaked out. Advertisement. Well, very good. Glossi nodded and said. From now on, you will take Tenten and the 3 of them to the Iron Country to find Mifune. If I didn't find you, you would definitely not be able to return, you know? He is the same as Glossi, although he has no good feelings for Konoha village, but he can't be indifferent to Might Guy. Because that is their mentor, and the kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Is it finally here? Konoha village's crusaders? Glossi sat cross-legged on a big tree, raised a pair of martial arts eyes and stared into the distance, muttering to himself. The rebel Rock Lee of Konoha village, get out and die. A thunder-like sound rang, rolling over the entire Wuzong, shaking people's hearts. After more than half a year, Konoha village is finally about to take action against us, Glossi said. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji replied loudly. Master Sect Master, have you encountered any trouble? He asked again in a cautious voice. Ms. Guy will come, too. Glossi's words were like a basin of ice water pouring on Hyuga Neji's head, and his emotions went from high to dripping. Someone must come forward to fight this matter, right? Glossi grinned and said. Just leave it to me, you don't need to worry too much. If you want to help me, you can take good care of Tenten and the 3 of them. I don't want to be distracted and take care of them during the battle. Listen to my order, from now on, immediately take the Tenten 3 to the Iron Country, Glossi said in a deep voice. If the 3 of them are unwilling, you can use tough methods. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Is the Anbu of Konoha village coming? Hyuga Neji's eyes suddenly burst into light and said emotionally. I feel that I have improved a lot in the past 6 months, and I just want to find someone to try it. Chapter 79 Face. That person's voice was too loud, like a scream of thunder on the ground, which exploded over the entire Wuzong, rolling, and it spread throughout the whole Wuzong in an instant, shaking people's hearts. It can be distinguished from the sound alone. This person is definitely a super strong, at least a strong one at the peak of Jonin, not weaker than Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi. This time, Konoha village not only sent Mr. Guy, Sister Anko, and Hitaki Kakashi to lead the team, but also put such a strong man in the team. I want to get it and kill me completely. The corner of Glossi's mouth was revealed. A sneered smile, said to himself. Ninja battles generally tend to attack and assassinate, but the crusade troops in Konoha village are so open and upright, which shows that they have absolute confidence in their own strength. However, if you think about it carefully, the crusade has Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, and the mysterious powerhouse of the 3 Jonin peaks, Mitarashi Anko, and countless Anbu elites. These terrifying strengths are enough to wipe out the cage level. All of the following are up. However, one thing they didn't expect was that although Glossi hadn't really entered the cage level realm, he had already thoroughly penetrated the Book of Seals, and his strength was superb, enough to force cage level, the winner. Rock Lee, get out of here. This time, the vocalist became Might Guy. His voice was low and contained a kind of anger that could not be described in words. The powerful chakra was attached to the voice and it shook people's ears, buzzing. Rock Lee, come out soon. Otherwise, we will kill your Wuzong. Hitaki Kakashi had already lifted the forehead protector that covered Sharingan's left eye and said in a cold voice. In the past 6 months, although Konoha village did not pursue and kill Glossi, it has been investigating him, and the master has collected a lot of intelligence information on Glossi. Guluxi's entry into Zingran village and the creation of Wuzong naturally couldn't hide it from them. Kakashi, Might Guy, why don't you talk to the little B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* mysterious man who spoke first was extremely murderous and very powerful. Who are you B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Glossi stopped forward and stood in front of the man fiercely, and said harshly. In his heart, Rock Lee is like his biological son. Even if he defected from Konoha village, he will never allow anyone to insult him. Am I wrong? The mysterious man said coldly. Our Konoha village has cultivated that little B***************** D for more than 10 years, but in the end he betrayed our village, killed Lord Mitokado Homura, and killed countless brothers and sisters of the root. Such a ruthless and unrighteous person is not what is a little B************ D. Advertisement. You are looking for death. Might Guy was furious. A powerful aura exploded from his body, and he immediately locked that person, and if he didn't agree with him, he would fight. Guy, calm down. Hitaki Kakashi stepped forward and stood in front of Might Guy and the mysterious person, and said in a deep voice. Evening, days and nights, don't you say a few words. Humph. Said the mysterious man with a cold snort. When that little B*********** D defected, I happened to be on a mission outside, otherwise, what kind of waves could be emitted by him? You seem to be confident of your own strength. Suddenly, a slightly immature voice came from the side. A young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes and long hair shawl slowly came out of the ground, a pair of cold eyes staring at the evening without blinking, and said coldly. Half a year has passed, and the shape of the watermelon rind head that Glossi had at the beginning has already undergone a huge change. A gust of wind blows, and his long hair dances wildly, giving people an unspeakable sense of mystery. Rock Lee! Might Guy yelled excitedly as soon as he saw Glossi. He wanted to rush through like a conditioned reflex, but Hitaki Kakashi grabbed him. Don't be impulsive. Hitaki Kakashi whispered. This is just Shadow Clone, not the body. Are you the little B*************** D Rock Lee? She Knight looked at Glossi intently and said coldly. Old dog, you remembered it to me. Laozi's name is Glossi. Glossi said sternly. For this guy who opened his mouth and shut his mouth and called him a little B*********** D. He had already included him on the kill list, and he was naturally not at all polite. Little B********** D. Do you dare to call me an old dog? Shirie's eyes stood up suddenly and said fiercely. Why, you don't feel anything when you are spraying manure with your mouth, lousy. I call you an old dog and you can't stand it? Glossi said coldly. Okay, very good. Shirie's eyes grew colder. He nodded and said, I have decided. After I catch you, I will definitely use the cruel punishment in the world to torture you to death. Old dog, just rely on you, Glossi said with a sneer. I'll beat you later, even your mother won't recognize you. Advertisement. Little B********** D. You are really arrogant. Shide and Knight said coldly. Do you know who I am? It's just an old dog with a mouthful of dung and can't survive today. Do I know which one you are? Glossi said unceremoniously. You. Shie was trembling with anger. He was born extremely noble, but the son of Red Sunset, one of the famous Kinoa 8 colors. He is so respected in Konoha village. Has he ever been subjected to such ruthless insults and ridicule? Lee. Might Guy said with difficulty. Mr. Guy, we met again. Glossi's attitude towards Might Guy was completely different. How are you doing these days? I'm fine. How about you? Might Guy asked. I'm fine too, Glossi said. Do you think it's good? There was a bit of bitterness on Might Guy's face. Don't you want to return to Konoha village? I will, Glossi said. However, after I have unified the entire ninja world, I will go back as Kun Lintianxiao. Lee. Might Guy's face was pale. Mr. Guy, my name is Glossi now. Glossi said in a deep voice. From the day I left Konoha village, the name Rock Lee has become history and it will never be possible to reproduce it again. Chapter 80 Illusion. 3 Wonders Sakura. Lee, don't be self-willed anymore. Might Guy said with thick eyebrows and big eyes with tears, looking at Glossi without blinking. I know you are dissatisfied with some people in Konoha village, but... Mr. Guy, don't talk anymore. Glossi interrupted Might Guy and said in a deep voice, I was serious. Lee. Might Guy refused to give up. Mr. Guy, my name is Glossi now. Glossi corrected. Guy, you can give up. Hitaki Kakashi reached out and grabbed Might Guy's sleeve and whispered. Don't you see the look in his eyes? The words he just said were very serious, and they were only said after careful consideration. I saw it. Might Guy's mouth was bitter. As a strong man at the pinnacle of Jonin, he has gone through countless battles. How can he fail to understand Glossi's firm eyes? The reason why he is still working hard is that he can't bear Rock Lee this apprentice. In his heart, Rock Lee is his son. Where are Neji and Tenten? Where are they? Might Guy asked, looking around. Mr. Guy, the two of them are very nice, don't worry about it, Glossi said. There was a sigh in his heart. Even though both sides were in this situation, Might Guy still cared about the three of them. That's good. Might Guy nodded and said. Thank you, Mr. Guy, for your concern. Glossi grinned and said. Unfortunately, we are now in a hostile position. Otherwise, I will definitely accompany Mr. Guy for a good drink. Is it possible for something like that to happen? Might Guy said to himself. Lee, no, Glossi. This time we are here to attack you on the order of Master Hokage. Are you mentally prepared? Suddenly, Might Guy's eyes sharpened, staring at Jiu. Rosie shouted. Might Guy, after all, is a ninja. The task is more important than everything. After the greetings are over, it is finally the topic. Advertisement, I have been waiting for you for half a year, Glossi said. In that case, then I can rest assured. As Might Guy spoke, a powerful aura burst out from his body, his figure turned into a blue lightning, fiercely towards Glossi pounce. Blue Beast, it's shot, Mr. Guy, I hope you won't be soft-hearted by then. Glossi grinned, his hands were sealed, and it instantly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. He is nothing more than a shadow clone, far from Might Guy's opponent, and he did not challenge. Grossi, get out of Laozi. Seeing Might Guy also shot at Night and Night, he was determined, and he shouted in Wuzong's direction. His voice was filled with powerful chakra, and it shook everywhere. What's the dog's name? Laozi has been standing here long ago, but you can't see it. Suddenly, Glossi's figure appeared from a big tree more than 20 meters away, said coldly. Hands. Hitaki Kakashi said to an Anbu, standing behind him. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. The man was extremely respectful towards Hitaki Kakashi. He stepped forward, and a powerful breath burst out, surprisingly the breath of Jonin's peak. Another strong man. Wood style. Silent killing binding technique. The man quickly sealed his hands and shouted. Wow. However, he didn't feel afraid either. He was also Grandmaster Wood style technique. This is Wood style. Who is he? He can use the legendary Wood style secret technique that only first Hokage Senju Hashirama can do. Glossi said inwardly. Lee, he is stronger than all of us thought. Might Guy's face immediately showed a hint of joy after being deeply shocked. I think in a few years, those who forced Lee away will regret their deaths. Advertisement. Arrogant. Shi Day and Night shouted. Illusory. 3 unique Sakura. He quickly sealed the seal with both hands and shouted. Do you really think you can kill me? Glossi said with a grin suddenly. Without cage-level powerhouses in charge, you can't help me with just a few of you. He seemed to be jealous and didn't reveal the identity of that person. However, in spite of this, we can still speculate that this person has a lot of background. He won't live to that time. Shirie said coldly, because, today we will kill him here. His threat to our Konoha village is too great to keep him. The same as the wood-style technique, but Glossi's strength and wood-style attainments are far above that person, so he suppressed that person in one move. Seeing such a situation, Hitaki Kakashi and others couldn't help taking a breath, because before that, no one knew that Glossi would actually use wood-style technique. What's this? Glossi raised his brows, and he suddenly saw one after another sakura petals falling from the sky, densely packed, like a rain of sakura flowers. Wood-style. Glossi yelled in a low voice, making seals on both hands. Yeah, this is so shocking. Hitaki Kakashi also murmured. That's it for you, after all, it was the only Orochimaru who survived that year. But what happened to this kid? Oh my god. How is this possible? The person who used wood style said in surprise. Besides me, there is a second person in the world who will use wood style. It's incredible. Suddenly, the big tree on which Glossi was standing shook violently, and the countless branches and leaves on it seemed to be resurrected, turning into large and small snakes, and rushing towards Glossi fiercely. In an instant, a powerful chakra centered on Glossi, diffused in all directions, and immediately enveloped the earth with a radius of tens of meters. The branches and leaves of the manipulated trees suddenly lost their vitality and returned to their original appearance again. Chapter 81 Water Style. Rain showers. One after another sakura petals fell from the sky, crystal clear, dancing and dancing around Glossi. Like a rain falling out of thin air in the sky, the monster is beautiful to the ultimate. Illusory. A smile of disdain appeared at the corner of Glossi's mouth. Budo Tianyan, break it for me. Brush. After the recruitment, Glossi opened a pair of dazzling eyes, like 2 golden lightning bolts, which instantly penetrated the dense sakura flower rain in the sky, making everything calm again. The martial arts Sky, which gathers all the powerful pupil skills of the martial world, is more powerful than the Uchiha clan's mature Sharingan. How can you be confused by the mere illusion? However, Glossi also saw some clues from the tactics that Shirii had just shot, and he had insight into his identity and origin. Such a powerful illusion technique is also called Shirii. Presumably he should be the heir of Third Sunset, in the legendary Konoha 8 colors, Glossi secretly said in his heart. Anko, do it, he has been confused by my illusion. Shirie said proudly. He has inherited the powerful power of his father's Red Sunset. Except for cage-level powerhouses and a few people such as Might Guy and Kakashi, he has never failed. This time, he believes it will be no exception. Mystery. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Although Mitarashi Anko was full of reluctance, he could only make a ruthless move. For a ninja, the task is above all else. Even if she misses her old feelings, there is no way. In fact, from the very beginning, she stood at the back of the team, unwilling to face Glossi. Swish, 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 swish. With the 4 violent sounds of breaking through the air, 4 big snakes as thick as arms flew out from Mitarashi Anko's right hand, and rushed toward Glossi fiercely. Wood style. Thorn's killing technique. Guluxi's expression remained unchanged, his hands quickly sealed, and he whispered. Swipe. 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 In an instant, countless thorns and trees flew out from the big tree standing at the feet of Glossi, and went straight to meet the 4 big snakes that came flying. The number of these thorn trees is too much, like an endless sea of snakes, which immediately drowned Mitarashi Anko's 4 big snakes. Advertisement. Humph. Mitarashi Anko let out a muffled grunt, his face pale for a while, and he involuntarily stepped back 3 steps. Obviously, she suffered a big loss in the collision just now and received some shocks. Anko, are you okay? Hitaki Kakashi was quick to hold Mitarashi Anko and asked. I'm fine. Mitarashi Anko said palely. Shirii, didn't you say that he was deceived by your illusion? Might Guy squinted at Sha Yi with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zaidai was speechless, feeling hot on her face, extremely embarrassed. He himself was very surprised as to why his illusion was of no use to Glossi. Swipe. 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 The sky full of thorns and trees did not stop, but like a sea of snakes, they rushed towards the direction where Shirie and others were. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Hitaki Kakashi didn't dare to neglect, and immediately sealed with both hands, and opened his mouth to spit out a great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and rushed towards the thorny trees that rushed crazily. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Fire style. Big flame bomb. All of a sudden, the Anbu people shot one after another, bursting out one after another fiery flames, blocking the thorny trees of Glossi. Those thorn trees were shrouded in fiery flames and soon turned into a sea of flames. Wood style, although very powerful, was the fame of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but it was restrained by fire style to a certain extent. However, Glossi didn't care about this scene at all. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and then opened his mouth to exhale a fierce gust of wind. Wind style. God Biao. Boom. Sorry. Hitaki Kakashi owns a Sharingan with a 3-hook jade. He is very perceptive and is the first to notice something wrong. Everyone uses water style to defend. Right away, he shouted. Advertisement, water style. Rain showers. At this moment, Glossi showed a cruel smile on his face, and his hands were sealed again. Wow. For a time, a lot of water flooded the world. With the cooperation of everyone, after all, the first wave of Glossi's attack was blocked without danger. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kakashi-senpai, that kid is so strong, the wood-style caster said in shock. In my impression, apart from Uchiha Itachi back then, there is no other person comparable to him. It's just a kid, how capable is it? Even though Rie had learned the power of Glossi, she still stubbornly refused to admit Glossi's power. Water style. Water barrier. Yes, Kakashi-senpai. Amazura nodded, his expression solemn. I have to say that Hitaki Kakashi, as the former captain of Anbu, still has a strong influence today. He gave an order, although those Anbu didn't know what was going on for the time being, they immediately cooperated to perform the water-style technique. Tenzo, you must be careful. Hitaki Kakashi said solemnly. What you are facing is not an ordinary kid, but the heaven-defying little demon who once killed Mitokado Homura. Water style. Water wall. Very abrupt, a lot of water did not know where it came from, condensed into a group of black clouds, blocking the sky, covering Hitaki Kakashi and others. Wow. Water style. Water burst. The violent gust of wind flattened earth coiling out, and swept towards the sea of fire fiercely. The wind helped the fire, and the sea of fire burned more fiercely. The terrifying high temperature scorched everything around. The terrible flames were like countless bullets, hitting Hitaki Kakashi and others. Chapter 333, Auto-generated chapter title. The 82nd chapter captures the night and night. This is a rain shower? My guy widened his eyes, staring at the black clouds in the sky without blinking, and said in shock. Yes, it's rain showers. Hitaki Kakashi said with a solemn expression on his face. Kakashi-senpai, what is a rain shower? Amazang asked Hitaki Kakashi with eyes like a curious baby. And Yurie, Midarashi Anko and others also looked at Hitaki Kakashi, their eyes full of questions. The rain shower is a powerful A+ level water-style technique developed by Master 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama. Hitaki Kakashi said in a deep voice. The caster gathers a large amount of water in the air and controls it with a powerful chakra. They are like water cannons falling from the sky. They are so powerful that they are difficult to resist. Is this the ninjutsu developed by Master 2nd Hokage? Midarashi Anko said in surprise. How did that little guy learn? When he left Konoha village that year, he attacked the village's treasure pavilion and plundered a lot of ninjutsu including the Book of Seals. Hitaki Kakashi said. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be the ninjutsu he learned from the Book of Seals. The Book of Sealing? Tianzing took a breath, his expression shocked. Book of Seal is the treasure of Konoha village. It records countless powerful ninjutsu and even forbidden technique. Except for the Hokage masters of Konoha village and some people who have made great contributions to the village, no one is qualified to learn the above ninjutsu. If that kid really learned all the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, wouldn't it be a big trouble? You know, the forbidden technique recorded on the Book of Seals has no fewer than 10 kinds, and each of them has great power, unimaginable. Attention everyone, it's coming. Hitaki Kakashi shouted loudly after raising the pitch too high. This is the ninjutsu of your Konoha village, let's taste the taste, Glossi said with a sneer while making seals on both hands. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the black clouds in the sky violent, and one after another bucket like thick and fierce water column rushed down from the air, like fierce dragons, invincible, as if they could destroy everything in the world. Advertisement water, originally a thing of the most feminine and soft, does not pose much threat to people in general. However, at this time, under the urging of Golo's powerful chakra, they became extremely fierce, invincible, and frightening. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The water burst into the sky, running through the sky and the earth, one after another, endless, and the sky was dazzling. It really is the kind of technique developed by Master 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama back then. Hitaki Kakashi's face was extremely ugly. He once saw 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen cast this technique and killed more than 30 enemies in an instant. Among them, Jonin was not the strongest, but he was extremely powerful. Earth style. No dungeon hall. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Earth style. This time, without Hitaki Kakashi's reminder, those Anbu have displayed their best Earth style defense technique. Because they were shocked to find that if they didn't do this, they would definitely die by Glossi's trick. Why is this little b*** d so strong? Rie muttered to herself with horror on her face. From the beginning to the present, the two sides have been attacking and defending with powerful ninjutsu, which made him unable to intervene, who is proficient in illusion and has a high self-esteem. This is an insult to him. Rumble. It's awful. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy changed their expressions and hurriedly rushed in the direction where Rie was. However, Glossi had already grabbed Rie's neck and carried it upside down and escaped for several tens of meters. Slap, slap, slap. Slap. Two screams came, and the earth-style defenses played by two, Anbu, were broken, and they were instantly torn apart by the mighty water column, making them miserable. Advertisement suddenly, Shishie yelled in horror. A fierce water column descended from the sky and hit the earth wall made by the Anbu, without error. All of a sudden, the sky broke and the earth cracked, the dust was flying, the smoke filled the sky, and the horror shook the sky. Why? Is the sky crying this time? Hitaki Kakashi's face was green. Others may not know, but as the first technician of Konoha village, would he not know? Heaven Cry is a water style that is more powerful and terrifying than Rainare. Once it is displayed, there will be no one alive except Jonin. There is no way, only use that trick. Hitaki Kakashi shook his heart, and pointed the Sharingan in his left eye at Glossi. The three black go jade in his eyes changed rapidly, condensing into three windmill-like patterns, which was Mangekyo Sharingan. Earth Style. Ground Technique. Glossi sensed the danger for the first time, and immediately used Earth Style to sneak into the ground without giving Hitaki Kakashi a chance. Seeing this scene, Shishie's face turned pale, and her eyes no longer had the pride and confidence they had at the beginning. He seemed to realize that even if they assembled so many powerful people, they might still be killed. Okay, I see. Might Guy gritted his teeth hard and nodded. Glossi's strength has exceeded his imagination, almost no weaker than the cage level strong. There is no other way except for the two people to join forces. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Glossi put down the knight and knight, not at all polite, moving his left and right hands together, slapped him 4 heavy slaps in succession. Old dog, don't you speak loudly, Glossi said with a sneer. Water Style. Heaven Cry. At this moment, Glossi's cold voice came again. What? Guy, I can't deal with him alone, you have to cooperate with me. Hitaki Kakashi shouted at Might Guy. Chapter 83. The Master-Disciple War. 1. You. Shishie's mouth was full of blood, her eyes widened, and she stared at Glossi, her eyes full of spite. I think how noble his identity is. He is the son of the famous Red Sunset, and he is awed by everyone wherever he goes. Has he ever suffered such a big loss? He felt hot on his face, half of his mouth was swollen, and the gurgling blood remained, making him look like a ghost. Shocking. What are you, old dog? I have tolerated you for a long time. Glossi sneered. What do you think you are? You keep calling me a little b******************************* d. I'll go to your mother to force me. Slap. 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 Glossi got more and more angry as he talked, and he waved his hand and slapped again. Immediately, Shirie's entire face was swollen, like a pig's head that had been marinated, and it made people horrified. Uria's strength is very strong, and he is tied with Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. However, he specializes in illusion, and he is confronted with Glossi, who has martial arts eyes and extremely strong mental willpower. Naturally, it is a tragedy. The one who was beaten didn't even know his mother, just like when Glossi first started. As I said, I'm fighting with you. Shide was beaten so hard by Glossi in front of so many people, it was more uncomfortable than killing him, and a sense of humiliation that could not be described in words hit his forehead. He completely lost his calm judgment as a good ninja, and rushed towards Glossi waving his hands. Night, day and night, don't be impulsive, Hitaki Kakashi shouted loudly. Lee, be merciful. Might Guy shouted so loudly. However, Glossi didn't care about the shouts of the two of them at all. With his right hand standing like a knife, and with a light stroke on Shidea's neck, a blood arrow shot out immediately. A huge head fell to the ground with a dull sound that shocked everyone's soul. The strong man at the peak of Jonin was easily beheaded by Glossi in this way, which really shocked everyone's mind. Even Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy both couldn't help but felt a tremor in their hearts and felt the terrible pressure that they had never experienced before. At this moment, they will no longer regard Glossi as a junior who went astray, and put him in the right position as a terrifying enemy. Mr. Guy, we will never go back to what we were before. Glossi lifted the headless corpse out of the night 2 meters away, and then said solemnly to Might Guy. Advertisement. Well, I understand now. Might Guy looked at Glossi deeply. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. From now on, there is no such thing as Teacher Guy, and there is no Rock Lee. I am the ninja of Konoha village, and you are the rebel of Konoha village, nothing more. Mr. Guy, I'm sorry, Glossi whispered. Attention everyone, attack with swastika formation. Hitaki Kakashi said with a sharp wave of his hand. No, Might Guy suddenly yelled and interrupted Hitaki Kakashi. He is mine, no one is allowed to shoot. Guy, don't be too willful. Hitaki Kakashi said. He is no longer the Rock Lee he used to be, and his strength is better than you and me. Because of this, I don't want you to shoot, Might Guy said. Guy, don't you think? Hitaki Kakashi thought of a possibility and said in astonishment. Not bad. Might Guy said in a low voice. I want to turn on the Innergate's technique and try my best to deal with him. You all retreat, don't be injured by me. Guy, you. Be careful. Hitaki Kakashi was silent for a while before saying so. He and Might Guy have had a life and death relationship for more than 10 years. Naturally, he knows Might Guy very well, knowing that he must have made up his mind. Glossi, the blue beasts of Konoha village are challenging you. Might Guy's eyes suddenly became fierce, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, and the momentum of his whole person suddenly skyrocketed several times. I'm honored, Glossi said with a solemn expression. He has martial arts eyes and the same Grandmaster, 8 inner gates. Technique. Naturally, he knows that Might Guy has already activated the forbidden technique at the moment just now, and has opened the 3 large holes of open door, hold door, and Sharingan. Continuously, is extremely proficient, worthy of being the orthodox heir of this forbidden technique. Boom. The breath erupting from Might Guy's body is getting stronger and stronger, and the invisible energy storm is tumbling in all directions like a flood. Advertisement, retreat. Hitaki Kakashi shouted loudly. Swipe. 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 A group of people did not dare to neglect, and immediately followed Hitaki Kakashi back several tens of meters. The reputation of the 8 inner gates technique is too great. Back then, Might Guy's father, Might Dewey, single-handedly killed 5 of the Mist Shinobi 7, shaking the entire ninja world. It is indeed Mr. Guy, who opened the 8 inner gates from the first gate all the way to the 5th gate in just 3 seconds, Glossi said in admiration. You are not bad, now you have reached the 4th gate, Might Guy said with emotion. If you don't leave Konoha village, you will definitely become a master of physical skills, and even the 5th Hokage is not impossible, it's a pity. Mr. Guy, you know, it's not that I don't want to stay in Konoha village, but Konoha village can't accommodate me, Glossi said. Well, I know, you can't be blamed for this, Might Guy nodded. However, although you are not to blame for this matter, I must obey the village's orders and take you back. Ninja, the task is always more than everything, I understand, Glossi said. Speaking of which, I have never really played against Mr. Guy. Today, let me learn about Mr. Guy's real strength. I'm afraid I am no longer your opponent, Might Guy said. Facing Teacher Guy, I would never say that I am confident, Glossi said with a smile. Suddenly, Might Guy moved. He didn't have a body like electricity, nor did he move like a gust of wind, but walked towards Glossi step by step, very slowly. However, a powerful momentum broke out from him, like a heavy mountain, overwhelming people. Every time he took a step, the ground under his feet would tremble, as if a giant was moving. Chapter 84. The War Between Master and Apprentice, 2. The aura that exudes from Might Guy is extremely terrifying, like a giant mountain moving, giving people a terrifying sense of depression. At this moment, he is not so much a ninja as a warrior. Ms. Guy opened the 8 inner gates directly to the 5th gate. He really takes me seriously. Glossi looked at Might Guy unblinkingly and said softly. He knew that Might Guy had already made up his mind and was ready to make an all-out effort. The next battle was bound to be a fierce battle, and the outcome was unpredictable. You are now above me. If I don't try my best, I'm afraid I won't be qualified to be your opponent at all. Might Guy said lightly. I will do my best next, and I hope you will not be merciful, just take it as the last respect for me as a teacher. Mr. Guy, please enlighten me. Glossi leaned slightly and said. Boom. Suddenly, Might Guy slammed his right foot on the ground, and the ground immediately trembled violently, showing terrible cracks under his feet. He was like a dragon at the gate, rushing toward Glossi fiercely. A majestic momentum surged from his body, terrifying and boundless. His fighting style is also completely different from that of a ninja. In fact, he is more similar to the warriors of the martial arts world. The powerful chakra shrouded his body like a blazing blue flame, condensing a layer of armor in front of him into a protective light. Boom. A huge blue fist was punched out by Might Guy, unparalleled aura surging out with fierce chi. It seems that there is a blue giant waving his fist and launching a world-famous blow to Glossi. Good come. Glossi shouted. Facing Might Guy's full blow, Glossi didn't evade. The martial arts mentality in his body turned rapidly, and he slapped forward with a fierce palm. Hand of Destroying Heaven. A huge palm appeared, surging with powerful force, and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. The situation is changing, the world is eclipsed. Advertisement. The super forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, in the ninja world, forcibly shakes the genius, Hand of Destroying Heaven. In the past of Glossi, and the sound of wind and thunder is faintly heard from the heavens and the earth. Oh my god, how is this possible? How can physical skills be so powerful? Tianzang's eyes widened, staring at the huge fists and huge palms in the sky, and said in disbelief. Physique can be so terrible, it's incredible. Another person next to him also exclaimed. Senior Guy can become the strongest jonin in the village by relying on ninjutsu, and he really deserves his reputation, one person murmured. Those, Anbu, who watched the game, including Hitaki Kakashi, were very shocked. They are all people of only ninjutsu theory, and think that ninjutsu is far better than physical skills. But now they saw the fight between Glossi and Might Guy, and they were all at once stopped. When physique has reached a certain level, it may not be better than jonin technique. Boom. Glossi's huge palm and Might Guy's huge fist slammed together, and the brilliant brilliance instantly illuminated the world. Powerful energy fluctuations surging in all directions centered on them, destroying all obstacles wherever they go. Retreat. Retreat back 200 meters. Hitaki Kakashi opened the Sharingan, and immediately saw the huge destructive power of the shockwave of the battle, and shouted at the group of Anbu. They didn't dare to neglect, and immediately stretched out their bodies and retreated back. They didn't dare to watch the battle up close, for fear of being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Ha ha ha. Happily, I am indeed the most proud student of Might Guy. Might Guy's full blow was blocked by Glossi. Not only did he not get angry, but he laughed and felt very relieved. Thank you Mr. Guy for the compliment, Glossi said with a grin. Ms. Guy is also well deserved. There is no opponent under cage level, enough to sweep everyone under cage level. In the collision just now, Glossi had already demonstrated 80% combat power, enough to wipe out the vast majority of people under cage level. And Might Guy not only took it down fiercely, but also didn't blush, breathe, or lose the slightest bit of wind. This surprised Glossi in his heart. Advertisement: if Might Guy practices his martial arts mentality, what will he achieve? I am afraid that even if it is not as good as him, it will not be worse, right? It's been a long time since I found this kind of evenly matched feeling. Might Guy looked at Glossi intently, his eyes gleaming with a light called excitement. Come on, let's have a good fight. I think so too. Glossi grinned. Boom! A blue lightning tore through the air, and rushed towards Glossi swiftly and unscrupulously. A tragic suffocating air overwhelmed the world, and immediately enveloped Glossi. Obviously, Might Guy, the top combat force in Konoha village, has killed countless people. Ms. Guy, you are offended. Glossi shouted loudly with a pair of martial arts eyes blooming. His figure rushed over and collided with Might Guy. Boom! 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 One after another, thunder-like sounds were exploding, and the Anbu, who were 200 meters away, were buzzing in their ears, each of them pale and shocked. They couldn't believe that a person's physique could be so strong that it might be strong enough to resist B-level ninjutsu. Glossi and Might Guy confront each other with all their strength. Ruo Peng splits the sky, like a dragon soaring into the sky, moving fast as lightning when moving up and down, making people look dumbfounded and creepy. This is the pinnacle showdown of physical skills, unparalleled in the past and the present. It's unbelievable. It's only half a year. The kid has been able to keep pace with Guy, or even surpass it. Hitaki Kakashi's Sharingan stared at the two on the battlefield unblinkingly, in his heart, said silently. He knew that Might Guy didn't do his best, but he could also tell that Glossi did not do his best. The final result of the battle between the two is extremely difficult to predict. Chapter 85. The War Between Master and Disciple, 3. Glossi and Might Guy were evenly matched, hitting from a meadow to a forest, and from that forest to a hill. Their combat power is extremely powerful. Every punch and every palm they hit will make the hill tremble constantly. Huge rocks are constantly rolling down the mountain, and the sound of rumbling is endless. The two super physique masters of today's ninja world are in a peak duel. The sky is shaking, and the world is eclipsed. Okay. So strong. Tian Zhang muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. I have never thought before that physical skills can be so powerful. Yeah, it's incredible. Another said. Back then, the blue beast Might Dewey desperately killed 5 of Miss Shinobi 7. Although we were famous, we never saw it with our own eyes. But when we saw it now, it really deserves its reputation. That stinky guy is also very strong, and he can actually win a match with senior Guy. It's hard to tell. Happy, ha ha ha. During the fierce battle, Might Guy's wild laughter came from a distance. Glossi, I have to say that this battle with you is the happiest battle in my life. This feeling is really wonderful. Mr. Guy, me too. Glossi said with sympathy. The battle between him and Might Guy reminded him of the scene of fighting with warriors in the martial arts world, which filled his heart with emotion. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, King Gate, open, Might Guy shouted. Boom. A more powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Might Guy, and his aura increased several times in an instant. 8 inner gates, 5th gate, Duman, open. Glossi did not dare to neglect, and immediately opened the 5th gate tit for tat, increasing his strength several times. Otherwise, he will not be able to cope with Might Guy's violent attack. Little guy, take the move. This is the first time I use this technique. I hope you can carry it through. Might Guy said indifferently. Although he was unwilling to kill Glossi, as the battle progressed, the belligerent factor in his body was aroused, but he was somewhat uncontrollable. Advertisement: martial arts combat skills. If I say that the world is second, no one dares to say that the world is number 1. Glossi said proudly. Mr. Guy, don't hesitate to use any tricks you have. I've long wanted to see the peak combat power in this world. Woo! Might Guy didn't speak, but blasted out with a punch. However, this time the difference is that his fist is tens of meters away from Glossi. Even if he uses the powerful chakra, he cannot pose any threat to Glossi. However, Might Guy didn't care, but punched again and hit the air fiercely. What is Senior Guy doing? Tianzing asked inexplicably. He is performing a kind of jerkiness in 8 inner gates, Hitaki Kakashi said in a deep voice with an awe-inspiring expression. You don't need to ask more, just look at it quietly and you will know. Seeing Hitaki Kakashi, Tenzo was reluctant to say more, so he didn't dare to ask any more. He stared at the form on the battlefield without blinking, for fear that he might miss the exciting scene. Mr. Guy, your physique has reached an incredible level. Glossi opened a pair of martial arts eyes with amazing insight. Naturally, he quickly saw through the mystery of the technique Might Guy was performing. He surprisingly discovered that as Might Guy punched more and more quickly and harder, his fists rubbed violently against the air, and there were flames in the air. That's flame. And Anbu said in amazement. Does Senior Guy actually use the friction between his fist and the air to generate flames? Why? Use the friction between your fist and the air to create flames? How could it be possible? The other person said in disbelief. How can a person's body be so strong? Boom, boom, boom. Advertisement: Might Guy punches faster and faster, and more flames appear in the sky. In the end, those flames are densely covered in the sky, filling every corner, like swarms of locusts overwhelming the sky. It's creepy. To the peacock. Might Guy yelled fiercely. In an instant, countless flames rushed toward Glossi, looking like a soaring peacock with outstretched wings. Its power is shocking to the sky. Unexpectedly, he can create such a powerful physical skill. His father was also a strange man back then. Glossi said secretly in his heart. However, he didn't feel any fear either. Back then, he encountered countless enemies with incredible supernatural powers in the martial world. Everyone was far better than Might Guy, and he was never defeated. Martial arts combat skills, close combat techniques, he is invincible in the world. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi shouted, his right hand violently raised, and he slapped into the sky fiercely. In an instant, a gust of wind raged. His right hand was originally no longer the size of a normal person, but it quickly became bigger, like a hand that fell from the sky, padded toward the dense flames flying in the sky, terrifying. The hand of destroying the sky, Glossi's invincible combat skills against the world's invincibles in his previous life, the power is shocking. In the past, he was limited to the limitation of his own cultivation base, unable to exert his real great power. But today, he started the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, and cooperated with the martial arts mentality of the 4th heaven of Zochan realm, finally releasing his 30% power. Looking from a distance, I saw a huge palm covering the sky, covering most of the sky, as if I wanted to destroy the world. Such a terrifying scene makes people frightened, and the horrible energy fluctuations directly shock people's bones, making people flustered and suffocated, and trembles involuntarily. The hand of destroying heaven, for the first time revealed its true face in this ninja world. It is terrifying. Wow. Glossi's big gesture is like a broken bamboo, slapped all the flames, and then grabbed it to Might Guy, powerful. Chapter 337, Auto-generated chapter title, the 86th chapter is broken. This is an extremely terrifying picture. The big hand shot by Glossi is overwhelming. Just like the hand of the world created by the god of creation in myths and legends, it is terrifying and can sweep all obstacles in this world. Might Guy is one of the top combat powers in Konoha village. With the strength of the peak Jonin, he opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. He can definitely fight against the cage-level powerhouses and may not lose. The morning peacock he shot out was the world's best in class physique skills, and it should have been able to level any enemy. However, it is a pity that this time he met the great master of martial arts Glossi. Wow. In the sky, a huge palm swept across, and the dense flames were blown away in an instant, making this place clear again. Moreover, that palm remained strong, and continued to grab Might Guy. Guy, be careful. Hitaki Kakashi screamed in horror with his eyes cracked. Senior Guy, be careful. Tianzing also shouted. I understand, I finally understand now. After Might Guy's, peacock, was easily cracked by Glossi, he stood there motionless and stared as if he had been subjected to a fixation technique. A pair of eyes, staring at Glossi stubbornly, roared in a stern voice. Mr. Guy, what do you understand? Glossi carefully controlled the strength of his huge palm, holding Might Guy in his hand, but he didn't want to hurt him. He lowered his voice and said, You're not Lee at all. Might Guy's thick eyebrows and big eyes shed 2 lines of tears, and the circles under his eyes were red. He shouted at Glossi with a voice of infinite grief and anger. Say, who are you? Why do you want to harm my good disciple? He is now held by Glossi's huge palm. Life and death are all within Glossi's thoughts. However, he didn't care about it, and just yelled at Glossi, showing that his affection for Rock Lee is extremely deep, not inferior to the affection between father and son. Advertisement, Mr. Guy, did you finally find out? The expression on Glossi's face was a little unnatural. Or, are you finally willing to face reality? The physique you performed is not our Konoha village's physique at all. Might Guy stared at Glossi, and said in a low voice. I have never taught Lee such a thing, because even I can't. In fact, it's not just you. Looking at the entire ninja world, no one knows anything like this anymore except me. Glossi nodded and said. Because what I am using is not physical skills at all, but martial arts combat skills. Martial arts combat skills? Might Guy's face showed a trace of astonishment. Why? You said you used martial arts combat skills. At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi rushed over from a distance and looked at Glossi with amazement. Oh, have you ever heard of such a thing? Glossi asked with a trace of surprise on his face. Are you really the ancestor of the legendary samurai? Hitaki Kakashi looked shocked, his face full of incredible. No, it's impossible. No one in this world can live so long. Even the ancestor of our ninja, Sage of 6 Paths, has been dead for many years. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Are you sure? Glossi said lightly. What are you talking about? Sage of 6 Paths is still alive? The ancestor of the Hyuga clan is also alive and is sealed under the Uzumaki clan's clan land? Hitaki Kakashi's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment and incredible. Because, in a sense, Glossi did take Rock Lee and occupy Rock Lee's body. Advertisement. It's just that, with the passage of time, the martial arts skills left by the ancestors of the samurai gradually lost, and finally became what it is today. The samurai declined completely and was replaced by a ninja. Why didn't you speak? Did I say it? When Might Guy saw that Glossi was silent, he immediately thought that his guess was correct. His eyes were red and his expression was terrifying. There was a creepy look. Air machine. If You think so, then count it. Glossi looked at Might Guy intently and then slowly said after a long time. He. Glossi said with a smile. If I tell you that Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the ninja, is still alive now, do you believe it? Besides, his brother, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, is also alive and sealed in Uzumaki. Under the clan land of a clan, do you believe it? If you don't believe it, you can send someone to explore the Uzumaki clan's clan. Glossi said. It's just that the ancestor of the Hyuga clan has been sealed for hundreds of years, and his body is full of hostility, and ordinary people will be killed immediately if they step on it. Well, I heard someone talk about it by chance. Hitaki Kakashi looked very solemn and said in a deep voice. According to the legend, before our ninjas stepped onto the historical stage of this continent, the samurai was the dominant player. The ancestor in the samurai legend used martial arts combat skills. Budo fighting skills. The ancestor of the samurai? The expression on Might Guy's face became more and more ugly. He stared at Glossi and shouted. Are you actually the ancestor of the samurai in the legend? Why did you kill my good disciple? Why do you want to occupy my good disciple's body? Glossi looked at Hitaki Kakashi without blinking, and was very touched by what he said just now. Perhaps, the ancestor of the samurai whom Hitaki Kakashi said had nothing to do with him, but the whole thing they speculated was the same. Sure. Hitaki Kakashi said, however, even he himself noticed the trembling of his voice. No one in this world can live that long, no one can do it. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy looked at each other, and both saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Although the words that Glossi said are absurd and a little unbelievable, they contrasted with the stories and legends circulating in the ninja world, and they found that they coincided in many places, and they had to be shocked. Although his life and death were hanging by a thread, all between Glossi's thoughts, his emotions were extremely agitated, and his whole body trembled nonstop. It seems that Rock Lee's life and death are more important than his own life and death. Not only Hitaki Kakashi, but even the nervous Might Guy was shocked, staring at Glossi unblinkingly, with an unbelievable expression on his face. As for the members of Anbu, it's more like listening to fairy tales. Chapter 87. Glossi's Mind. Could it be that Glossi is really the soul of the ancestor of the legendary samurai, who has taken away Rock Lee's body? Thinking of this possibility, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't help shivering, completely cold. The ancestor of the samurai, what a powerful and terrifying existence is that? I'm afraid no one can foresee and contend except for the legendary ancestor of the ninja sage of six paths, right? They once again thought of the mysterious and powerful martial arts tactics displayed by Glossi, and they couldn't help but feel more confident about this idea. In addition to the existence of the legend, who else in the world can display such martial arts combat skills? Senior Kakashi, Senior Guy, don't be frightened by that kid's nonsense. Suddenly, Tianzing shouted loudly, interrupting their complex thoughts and bringing them back to reality. Yeah, don't be confused by his rhetoric, and Anbu, man also yelled. Two seniors, don't shake your convictions. Another person said loudly. We are the best ninjas in Konoha village. Even if we lose and die, we must not shake our faith. A group of people saw that Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were in a wrong state, and they shouted at them. In fact, if it weren't for Might Guy to still be in the control of Glossi, life and death are all within Glossi's thoughts, they would have forced the move. It's dangerous. I almost shaken my belief in ninja because of the little devil's words. I really shouldn't. Hitaki Kakashi felt cold sweat on his back, and he was afraid after a while. If a ninja shakes his beliefs, what is the difference between a puppet and the walking dead? Gurozi, I don't care if you are the ancestor of the samurai legend. Today I will kill you to avenge Lee. Although Might Guy was horrified in his heart, the anger in his heart suppressed the horror. Whether Glossi is the ancestor of the warrior or not, he will kill Glossi to avenge his good disciple Rock Lee. Advertisement. You can't even protect yourself now, so what are you talking about avenging Rock Lee? Glossi gave Might Guy a deep look and said. 8 inner gates. 7th gate, start the door, open, Might Guy shouted sternly. Guy, don't. Hitaki Kakashi was shocked. He never thought that Might Guy would be so impulsive. In order to avenge Rock Lee, he actually used the super forbidden technique that he had never used in his life. 8 inner gates is the supreme physical art taboo. Every time a major acupoint is opened, the operator's combat power will be doubled or even several times higher in an instant. And when the caster opens to the 7th gate, he will increase his power more than 10 times, terrifying. Of course, while gaining super combat power, the caster must also endure the terrible backlash of this technique. Even with Might Guy's super physique, he would suffer severe injuries after opening the 7th gate, and at least he would have to lie down in the hospital for a month. Even if I fight this life today, I will definitely kill you and avenge Lee. Might Guy looked fierce, his whole person was like a wild beast with rage, bursting out of his body powerful and tyrannical, breath. Martial arts combat skills, I am number 1 in the world. Glossi said lightly. You are still under my absolute control, do you still want to open the 8 inner gates and fight me desperately? Like the sea at low tide, the terrifying aura on Might Guy receded at an incredible speed. In just a few seconds, he turned from a strong man who could compete with the cage level strong to an ordinary one. The big man can no longer pose any threat to Glossi. Wow. If he grabs the Sharingan from Hitaki Kakashi before Uchiha Obito takes it, it will greatly weaken Uchiha Obito's strength. Boom. What did you do to him? Hitaki Kakashi suddenly turned around, pointed the Sharingan in his left eye at Glossi, and shouted sharply. And at that moment, his 3-tomo Sharingan became Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement, Guy. How are you? Hitaki Kakashi didn't dare to neglect, and immediately stepped forward to catch Might Guy, and asked anxiously. His left eye is a mature 3-tomo Sharingan. Naturally, he can see that all the chakra in Might Guy's body has disappeared, and his heart is very anxious. You. What did you do to me? Might Guy said in a shocked tone. It can be said unceremoniously that the Might Guy at this moment is no different from a waste guy. Humph. Glossi snorted coldly, did not speak, and swiped the huge palm forward, immediately slamming Might Guy towards Hitaki Kakashi. I just closed the chakra acupuncture points in his body. It's no big deal, he can fully recover in at most half a month, Glossi said lightly. However, Glossi can only think about it now. He hasn't been able to face Uchiha Obito alone, and his powerful Akatsuki organization, it's too early to do it. Obviously, Hitaki Kakashi was angry, and wanted to use his full strength to fight Glossi, life or death. He stared at Hitaki Kakashi's Sharingan, which was exactly the same as Uchiha Obito, and his heart fluctuated. Uchiha Obito's space ninjutsu is very tricky. If he gathers a pair of eyes, it will definitely be a big trouble. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I'm fine. Might Guy whispered. He is extremely weak now, let alone fighting with Glossi. I am afraid that even an ordinary strong man can't beat him. He was full of grief and indignation just now, ready to open the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, with Glossi to fight to the death, and even decided to launch the Dead Gate as a last resort. However, the huge palm that held him suddenly raised countless powerful energies through it, and immediately closed all of his chakra acupoints. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Glossi, and a series of tyrannical martial arts mentality penetrated into Might Guy's body through that huge palm, and instantly sealed all the acupuncture points in his body. Chapter 88 Eradicate the malignant tumor for you. Glossi will not act on Hitaki Kakashi now, but once he has truly stepped into the 5th heaven of martial arts and becomes the real martial king, he will act without scruples and wipe out all threats to him. Is he really going to recover completely in half a month? Hitaki Kakashi stared at Glossi with the Mangekyo Sharingan without blinking, and said sharply. His nerves were tense, and he didn't dare to relax half a minute. He had already placed Glossi on the same level as the cage-level powerhouse. This time, the crusade was a gathering of elites. Aside from everything else, there were as many as 7 or 8 strong Jonin ranks alone. Among them, there is no shortage of strong men at the peak of Jonin. However, such a powerful force was blocked by Glossi alone. In the evening, he was tortured and killed. The chakra acupoint where Might Guy was sealed lost his combat effectiveness. Several Anbu elites died in battle and suffered heavy losses. Moreover, this is still under the circumstances of Glossi's mercy. What a terrible thing is this? Hitaki Kakashi is not a fool. He knew that if Glossi didn't show mercy and tried his best, I am afraid that a single, water-style, heavenly cry, could kill most of the Anbu, and Might Guy will not have a way to survive, and will die very tragically. Keep fighting, or give up the task this time. Hitaki Kakashi's heart is difficult to understand. His father, Konoha's White Fangya, also faced such a choice. His father chose to abandon the mission between the two, but his father's choice was unanimously condemned and opposed by the people in the village, and he committed suicide. Hitaki Kakashi once felt deeply ashamed of this incident. He believed that the father who gave up the mission was not worthy of being a ninja, let alone his father. However, what he never expected was that he would face the same choice one day. Glossi is really too strong. His strength has already exceeded Jonin's level. I am afraid that only the cage level strong can subdue him. If he chooses to continue fighting, I am afraid that everyone, including himself, will die in the battle, which is terrible. And if he chooses to give up the task, he can save their lives. Glossi didn't want to kill them, as Hitaki Kakashi could tell, because, if this were not the case, maybe there would be no more than 5 people standing now. Advertisement, however, giving up the task is the greatest shame of a ninja. Kakashi, shall we continue to fight? Suddenly, just as Hitaki Kakashi was hesitating, Mitarashi Anko came up from behind and said softly. Anko, what do you mean? Hitaki Kakashi asked quickly with a move in his heart. This little guy doesn't want to fight with us at all. Otherwise, we would have all been killed. Mitarashi Anko glanced at Glossi and said with a complicated expression. Since he is so merciful, we should also learn more and get out of here soon. Sister Anko, you, a member of Anbu, said dissatisfiedly. Shut up. Hitaki Kakashi glared at the man harshly and shouted sharply. Seeing that Hitaki Kakashi actually had the intention to retreat without a fight, the man immediately closed his mouth obediently and did not dare to speak anymore. Wood style. Cutting technique. Guluxi's martial arts eyes flickered sharply, his hands were sealed, and he whispered softly. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Very abruptly, slender and hard branches emerged from the person who was just talking, and immediately pierced his body skin, and a large amount of blood spewed out, and the scene was tragic and shocking. You. What are you doing? Hitaki Kakashi's eyes stood up, and he sternly shouted at Glossi. Boy, what are you doing? Mitarashi Anko was also taken aback. She originally planned to cancel the mission order this time by relying on her and Hitaki Kakashi's status and influence. However, what she didn't expect was that Glossi would actually take action at such a time. Wow, wow, wow. Advertisement. The members of Anbu spread out immediately, surrounding Glossi from all sides. Although they were afraid of Glossi's mighty strength in their hearts, they were still unhurried, arrogant or impetuous, and they deserved to be the elites of Konoha village. Don't get excited, Glossi said with a grin at them. What I killed just now was not your companion, but just a dog of Shimura Danzo. Even if he is from Shimura Danzo, he is still our Konoha village companion. Hitaki Kakashi said in a deep voice. No, you are wrong. Glossi shook his head and said. The people of Konoha village should have unconditionally obeyed Master Hokage's orders. However, Shimura Danzo's dog is only headed by Shimura Danzo, and even Master Hokage is not in the eye. Can such people be considered companions? Little. Glossi, don't be too aggressive. Mitarashi Anko said. She originally wanted to call Glossi the little guy, but when she recalled Glossi's terrifying combat power and the suspected identity of the samurai ancestor, she finally changed her mind. Sister Anko, I'm not aggressive. Glossi smiled and said. I'm trying to eradicate the cancer that has existed for many years in Konoha village for you. You call Master Danzo a cancerous tumor, you are looking for death. As soon as Glossi finished speaking, 5 Anbu eyes shot out fierce light at the same time. They were nurtured by Shimura Danzo since childhood and were instilled with a lot of enslavement thoughts. Shimura Danzo trumps everything in the heart of their hearts and is more precious than their lives. Wood style. Tree bound for eternal burial. Glossi quickly sealed his hands. Swipe. In an instant, countless branches and leaves of trees emerged from the ground, and they immediately bound the members of the 5 roots, and then slowly sank them into the ground. They will be suffocated underground, and their bodies will become the nourishment of the earth, and they will be integrated with the earth forever. Chapter 89 Enseverance. This is the wood-style technique of grade B difficulty. Tianzang's eyes widened and said in amazement. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were also shocked. They watched Glossi kill the 5 Anbu elites with a single move, and they didn't even have time to rescue them. Glossi's strength is more powerful than they expected, and it can definitely sweep everyone under cage level, and the world is invincible. Mitarashi Anko looked at Glossi with a pair of autumn eyes full of surprise. Although she had long seen that Glossi was the dragon among people, she never expected that Glossi would have grown to such a terrifying state in less than half a year, and had surpassed Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, which was incredible. The other Anbu were also shocked by Glossi's iron-blooded killing methods, and stood there still not daring to move, for fear that they would become Glossi's next target and die. Who are you? Why do you use Master First Hokage's wood-style technique? Are you not a descendant of the Senju clan? Glossi looked at Tianzing intently, and said with interest. What do you want to do? Hitaki Kakashi shuddered in his heart, not daring to neglect. A dashing body stood in front of the sky hiding, and asked sharply. Tenzo is the only person in Konoha village who has inherited the wood-style technique and can control Jinchuriki to a certain extent. If something happens, it will definitely be a great loss to Konoha village. Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything. Glossi smiled and said. If I really want to make a move, I won't be here to talk to you well. You. A trace of shame appeared on Hitaki Kakashi's face. However, he didn't say anything, because what Glossi said was the truth, and the other party could indeed crush and kill them with absolutely overwhelming strength. I just want to know where he came from, and actually inherited Master First Hokage's wood-style technique, that's all, Glossi said lightly. It's impossible. Hitaki Kakashi said without a doubt, however, he was interrupted by Tenzo just halfway through his words. Kakashi-senpai, it's okay to tell him, Amazura said. It's not a secret anyway. Takashi, you? Hitaki Kakashi showed a trace of unbearable face. Advertisement, in that case, let me do it. Tianzing took a deep breath and walked up from behind Hitaki Kakashi to face Glossi. I am Orochimaru's test product. Are you Orochimaru's guinea pig? Glossi showed a trace of surprise on his face. Orochimaru is powerful, and is a cage-level powerhouse of Grandmaster's various forbidden techniques. Even now Glossi is very jealous of him. What he didn't expect was that he would actually meet Orochimaru's test product here. Not bad. Tianzing nodded and said, the first Hokage master was extremely powerful back then. He used the wood-style technique to beat all the invincibles in the world, and he could control the tail beast at will. Orochimaru was very interested in the ability of first Hokage, so he found 64 or 5-year-old children moved first Hokage's cells into their bodies. Does Orochimaru have master first Hokage's cells? Glossi's heart trembled. In the past 6 months, Glossi ordered his men to collect countless ninja information materials. Among them, the intelligence data of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Konohashira Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito are more detailed. According to intelligence data, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was super powerful and almost reached the peak that a ninja could reach. He was known as the God of Ninja, and was the closest person to Sage of Six Paths. According to legend, he has a fairy body, has a huge amount of chakra, and has the ability to heal wounds on his own without forming a seal. If I didn't guess wrong, Orochimaru should have found a whole body of Master First Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi said suddenly. Whether he uses Master First Hokage's cells to experiment with 60 children, or uses Impure World Reincarnation technique to summon Master First Hokage, a lot of flesh is needed. Well, it should be so. Glossi nodded. First Hokage-sama's cells are so powerful that it is not something ordinary people can bear. Tianzing continued. So, that experiment failed, and all 60 children died. Then how did you survive? Glossi asked. Maybe my luck is too good. A wry smile appeared on Tianzang's face. There were 60 of us, but in the end I was the only one who survived, and everyone else died. So that's it. Glossi nodded. Although your experience has been bumpy, it has also given you the ability that others have dreamed of, giving you the strength that you are today. Advertisement Glossi's remarks seemed old-fashioned, which was extremely inconsistent with his immature and thin body, which made Hitaki Kakashi feel absurd. Could it be that Glossi really was the ancestor of the legendary samurai who survived and lost Rock Lee's body to rebirth? This guy, what a shit, Mitarashi Anko said to himself. Are you planning to continue fighting? Glossi said to Hitaki Kakashi. If you don't want to fight, I'll leave. I'm a busy person, and time is tight. You. The faces of Hitaki Kakashi and others were very ugly, and they didn't know how to respond. Continuing to fight, what awaits them must be the end of the destruction of the entire army. But if they withdrew from the battle, where would they put this old face? In that case, goodbye. Glossi grinned, and suddenly turned around, disappearing without a trace. That's the technique of the teacher back then. Hitaki Kakashi's eyes widened suddenly and his face was full of horror. Flying Thunder God technique was the most frequently used ninjutsu in 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato that year, and its name moved the world. And Hitaki Kakashi, as a disciple of Namikaze Minato, naturally sees it often and recognizes it in an instant. Next time I meet, I won't be merciful anymore, Mr. Guy. Glossi's voice came from afar. He let go of the lives of these people this time, which is equivalent to offsetting Might Guy's kindness to him, and there is no debt between the two. Make a clean break, cut righteousness, Chapter 90 Yin and Yang people. This time, Glossi did not kill Hitaki Kakashi and others, he was only repaying Might Guy for his kindness. In this way, when we meet again next time, he can shoot without any psychological burden. With a clean break, the grace is cut off, and since then Glossi has completely separated from the identity of Rock Lee, and truly survives as Glossi. Is he really gone? Tianzang muttered, looking around nervously with a pair of eyes. He seemed a little bit unbelievable that Glossi would let them go with his advantage. What he has received since childhood is the cruel and indifferent thought that Shimura Danzo instilled in him. Although his temperament has been changed in his relationship with Hitaki Kakashi, there are still a lot of remnants after all. He simply couldn't realize the kind of thought of Glossi. Don't worry about it anymore, he is gone. Hitaki Kakashi closed Sharingan's left eye and said in a deep voice. Guy, you saved all of us, he said to Might Guy. Kakashi, are you complimenting me or hurting me? Might Guy said with a wry smile on his face. He and Hitaki Kakashi have been best friends for many years, so naturally they don't think anything else. Okay, don't think too much about it. I'll talk about everything when I get back to the village. Mitarashi Anko stepped forward and said. Yeah. Hitaki Kakashi nodded. At the moment, the Anbu people processed the corpse as quickly as possible, and then a group of people quickly left. Damn it, the corpses were all disposed of by them. Suddenly, not long after Hitaki Kakashi and the others left, an annoyed voice rang. Looking in the direction of the sound, on the trunk of a big tree, a yin and yang face surrounded by flytrap-like leaves appeared on the trunk of a big tree. His left face was pale, his right face was pitch black, and his whole body exuded an extremely uncomfortable and weird aura. What was said just now was the pale face on the left half. Advertisement, it doesn't matter what the corpse is, it's all weak people anyway. The pitch black face on the right side said indifferently. That kind of waste corpse, don't worry about it. What do you know? It's better to have it than nothing, the pale face on the left side argued. If this scene were to be seen by others, it would surely be shocked and shocked. This person's left and right heads are not only different in color, but they also have two completely different thoughts, which is incredible. Don't you forget the mission this time? The dark face on the right half said coldly. I won't forget such an important thing, said the pale face on the left half. I have recorded all the scenes of the battle just now, and I will send it to Afei when I return. Very good. The dark face on the right half said abruptly. That kid is terrible. It's stronger than the Yoruichi boy from Kirigakure that Orochimaru got from Kirigakure. It's almost comparable to Uchiha Itachi back then. Are you exaggerating? Said the pale face on the left half. I admit that the kid is really strong, but if you say he can compare with Uchiha Itachi, it would be too much. Uchiha Itachi is a member of the Uchiha clan. He has the blood of Yu Uchiba clan and Sharingan. How can he be that kid? Comparable. Idiot, what do you know? The dark face on the right half said unceremoniously. Although the kid doesn't have Sharingan, his eyes are stronger than Sharingan. And, most importantly, his martial arts skills have never been seen before. It is very likely that he really got the ancestor of the legendary samurai, inherited. Which idiot are you scolding? The pale face on the left half said angrily. The ancestor of what shit samurai, can it be compared with the ancestor of our ninja? Humph. The dark face on the right snorted coldly, but did not speak. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and shouted in a low voice. Floating earth technique. Silently, this person quickly fell silent to the ground, and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, on the highest floor of a building a few miles away, Glossi stared at that direction unblinkingly with a pair of martial arts eyes open. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That person had been peeping from the side, and Glossi's martial arts Tianyan had long discovered it. However, he found that the man was extremely strong and the hidden ninjutsu was very weird. He could cut off all his aura, and immediately judged that he should be a member of the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. If he guessed correctly, this person should have been brought by Uchiha Obito to monitor him. For the time being, Glossi didn't want to turn his face with Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki organization. At least he turned his face with them before he entered the fifth heaven of martial arts and became the king of martial arts. Therefore, he chose to turn a blind eye and let the other party observe. Wait, when I become the king of martial arts, everything will be completely changed, and I will have all the initiative of the master at that time. Glossi said silently in his heart. After repelling the crusaders in Konoha village, Glossi took a rest, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to go to the Iron Country. Sovereign Lord. Seeing Glossi approaching, Mifune Admiral saluted respectfully. In the past 6 months or so, he assiduously practiced Guru Zai's martial arts mentality, and the whole person's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and it is many times stronger than before. In the past, he was pale in the hands of the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. But now, he has full self-confidence, and he can be ashamed of Hanzo of the Salamander once again. The deeper his understanding of martial arts mentality, the greater his awe of Glossi, because he knew that what Glossi had passed to him was definitely not all the martial arts mentality. Thanks for your hard work for the past 6 months. Glossi nodded to Admiral Mifuku and said. This is what I should do, Lord Sovereign. Mifune Admiral said seriously. Without the instruction from the Lord, my 3 ships would never have achieved what it is today. Work hard, I won't treat you badly. Glossi smiled and said, after 1 year, I will pass on the 4th and 5th levels of the martial arts mentality to you. Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Mifune was overjoyed. Chapter 91 selected Hyuga Neji. From the beginning to the present, Mifune has only obtained the first 3 levels of the martial arts mentality. In other words, it has also obtained the introductory of the Gulu Onishi martial arts mentality. However, despite this, his strength has been improved by leaps and bounds, and he can almost sweep everyone in the field of cage level. This is not Mifune's addiction to self, nor is it arrogant. In fact, 2 months ago, he incarnate as a man in black sneaked into Konoha village, Cloud Shinobi village, Rock Shinobi village and other big forces. Top masters played against each other, and retreated all over, with ease. His self-confidence is extremely strong now, and he thinks that he can win even against other strong players at the 5 cage level. However, in view of Glossi's severe warning to him and the weak strength of the Iron Kingdom, it was not enough to fight the 5 forbearance villages, so he had to be patient and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, the ninja world has long circulated the shocking secrets about the accidental death of a certain superpower. Every time he felt the surging power in his body, Mishan's adoration and awe of Glossi grew stronger. What terrifying origins will someone who can teach him such a powerful secret technique? I'm afraid, even if Glossi is not the reincarnation of the ancestor of the legendary samurai, he must be a super terrifying heaven-defying evildoer. The future achievements are limitless, and it is very likely that he will become a super existence comparable to the samurai and ninja ancestor. If at the beginning, Mifune was only interested in Glossi's potential, then now he is completely devoted to Glossi. He believed that as long as he followed Glossi loyally, he would definitely become a legendary figure in the annals of history, and the samurai would once again overwhelm the ninja and become the master of this world. You can do your own business. I'll go in alone. Glossi waved his hand at the 3 boats, and then walked alone towards a training site in the distance. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Mifune said respectfully. That training site was specially set up for Hyuga Neji and others to practice by using the manpower and material resources of the Iron Kingdom. There, only 5 people, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, Jiyu Xingyue, Jiyu Tenten, and Shaosan Xuan, are eligible to enter. Gentle Fist Method. 8 trigrams 128 palms. From a distance, just as Glossi walked into the practice field, Hyuga Hinata's soft voice came from his ears. Immediately afterwards, the palm of the hand screamed, and the voice was loud. Advertisement. Gentle Fist Method. 8 trigrams 64 palms. At the same time, another low-pitched man's voice rang, and Hyuga Hinata confronted Hyuga Hinata tit for tat. Hinata has made a lot of progress. It's just a pity that the gap between her and Hyuga Neji is still that big. Glossi's pair of martial arts eyes penetrated the thick wall to connect Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji. With a panoramic view of the battle between them, he said to himself. Half a year has passed, and not only Glossi and Sanchuan have made great progress, but Hyuga Hinata and others have also made amazing progress, making rapid progress. Half a year ago, they were just the best among genin, but now, they already have the level of an elite chunin. And Hyuga Neji, even more exaggerated, has entered the realm of jonin, with strong strength and rare rivals. No, Hyuga Hinata tried his best to use the 8 trigrams of 128 palms, but was easily blocked by Hyuga Neji with a lower level of 64 palms. This was suppressed by absolute strength. But today, Gullos actually took the initiative to teach him a set of swordsmanship. How can he not be overjoyed? And when she combined the hidden weapon technique she practiced in her daily life with the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, taught by Glossi, the power became even more terrifying. It can be said unceremoniously that among the 5, Jiyu Tenten is the most suitable for large-scale battles, with amazing lethality. Glossi's physical skills are extremely powerful and can be called invincible in the world. Moreover, his swordsmanship is even more fierce and unparalleled. Once Xiao Sanchuan was lucky enough to see Glossi wielding a long knife, he was immediately shocked, and begged Glossi to teach him how to do it. Glossi was not a stingy person, and passed him 3 sets of swordsmanship in one breath. Xiao Sanchuan, like a treasure, practiced hard every day and night, making great progress in swordsmanship and amazing progress. From then on, Xiao Sanchuan knew that Glossi must be the Grandmaster with countless powerful swordsmanship. In the other direction, Jiyu Tenten was practicing the hidden weapon technique assiduously. Today, her strength has greatly improved, and when a small shuriken reaches her hand, it will immediately burst out with incomparable power. Advertisement: Brother, you are back. At this time, Jiyu Tenten also discovered Glossi. She immediately threw down the hidden weapon in her hand, and rushed towards Glossi at the same speed as she flew, and suddenly slammed into Glossi's arms. Swish, swish, swish. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is under the clan of the Uzumaki clan, the secret that Otsutsuki Hamura told him. Glossi has been observing and comparing Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata, hoping to choose the most suitable person from the two to inherit the ultimate power of the Hyuga clan. In the end, Hyuga Neji won. Right next to Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue is desperately practicing the powerful ninjutsu taught to her by Mitarashi Anko. These ninjutsu comes from Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sannin. Naturally, her power is not to be underestimated. Now her strength is already very strong, and the average Chunin is not her opponent at all. Sharingan can evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the evolution is successful, Sharingan will immediately possess several incredible powers. Byakugan, like Sharingan, can also evolve. After the evolution, the eyes are Tenseigan, which is powerful and possesses incredible power. Hyuga Neji really is a manufacturable material, Glossi said silently in his heart. When I enter the 5th heaven of martial arts and become the king of martial arts, I will tell him the ultimate secret of Byakugan's evolution. Master Sovereign, you are here. Xiao Sanchuan's eyes were sharpest, and he saw Glossi who had walked in. He quickly put down the swiftly waving broadsword in his hand, rushed over to kneel on the ground, and said respectfully, "Don't be polite, get up." Glossi smiled and said, "You have made a lot of progress. I will teach you a set of sword techniques when I have time." "Thank you, Sect Master." Xiao Sanchuan was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Chapter 92 becomes stronger as soon as possible." "Little girl, you are getting better and better now." Glossi didn't evade, stretched out his hand and hugged Jiyu Tenten into his arms, and said with a smile. His movements were relaxed and natural, as if he had experienced such things countless times, and it was natural. "Brother, it's okay if you're fine, and it's fine." Jiyu Tenten buried her head deep into Glossi's chest, her body trembling constantly. Obviously, she was extremely worried about Glossi. Konoha Village's crusade forces are coming in large numbers, and there are superpowers like Hitaki Kakashi and her teacher Might Guy in the team. Such a huge lineup, I am afraid that no one can resist except the cage-level powerhouse. However, Glossi is clearly not in this list. He is a heaven-defying super evildoer. Although he has not really become a cage-level powerhouse, his strength is close to cage level. He can sweep everyone under cage level and defeat the incomparable Wood Yi crusades against the troops. It's okay, it's okay. Glossi firmly hugged Jiyu Tenten in his arms and said softly while stroking Jiyu Tenten's smooth long hair with his hand. Xiao Sanchuan is a conscious person, seeing such a scene, immediately retreats silently. "Big brother, Mr. Guy. How is he?" Jiyu Tenten suddenly raised his head, with a complicated look in his big bright eyes, and asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, Mr. Guy is okay," Glossi said. "Where are the others?" At this time, Hyuga Neji, Jiyu Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata also gathered around, and Hyuga Neji asked. "I killed all Danzo's dogs." Glossi smiled and said, "And those other people, I didn't shoot them, and let them all go back." "Did you kill Danzo's dog?" Jiyu Tenten stared at Glossi intently, with tears in his beautiful big eyes, and said seriously, "Thank you, brother." Advertisement: Tenten, you don't have to thank me, Glossi said. "I said it a long time ago, and I will avenge you. The head of that old dog Shimura Danzo will belong to you sooner or later." Hum. Jiyu Tenten nodded his head again and again moved, his eyes filled with tears, and he looked like a pear blossom with rain, which was especially beautiful. "Brother, are you not injured?" Jiyu Xingyue leaned forward at this moment, looked at Glossi eagerly, and asked with concern. She originally wanted to put Glossi into the arms, but because Jiyu Tenten had already occupied the position, she had no choice but to stand aside. "I'm fine," Glossi said with a smile. "In today's ninja world, unless you meet a cage-level powerhouse, no one can pose a threat to me." "Well, that's what I said." Hyuga Neji nodded. "With the current strength of Sect Master, you can definitely sweep anyone under cage level." He knows better than anyone that Hyuga Hiyashi, the quasi-cage level powerhouse and patriarch of the Hyuga clan, was not Glossi's opponent 6 months ago. Now that half a year has passed, Glossi is naturally more powerful and terrifying than before. For the time being, we are safe. However, we must have a sense of urgency. Glossi looked around the 4 people with majestic eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Our enemy is not only Konoha village, but also the Xiao organization, who will face the death threat of annihilation at any time, and we must not relax. My lord, the Akatsuki organization. Hyuga Hinata asked with a trace of doubt on his face. The Shao organization is a super-terrorist organization composed entirely of S-class rebels from various villages. Glossi explained. Perhaps you don't have any idea about the S-class rebellion, but I will give you an example. Orochimaru, one of the famous Konoha, he was once a member of this organization. What? Orochimaru used to be a member of that organization? Hyuga Neji's expression changed drastically and said in horror. Orochimaru, one of the famous Konoha, is a legendary character, extremely powerful. For people like Hyuga Neji, it is naturally a great deterrent. Advertisement, not bad. Glossi nodded and continued. There is another person, Uchiha Itachi, who is also a member of that organization. Why? Uchiha Itachi too. This time, the faces of Ji-Yu Tenden changed completely. Compared with Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi's wicked name is even more terrifying in Konoha village, because it was this person who killed the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world, in one night. It was fierce and mighty and terrifying. In this way, you should know that this Shao organization is terrible, right? Glossi said in a deep voice. In fact, in my eyes, this organization poses a greater threat to us than Konoha village poses to us. Sovereign Lord, will we have the possibility of confronting them? Hyuga Neji said solemnly. Yes. Glossi said without hesitation. Although we have no direct conflict with Akatsuki in a short period of time, I think there will be a battle between us sooner or later. Rather than waiting unsuspectingly for a certain day, it is better to prepare as soon as possible. But, they are too powerful, Ji-Yu Xingyue murmured. According to your eldest brother, all members of the Shao organization should be cage-level powerhouses. Apart from eldest brother Yu and Mifune, I'm afraid there will be no one to fight against them in Wuzong. It's all temporary, Glossi said in a deep voice. 2 years, at most 2 years later, I can sweep everyone in the cage-level realm. And Neji, he can definitely fight against one of them. What we need to do is not to defeat the Akatsuki organization, but to have the power to protect ourselves when facing them. He said seriously. If one day we really clash with the Akatsuki organization, I'm afraid I won't have extra power to protect you. So, you guys get stronger as soon as possible. Chapter 93 Tendon Night Attack. The way Glossi speaks is straightforward. He didn't worry about the face of the Ji-Yu Tendon girls at all. It was simple and clear, and anyone could understand it after listening to it. What he said is the truth. Although Wuzong's development in the future look bright and prosperous on the surface, there are hidden crises everywhere, and if you are not careful, you will be confined to the end of the disaster. My lord, thank you for your praise and trust. Hyuga Neji was the first to express his position. He knelt on one knee and said seriously, in 2 years, I will definitely become a real cage-level expert, to protect Wuzong from wind and rain, and share the pressure of the lord. Yeah. Glossi nodded and said in a deep voice, your talent is rare in ancient times, even if it is called the first genius in the history of the Hyuga clan, it is not too much. I lifted the seal off each bird, for you, and obtained the martial arts mentality taught by me, and broke into cage in 2 years. At the level, there will be no problems. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji could only hear his blood boil, and said loudly with excitement. He admires Glossi very much and believes that since Glossi said he can break into cage level in 2 years, then he can definitely do it. When you become a real cage level powerhouse, come to me immediately, and I will tell you the ultimate secret of your Hyuga clan. Glossi used the transmit sound into the secret Dafa to transmit the voice to Hyuga Neji in the ears. The ultimate secret of the Hyuga clan. When Hyuga Neji heard these words, his heart beat violently and his whole body trembled. The Hyuga clan is the oldest clan in Konoha village, and it is said that it has a longer history than the Uchiha clan. Historical materials have recorded that a long time ago, the Hyuga clan was extremely powerful, and Byakugan's pupil power was earth-shattering and invincible. However, I don't know why, with the passage of time, the Hyuga clan began to decline and plummeted. Not only did the strength of the clan shrink extremely, even a true cage-level powerhouse could hardly appear. The Hyuga clan, which was invincible in the past, eventually became the vassal of Senju and Uchiha clan. Byakugan was crushed by Sharingan, which caused many people to question this ancient clan. Hyuga Neji's father, Hyuga Hizashi, is the twin brother of the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi, so he was exposed to a deep secret. He knew that there was only one real reason for the decline of the Hyuga clan, and that was the loss of Byakugan's method of evolving into the legendary Eye of the Supreme God. The Supreme God Eye, the ultimate evolutionary form of the legendary Byakugan, possesses all kinds of incredible terrifying powers, enough to crush the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the world is invincible. Advertisement Hyuga Neji's father told him these secrets before he died, so Hyuga Neji knew a little bit. But today, he actually heard the words, the ultimate secret of the Hyuga clan, from Glossi. How could he not be shocked? Byakugan's evolutionary secret, I know. Glossi was satisfied with Hyuga Neji's sensitivity, nodded at him, and said, go hard, Neji, I'm waiting for the day when you come to me. The thoughts in Hyuga Neji's heart were confirmed, and the whole body shook violently. How many years have passed, the ultimate secret that so many geniuses of the Hyuga clan have not been able to see, he actually has the opportunity to touch it. What a great opportunity is this. However, the ecstasy in Hyuga Neji's eyes soon turned into perseverance and determination. He decided that he would live for Glossi in his entire life, even if he died for him, there would be no complaints. Brother, we will also work hard to practice, Jiyu Tenten said seriously. The attitudes of Hyuga Hinata and Jiyu Xingyue are equally determined. They both know that their talents are far from comparable to Hyuga Neji, not to mention that they are compared to Glossi. However, they still have their own pride, and they have made up their minds that they will not let themselves be the draggers. Let's work hard together, Glossi said to a few people with great enthusiasm in his heart. In 2 years, it only takes 2 years. I will make Wuzong the #1 power in the ninja world and surpass the 5 great ninja villages. I promise you. 3 days later, Glossi returned to Wuzong with Hyuga Hinata and others. Without any words, Hyuga Neji and others immediately plunged into the intense and hard practice after returning. They don't complain, don't call tired, and gritted their teeth hard to support them, just not to become a burden to Glossi in the future wars. On this day, the moon was shining brightly, and Glossi returned to his room after a day of assiduous practice, ready to rest. However, when he just lay down, there was a soft knock on the door. Advertisement. Who? Glossi asked. Master, it's me. Jiyu Tenten's voice came. Come in, Glossi said with a frown. Jiyu Tenten opened the door and walked in. She is graceful, slender and elegant. Although she is not yet truly mature, she exudes a kind of attractiveness that is unique to women. Her skin was snow white and crystal clear, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her footsteps were light. She walked straight to Glossi's bed. Why haven't you rested yet? Glossi looked at the beautiful face close at hand, and couldn't help his heart beating wildly. For some reason, he felt a little dry and thirsty. Master, I miss you. Jiyu Tenten's big beautiful eyes dodged a little, but in the end he mustered his courage and looked at Glossi bravely. Her eyes are bright and moving, looking forward to brilliance, with a deceptive look peculiar to a young girl. Think. Miss me. Think. What do you want me to do? Glossi stammered. In front of the enemy, he is an omnipotent terrorist killer, but in front of a beautiful girl like Jiyu Tenten, he is a first-time brother in love, inferior to ordinary people. Jiyu Tenten heard what Glossi said and wanted to punch him to death. Does this kind of thing still need her to be a girl to explain? She came here without sleeping at night, she had already plucked up her courage, okay? She was wearing a pajamas that was as thin as a cicada's wings, and her long hair fell down, fresh and moving. Obviously, she hadn't taken a bath for long. Her jade-white skin is crystal clear and delicate, and she can even pinch water with a single pinch. There is a frustrating amorous feeling. Chapter 94 is really troublesome. Moonlight was like water, dripping into Glossi's room, peaceful and peaceful. Ancient Tenten was bathed in the bright moonlight, just like an elf, beautiful and moving. Her big beautiful eyes looked at Glossi unblinkingly, their eyes gleaming like water, fascinating. That kind of feeling is like saying, Master, everyone is ready, what are you waiting for, come here soon. In this situation, if it were another veteran in love, or an experienced, veteran driver, he would have been unable to control it, and rushed forward to take Jiyu Tenten to bed and accomplish something beautiful. It's a pity that Glossi is a first-time brother in love. Facing such a beautiful and moving picture, he is still motionless, just like a stone statue. You're so late, aren't you tired? Go back and rest soon. After a long silence, Glossi calmed his mind and said, although he really wanted to have a further relationship with Jiyu Tenten, he didn't know how to deal with it. The gods and ghosts said such a sentence. In fact, when he just uttered this sentence, he wanted to slap himself to death, pretending to be upright Kunzi. Jiyu Tenten almost vomited blood in depression. Is he an elm bump? At this point, I still don't understand the style and deserve to be single for a lifetime. Master, am I not beautiful? After hesitating for a long time, Jiyu Tenten walked up to Glossi's bed with difficulty, sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Glossi with a bitter look, and asked. Beautiful, it's simply too beautiful. Glossi looked at the beautiful face close at hand, and his blood was boiling over. He opened his mouth wide and muttered. Involuntarily, something in his body has changed, and a pillar soars into the sky. Master, your face is blushing. Jiyu Tenten summoned his courage and put his jade arms like a pair of snow-white lotus roots on Glossi's shoulders and said. She has been with Glossi for so long, and she has a thorough understanding of Glossi's temperament. She knew that if she didn't take the initiative, then the relationship between her and Gullos could never go further. Be honest. Glossi wanted to show the usual majesty, but his voice was trembling. Obviously, facing Jiyu Tenten's charming face at close range, his martial artist's heart was a little unguarded, and he wanted to do something. Advertisement, Master, I like you, haven't you noticed it for so long? Jiyu Tenten said in a low voice with flushed cheeks. While speaking, she brought her beautiful face forward, almost touching Glossi's face. Glossi only felt that a heart was beating harder. The distance between the two people was too close. Jiyu Tenten's breath hid his face like a blue musk, making him unable to hold himself. Glossi opened his mouth, but was speechless. Master, I like you. And, I know you like me too. Jiyu Tenten said seriously. We are in love with each other, it's better too. While speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand to untie her pajamas. Immediately, her pair of slender, straight, crystal clear legs appeared in front of Glossi. What do you want to do? Glossi said. Jiyu Tenten didn't speak anymore, but suddenly jumped into Glossi's arms, and a pair of straight and slender jade legs hung around him like a snake. Glossi only felt that a group of unknown flames in his lower abdomen swamped him. He couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly hugged Ji Tenden and pressed him to the bed. Master, do we count as incest if we are like this? After the cloud and rain, Ji Tenden looked at Glossi with big beautiful eyes and asked. Her cheeks were flushed, filled with something called happiness. Whoever dares to say that I will kill him, Glossi said domineeringly. Master, I like your domineering personality. Ji Tenden hugged Glossi's waist hard and said softly. Do you like the kind of domineering I was just now? Glossi asked with a smirk on his face. You hate it, Ji Tenden said in embarrassment. She was a first-time virgin, and she should have been gentle and pitying, but Glossi was also a junior, who didn't know any skills, only knew how to charge violently, which made her suffer from severe pain, and she has not recovered yet. Advertisement, hate. I will make you hate more next. Glossi reached out and took Tenden into his arms as he spoke. Something underneath was hot and hard, which made Tenden couldn't help begging for mercy. Master, forgive me, I'm still in pain right now, I'm afraid I can't. Ah, Tenden said, making a violent cry, and immediately swallowed what he said. Big brother, did you see where Tenden was? When Glossi came out of the room at noon, he happened to meet Ji Xingyue, and Ji Xingyue said anxiously to him. What's the matter? Glossi asked, pretending to be calm. I haven't seen her from morning until now, and I am very worried. I am afraid that she will be in any danger. Ji Xingyue said. Don't worry, she's okay, Glossi said. Hey, how did you know? Did Tenden always stay with you? Ji Xingyue looked at Glossi suspiciously. There is no such thing. Glossi said quickly with a guilty conscience. I was covered with shadow clone around the village. They didn't find any enemies, nor did they see Tenten. She must be still in the village. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Ji Xingyue murmured. If that's the case, then I will look for it again. She left quickly. It's really troublesome. Glossi said with a wry smile looking at the distant figure of Ji Xingyue. The relationship between him and Tenden has achieved a substantial breakthrough, but he is a little afraid to face Ji Xingyue. Chapter 95 What are my benefits? Both Ji Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata have feelings for him. This can be seen even though Glossi is stupid. Now that his relationship with Ji Tenden has made a substantial breakthrough, he always feels that he owes Ji Xingyue and Ji Tenden, and he blames himself. Master, am I embarrassing you? Ji Tenden walked out of the house at some unknown time, looked at Glossi with a pair of autumn eyes, and said. How could it happen? Glossi was not a fool, and he quickly heard Ji Tenden's emotional displeasure. Huh. Ji Tenden glared at Glossi fiercely, then turned and walked away. Tenten. Glossi shouted to stay, but Ji Tenden ignored him and walked straight away. Glossi wanted to cry without tears. Brother, why did Tenten come out of your house? Suddenly, a soft and pleasant voice came from the side, but Hyuga Hinata didn't know where he was coming from, and looked at Ji Luo with a surprised look. West asked. This. Glossi opened his mouth, but was speechless. Oh, I understand. Hyuga Hinata's face suddenly showed a sudden realization, and said repeatedly. What do you understand? Glossi said depressedly. Brother, don't worry, I will keep this secret for you. Hyuga Hinata blinked at Glossi and said. However, if you do that kind of thing in the future, you must pay attention to confidentiality. Glossi looked at the distant figure of Hyuga Hinata, speechless. If he guessed correctly, the relationship between him and Ji Tenden will spread throughout Wuzong in the shortest possible time. Sure enough, as expected by Glossi, less than 20 minutes after Hyuga Hinata left, Ji Xingyue rushed here with a few menacing people. If Glossi hadn't anticipated this in advance, I'm afraid they would be blocked by them. Big brother, he did too much, Ji Xingyue exclaimed angrily. Hyuga Hinata is angry with her and wants to settle accounts with Glossi. They took a group of people to search for a long time but did not find Glossi. Advertisement, go, let's go somewhere else. I'm going. This is too exaggerated, right? Glossi smiled helplessly as he looked at a group of menacing people in the distance. Little guy, women are always the biggest trouble for men. You should understand it now. Suddenly, the space shattered and Uchiha Obito, wearing a Uzumaki mask, appeared behind Glossi and said with a chuckle. What are you doing here? Glossi's face suddenly became cold, and he said in a deep voice. Passing here, just take a look, don't worry. Uchiha Obito smiled and said, Little guy, those little girls will be your biggest weakness sooner or later, why don't I help you? Shut up. Glossi said sternly. If you dare to attack them, don't blame me for being rude to Kakashi. I'm just talking casually, haha. Uchiha Obito was taken aback, and then said with a smile. That's the best, Glossi said. If it's not a last resort, I don't want to become an enemy with you. I hope you don't force me. You are my only ally, I will not do such a stupid thing, Uchiha Obito said. I am your only ally, so what are the people in the Akatsuki organization? Glossi asked. They're just my pawns and tools, Uchiha Obito said with a smile. They are not qualified to be my allies at all. If they heard this, I don't know how sad it would be. A sarcasm smile appeared on the corner of Glossi's mouth. Your Shao organization's combat effectiveness is insufficient. Glossi frowned. As far as I know, every member of your Akatsuki organization has cage level strength. How could something like that happen? You overestimated us too much. Uchiha Obito shook his head and said, in fact, the real cage-level masters in our organization are only 4 or 5 people. The others are just jonin with special abilities or blood succession limits. They are not as powerful as you think, and... Advertisement, and what? Glossi asked. Also, we're not monolithic. Uchiha Obito hesitated and said, Uchiha Itachi, you should have heard of this person, right? As I said, the combat effectiveness of our Akatsuki organization is insufficient. Although Uchiha Itachi joined us with a clear purpose, he still obeyed the order before we disagreed with Konoha village completely, Uchiha Obito said. Our Akatsuki organization has insufficient combat effectiveness. I hope your Wuzong can cooperate with us in our operations, Uchiha Obito said directly. Does a third person in this world know the conversation between the two of us besides us? Uchiha Obito asked rhetorically. That's what I said. Glossi nodded. This is not arrogance, but absolute confidence in one's own strength. Let's talk about it. What is the purpose of your coming this time? Is there such a thing? Glossi asked in surprise. In that case, why do you want to allow him to join? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That's it. Uchiha Obito nodded. That's why I'm here today. I hope you can help me. Uchiha Itachi joined our Akatsuki organization not sincerely, but on the order of Konoha village 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to sneak in and watch us, Uchiha Obito said. But in this way, your organization must also send a person who is not weaker than him to monitor him, right? Glossi asked. Little guy, you are so clever and annoying. Uchiha Obito said. As early as 1 year, and as late as 2 years, our Shao organization is about to start operations. Well, I heard he is very powerful, Glossi nodded. Why should I take action? Glossi smiled and said, if I help you, what benefits can I get? I don't know what this kind of thing has to do with me, Glossi blinked and said. Chapter 96 Conditions of Shot. The basis for cooperation between two people is always the common interest. Faced with Uchiha Obito's invitation, Glossi did not have any hypocrisy, and directly put forward his own request. You have already started to make your own terms before starting the action, isn't it too much? Uchiha Obito said dissatisfied. Excessive? I don't think at all. Glossi said lightly. Your Shao organization master is like a cloud, and the strength is far better than my Wuzong. If I negotiate the conditions now, won't we suffer a big loss in the future? You are not like a ninja at all, you are more like a businessman, Uchiha Obito said sarcastically. I am not a ninja, I am a warrior. Glossi grinned and said, go ahead, what kind of benefit can you give me? What do you like, money or a woman? Uchiha Obito said, these two things, as much as you want, we can give you. What do I want that kind of thing? Glossi sneered. Do you want ninjutsu? Uchiha Obito asked. If you want, we can consider giving you some. I'm a warrior, what do you want those low-level ninjutsu for? Glossi said. Then what do you want? Uchiha Obito asked in a deep voice. Tailed beast. Glossi said straightforwardly. It's impossible. Uchiha Obito said categorically. You have actually guessed the purpose of our actions? He looked at Glossi with suspicious eyes, and suddenly became vigilant. Except for the tail beast, I really can't think of anything that is worthy of your Shao organization to invigorate the people like this, and I just said that I'm not strong enough. Glossi said. With your strength, even if it is to attack the Konoha Shinobi village, the #1 power in the ninja world today, I am afraid it won't be too difficult, right? What's more, last time you didn't snatch the meteorite from Zingran village that contained the tail beast chakra, he added. Advertisement, you knew it a long time ago? Uchiha Obito asked in silence for a while. When I was taking the Konoha village Shunin exam, I had already seen Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto's runaway state, Glossi said. That's it. Uchiha Obito nodded. However, I can't give you the tail beast. That is the ultimate goal of our Akatsuki organization action, and it cannot be given to anyone. If you say that, then please go back. Glossi smiled and directly issued the order to evict the guest. If you don't give me the tail beast, I will never shoot. You. Uchiha Obito was furious. The same thing, I don't want to say it a second time. Glossi said lightly. There was a strong breath from his body, which made Uchiha Obito's heart startled. Secretly said that the speed of this little guy's progress is so amazing. Every time I meet him, his strength has improved greatly. Can you change a condition? Uchiha Obito said after a long time of thought. No, Glossi shook his head. What if it's Sharingan from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Obito said. I will give you the maturity Sharingan of 10-3 Hook Jade, plus a taboo technique of the Uchiha clan. What do you think? What kind of taboo technique? Glossi blinked and asked. A taboo technique that can make you invincible in 5 minutes, Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. If I didn't guess wrong, this taboo technique should be your biggest trump card in Reliance, right? Glossi said. You don't hesitate to give this technique to you, and you don't want to give me the tail beast. This makes me doubt what your purpose of collecting the tail beast is. Sorry, I can't tell you this yet. Uchiha Obito said. I just want to ask you now, do you agree to your terms? What if I don't agree? Glossi asked, looking at Uchiha Obito intently. Will you concentrate the power of the Akatsuki organization first to kill me? Maybe, maybe not, who knows? Uchiha Obito said. However, even if you don't make a move, I will find other helpers in other ways. Advertisement, like Orochimaru, isn't it? Glossi said. Well, he is indeed a very good choice. Uchiha Obito nodded. He has the forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation, and can summon the superpowers of first Hokage and second Hokage. He is a very good fighter. Okay, I can agree to your terms. Glossi pondered for a long time before speaking slowly. However, I have a condition. You must first agree to me. Otherwise, I will not make a move. What conditions? Uchiha Obito asked. You have to give me 10 taboo techniques that Sharingan told you now, Glossi said. Little guy, don't you think you are a bit aggressive? Uchiha Obito's face sank and shouted. You have hidden so many Sharingan privately, what is it to give me 10? Glossi sneered. If I'm not mistaken, the Uchiha clan was destroyed, and most of the Sharingan were snatched away by you. Huh. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, waved his right hand, the power of the space vibrated, and a glass bottle appeared in his hand. The glass bottle is about 20 centimeters high and filled with salt water. 10 scarlet eyes are immersed in it. That is the famous Sharingan. Next, Uchiha Obito threw the glass bottle at Glossi. Then, he took out another ninjutsu scroll from his waist and threw it over. Thank you, Glossi said with a grin. Remember your promise. Uchiha Obito said coldly. Don't force me to use all my strength to kill you. Don't worry, I haven't challenged your Akatsuki organization ability yet, Glossi said with a smile. I'm not going to kill myself. That's the best. Uchiha Obito said coldly. When the action starts, I will come to inform you. Until then, you should practice with your heart and strive to become stronger. Chapter 97. 1.5 years. Uchiha Obito is gone, without any muddle. Glossi stood quietly for a while, then opened the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and looked at it seriously. His martial arts combat skills are invincible in the world, so naturally he will not covet the so-called taboo technique of the Uchiha clan. However, if he knows more about the enemy's abilities and methods, he will never be wrong. This is... Glossi stared at him for a while. Jonin couldn't help showing a trace of surprise. What he didn't expect was that the taboo technique Uchiha Obito said would be so powerful, hardly weaker than the top magical powers of the martial arts. Izanagi, the ultimate illusion of the Uchiha clan, is the legendary sage of 6 paths, the ancestor of the Chunin, creating all things. It is based on the spiritual energy of the master's imagination, the so-called power of yin, using this to create form from nothing. Based on the energy of the body that is responsible for life, the so-called power of yang escape, use this to put life into form. It only takes a very short period of time to instantly transform all unfavorable factors including death into dreams, and it can also transform all favorable factors into reality. It is an invincible and unsolvable super forbidden technique. However, the cost of using this technique is also extremely high. The Sharingan who uses Izanagi will be permanently blind. The Uchiha clan still possesses such a powerful forbidden technique, it is no wonder that they will be called the strongest in the ninja clan, and it really has his reason, Glossi said to himself. Brush. He put away the ninjutsu scroll. Although this technique is powerful, Glossi doesn't think it will be stronger than his own martial arts combat skills. Moreover, when he truly enters the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, his martial arts celestial eyes will also advance, releasing more and more powerful powers, which will definitely not be inferior to Sharingan. He will not use these Sharingan himself. Advertisement. Glossi didn't delay for a long time, and soon used the Flying Thunder God technique to go to his practice site, and began a hard-working practice. No matter which world he is in, great strength always comes first, and he dared not slow down his pace of becoming stronger for a moment. At noon, Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata brought many people to his practice site to find him, but they found nothing. Glossi's strength is far above them, and he also possesses martial arts heavenly eyes, so avoiding them is naturally not difficult. This incident lasted for more than a week. Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata were unable to find Glossi. The anger in their hearts not only did not calm down, but became stronger. In desperation, Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata actually thought of an imitation of Tenten, and attacked Glossi in the dark. In this regard, Glossi naturally accepted it all. In just 2 weeks, the 3 outstanding girls Jiyu Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue and Hyuga Hinata all fell into the devil's claws of Glossi. In this way, another balance was reached between the 3 women, and then they stopped making noise. In addition, some people say that in Konoha village, the largest force in the ninja world, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root, once personally led a powerful ninja army of 50 people to attack, but was brutally ambushed. Only he himself brought 3 guards. He escaped in a bloody embarrassment, and the other people were wiped out. Some things happen in reality, and some things are spread in the world. No one knows which thing is true and which thing is false. The only thing people know is that Wuzong has risen strongly, and may not be as good as the 5 powers for the time being, but it is also strong enough. He is going to let these people completely abolish ninjutsu, practice his martial arts, and then practice the 8 inner gates technique to form an invincible physical skill team to fight against the ninja troops of the 5 great ninja villages. The people who came out of Wuzong were also extremely powerful. Not only do they have many powerful ninjutsu in the Grandmaster, they are unbeatable in the same level of battle, and they have taken away many tasks and commissions that originally belonged to the country of Thunder and the country, and they also have an incredible body of a small group of people. The technique is extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half passed. While enjoying the blessings of Chi people, Glossi pointed out a large number of excellent genin gathered from Wuzong and the Iron Kingdom, and let them practice the martial arts mentality passed down by them. These people are the main force in the future confrontation between Wuzong and the 5 great ninja villages, and Glossi naturally will not be careless. This country was inconspicuous at first, very weak. It was established on the basis of Star Ninja Village, but it has risen rapidly in just 2 years, and its sphere of influence has expanded rapidly, and it has faintly threatened the country of Iron, the country of Thunder, and the country of Soil. There are even rumors that the Iron Kingdom has already surrendered to Wuzong. Advertisement. Because the abilities of those people are almost exactly the same as the abilities of the samurai a long time ago. However, fortunately, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha Village, the largest force in the ninja world, has always advocated peaceful coexistence and played a decisive role in preventing the outbreak of war. The 5 major powers, especially the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth, which are the closest to Wuzong, are even sitting on pins and needles, and they reacted quickly, jointly sending their own elite troops to launch an attack on Wuzong. However, they were severely sniped by Wuzong, suffered heavy losses, and retreated in embarrassment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Those people are extremely powerful and can't understand ninjutsu or illusion. Just using physical skills can quickly kill opponents of the same level. This situation has aroused serious attention from the senior figures in the 5 major ninjutsu villages. In addition to the 5 major powers, a powerful element of instability appeared in the northern part of the Iron Kingdom, Wuzong. No matter how the 5 major forces contend for hegemony, it is ultimately a battle between ninjas. But the emergence of Wuzong has subverted their worldview. The ninja finally took away the dominance of the world from the samurai hand. How can he return it again? In the past year, the ninja world has been surging. The 5 forces of fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water are fighting each other secretly, and they are about to move. There is a vague war about to break out. The tendency to make countless people nervous. Chapter 98 The Forest of Peace. On this day, the wind was beautiful and sunny, and the wind was gentle. The setting sun, the endless golden yellow afterglow, is beautiful. In a dense forest, there are 2 immature children running fast. Their clothes were messy, with Madara bloodline stained on them, and they knew at first sight that they had just escaped from an extremely dangerous situation. Brother, hurry up. They are about to catch up. The girl running ahead, with dark and clear eyes and fair skin, looks like a typical beauty. However, her eyes were hurried, extremely frightened, and she yelled at the boy who was behind as she ran. Kai. Shiba. I can't run anymore, you. Hurry up and run away, the little boy said with difficulty. He opened his mouth wide and gasped desperately. He was about to reach his limit, and he was forcibly supporting it with a willpower. Plop. With a sound, the little boy slipped and fell to the ground all of a sudden. No, brother, Chiba will never leave you and run away alone, the little girl said loudly. I want to escape together. I want to die together. While speaking, she turned around and turned towards the little boy. Run away. Chiba. Are you crazy? The little boy shouted loudly. You run away, I'm already dead. Do you want to die with me too? Have you forgotten that your father and mother were treating us before they died? Did you say something? Brother. Chiba will never run away alone. The little girl burst into tears. She firmly grasped the little boy and dragged it forward. But how could her thin body be able to move? Chiba, run away. They're here, raised, the little boy yelled in horror. Suddenly, 6 men in black slowly emerged from the air, like ghosts. Obviously, they just performed the stealth technique. They waited until they caught up with the 2 before they showed up. Chiba, run away. The little boy pushed the little girl far away in spite of his own safety. No, brother, Chiba won't go anywhere. Chiba wants to be with brother, the little girl cried. Gia. Since you want to be together, let's be together forever, a thin and tall man among the 6 said. His voice was like a monster hissing, making his scalp numb. This would. Wait. Suddenly, a slightly fat man's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, is this forest actually the legendary Forest of Peace? Advertisement. Why? This is the Forest of Peace. As soon as these words came out, the other people's faces changed color and were extremely ugly. The Forest of Peace is extremely famous in today's ninja world. As for why its reputation is so great, it has to be traced back to that bloody and tragic battle a year ago. The Forest of Peace was founded by the legendary leader of Wuzong, an emerging force in the shinobi world, the Lord of the Suzerain. When the Forest of Peace was built, Wuzong's suzerain once declared that there would never be swordsmen, no blood, and it would be the Forest of Peace. Violators, kill without mercy. In the beginning, no one took this sentence to heart. However, an unexpected battle between Rinnegan village and Konoha village in the Forest of Peace a year ago caused an uproar. A mysterious and endless man in black appeared, killing all 35 ninjas in the 2 villages that were at war, shaking the entire ninja world. Moreover, after the incident, Konoha Shinobi Village and Rinnegan Village were willing to suffer such a dumb loss and did not make a big move, which shocked everyone. Therefore, since then, a new taboo place has appeared in the ninja world, the Forest of Peace. Is this the frightening Forest of Peace? Thinking of the rumors circulating in the ninja world, all of them shuddered. Especially the thin and tall man who was about to do it just now, was even more excited. He looked around with a pair of eyes, as if for fear that a mysterious figure would suddenly appear and kill them all. Although they are arrogant and powerful, they don't think they can beat the elite troops of Konoha village and one in village. They still have this self-knowledge. Captain, what should we do now? The thin and tall man asked while concentrating on guard. To be honest, he didn't believe much about the rumors of the Forest of Peace. What else? Their captain was a tall and strong middle-aged man. He said viciously, the luck of these two little bunnies is so good that they escaped here. Captain, what do you mean? The thin tall man said in disbelief. Yeah. The captain nodded and said helplessly, since we have come to the Forest of Peace, we have nothing to do. Give up the mission and retreat. Captain, are you just watching the 1 million gold coins slip away like this? The thin tall man looked at the captain incredulously and said. Sleep and slip away, this is nothing we can do. The captain said helplessly, actually, I really want to kill these two little bastards too, but I'm afraid I'll have my life to take money and I'm not going to spend it. Advertisement, Captain, isn't it so evil? The thin tall man said in disbelief. Captain, you look around carefully, and no one exists. I believe that even if we kill the two little rascals, there will be no one new. No, absolutely not, the captain said decisively. Captain, you are too timid. The thin tall man said unwillingly, I can assure you that even if we kill them now, no one will show up. Enough. The captain shouted directly, interrupting the thin tall man, and said, retreat immediately, this is an order. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing the captain's words, the others breathed a sigh of relief and relieved their nervous nerves. After all, the rumors about this forest are really scary. Swish, swish, swish. Several people rose up one after another, walking towards the distance. Hurry up, the captain shouted at the thin and tall man. Huh. One by one is a coward. Just an unwarranted legend scares you like this. The thin and tall man's eyes were fierce and he said, since you dare not do it, let me come. 1 million remuneration is mine alone. After speaking, he took out 2 shurikens from his waist and threw them at the two children fiercely. Ah! Help! The two children yelled and hugged each other tightly. You are crazy. Do you dare to shoot on Jeej Bridge? The captain seemed to be frightened and stood there, motionless. Captain, don't you see anything? No one will show up, the thin tall man said triumphantly. Suddenly, he closed his mouth suddenly, his eyes widened, and he stared at a young man with long hair and shawl who did not know when he appeared beside the two children, with a look of fear on his face. Chapter 99 A Small Test. How is this possible? Who is he? When did he appear? The lanky man had a look of astonishment, his eyes widened, and he stared at the young man in disbelief. He didn't even know when this boy appeared. What does this mean? This means that if this young man appears behind him, he can stab himself to death without suffering without knowing it. Drops of cold sweat rolled down from his forehead, and he felt an unprecedented breath of danger. Whizzing. The 2 shurikens were placed on the fingers of the young man, and they kept spinning. It was the thin and tall man who threw the shurikens at the two children. It's just that I don't know when or how it got into the hands of this young man. Hey, this thing is not bad, it's fun. The young man suddenly raised his head, grinning at the tall and thin man, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He smiled brightly and softly. However, the lanky man and the captain felt a horror. They felt that what stood in front of them was not a young man, but a scourge with infinite power inside. Especially the black shirt he was wearing made the two of them associate with that horrible legend. You. Who are you? For a long time, the thin and tall man forced himself to calm down. He put on a defensive posture, and then shouted at the young man. 2 little guys, don't be afraid, it's okay. The boy ignored it, but lowered his head and said gently to the 2 children. We are not dead, brother, we are not dead. Slowly opening her eyes, the little girl Chiba found that she was still alive and immediately yelled excitedly. However, when she saw Glossi standing in front of her, there was a trace of fear on her face. Big brother, are you a bad guy? Did you save us? Advertisement, Big brother is of course not bad guys. They are. The young man pointed his finger at the tall thin man and said with a smile. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, not pretty, but he possessed a peculiar affinity. Now that he smiled, he stunned the little girl all of a sudden. Big brother, you are so handsome. What's your name? The little girl's eyes showed gold stars. Haha, my name is Glossi. What about you? What's your name? The boy said with a slight smile. This young man is no one else, but Ji Yuluoxi, the suzerain of Wuzong. Brother Glossi, hello, thank you for saving us. The little girl said very sensibly, my name is Chiba. This is my brother, Toha. So you are a younger sister, I still consider you to be an elder sister. Glossi smiled, reached out his hand and knocked on Toyu who was hiding in Chiba's arms, and said, Brother of the coward, I need my younger sister to protect him. Ashamed. I'm not a coward. Toha flushed with shame. Big brother, be careful. Suddenly, Yu widened his eyes, looked behind Glossi, and called out loudly. When I don't exist. With a roar and a rapid burst of air, a sharp kunai pierced down and pointed directly at the aorta of Guluxi's neck, making his attack extremely fierce. When Glossi first appeared, he really frightened the lanky man, because he didn't even know when Glossi appeared. However, when he saw that Glossi was focusing on the two children, completely ignoring his existence, and even actively selling him the key of his back, he immediately broke out and took the risk. His judgment is very accurate, and his shots are also very decisive and sharp. In the blink of an eye, the sharp kunai pointed to the vital artery of Glossi's neck. Captain. Seeing this, the thin and tall man suddenly paled and shouted in despair. Don't worry, none of them can leave, Glossi said lightly. However, he misjudged one thing, that is, Glossi's terrible strength. This is a powerful water-style mystery recorded in the Book of Seals, which is no less inferior than blood succession boundary, and even better. Advertisement yes, Gullos resisted the extremely sharp Kuwu with the flesh and blood of his right middle finger. You are too weak. Glossi smiled at the tall thin man and said. He pressed a finger against Feng Rui's kunai, and with a little force, the suppressed lanky man couldn't help but backed away. If you want to challenge the rules I set, at least go to practice for 100 years. Hiss. Hiss. The thin tall man who shot and the captain standing beside him took a breath of cold air, their faces pale in horror. Pump. The thin tall man fell to the ground and died. Even when his fingers were handed over to Kuwu, people heard a clear metal crash. Just when Kuwu was about to pierce the aorta of Gullo's neck, Gullos moved. He stretched out his right hand, rotated it at an incredible angle, and used his middle finger to resist Feng Rui's kunai. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The secret technique of water style. Although there are no scars on the surface of his body, the vitality in his body has been extinct. This damn B***************** D. He doesn't listen to my orders every time, he deserves to die, and the captain said in his heart. He had no plans to rescue the thin and tall man at all. He turned around and fled towards the distance with a swipe sound. In an instant, a powerful and weird force crazily poured into the thin and tall man through kunai. The blood and body fluids in the thin and tall man immediately coagulated. At this time, the thin and tall man was already too scared to speak. His face was ashen, and he had already scolded himself 180 times in his heart, and hated himself for why he didn't listen to advice and had to do it in the Forest of Peace. Now, provoking such a small evil star, I am afraid it is more ill-advised. With flesh and blood to resist the sharp kunai, what amazing strength is this? Chapter 351, Auto-generated chapter title. The 100th chapter is used to practice hands. Big brother, what's wrong with him? Chiba looked at Glossi with fear in his eyes and asked. Hu Yu was even more unbearable, hiding in Chianye's arms all the time, her body trembling constantly. Chiba, don't be afraid, this bad guy is dead. Glossi smiled at Chiba and said. Is this bad guy dead? Was it killed by Brother Glossi? Brother Glossi, you are really good, can I worship you as a teacher? Chiba said excitedly. Of course. Glossi nodded. Swipe. Suddenly, a figure resembling a blast of wind and lightning shot from a distance. With his arrival, a powerful momentum enveloped this place, which was shocking. However, Glossi stood there quietly, motionless. Master Sect Master. When did you leave the customs? The figure came to the front and knelt on the ground on one knee and said excitedly. Neji, it's been a long time. Glossi smiled and said, your strength is getting stronger. Now you are already a real cage-level powerhouse. Thanks to the advice of Lord Sect Master, I was able to improve so much in such a short time. Hyuga Neji said excitedly. He clearly remembered that the last time he saw Glossi was a year ago. Today, on the way to perform a patrol mission, I suddenly met Glossi, and I was naturally very excited. Don't be too modest. I can see your efforts, Glossi said with a smile. Thank you Sect Master for the compliment. Hyuga Neji said, turning his gaze to Chiba and Toha. Sect Master, who are they? Poor homeless child, Glossi said. You take them both back to the village first. I'll come as soon as I go. Sovereign Lord, why not let me go? It's just to kill a few small thieves, so why bother Sovereign Lord to do it yourself? Hyuga Neji said. Still thinking about moving, just walking around is nothing, Glossi said. The figure has disappeared without a trace. The speed of Lord Sovereign is really getting more and more terrifying. Looking at Glossi who had already disappeared without a trace, Hyuga Neji exclaimed, his eyes full of worship and respect. In this year and a half, Hyuga Neji worked hard to cultivate and his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he had already truly entered the cage-level realm with strong strength. And he even possessed Byakugan's powerful blood succession boundary, and gradually made some famous names in the ninja world, and he had the posture of catching up with Uchiha Itachi back then. Originally, Hyuga Neji thought that the gap between himself and Glossi would be narrowed. However, when he really faced Glossi, he felt a deep weakness. It seems that Glossi is a 10,000-foot high mountain, and he is just a small stone at the foot of the mountain. With the passage of time, the gap between the two has not narrowed, but has grown larger. Perhaps, in this life, he can only look up to Glossi's back. Advertisement, Big brother, where did Brother Glossi go? Suddenly, a little girl's soft and timid voice came. It turned out that it was Chiba who saw that Glossi disappeared suddenly, and said worriedly. Oh, Brother Glossi went to kill those bad guys, and he will be back soon. Hyuga Neji calmed his mind, put on a smiling face, and said to Chiba and Toha. Let's go, I will take you to our village. No, we won't go. Chiba looked at Hyuga Neji's stretched hand, and was so shocked that he hurriedly retreated back. We have to wait for Brother Glossi to come back before we go with you. As for Chiba's elder brother Toa, he was even more timid. He tightly grasped Chiba's little hand and hid behind Chiba, not even daring to look at Shisui. Chiba and Toa, who had just passed the pain of their parents' death, were like frightened birds, and now they only believe in Glossi alone. Even Hyuga Neji, they don't trust it. In that case, I'm sorry. Hyuga Neji smiled and said. He lightly nodded his hands and performed a low-level illusion. Ah, brother, I'm so sleepy. Immediately, Chiba's eyes became confused. Chiba, me too, so sleepy. To you also said. Swipe, Hyuga Neji's figure turned into a flash of lightning, and instantly came to the two children, carrying one hand on his shoulder. Then, he stretched his figure and galloped towards the isolated island on the sea. At the same time, the vast seaside virgin jungle. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures are extremely swift, just like apes, walking quickly through the dense jungle. The virgin jungle on the seashore is full of trees, branches and vines, crisscrossing, which is extremely difficult to do. However, they are walking flat, showing that they are all powerful elite ninjas. Captain, what is going on? Why are you looking so ugly? After coming back, you didn't say a word, just let us run away. As he moved quickly, Chunin, an elite in his early 20s, couldn't help but wonder. Kaiku asked. Xiaochuan, don't ask, run away, the captain said loudly. If you don't leave again, I'm afraid it will be too late. Captain, what's the matter? What about the guy Zarin? Why didn't he come back with you? The other person also spoke, his eyes full of questions. That fellow Zarin. Humph, I'm afraid he will never show up in front of us again, the captain sighed. Why? Did Zarin actually die? One person exclaimed. Who killed him? Captain, why didn't you help but came back alone? Because I don't want to die yet, the captain said sharply. Do you know? That terrible legend has come true. What horrible legend has come true? What, Captain, do you mean that the legend about the Forest of Peace has come true? At this time, everyone's expressions changed, and there was extreme panic in their eyes. Advertisement: The Forest of Peace. The legend about it is really terrifying. According to legend, Konoha Shinobi Village and Wujin Village, two super powerful elite troops with dozens of people, were wiped out in the woods. Yes, the legendary man in black appeared. The captain's eyes were full of fear. He killed the fellow Zarin. Hearing what the captain said, everyone was silent. Unanimously, they exerted force under their feet, accelerated their speed, and ran toward the front desperately. They seemed to feel a threat of death. Sorry, there is no way. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the front. That's it. Several people looked up, but saw a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing in front of them, blocking their way. You're looking for death. Get away. The few people were already extremely frightened, and they wanted to fly their wings and fly away from this place right away. Seeing that someone was blocking the way, they immediately became murderous. Fire style. Big flame bomb. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Lightning style. Thunder javelin. Several people attacked at the same time. Immediately, the sky was filled with flames, lightning style boiled, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were appalling. They hit the boy overwhelmingly, drowning him in the energy waves. HMPH, overwhelming. Seeking a dead end, the team let out a long sigh and said coldly. Captain, no, he is not dead. Suddenly, a sensory ninja in the team yelled in horror. Why? How is this possible? How could there be such a weird ability? When the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, because they were shocked to find that the young man with thick eyebrows and eyes had blocked their terrifying attack with both hands. You guys are not bad, very powerful, just can be used to practice hands, he. Glossi patted his hands lightly, smiled at several people, and said so. 9 GT Chapter 101 The previous martial arts combat skills are restored. Yes, Glossi blocked their joint attack with just one palm of both hands, without using any ninjutsu or ability, which is incredible and terrified. How is this possible? The captain murmured with an incredible face. I just saw him break up my fire style technique with flesh and blood palms, but his palms weren't hurt in any way. This is incredible. Captain, I saw it too. The perception type ninja also said in horror. Not only was your fire style technique broken, but even the thunder javelin shot by the bald guy was slapped to pieces by his slap. Is that guy really a human? Could it be? Is he the mysterious man in the legend? The mysterious man who killed dozens of elite troops of Konoha and Rock Shinobi alone? There was boundless fear in the bald's eyes. This is impossible. The captain said flatly. He seems to be only 15 or 16 years old. How could he be the mysterious person who appeared a year ago? But the captain, he is so strong. He has even surpassed the strongest I have ever seen, said the perception ninja. I am extremely suspicious now that he is a cage-level powerhouse. What? Cage-level strong? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned. Cage-level powerhouse, that is the most legendary figure standing in the entire ninja world. Everyone has a great origin, and the fighting power is unpredictable. The boy with big eyebrows and big eyes is only 15 or 6 years old. How could it be a cage-level powerhouse? This is absolutely impossible. You guys have a lot of nonsense. Glossi glanced at a few people coldly and said. Rather than standing there and guessing where I came from, you might as well think about how to keep your last words. Escape. The captain's face suddenly turned green and he shouted loudly. Whether the kid on the opposite side is a cage-level powerhouse or not, it is definitely not something they can fight against, and the only way out is to escape. Swipe. 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 Several people are masters among the wandering ninjas, and the means of escape are very good, and they immediately turned around and ran in the other direction. Glossi did not chase after seeing this, but a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sorry, this road is blocked. A few people ran out within 50 meters, and another indifferent voice rang. They looked up, only to see a young man with the same big eyebrows blocking their way. This is... The bald man's eyes were full of panic. Advertisement, don't be afraid, if I didn't guess wrong, this should be that kid's shadow clone, it won't have too strong combat effectiveness. After all, the captain is the captain, and he can still make the most correct judgment under such circumstances. Captain, let's rush to kill him together. The bald man has a violent temper and usually respects the captain very much. Hearing what the captain said now, he immediately summoned his courage, raised his fist and rushed up fiercely. Bald, don't be impulsive. The perception ninja couldn't help shouting. He just used his own ability to probe the boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of him, but he couldn't see if the opponent was shadow clone or not, which made him feel an unspeakable fear. However, the bald man turned a deaf ear to what he said, and soon rushed to Glossi's side. His fists were enveloped by blazing electric lights, and he slammed into Glossi's front door fiercely. Brush. Suddenly, Glossi moved. His speed was so fast, like a gust of wind and lightning. Those people didn't even see clearly. They found that Bald's shiny head flew out diagonally, a blood arrow. It rose to the sky, the bloody smell was tangy, and it was creepy. Ah. Such a scene immediately scared those people screaming. They no longer have any rules, each chose a direction that they thought was safe, and desperately fled towards the distance. This boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is really terrifying, and they are not a dimensional existence, and they can't fight at all. Where do you want to go? Where are you going? Are you trying to escape? Even the legendary multiple shadow clone techniques, but the combat power of these shadow clone is too powerful? The perception ninja said in disbelief. Observing from a distance, you can clearly see an energy source with a diameter of 20 meters that is churning like a raging sea. Hey, it's really troublesome. Glossi shook his head and said helplessly, however, the ants are still alive, let alone you. Forget it, I'll take you on the road myself. Advertisement. Suddenly, 5 or 6 teenagers with identical thick eyebrows and big eyes emerged from all directions, each occupying a position, surrounding the wandering ninjas in groups, and the water couldn't escape. Several wandering ninjas are also ruthless characters. Knowing that they will not be spared today, they simply gave up their defenses and attacked with all their strength. For a moment, the thunder blazed, and the fire blazed into the sky, sweeping towards Glossi madly. Futility struggle. Why bother? Glossi murmured. His right index finger was slightly bent and flicked out gently. Are you committing suicide, or let me do it myself? Glossi walked from a distance step by step, and said sternly to several people. They quickly huddled together. They knew that they were surrounded, and only by combining all their forces, could they create a ray of life. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In an instant, with Glossi as the center, little ripples appeared, spreading like water waves. These ripples seemed to be very weak, but the moment they touched the lightning-style fire, they immediately raged, like 1,000 white waves surging, making a loud noise. Lightning-style. Thunder. Want us to commit suicide? Dreaming. The captain's face was sullen. Even if we will all die in the end, we will definitely make you pay a heavy price. In an instant, all the thunder-fire styles were dissipated, and the wandering ninjas disappeared in ashes in an instant, turning into dust and disappearing into the air. Come on, kill him, the captain yelled frantically. This. What is this? Is the legendary multiple shadow clone technique. The captain, who has the most knowledge, spoke first. Fire style. Great fireball. Chapter 102. Looking for Orochimaru. This is a shocking picture. With Glossi in the center, all objects within a radius of 10 meters were crushed, terrifying. This is the purest martial art combat technique. In his previous life, Glossi was one of the martial arts stunts that shook the world. It was specially designed to deal with martial artists who had cultivated extraordinary supernatural powers. This martial arts skill is called Slash Wave, which is essentially a powerful and unmatched fighting shock, which can use the frequency and amplitude of vibration to offset any kind of magical power spell. However, it has extremely high requirements for users, and it is only available to those who have entered the field of King Wu. In the past year and a half, Glossi has practiced hard and accumulated rich skills, and finally entered the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality 2 months ago, became a powerful martial king, and unlocked this terrifying thing. Combat skills, so that his combat power soared, no longer afraid of any cage-level powerhouse. These people are still too weak for me to fight as much as I can. Glossi glanced at the 7 or 8 meters deep pit on the ground, shook his head, and said, Brush. Glossi took a step forward and appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. At such a speed, even if Uchiha Obito of Grandmaster Space Ninjutsu saw it, he would take a breath. Because, Glossi did it entirely by relying on the power of the flesh, and did not use any ninjutsu. My lord, you are back. Hyuga Neji was standing at the door of the village waiting. He knelt on one knee when he saw Glossi from a distance, and said respectfully, Where are the 2 little guys? Glossi asked with a smile. Sect Master, I handed them over to Tenten, Hyuga Neji said. Well, I see. Glossi nodded and said, You just came back from a mission outside. You must be exhausted. Go back and rest soon. I'll talk about something tomorrow. Sovereign Lord, Hyuga Neji stopped talking. Advertisement, you don't need to say, I understand what you were thinking, Glossi said, since I have said that I will tell you the ultimate secret of Byakugan, I will definitely not break my promise. Yes, Sect Master. Hyuga Neji said excitedly. Although he is already a cage-level powerhouse, he is still very eager to get the ultimate secret of the Hyuga clan from Glossi, evolve his eyes, and gain even more powerful power. Go back and rest. I will give you what you want when I come back. Glossi smiled and said. I have something to go out of the village. Before I come back, you must guard this place well, you know. Yes, Sect Master. Hyuga Neji said loudly. Flying Thunder God technique. Guluoxi's hands were sealed, and his figure disappeared abruptly. Not long after he entered the fifth heaven of martial arts mentality, he had just completed his martial arts, and he couldn't wait to find a strong opponent to try it out. After thinking about it, he hit Orochimaru, one of the famous, Konoha. Orochimaru itself is very powerful, and the Grandmaster, Impure World Reincarnation technique can summon the two great men of first Hokage second Hokage. It can be said that Glossi is the best candidate for practice. What's more, Gullos and Orochimaru still have some personal grievances. When will they not be resolved at this time? Orochimaru, that sword vengeance in Chunan's exam, I have always kept it in my heart. Glossi murmured. However, this guy is too cunning and cautious. There are various underground bases in various countries, and it is not easy to find them. Wu Zong has developed rapidly in the past 2 years, and the intelligence spy network will naturally not ignore it. It has gone further on the original intelligence network of the Iron Kingdom and obtained many top-secret information. Among them, there is information about Orochimaru's lair, which is the most precious kind. Glossi knew that Orochimaru had 3 largest secret underground bases, located on the borders of the Fire Country, the Earth Country, and the Water Country. His first stop came to the border between the Country of Fire and the Country of Earth. Go get me out of Orochimaru's lair, Glossi ordered. Cut. It's really hard to find. 10 minutes later, a trace of impatience appeared at the corner of Glossi's mouth. He got information from Shadow Clone and knew that the base here had been abandoned by Orochimaru. Yes. Advertisement. That direction. After raising, Glossi's spirit was shaken, and he opened a pair of martial arts eyes and looked into the distance. Obtaining Glossi's order, all Shadow Clone moved into action, rushing in all directions. It looks like I'm lucky, Orochimaru should be hiding here. Glossi grinned and said to himself. It should be there. Lin Feng carefully read the information on the scene in his mind, and said to himself. Glossi performed the Flying Thunder God technique, again, and in a flash, he moved from the border of the Country of Fire and the Country of Soil to the border of the Country of Fire and Water. He did the same, and also searched with Multiple Shadow Clone. Multiple Shadow Clone technique. Glossi's hands were sealed, and more than 200 Shadow Clones suddenly appeared around him. In the previous position, 3 Shadow Clone encountered powerful attacks. Among them, 2 Shadow Clone died on the spot, and the other Shadow Clone witnessed the situation at the scene, and then disarmed the Shadow Clone himself and passed the information to Glossi's ontology. With the floating light and glancing shadow footwork under his feet, he galloped toward there like lightning. In a flash, Glossi came to the place where his Shadow Clone died. There is a dense primitive jungle, with luxuriant branches, and even sunlight can't penetrate it. Moreover, on the dense tree trunks, all kinds of weird lion majesty climbed up. Leave it to us. This is an extremely spectacular picture. Brush. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Brush. Hundreds of exactly the same Glossi, wearing uniform costumes, were like an invincible army, sweeping around frantically. Chapter 203 Revenge and Shame. 1. Hi. As soon as Glossi fell to the ground, the surrounding lion majesty immediately crawled over, opened his mouth wide, and bit him fiercely. Water-style secret technique. Blood explodes. Glossi said softly as he walked along with Jian on his left hand. Although he is now in the martial arts, he is not afraid of water and fire swords, but he will not allow these lion majesty to attack him. The water-style secret technique recorded in the Book of Seals was displayed, and all lion majesty immediately, Pucci, and Pucci, their bodies exploded and blood splashed. At the same time, Glossi exuded a powerful aura, blocking the blood, and no drop of it splashed on his body. Are you here? Glossi squatted down, put a hand on the ground, and said to himself, Earth-style technique. In an instant, Glossi's body went underground. Who? Glossi heard a cold and hoarse voice coming from a distance as soon as he entered the ground. It's been a long time, Master Orochimaru, Glossi said with a grin at the tall and slender figure. It's you. Rock Lee. The slender figure looked at Glossi seriously for a moment, his face changed suddenly, and said in surprise. This figure is slender, tall, and perfect enough to make any woman in the world jealous. A long black hair was scattered, accompanied by a monster and perfect face, and a pair of red-yellow pupils like monsters. The whole person exuded an unspeakable evil temperament. He is the Konoha Shinobi Village S-rank rebel, Orochimaru, the head of the famous Konoha. After 2 years of absence, Orochimaru's strength has become more and more unfathomable. Even if it was as powerful as Glossi, he couldn't help but frown and waited. Unexpectedly, Master Orochimaru can actually remember me. Glossi had already opened a pair of martial arts eyes, and walked towards Orochimaru step by step, with a calm and steady aura. However, I didn't call it Rock Lee a long time ago. My name is Glossi now. Advertisement, I remember. Of course I do. Orochimaru suddenly exploded with a powerful aura, like an active volcano erupting. Facing Glossi's approaching steps, he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He stared at Glossi stubbornly, his face full of shock and incredible. You know, 2 years ago, the other party was just a genin who let him need. After 2 years, the other party has grown to a realm that even he can't see through. Remember the best, Glossi said with a grin. I have always kept the enemy of the sword firmly in my heart. In that case, are you here to avenge me this time? Orochimaru said coldly. Junior, the old man fell into the sun today and was deceived by you. In the future, the old man will definitely find your place. Suddenly, Glossi seemed to be a different person, and the whole person was horrifying. Terrible gas machine. A bleak and long-lasting breath is permeating. Who on earth are you? Orochimaru suddenly sensed the terrible energy that Glossi exudes, and the body couldn't help but shuddered, and said unbelievably. At that moment, standing in front of him was clearly an old antique who had experienced the vicissitudes of the world and experienced the ups and downs of the world. How could he be a young man who had never changed? That kind of absurd feeling made him feel cold all over his body. Did he really provoke an unimaginable horror in the Chunin exam in Konoha village that year? Master Orochimaru, for a younger generation, this kind of sneak attack is very demeaning, Glossi said lightly. Regarding the surprise attack he had just suffered, he hadn't paid much attention to the giant python the size of a hill. Huh! Glossi snorted coldly, raising his right hand backwards, and a huge palm appeared out of thin air, patted behind him fiercely. Glossi has now become the king of war, his combat power is shocking, and the palm of his hand has a powerful force. The huge python was slapped to his head by his palm, and he can't die anymore. Glossi, your strength is really strong now, even I dare not say that I can defeat you. Orochimaru swallowed a bright red tongue, like Lion Majesty was spitting out a letter, licking his lips and chin, said in a hoarse voice. Boom. Advertisement, Lee. Oh no, I should call you Glossi. Orochimaru said with a grimace. I did shoot you back then. This is my fault. I apologize to you. But now, I really don't want to be your enemy. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Almost at the same time, there was a terrifying roar behind Glossi, and a 5-6 meter long python, as thick as a bucket, emerged from the ground and rushed towards Glossi fiercely. Hiss, Orochimaru's pupils shrank for a while, and his face became serious. At this moment, he realized that the boy in front of him could really threaten his life. Really, Master Orochimaru? Glossi looked at Orochimaru without blinking and said every word. A powerful chakra burst out from Orochimaru's body. He opened his mouth and spewed a lot of saliva into the ground. This amazing thing happened. The saliva he sprayed on the ground turned into strips of 3 meters long and about a dozen thick. Centimeters of Lion Majesty, they spewed bright red letters one by one, and rushed towards Glossi viciously. Huh! Don't be ashamed of speaking out. Orochimaru snorted coldly, squeezing his hands quickly, and shouted in a low voice. Forbidden technique, Asura Snake World. Of course it is. Orochimaru gave a weird smile. I'm facing Orochimaru-sama, the head of the famous, Konoha Sannin. If I don't have enough strength, I would never dare to come, Glossi said coldly. It seems that Lord Orochimaru hasn't forgotten what happened back then, Glossi said with a smile. Back then, you chased me so hard that you wanted to put me to death. I don't have to trouble you to find me today. I'll bring it to the door. Mies chapter 104 Revenge and Shame, 2. Hi. The terrifying sound that made her back chill instantly filled every corner of the underground passage. Glossi looked up, and saw strips of colorful Madara Lion Majesty evolving from Orochimaru's saliva, each of which was more than 3 meters long, vomiting bright red letters, rushing towards him in a hurry. This underground passage is not very spacious, it can last 5 meters wide and 3 meters high. The number of Lion Majesty transformed by Orochimaru's forbidden technique is incredible. It quickly filled the passage, densely packed, endless, like a turbulent. Like the churning waves, one wave against the other, it makes people not feel disgusting to see. Clang. 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 Suddenly, the Lion Majesty who was moving suddenly opened the mouth of the blood basin and spit out a sharp sword about 1 meter long. Judging from the appearance of that long sword, it should be an imitation of Orochimaru's pheasant sword. I haven't seen him in 2 years. All his ninjutsu has broken through, and he has become more powerful and terrifying than before. Glossi stared at the Lion Majesty group rushing towards him without blinking, and said to himself the language said. Glossi, how will you face it? Orochimaru looked at Glossi with a cold gaze, and said inwardly. This technique is the forbidden technique he has developed painstakingly over the past 2 years. It has condensed his countless efforts and is extremely powerful. Even if the cage-level players are up against it, they will be in a hurry and even suffer heavy losses. He believes that even if this technique does not hurt Glossi, it will cause some trouble to him and will play a deterrent effect. Brush. Suddenly, Glossi moved, and his right hand was raised suddenly, his middle finger was slightly bent and flicked out gently. Shocking slash wave. Boom. In an instant, horrible fluctuations spread out, and a ripple that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye appeared again. However, this time it was no longer a circle of destruction, but a rectangle with a width of 5 meters and a height of about 3 meters. Swish, swish, swish. Advertisement at the same time, the terrifying Lion Majesty group attacked the front, fiercely fierce. However, when they touched the rippling waves, they collapsed instantly and were invisible. Puff, puff, puff. This is an extremely terrifying scene. Countless Lion Majesty was first shattered and then completely dissipated, as if they had never appeared before. What is this ability? Orochimaru's eyes widened immediately, staring at Glossi, his face full of shock and incredible. He never expected that the forbidden technique, which had concentrated his countless efforts, would be broken so easily by the other party. Moreover, what frightened him even more was that Glossi's ability was vaguely similar to that of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Zero's ability. Chi. 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 The shocking slash wave that Glossi played out was invincible and unbreakable. After breaking the Lion Majesty group of Orochimaru in an instant, he never stayed, and continued to rush towards Orochimaru, extremely fierce. Suck. Orochimaru was shocked. Although the ripples are intangible, how can he not feel it with his cage-level strong keenness? His years of combat experience tells him that the fluctuation is extremely terrifying. Once he is hit, even his conceited, immortal, body will be severely injured, either dead or injured. Summoning. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru put the thumbs of both hands in his mouth as quickly as possible, and then slapped the ground fiercely. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and huge iron gates broke out one after another, blocking Orochimaru in front of them. These 3 iron gates were very huge, more than 10 meters high, and broke the narrow tunnel at once. The outside sunlight penetrated in and shone on the 3 iron doors. The hideous ghost faces engraved on them were terrifying, exuding a chilling aura. Huh? Orochimaru is still capable of such a high-level defense? A trace of surprise appeared on Glossi's face. However, he quickly sneered. This time he used his index finger and middle finger together, and the aura of innocence spread all at once. When shocking slash wave hit the first iron door fiercely, making a deafening roar. The sound was extremely terrifying, as if the death knell was ringing. It was chilling. Advertisement in Orochimaru's incredible eyes. The first iron door was shattered by Glossi's shocking slash wave, and countless fragments of iron powder scattered around and completely collapsed. How is this possible? Rashomon, who has super defensive power, was broken. Orochimaru murmured, his face full of disbelief. Boom. Boom. Immediately afterwards, 2 loud noises came, and the second and third iron gates were also shattered under the terrifying attack of Glossi's slash wave. Shocking slash wave remained strong and continued to rush towards Orochimaru. Ah! Orochimaru yelled in horror and immediately dived with the earth-style technique, and finally escaped dangerously. However, he was already scared into a cold sweat, utterly cold. How long has passed since then? That little B************* D has become so powerful that he is no longer an opponent. Moreover, what is that terrifying ability just now? It is not inferior to the ability of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. He knew he was in trouble, he was in great trouble. Especially when he recalled what Glossi had said to him, he couldn't help but fight a cold war. Could it be that Glossi is not a little devil, but an old monster who is constantly rebirthed by taking other people's bodies like him? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Orochimaru didn't dare to think about it anymore. Orochimaru, the battle between us has just begun. Do you want to escape? After Glossi stepped into the domain of King Wu, the martial arts' eyes became sharper, and he found Orochimaru's whereabouts in an instant, and shouted coldly. Get out of here! Glossi suddenly raised his right foot and kicked it to the ground. Chapter 105 Revenge and Shame, 3. Boom. A huge force followed Glossi's right foot to the ground, finding the location of Orochimaru with great precision, and blasting towards Orochimaru like a turbulent mudslide. Earth style. Rock hardening technique. Orochimaru's spiritual sense was extremely keen, and he immediately noticed the arrival of the crisis. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the ground more than 10 meters around his body became extremely hard. Suddenly, the surrounding ground was like earth-style armor, firmly protecting him inside. Huh. Passing the fire across the salary. Glossi curled his lips in disdain and said coldly. Why? This is... Orochimaru's face changed wildly, shocked. He was horrified to find that a huge force was blasting at him through the hard ground, and he could not avoid it. Boom. With a dull loud noise, Orochimaru only felt that his chest was kicked severely. That kind of strength is really too strong, like a huge mountain pressing down, the terrible power even he can't bear. Wow. Orochimaru couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood, his face suddenly became paler, and his spirit suddenly became a lot weaker. Damn brat. Orochimaru glared at Glossi fiercely, and the murderous intent suddenly rose. After so many years, he has never been so embarrassed except for a violent loss under the hands of Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru, this is interest. Glossi saw the expression on Orochimaru's face clearly, and said with a sneer. I haven't really gotten back from you the enemy of the sword back then. Boy, I will kill you. Orochimaru said sternly. Earth style, rock fist technique, he quickly formed seals with both hands and launched a counterattack against Glossi. Boom. The earth trembled fiercely, and countless dirt and smoke rose into the air, quickly condensed in the air, and then turned into a huge fist several meters long, and slammed it against Glossi fiercely. The hand of destroying heaven. Advertisement. Glossi didn't evade and slapped it out. With a loud bang, the huge fist that was several meters long was slapped to pieces by Glossi. In an instant, the area was dusty, and the rocks flew away from the sand, and the momentum was astonishing. Is this damn brat really a human being, not a monster? How could a human flesh and blood be so powerful? Orochimaru's face was incredulous. His body has also been remodeled many times. It is extremely tough and conceited as an immortal body, which is immune to almost all physical attacks. However, at this moment, he still felt incredible about Glossi's terrifying physical strength. Orochimaru, it's time for you to pay your debts now, Glossi said coldly. He lifted his right foot again and stepped on the ground 3 times in a row. Damn it! Orochimaru's face changed drastically, and his hands hurriedly formed seals. His whole body quickly merged into the ground, and fled toward the ground at a flying speed. He knew that Glossi's attack methods were extremely weird. He didn't want to stay underground and become a living target for Glossi's attack. It's better to come up, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Glossi sneered mercilessly, and the whole person turned into an afterimage and rushed over. Pheasant sword. Orochimaru yelled sharply. He knew that Glossi's physical skills were very powerful, so he didn't dare to neglect the slightest, so he opened his mouth to spit out his assassin to use it to meet the enemy. Brush. Sword light. Huo. Senhan's murderous aura permeated. It's really a good sword, Glossi said in admiration. Unfortunately, you don't know how to use it. Why don't you give it to me? Okay, I'll give it to you, Orochimaru said abruptly. Holding a long sword in his hand, he drew a bitter cold light in the air, and slashed at Glossi's head fiercely. Violence of heaven and things, Glossi secretly said in his heart. With his veteran vision of more than 1,000 years in his previous life, he can naturally see that this is a magic weapon. Even if the martial arts of Glossi have been small now, he still can't resist the sharpness of this sword. It's a pity that Orochimaru doesn't know any swordsmanship at all. He only knows how to use the sharp edge of the sword to hack him, and it can't cause any threat to him. Glossi stepped forward and backward, suddenly left and right, like walking through a horse watching a lantern, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Orochimaru, you were fooled. Whoever thought? Glossi raised a weird smile at Orochimaru all at once. His right hand slammed out suddenly, and his middle finger flicked on the blade of the pheasant sword with great precision. Advertisement. The 4-lion majesty immediately entangled Glossi. Oh! Glossi exclaimed, as if he had never expected Orochimaru to use such a trick. When, with a wave of Orochimaru's right hand, the pheasant sword cut across a sharp arc and slashed towards Glossi's neck fiercely. This is a huge shame. Brush. Chi. Boy, I caught you, Orochimaru said sternly. He slammed his left hand, a huge force gushing out, and immediately dragged Glossi to his direction. I'll take this sword, Glossi said with a smile. He stretched out the middle finger of his right index finger, clamped it on the sword, and snatched it from Orochimaru's hand. With a clear and sweet voice, Orochimaru only felt that the pheasant sword was trembling violently. A powerful force was transmitted to his arm through the sword, and his arm immediately ached, and his body numb. Damn it, Orochimaru couldn't hurt Glossi with 9 consecutive swords, and couldn't help but get angry. Shulker snake hand. He slammed his left hand out suddenly. 4-lion majesty sprang out of his sleeves, and rushed towards Glossi fiercely. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sorry, Orochimaru yelled in his heart. Brush. You. Orochimaru's face was extremely ugly. This sword was taken from the body of a white snake, and it was invincible, symbolizing his identity and origin, but he never thought that it would be snatched by Glossi. Chapter 106. Beating Orochimaru. Smelly boy, I advise you to return that sword to me immediately, Orochimaru said with cold eyes, staring at Glossi unblinkingly. Dreaming. Glossi said decisively. It's a waste of such a good sword in your hand. It's better to let it follow me, so that it can bloom like it originally belonged to it. You. Orochimaru shivered with anger. Okay, very good, smelly boy, I didn't want to kill you, but now you force me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, are you finally ready to use your assassin? Glossi said with a mocking smile on his mouth. You have never summoned 2 strong men, first Hokage second Hokage, do you think I am too weak and easy to bully? Huh, Orochimaru said with a cold snort. Well, I admit that I underestimated you when I first started, and then you took the opportunity to gain the upper hand. However, from now on, that kind of thing will never happen again. Really? Glossi said disdainfully. Summoning technique, dirty soil turn. Orochimaru quickly sealed his hands and shouted loudly. Too slow. Glossi said coldly. He thrust the pheasant sword in his hand into the ground forcefully, and then stepped out of his footwork with a changeable footwork, rushing towards Orochimaru in a rapid gust of lightning. Crap. His speed is so fast. Orochimaru's face changed wildly, and he yelled in horror. Orochimaru, it's time to pay the debt, Glossi shouted. With his right hand standing like a knife, he patted Orochimaru's head fiercely. The wind is whistling, the wind is fierce, mighty without casting. How rich is Orochimaru's combat experience? In an instant, he could see that Glossi's palm was extremely terrifying, and he didn't dare to resist it, so he immediately pulled back and evaded. However, how powerful is Glossi's melee combat technique? How could it be so easy to dodge? His right wrist sank, and his 5 fingers swept towards Orochimaru's shoulder like steel knives. Puff! Advertisement with a soft sound, blood burst out, Orochimaru's shoulder was pierced, blood gurgling. Huh! Orochimaru snorted, with a trace of pain on his face, and he staggered back. He stared at Glossi, with a look of amazement. He never thought that his body, which had been modified for countless times, could not even stop the opponent's move. Huh? You don't have bones in your body? Glossi said in surprise. Every kind of ninjutsu of you guy has something to do with snakes. Couldn't you turn your body into a snake? Damn boy, I will use the cruelest means to kill you, Orochimaru said viciously. I'm afraid you will never have such a chance. Glossi grinned. He took another step under his feet and rushed towards Orochimaru. Woo! This time, Orochimaru learned to be clever. He turned his 2 legs into the appearance of a snake using ninjutsu, and suddenly increased the speed several times. It's useless, Glossi said coldly, unless you Grandmaster space ninjutsu, otherwise, you can't escape my tracking. While speaking, Glossi's speed in recruiting suddenly increased several times. In an instant, he chased behind Orochimaru, without any politeness, and kicked it down. Ah! Orochimaru screamed loudly. He clearly felt the heavy foot on his back, and he almost passed away in pain. His footing was uncertain, and the whole person rushed to the ground, suddenly dusty. Damn kid, I will kill you, Orochimaru yelled angrily. Boom. Yeah. Glossi nodded. I have never revealed it, just want to see if you will save Orochimaru in the most critical moment. You found me a long time ago? Uchiha Sasuke asked Glossi with complicated eyes. 2 years have passed, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and now he is already a powerful cage-level master. At this moment, about 2 meters away behind Glossi, a handsome boy with scarlet eyes and an indifferent expression stands impressively. Who is it if it is not Uchiha Sasuke? Advertisement, I'm not sure. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. However, if he is willing to help, I am more than 70% sure that I can kill my brother. Orochimaru twisted his body as hard as he could, his head dangerously avoiding Glossi's fierce kick. However, his left leg didn't avoid it, and he suffered a lot. He knew that his body had undergone several transformations and was basically immune to physical attacks. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Glossi. Sorry, he can't die yet. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while and said, Orochimaru, if I'm not mistaken, your body should have undergone several remodeling, right? Glossi said leisurely. Not only does your body have no bones, but it is also extremely tough. It is immune to almost all physical attacks. I wonder if I am right? Do you think he can help you get revenge? Glossi said with a soft smile. If you take into account the blood of the Uchiha clan and the existence of Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's current real strength may be better than Orochimaru. However, at this moment, a bitter cold light swept from the side, fierce and incompetent. To your uncle, Orochimaru yelled angrily. Summoning technique, dirty soil turn. Glossi said nothing. His body ached suddenly, and his right foot slammed against Orochimaru's head. Although he wanted to beat Orochimaru first and then kill him, he also worried that Orochimaru could find a gap to recruit the 2 ruthless people, first Hokage, second Hokage. Therefore, if he had the opportunity, he would not be merciful. In front of me, without my consent, do you still want to use ninjutsu? Glossi said coldly. He took another step under his feet, trying to rush up again to beat Orochimaru. IXXX. Orochimaru cursed in his heart. You finally can't help but make a move. Yukai ha zao suk. Glossi avoided the sword light one by one, then turned his gaze behind him, and said word by word. Chapter 358, Auto-generated chapter title. The 107th chapter drips without touching the body. Uchiha Sasuke, I didn't expect that more than 2 years have passed, you are still so naive and naive. Glossi looked at Uchiha Sasuke without blinking, grinning, and said. Orochimaru, himself a veteran cage-level powerhouse, is one of the famous, Konoha-Sannin, powerful. Coupled with the Grandmaster forbidden technique, Impure World reincarnation, it can summon 2 ruthless people, first Hokage, second Hokage, to help. It is indeed a super powerful force that cannot be ignored. Not to mention Uchiha Sasuke, even the masked man Uchiha Obito cares about it. If Uchiha Sasuke really gets Orochimaru's full help, no matter how strong his brother Uchiha Itachi is, he will definitely be irresistible. But will Orochimaru really help Uchiha Sasuke wholeheartedly get revenge? The answer is of course no. Glossi's experience of more than 1,000 years in the previous life in his old eyes. From the moment he first saw Orochimaru, he was aware of Orochimaru's unconcealed and naked possessiveness towards Uchiha Sasuke. Perhaps, to be precise, it should be the possessiveness of Uchiha Sasuke's pair of Sharingan. Glossi can affirm without hesitation that Orochimaru's dedication to training Uchiha Sasuke is definitely something else. And the only thing that Orochimaru has coveted by Uchiha Sasuke is that pair of eyes. What do you mean by this? Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly became cold. Uchiha Sasuke, you are a smart person, don't you really understand what I mean? Glossi asked rhetorically. I'm not as stupid as you think. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his voice and said. That's the best, Glossi said with a smile. Do you think Orochimaru or I are stronger? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed again. He was not an idiot, and naturally understood what Glossi meant in an instant. The intention of Glossi's words is too obvious. It is clear that he wants him to betray Orochimaru and follow him. Advertisement, Sasuke, get out of the way. Suddenly, at this moment, Orochimaru's voice rang suddenly. Woo! Uchiha Sasuke took a deep look at Glossi, then raised his feet with strength, and quickly withdrew 7 or 8 meters away from Glossi. Damn it's B******************************************* D, die. Orochimaru shouted. On the left and right sides of him stood the black-haired first Hokage and the white-haired second Hokage. It turned out that he summoned him out while Glossi was talking with Uchiha Sasuke. Water style. Water Kingbo. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama strode forward, quickly forming seals with both hands and shouting loudly. Boom. In an instant, behind Senju Tobirama, 9 waves of water rose up into the sky, like 9 great waterfalls, but they were flowing backwards towards the sky. 9 white horses run through the sky and the ground, endless water rushes in the sky, making deafening noises, and the scene is spectacular and amazing. According to legend, second Hokage is a great master of water style, and now it is possible to display such a level of water style technique in places where there is no water. It really deserves its reputation, Glossi said in admiration. Wow. Senju Tobirama waved his big hand, and the endless water in the sky suddenly rioted, as if the Yangtze River and the Yellow River had burst its banks, fiercely, rushing towards Glossi overwhelmingly. He's not dead yet. Suddenly, second Hokage Senju Tobirama said lightly. Not only did he not die, but he was also unscathed. Under Orochimaru's careful training, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is now a cage-level powerhouse. As his strength skyrocketed, the pride and complacency of the strongest in the ninja world clan also increased day by day. He believed that few people in the cage-level ranks were his opponents. Why? How is this possible? Uchiha Sasuke took a breath and said in disbelief. Moreover, what is even more bizarre and exaggerated is that Glossi didn't even touch even the slightest amount of water on his body. The storm is over, the dripping water won't touch your body. This sentence is the most true portrayal of Glossi. Advertisement. This little guy is very good and has the potential to surpass us. At this time, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who had always been standing there silently, spoke, and made a very high evaluation of Glossi. This damn little monster, Orochimaru muttered with a solemn expression. This damn stinky kid is too arrogant. He wants to use his powerful body to resist second Hokage's water style skills. He can't live or die, Orochimaru said sternly. But it's okay, he died but saved me a lot of effort. Is he crazy? Why didn't he avoid it? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Boom. The white waves of water carried a mighty force, pressing like a big mountain toward Glossi. With the deafening roar, Glossi was swallowed in an instant. However, he now saw second Hokage Senju Tobirama showed such a terrifying spirit as soon as he shot, and immediately felt the gap between himself and the legendary older generation of strong men. So strong. Uchiha Sasuke was secretly surprised. Wow. At this time, the endless amount of water finally dissipated, and Glossi's thin but tall body appeared in front of everyone again. There was still a faint smile on his face, and he was not hurt by the powerful water-style technique just now. As soon as this statement came out, Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke were even more shocked. You know, first Hokage Senju Hashirama is the famous God of Ninja, known as the closest person to Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the ninja. Could it be that Glossi will reach that height one day? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Glossi stared at the torrential flood coming from the sky without blinking, with a smile still on his face, without any fear. He stood motionless, facing second Hokage Senju Tobirama's powerful attacking water-style technique. He actually chose to use his own flesh and blood to shake it. Chapter 108. Fighting Alone First Generation Second Generation 1. Brother, your evaluation of the kid is really high enough. Senju Tobirama curled his lips and said. Although, I recognize the potential of this little guy, but if he can surpass the big brother in the future, Tobirama, you have missed it. Senju Hashirama said seriously. At most 5 years, he can reach the height of mine. Can it reach the height of the God of Ninja in 5 years at most? Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. What a lofty honor it is to get such an evaluation as the God of Ninja. Tobirama, haven't you noticed it yet? That little guy's body is stronger and more terrifying than my fairy body. Senju Hashirama said. That kid's body is stronger than the elder brother's fairy body. How is this possible? Senju Tobirama murmured. He and Senju Hashirama are brothers. They grew up together and often practiced together. How can you not know the pervert of Senju Hashirama's immortal body? Senju Hashirama's celestial body is extremely powerful and can heal wounds automatically without setting seals. In other words, when chakra is sufficient, Senju Hashirama is equivalent to having an immortal body. And now, Senju Hashirama actually commented that Glossi's body is stronger than his, which is incredible. However, Senju Tobirama saw with his own eyes that the powerful A+ level offensive water-style technique he cast could not cause any harm to Glossi, but it made him believe in the words of his elder brother a little bit. Evildoer. This is a heaven-defying little evildoer rare in a century. Senju Tobirama said inwardly. Being able to get such a high praise from the ninja god, even if you die, it is enough to feel proud. Orochimaru's cold voice sounded, looking at Glossi with extremely fearful eyes, and said, "Do you think you can kill me?" Glossi said lightly. Advertisement: his martial arts are small, invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire are not invaded, even the powerful water-style technique played by second Hokage Senju Tobirama just now cannot cause any harm to him. The ambition of overlooking the world in his previous life was once again revived. Even though 4 cage-level masters, first Hokage, second Hokage, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Sasuke, are standing opposite him, he is fearless. "Boy, you are really arrogant," Orochimaru said sternly. "I admit that your aptitude is heaven-defying, and your potential is huge. If you give you enough time, maybe you can really reach the height of the ninja god, but..." Having said that, Orochimaru paused and continued, "However, you are still far from truly growing up, and far from being able to cross the world. Today, I will completely kill you in the cradle, and never will give you a chance to grow up." "You're scared," Glossi said with a grin suddenly. What am I afraid of?" Orochimaru's expression turned ugly. "You are afraid of me," Glossi said. "Because you are afraid of me, you want to kill me now. You are afraid that I will truly grow up in the future and you will never have a chance to survive." Even if it is," Orochimaru said with a chuckle. "Well, the chat ends here, kid, get ready for the joint siege of the 2 strongest Hokage adults in history." "I'm honored," Glossi said with a smile. He came to look for Orochimaru this time to avenge his sword revenge, but his main purpose was to test his true combat effectiveness. First Hokage and second Hokage were all the best players of the year, and they were his best training targets. If not, how could he give Orochimaru the opportunity to perform the Impure World reincarnation? Technique? "Sasuke, do you want to check your combat effectiveness?" Suddenly, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the side Uchiha Sasuke and asked. Forget it." Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes flashed eagerly, but after all, he suppressed his inner impulse forcibly and rejected Orochimaru's proposal. The most important thing he has to do now is to choose a stronger person to follow between Orochimaru and Glossi, to prepare for his future revenge, not to fight for strength. "If this is the case, then you should withdraw," Orochimaru said coldly. He is too old, and Uchiha Sasuke's careful thoughts can't hide him. He was also wary of Uchiha Sasuke, but Glossi was what he cared about most back then. Advertisement. Let's get started. Orochimaru made a seal with both hands and used the top secret seal in Impure World reincarnation to obliterate the consciousness of the 2 powerhouses, turning them into a killing tool. Water style. Shuishinbao attack. Senju Tobirama became cold and cruel at this time. He quickly sealed his hands and shouted. Wow! In an instant, countless currents between heaven and earth converged from all directions, and they condensed into a huge rope that was more than 10 meters long and about half a meter thick, and bound towards Glossi's body fiercely. This is the enhanced water style technique of the water prison technique. Both its scale and power are far superior to the water prison technique. Even if the cage-level powerhouse is chained, it is absolutely impossible to break free for a while and let it be slaughtered. As expected of Master Second Hokage, so strong, Orochimaru exclaimed. Uchiha Sasuke stood there quietly, without saying a word, a pair of scarlet eyes staring at Senju Tobirama unblinking, copying all his movements. The battle between the 3 superpowers is an opportunity for him. Shocking slash wave. Glossi slowly reached out his right hand, moving his 5 fingers together, playing the martial arts skills of his previous life and fighting. Om. In an instant, a powerful sense of depression that could not be described in words burst out, and drop by drop of ripples waved in the air, spreading in all directions, indestructible. Boom. 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 Loud noises came one after another, and the water-style chains converging from all directions were hit by Glossi's shocking slash wave. They were immediately broken and changed back to water. For a time, endless water flowers bloom in the sky, beautiful. Chapter 109. Fighting Alone First Generation Second Generation, 2. Why? Such a powerful water-style technique can be cracked so easily. Uchiha Sasuke stared at the continuous blooming water in the sky, and said in shock. Besides, what ability does Glossi use? It's terrifying. Sharingan is one of the most powerful blood inheritance boundaries in the ninja world. It claims to be able to see through all ninjutsu, illusion, and physique in an instant, and has the ability to copy and counterattack back intact. After more than 2 years of assiduous practice, Uchiha Sasuke has already developed his eyes to the 3-Go Jade, and he is very proficient in using it. However, despite this, he knew that if he met second Hokage's move just now, it would definitely be very difficult to resolve. Because the power of that trick is too great, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke finally felt the huge gap between himself and Glossi again. The self-confidence that he spent 2 years building up collapsed again at this moment. What a terrible ability, what a terrible kid, Orochimaru muttered to himself. This kid can't keep him, otherwise, I will definitely die in his hands. Kill him. You too will do your best to kill him, raised, Orochimaru yelled at first Hokage and second Hokage. Water style. Water-severing wave. Senju Tobirama's handprints changed again, and he displayed another powerful water-style technique. Illusory technique. Darkness technique. At the same time, first Hokage also moved. When he shot, he was an S-level super illusion technique, fierce and incompetent. This is Illusion, for an instant, Glossi only felt that his eyes were dark, completely losing the light, and he couldn't see his fingers. He was startled slightly. Obviously he hadn't expected that there would be illusions in this world that would work on him. However, he didn't take it seriously. He raised a tongue in cheek and thundered, and shouted, "Buddhist heavenly eye, break it for me." Shoo! Shoo! In an instant, the golden light shot a bullfight, and Glossi's eyes turned out to be like 2 rounds of the sun, with blazing flames burning, bursting out incomparably bright light. Advertisement in just an instant, Glossi broke the darkness technique of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Boom! 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 However, just as Glossi's sight was restored, 4 water columns of infinite power in the sky fell from the sky and blasted him fiercely. Glossi only felt that one heavy force hit his body. That force was very terrifying. Even his martial arts had a tendency to be unbearable. Kacha! Kacha! And Kacha! His martial arts have a tendency to shatter. It's definitely an S-rank offensive water-style technique. Glossi secretly said in his heart. He didn't dare to neglect, and immediately used the martial arts mentality with all his strength. His body was raised to emit a faint light, and the heavy and terrifying force was immediately isolated from the outside. At this point, he breathed a sigh of relief and regained his footing. However, his clothes were shattered by that powerful force. He understood such a terrible attack. He was safe. This pervert. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Glossi in amazement. Except for the 2 words, pervert, he seemed to be unable to find 2 other words that could describe Glossi. With a flesh and blood body, resist the attack of the S-level water-style technique, this little monster, Orochimaru could only look at it and was terrified. Even the S-level water-style technique can't cause any damage to it. Doesn't it mean that ordinary ninjutsu is even more ineffective? Is this kid a human, or a demon transformed into a human form? What a terrible kid. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama frowned and said, "As a result, we have to go all out, brother." Yeah. First Hokage Senju Hashirama nodded and said, "Wood style. The tree world is here." He quickly sealed his hands and shouted. Boom. 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 The earth trembled violently, and one after another young saplings emerged from the ground and rose from the ground. Then, driven by Senju Hashirama's huge chakra, they grew wildly at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye they became more than 10 meters high, towering trees about a few meters thick. Advertisement: these towering trees are like living creatures with vitality, and every branch is like a snaking python, swiftly winding towards Glossi. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi shouted, and shot both hands with his left hand at the same time. In an instant, 2 huge palms appeared out of thin air, blasting fiercely towards the entangled trees. Suddenly, the stone walked away from Shafei, and the gunpowder was filled with smoke. Glossi's current combat power is extremely tyrannical. Although those towering trees are urged by first Hokage Senju Hashirama's huge chakra, it is still difficult to resist his monstrous combat power. The countless trees were smashed in an instant, for nothing. This. Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke were shocked at the same time, their faces full of incredible. Unexpectedly, he broke the big brother's killer so easily. This kid is a heaven-defying evildoer. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama murmured. Moreover, his abilities and tricks are so weird, I always feel that it is not ninjutsu at all. Well, I was so skeptical. First Hokage Senju Hashirama nodded and agreed. His body is very powerful, and ordinary ninjutsu can't cause him harm. In this regard, he is very similar to the legendary powerful samurai. Does he practice ninjutsu, but the martial arts technique a long time ago? Senju Tobirama muttered to himself. Follow him. I don't believe that his flesh and blood can continuously block my S-level water-style technique. As Senju Tobirama said, his hands were sealed again. Water style. Hard vortex water blade, he shouted loudly. In an instant, countless amounts of water leapt up into the air. Under the control of Senju Tobirama's chakra, the seawater turned into a spear. These spears gave off a terrifying cold light under the sun's rays, and the spears were amazing. The speed of the shot went towards Glossi. Chapter 110 Hard-Shaking Wood Dragon. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless spears fiercely tore through the air, emitting a chilling light under the sunlight, and blasting towards Glossi at an appalling speed. Their speed is too fast, surpassing the bullets of large sniper anti-equipment rifles, enough to destroy all obstacles in the world, and they are all invincible. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama was originally the great master of water style, and now he is using S-level offensive water style technique, which is so powerful that everyone is moved. Such a world-shaking power is simply a lore technique. So strong, it's unbelievable. The most common 5-element ninjutsu on weekdays can also exert such great power, Orochimaru exclaimed. Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes were wide open, staring at second Hokage Senju Tobirama unblinkingly, copying every movement flawlessly. This is an extremely precious S-level water style technique, an invaluable gem. It's really the legendary second Hokage. It's amazing. Glossi's martial arts eyes raised a bright light. At this moment, he seemed to have found the state of mind when he was fighting against a powerful enemy in the martial world, and his blood was boiling. Shocking slash wave. Glossi yelled, moving his palms together, and patted forward. Facing the powerful and messy second Hokage Senju Tobirama, he couldn't keep his hands in attack with all his strength. Om. 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 In an instant, the creepy air trembling sound rang again. The devastating fluctuations wafted in the sky like ripples. Although very soft, they made everyone's faces discolored. That kind of ability again, First Hokage said with a solemn expression to himself. What kind of ability is it? Show me. Uchiha Sasuke turned his Sharingan to ultimate and wanted to use Sharingan's power to reveal the truth about Glossi's invincible combat skills. Chi. 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 The seemingly soft ripples collided with the fierce and unforged water gun, and immediately an incredible thing happened. The invincible, fierce and unforged water gun was suddenly melted, and then disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Advertisement such a scene immediately stunned everyone. Even Ninja God, First Hokage Senju Hashirama couldn't help frowning. This heaven-defying little evildoer. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama exclaimed. You have such a terrifying combat power at such a young age, I am afraid that even your big brother back then is far behind him. Me? Forget it. First Hokage Senju Hashirama shook his head and said, if I'm right, the ancestor sage of 6 paths in the entire history of ninjas may be comparable to him at the same age. No way, I have to use that trick. As second Hokage Senju Tobirama said, his hands quickly formed a seal, and a powerful chakra burst out of him with an amazing aura. Wait a moment, I will test his abilities again. First Hokage Senju Hashirama reached out and stopped Senju Tobirama and said in a deep voice. Before you figure out his ability, no matter how you make it, it's useless. Big brother. Well, I'll listen to you. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, but he finally did not insist and stopped Jin obediently. Come on, Master First Hokage, the legendary God of Ninja. Let me see your superpower that only exists in the legend, Orochimaru said to himself. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. First Hokage Senju Hashirama quickly formed seals, and then shouted loudly. Boom! Almost in an instant, the earth trembled violently, and a giant dragon over 20 meters long flew out from the ground and traversed the sky. It is more than 20 meters long and more than 2 meters thick. Its huge scales are clearly visible. The 4 huge beast claws are fierce and powerful, and seem to be able to break everything in the world. It lay in midair, full of unparalleled power, and a terrifying might radiated from it. It seems that it is not composed of a wooden structure, but a real dragon appeared. So strong. Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke both breathed in cold air. The power of First Hokage Senju Hashirama's move is earth-shattering, and it is obviously beyond the scope of the cage-level powerhouse to enter a whole new realm. Wooden dragon technique? I didn't expect that after so many years, I would see my eldest brother perform this trick again. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama stared at the huge wooden dragon in the sky without blinking, muttering said. However, in my impression, apart from facing the guy Uchiha Madara, this is the first time I have seen my eldest brother use it when fighting an enemy. Advertisement. Woo. Suddenly, the wooden dragon lying in the sky started moving, fast as wind and as swift as electricity, its huge body snaking forward in the air, carrying an unparalleled fierce posture, and slammed into Glossi fiercely. Yes, it was bumped. This wooden dragon is really too big, like a moving mountain, crashing down from the sky towards Glossi, and immediately obliterating Glossi. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi yelled, and the whole person stood up, and greeted the wooden dragon that had hit it straight. When, with a loud and deafening noise, Glossi's right palm hit Mu Long's head fiercely. He only felt that his right palm was slapped on an extremely hard boulder. The previous indestructible martial arts combat skills did not even break it. It's worthy of being the god of ninjas, he said secretly in his heart. He didn't panic, but slapped his slap again and again on Mulong's head. The sound was extremely terrifying, like a dragon cracking in the sky. The sound was so long that it shook people's ears, buzzing. It's like being cut by a sharp sword. Oh my god! This terrible little monster actually blocked the elder brother's wooden dragon technique with flesh and blood. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama's eyes widened, staring at Kamui's dignified Glossi in the sky, and said in astonishment. Monster. He is definitely a monster, Orochimaru murmured while his eyes were blank. At this moment, he actually felt a trace of fear of death. Orochimaru, you are in big trouble, Uchiha Sasuke said softly. Chapter 362, Auto-generated chapter title. The 11th chapter destroys the wooden dragon. The wood dragon technique was a powerful move used by first Hokage Senju Hashirama when it crossed the world. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama once saw his elder brother use this trick to trap a complete nine-tails demon fox, which is terrifying. Now, Glossi has blocked the wood dragon technique abruptly with his flesh and blood body. What a shocking and horrifying physique this is. Could it be that the body of this kid is stronger than the body of the nine-tails demon fox? Humanoid monster. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama commented in his heart. Boom. 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 Glossi attacked with the hand that destroys the sky, and every palm shot has great power, just like the nine gods' thunder smashing on the wooden dragon. The momentum is shaking the sky and the earth. What a terrible kid. First Hokage Senju Hashirama said with a hint of surprise on his face. The wooden dragon technique was displayed by him, and the wooden dragon was naturally connected to his mind. He could clearly feel that the indestructible wooden dragon in the past was blocked by the opponent and suppressed. Moreover, as Mulong's head was continuously bombarded by Glossi, cracks gradually appeared. Although these cracks are very small, they are far from causing any substantial threat to the wooden dragon. Senju Hashirama can recover only by slightly urging chakra, but he feels a dangerous breath. There are people in this world who can suppress the wooden dragon with their flesh and blood. It's incredible. You know, the nine-tails demon fox that was completely body was surrendered by the wood dragon. Little guy, you are very good. First Hokage Senju Hashirama said admiringly. What is your name? Which village is the ninja from? Master First Hokage, you probably don't know yet. Orochimaru spoke in a gloomy way before Glossi spoke. His name is Glossi. He was originally a ninja from Konoha village just like me. What? First Hokage Senju Hashirama couldn't help frowning. What do you mean by this? Second Hokage Senju Tobirama also raised his eyes and asked. Two Hokage adults, what I mean is obvious. Orochimaru smiled and said. He is a traitor like me, and both are determined to completely destroy Konoha village. Advertisement. Are you really going to completely destroy Konoha village? First Hokage Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly sharpened countless times, and he shouted sharply. So what? So what? Glossi said lightly. He was very disdainful of Orochimaru's verbal attacks to instigate discord. However, he didn't bother to defend himself, and now he has become a real martial king, and he will never bow to anyone or any influence again. If you really want to destroy Konoha village, then I must kill you here, First Hokage said sharply. Konoha village was founded by me. It has gathered all my hard work. No one is allowed to destroy it. Whoever dares to destroy Konoha, we will kill whoever, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama also shouted loudly. Obviously, the remarks Orochimaru just said had an effect, already inspiring the fighting will of the two Hokages. Once the fighting will in the previous life is stimulated, they will no longer be pure fighting puppets, they will be closer to the state of their lives, and then they will exert their powerful strength closer to their lives. Please enlighten me, Glossi said in a deep voice without any excuses. Wooden dragon technique. Shenlong wobbles its tail. First Hokage Senju Hashirama said loudly. Boom. The huge wooden dragon in the sky suddenly twisted its body, waving its huge tail like a mountain, and drew it fiercely towards Glossi. In an instant, a suffocating terrifying pressure enveloped Glossi, and the mountain-like tail had not really attacked, and the strong wind produced had made him difficult to breathe, making it difficult to stand. Such power is already close to the realm of Emperor Wu, and this is far from his true strength during his lifetime. Glossi said secretly in his heart. Impure world reincarnation is a kind of super forbidden technique that summons the long-dead strong man back to this world, extremely terrifying. However, it also has a very obvious weakness, that is, the strong summoned is far from being comparable to the strength of his life. In other words, the first Hokage's second Hokage the Glossi is facing is far from the peak. In other words, even the strength of the first half of their lives can't be matched. However, despite this, the power of the wooden dragon of first Hokage Senju Hashirama has faintly surpassed cage level and reached the realm of super cage level, or Wu Huang, which is impressive. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi yelled, facing the tail of the wooden dragon that hit the mountain like a mountain. He didn't evade, but chose a head-on confrontation. He continuously waved his palms, slapped the wooden dragon fiercely as if hitting iron, making thunderous noises every time. Advertisement. Boom. 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 In the loud sound of the sky shaking, Glossi actually blocked the impact of the huge wooden dragon. His feet were like iron stakes, and he remained motionless. No matter how great the impact of the wooden dragon was, he still could not shake him. Hi. Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke both took a breath at the same time, relying on flesh and blood to block the huge wooden dragon like a hill. What kind of power is needed? Shocking slash wave. Glossi shot continuously with his right hand, abruptly blocking the impact of the huge wooden dragon, while his left hand moved his 5 fingers together, using the pose of playing the piano in the void, playing another martial arts technique that he was proud of. Om. In an instant, the air vibrated violently, and 5 indistinguishable ripples flew out of Glossi's left hand quickly, hitting the wooden dragon like lightning. Kacha. At this time, a creepy sound came, and the huge wooden dragon's body unexpectedly appeared one after another with horrible cracks that were several inches deep, and countless sawdust was flying. Why? He actually wants to destroy the wooden dragon. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama was shocked. Such a method is really terrifying, unimaginable. Roar. Recruited. At this moment, Glossi let out a loud roar, and the whole person rose into the air, like an invincible blade, rushed straight into the abdomen of the wooden dragon, and then punched through from the other side. Chapter 112 Orochimaru's Scruples. Kacha. In the creepy and crisp sound, the wooden dragon in the sky kept trembling violently, and large swaths of sawdust fell from the sky. Glossi was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, with huge power with every palm swiping, and the wooden dragon he fought was completely unable to fight back. If the wood dragon had his own creature and soul, he would have screamed and screamed in horror long ago. Sawdust was floating all over the sky. Both Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, staring at the scene in the sky. It was really shocking. This is slaying the dragon. This heaven-defying little monster. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama murmured. Bang. Glossi went up against the sky, and the hand of the sky extinguishing shot continuously. Every blow would tremble the wooden dragon violently, and the sawdust would fly. The sawdust all over the sky is like rain, spilt one after another, shocking people's souls. In the blink of an eye, The huge dragon that was more than 20 meters long was actually cut into 2 sections by Glossi. It's amazing. First Hokage Senju Hashirama whispered, changing his handprint style again. Boom! Suddenly, the head of the wooden dragon shook violently. It opened its huge mouth and rushed towards Glossi fiercely. Obviously, first Hokage Senju Hashirama knew that the wooden dragon could not deal with Glossi, but he also wanted to abandon the wooden dragon while causing trouble to the greatest extent. Break it! Glossi said coldly. He moved his hands together and shook out the sky-shaking slash wave, just like the surging water of the Yellow River, and suddenly annihilated the head of the wooden dragon. This time, the shocking slash wave is no longer invisible like ripples before. People can clearly see a beam of death converging and a black light piercing the sky, like a life-threatening spear, dragging a long length. The tail wing penetrates the head of Mulong. Advertisement. Boom. With a loud noise, a big hole as thick as a bucket appeared on the head of the wooden dragon. The shock of the shocking slash wave spread immediately, and the huge wooden dragon's upper body was shattered at once. Woo! At this moment, the other half of Mulong's body tore the air and slammed into it fiercely. Good come! Glossi yelled. He turned around abruptly, shaking his hands continuously, all hitting the wood dragon's tail. Suddenly, a terrifying force penetrated through the wood dragon's body, cracks burst out, and a large amount of sawdust fell off. Kacha! 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 After Glossi took more than a dozen palms in a row, the huge wooden dragon unexpectedly disintegrated in the sky, and countless sawdust fell from the sky like a heavy rain. Brother, this, second Hokage Senju Tobarama's face was very ugly. This little guy is a complete freak. Although it hasn't been long since he entered the cage-level field, he is far more powerful than cage-level, and has almost entered a whole new realm. First Hokage Senju Hashirama said softly. But we are the body of impure world reincarnation, far from being able to exert our original strength. Therefore, even if the two of us work together, we can't kill him, he added again. I think too, but I'm afraid of you two Hokage adults. Orochimaru said with a wry smile on his face. You two, one is the person who created the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, and the other is the person known as the God of Ninja. How can I be confident and bold to summon you with the best sacrifice? He also learned the technique of impure world reincarnation from the Book of Seals, and he knows the advantages and disadvantages of this technique. The caster of impure world reincarnation has absolute control over the summoned person, but if the summoned person knows the way to crack it, once it breaks free, it will become a huge trouble for immortality. Although Orochimaru considers himself a genius, he has never been arrogant and dare not risk that danger to summon two more powerful people. The forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation is very weird. The stronger the sacrifice used, the stronger the combat power that the summoned person can exert. Advertisement. In addition, when the strength of the person summoned is strong enough to a certain extent, he can also break free from the control of the impure world reincarnation technique. Because I am cautious, I can survive the wanted in Konoha village and the hunt organized by Akatsuki. Orochimaru said sternly. I never know what I am not sure about. Damn it. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama said angrily. Orochimaru, why don't you prepare two more powerful offerings? Swipe. 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 Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What's your attitude? The tone of the seniors pointing to the juniors is really unpleasant. Orochimaru curled his lips and said, don't you think that if you temporarily resisted the attack of the two Hokage adults, you can sit back and relax, right? Don't forget, my men and I haven't taken any action yet. In addition, there is a handsome young man with snow-white hair, his eyes are sharp, and his whole body exudes an aura no weaker than Uchiha Sasuke. This is a good habit. Glossi nodded and said, that's it. First Hokage Senju Hashirama nodded, expressing understanding. In case, the first Hokage second Hokage too break free from the control of the impure world reincarnation technique, wouldn't he ask for trouble and seek his own death? I didn't expect that, Orochimaru, you still have such a cautious side, Glossi grinned. As soon as Orochimaru's voice fell, 6 figures sprang out from different places. Guluo Nishibuto's eyes swept lightly and found that they were Yakushi Kabuto and the 4 little guys who had appeared in Konoha village. First Hokage second Hokage is the strongest 2 in the history of Konoha village. One is known as the God of Ninja, and is the ninja closest to Sage of 6 Paths, while the other pioneered something like impure world reincarnation and Flying Thunder God technique. Wait for the geniuses of super forbidden technique. How can Orochimaru be confident and bold to summon them with the best sacrifices? Chapter 113 Kagaya Kimimaro. Glossi couldn't help but take another look, feeling a little surprise. This handsome, white-haired boy did not participate in the Konoha collapse operation last time, so Glossi didn't know him. However, this young man actually exudes an aura that is no weaker than Uchiha Sasuke, but it makes him very concerned. You know, Uchiha Sasuke is the only survivor of the clan known as the strongest in the ninja world. He inherited the best blood of the Uchiha clan and Sharingan, and was carefully trained by Orochimaru. This is how powerful he is today. Who is this white-haired boy? Can you keep pace with Uchiha Sasuke? Master Orochimaru, we are late, please forgive us. The white-haired boy saluted Orochimaru deeply and said respectfully. It's not too late, the time is just right. Orochimaru said with a sorrowful smile. Kimimaro, thank you for your hard work. It is my greatest honor to serve Orochimaru-sama, said the boy called Kimimaro. His eyes were completely different from Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, full of adoration of Orochimaru. It's another poor little guy who's been brainwashed. Glossi curled his lips and said in his heart. Master Orochimaru, is he an enemy? Suddenly, Kimimaro turned his sharp gaze at Glossi and said coldly. Right. Orochimaru nodded. Since it is an enemy, I will kill Orochimaru-sama for you. Kimimaro said without hesitation. He didn't hesitate at all. His feet slammed on the ground fiercely, and then the whole person was like a stone thrown by a trebuchet, rushing toward Glossi swiftly and innocently. Hey, he is actually a master of physical skills. Glossi blinked. He stood motionless, a pair of martial arts eyes staring at Kimimaro who rushed in, calmly. Boom. Without any fancy, Kimimaro turned into a beam of light and rushed forward, slamming his big fist violently, and slammed at the door of Glossi. Simple and straightforward, this is the battle method of warriors. Glossi's eyes were colorful, and he was happy to see Hunter. He did not evade, sticking out his right hand directly, and greeted Kimimaro's fist heavily. Advertisement, snapped. With a loud and clear sound, Glossi's palm and Kimimaro's fist slammed together, and an invisible energy wave spread in all directions centered on the two of them. Cracking. Like the wind and the remaining clouds, like the big waves washing the sand. The ground under the feet of the two men cracked scars, and all the rocks within 10 meters nearby were shaken to powder. Their 2 feet are more than 10 centimeters deep into the ground, which amazes the onlookers. It's amazing. Kimimaro stared at Glossi, eyes full of shock. He has been undefeated by relying on physical skills for many years, but he did not expect to meet a person who is as strong as him in physical skills today. That's what I want to say, Glossi said with a grin, except for the blue beast. Might guy in Konoha Shinobi Village, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Am I the strongest other than blue beast? Kimimaro smiled coldly. It's too early for you to make a conclusion now? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Suddenly, the snow-white bones pierced Kimimaro's body, like bones and spears, piercing Glossi at lightning speed. Is it the bloodline boundary related to the bones? Glossi's martial arts sky eye is so powerful that he caught the abnormality of Kimimaro's body in an instant. He stepped slightly and appeared 5 meters away in an instant. Are you a survivor of the Kei Yoruichi clan? Glossi asked. Yes. Kimimaro was silent for a while and nodded. He was originally disdainful of telling his origins to any enemy, but Glossi's physical skills were extremely powerful, which made him feel sympathy for each other, and could not help but confess his identity. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It won't be long before I will die, Kimimaro said. Advertisement, haha. Glossi smiled without explaining. How powerful is his martial arts heavenly eye? Can it be compared to the little Sharingan? Before I was dying, I could meet a physicist like you. It seems that God is not too cruel to me, Kimimaro said with excitement in his eyes. Your body. Glossi stared at Kimimaro's body unblinkingly with a pair of martial arts heavenly eyes. He soon discovered that although Kimimaro's body was surging with powerful chakra, but it was also mixed with strong death. The Wei Yoruichi clan has long since disappeared, so you don't need to mention it again, Kimimaro said coldly. Such as I wish, Kimimaro said as he put his right hand on his left shoulder. At this time, a strange thing happened. A white bone as thick as an arm broke out of its body, gleaming with pale light under the sunlight. Wei Yoruichi tribe, originally a powerful tribe inhabiting the water country, possesses a rare blood inheritance boundary called Dead Bone Pulse. It is well known for its close combat technique, even above the Hyuga clan in Konoha village. As long as you are still alive, the Kei Yoruichi clan will not completely die out, Glossi said. Kimimaro pulled out a handful of bones that were more than 1 meter long. Holding the bones in his right hand, he rushed towards Glossi violently, fiercely. Willow dance, he shouted loudly. However, due to the rebellion of the Kei Yoruichi clan, the whole clan was destroyed by Kirigakure, the country of water. Kimimaro's luck is very good. It is really rare to survive such a tragic environment and grow to this level step by step. Hey, come on, let me see the power of the legendary Dead Bone Pulse. Glossi hooked Kimimaro and said. Did you see it so soon? A hint of surprise appeared on Kimimaro's face. Your eyes are very special, not much weaker than Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. It's actually a member of the famous Wei Yoruichi clan. It's no wonder that physique is so powerful, Glossi said in admiration. Glossi quickly judged that Kimimaro's life was in the late stage and might die at any time. Chapter 114 Dead Bone Pulse. This feeling. Glossi stared at Kimimaro who was rushing up with a bone in his hand and couldn't help feeling a moment of emotion in his heart. Because this scene is very much like a battle between warriors in the martial arts world. Swipe. 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 Kimimaro kept adjusting his pace while advancing quickly. He was choosing the best position to launch an attack on Glossi. His movements are agile, like an ape, without even a little extra movement. Really an individual skill genius. Glossi secretly said in his heart. For some reason, in the face of this determined young man, he actually moved his heart of accepting disciples. He had a vague hunch that the only person in this world who can inherit his martial arts skills and carry forward them is Kimimaro. Accept the move. Kimimaro approached Glossi, and his right hand lifted the pale bones high and yanked it towards Glossi fiercely. In an instant, the wind whispered and the dust was flying on the ground, which shows how amazing the speed and power of his strike is. Little guy, you are very good, Glossi said lightly. While predicting Kimamero's attack with the eyes of martial arts, he stepped on his feet to dodge extremely accurately. Woo! Senbai's bones clung to Glossi's head and slammed down, and the fierce power shook Guluxi's long hair wantonly. It's a pity, it's only a little bit short, Orochimaru said regretfully. It's not like that, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly while watching the fierce battle on the court with Sharingan. Kimamero's physical skills are very powerful, but they are far behind Glossi. The move just now seemed dangerous, but in fact it was completely under Glossi's control. Well, you are right, Uchiha's kid, first Hokage Senju Hashirama said appreciatively. Orochimaru only felt hot on his face, but he didn't expect to look away. Where's your weapon? Kimimaro shouted loudly while waving his bones and attacking Glossi. Advertisement, my hands are my most powerful weapon, Glossi said in a leisurely manner while evading Kimimaro's attack with his variable footwork. In that case, I'm not welcome, Kimimaro said sharply. Suddenly, there was a loud wind in the air, and in an instant countless bones appeared out of thin air. They were intertwined into a fan, and slammed toward Glossi. This is not an illusion, but Kimamero's attack speed is so fast that it leaves countless afterimages in the air. Well, your tricks are also very powerful, Glossi nodded and said. Kimamero's attack was fierce, and this time Glossi couldn't dodge it anyway. Therefore, Glossi stopped abruptly, then reached out the index finger of his right hand, and pointed out towards the sky full of white bones. When, with a loud and clear sound, the sky full of white bones disappeared. The people were surprised to see that Glossi was pointing Kimamero's bone stick with one hand, and a confrontation was in progress. You. Kimamero's face changed completely, pale in amazement. The white bone stick he holds in his hand is not an ordinary bone, but a strong bone formed by controlling the concentration of calcium in the body. It is harder than steel and indestructible. But now, his bone stick was designated by Glossi with one hand. How can he not be shocked? Isn't it a human being who fought with him, but a humanoid monster? Otherwise, why is his physical body so terrifying, that even his indestructible bone stick can be fixed? You are very good, I admire you, Glossi said with a grin, showing 2 rows of white teeth inside. Follow me, and I will take you into a stronger and broader world. Not to live for Orochimaru, but for yourself. Tsubaki dance. Kimimaro let out a violent shout. An extremely powerful chakra burst out of his body, and then spread to the bone stick. With a loud bang, Glossi's finger was forcibly shaken out. Swipe. 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 Immediately afterwards, Kimimaro waved the bone stick in his hand and launched a fierce attack on Glossi. This time, his attack speed turned out to be several times faster than before, and the sky was filled with bones and rods, which was breathtaking. Advertisement Glossi smiled lightly, and stepped on the fantasy footwork, and the speed increased several times in an instant. Suddenly, there were many figures. No matter how Kimimaro attacked with all his strength, he could not catch Glossi's figure. Both of them are rare geniuses. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama said with emotion. It's really annoying that such a powerful young man does not belong to us Konoha village. Gurozi, Sasuke, both of them were originally from Konoha village, Orochimaru said coldly. Unfortunately, Konoha village has no room for people, so they all have to defect. Forcing them to defect? How is this possible? Second Hokage Senju Tobirama said in disbelief. How is it impossible? Have you forgotten the good disciple you taught? Orochimaru said mockingly. You mean Danzo? Senju Tobirama was silent for a while before saying helplessly. All the good students you taught. First Hokage Senju Hashirama gave Senju Tobirama a fierce look and said. Is there such a big gap between me and you? Kimimaro couldn't touch Glossi's figure after attacking more than 30 consecutive moves, and couldn't help yelling. The gap between you and me is far beyond your imagination, Glossi said lightly. Really? Kimimaro said angrily. Tang Song dance. Shoo, shoo, shoo. With Kimimaro's roar, dozens of sharp bone spurs shot out from his body, making him look like a hedgehog in an instant. He suddenly rushed to Glossi, and then spun quickly. Chapter 366, Auto-generated chapter title. The 115th chapter is absolutely overwhelming. Sharp bone spurs shot out from Kimimaro's body, and each bone spur shone with miserable white light under the sunlight, which made people shudder. Kimimaro was like a huge hedgehog, rushing to Glossi and spinning quickly. In an instant, the air vibrated violently, and Kimimaro instantly turned into a group of rapidly rotating white light and shadow. The periphery of the white light and shadow is like the sharpest sharp knife, invincible. This is Kimimaro's blood succession limit the power of dead bone pulse. Close combat is almost invincible, the most terrifying. I finally saw the boss's lore technique again. Tongamaru among the 4 widened his eyes, staring at Kimimaro who had turned into a white light and shadow without blinking, and said in amazement. Yes, it is really nostalgic. Jifang Lang nodded and said. The boss used this trick to defeat the 4 of us at the same time. That terrible power is really terrifying. How would that person resist it? Toyuya murmured. Kimimaro, you are really very good. Glossi's eyes were raised, staring at Kimimaro who rushed like a white lightning, and said in admiration, I decided, I won't kill you. What an arrogant tone. Kimimaro said abruptly. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp bone spurs tore through the air, engulfed with terrifying lethality, shrouded Glossi, and their power was shocking. What other tricks do you have? Why don't you show it to me? Glossi said, reaching out his right hand and grasping a bone spur on Kimimaro with great precision. His power was so great that he suddenly stopped the rapidly spinning Kimimaro. Hi, hi, hi. Seeing such a scene, the four of them all took a breath, and couldn't believe their eyes. At first, Kimimaro easily defeated the four of them with this trick, but now it has been cracked so easily by Glossi. What a terrible strength is this? Advertisement. No wonder even the omnipotent Orochimaru-sama in their minds is smashed. That's why. You. Kimimaro was shocked, staring at Glossi, his face full of incredible. This is the gap between you and me, do you understand now? Glossi said lightly. I don't believe it, Kimimaro shouted loudly. Heh, heh, heh. Very abruptly, 3 sharp bone spurs with the thickness of arms broke out of his chest and pierced Glossi's lower abdomen like lightning. This hand is very good, Glossi said admiringly, while shaking his right hand at the 3 bone spurs like lightning. Kacha, kacha, kacha. With 3 crisp sounds, all 3 bone spurs shot out of Kimimaro's body were broken. How could you have such a powerful force? Kimimaro stared at Glossi and said every word. These bones of his are formed by the concentration of calcium in the body, which is harder than steel, but his bones can't stop Glossi's gentle slap. Such a strong contrast makes it difficult for him to accept. How could there be someone more powerful than him in close combat in this world? Do you want to learn? Glossi said with a grin. I can teach you. A faint light flashed in Kimimaro's eyes, but then disappeared without a trace. He shouted sharply, I will never betray Orochimaru-sama in my life. Curse seal of the earth, open it for me. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted from Kimimaro's body, and Kimimaro's aura suddenly increased by so much. What is that? Glossi immediately noticed the black rune marks on Kimimaro's face. Those rune marks looked weird, and it was their existence that made Kimimaro a half-strength. Advertisement. Dance of the Iron Thread Flower. Kimimaro shouted loudly. Crack. Click. Click. Suddenly, there was a creepy sound of dislocation of bones in Kimimaro's body. He put his right hand behind his head, grabbed his spine, and then pulled it out inch by inch. In the process, Kimimaro's face showed unbearable pain. Obviously, even for him who has the dead bone pulse, blood inheritance boundary, it is a very painful thing to extract the spine from the body. However, he didn't even say a word, showing how strong his mental willpower is. The black death energy in his body is getting more and more. Isn't his illness related to his blood inheritance boundary? Glossi's martial arts eye is very keen to capture the abnormality in Kimimaro's body, muttering to himself said. Soon, a bone whip several meters long appeared in Kimimaro's hands. He placed it in his hand and weighed it lightly, then slammed his hand and drew it towards Glossi fiercely. After unlocking the curse of the earth, his strength surged by half, and now he received a new weapon. The power is naturally even more terrifying. He drew his whip out, and there was a strange whistling sound in the air immediately, and the powerful force dissipated everywhere, which was shocking. Is this the power of dead bone pulse? It's terrible. Uchiha Sasuke watched all this intently, and his heart was secretly shocked. He seems to understand now why Orochimaru already has him and he values Kimimaro so much. Very good. Garozzi laughed. He stood motionless, waiting until the bone whip was about to be drawn on him before he slammed his hand out and grabbed the whip. Suddenly, the whip shadow in the air disappeared. The terrible whistling noise was gone, and the tranquility was restored here. Let go, Kimimaro yelled. Okay, I'll let go. Glossi circulated the martial arts mental method in his body, transmitted a powerful force, and instantly smashed the several meter long white bone whip into several sections. Chapter 116. Conquer Kimimaro. Yes, Kimimaro's white bone whip made of the hardest spine bone in his body was shattered into several pieces by Glossi's shake of his hand. It never looked like the original whip anymore. This terrible little monster, first Hokage said softly. And second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke and others were already dumbfounded. Their expressions were dull, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Especially Orochimaru, his heart is like 1,000 great waves, which can't be calmed for a long time. Kimimaro perfectly inherited the power of the dead bone pulse of the Kyoryuichi clan, both in strength and potential, far surpass other people of his age. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who has inherited the blood of the Uchiha clan, is slightly inferior. Although Orochimaru is not necessarily a good person, he is a standard good teacher. He has always spared no effort in guiding students in their practice. He often competes with Kimimaro for practice, and is extremely jealous of Kimimaro's dead bone pulse bloodline limit, and he is not even an opponent without using the grass pheasant sword. In particular, Kimimaro's Dance of Iron Flower uses the backbone of his body as a weapon. It is hard and scary, and even the pheasant sword in his body is difficult to destroy. And now, Kimimaro's Dance of Iron Thread Flower was broken into several sections by Glossi so easily, it is simply shocking. What a terrifying little evildoer is this? Kimimaro, do you now understand the huge gap between you and me? Glossi smiled and looked at Kimimaro with a blank face with an indifferent look and said. Kimimaro stood motionless, his right hand still holding the previous movement of swinging the bone whip, as if it were petrified. His eyes were dull, and he looked at Glossi without blinking, as if he had seen a ghost. The dead bone pulse he is proud of, the dance of the iron flower, one of his 3 most powerful dances, was so easily cracked by Glossi. There is no doubt that this is a huge gap in absolute strength. Why are you so strong? Kimimaro was silent for a long time before asking. Because I am me, Glossi said with a smile. Because you are you? There was a daze on Kimimaro's face. Glossi's words were like a blast of thunder blasting in his mind, making him slap, buzzing. Advertisement, I only live for myself, never for others, Glossi continued. So, I am better than you. Live only for yourself, never live for others. Kimimaro repeated word by word. Glossi's words were like a guiding light, illuminating his dark road all at once. Leave Orochimaru and come with me, Glossi said. I will take you to see a wider world. If I follow you, would you teach me? Kimimaro asked Glossi, staring intently. Yes. Glossi grinned. Okay, I'll go with you, Kimimaro said categorically as if he had been given a shot of a booster. Good. Very good. Glossi nodded in satisfaction and said, from today, you will be my first disciple of Glossi in this world. Thank you, master. Kimimaro was not stupid, so he knelt on his knees and said loudly. Kimimaro, what are you doing? Suddenly, Orochimaru's angry voice came from a distance. Master Orochimaru, I'm sorry. Kimimaro turned his head and said loudly at Orochimaru. Although you gave me guidance when I needed it the most, that kind of guidance was not what I wanted. Master Glossi gave me new guidance today, and I want to follow him. Kimimaro, do you want to understand? Orochimaru said grimly with angrily. Obviously, he did not expect this kind of ending in the end. I understand very well, Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro replied without hesitation. Swipe. Swipe. Even if it is not a real body, it is far from being able to exert its true power, but can you still use Super S-grade ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God technique? Glossi's pupils shrank for a while. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama grabbed Kimimaro and disappeared again, and instantly returned to Orochimaru, like a dream. Advertisement. You can also Flying Thunder God technique? Second Hokage Senju Tobirama raised his eyes and asked loudly. Really? At this moment, Glossi sneered. I know all the things recorded in the Book of Seals. Glossi smiled and said, whether it is Flying Thunder God technique, or Impure World reincarnation, or wood style, I will do it. Brush. In an instant, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Well, leave it to me. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama nodded. Brush. In the battle just now, he also planted the Flying Thunder God technique on Kimimaro. This is Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Sasuke said shockingly. When he was a child, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was still alive, and he had naturally seen that terrifying speed, and at a glance he recognized that the ninjutsu that Second Hokage had just performed was exactly the same. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kimimaro, you are the person I value most, so I planted the technique of Flying Thunder God on you. Orochimaru smiled at Kimimaro and said, just stay by my side obediently, you can't go anywhere. A figure resembled the wind and electricity. Everyone only felt that there was a flower in front of them. Kimimaro broke away from Orochimaru's control again. Glossi put his right hand on Kimimaro's shoulder, and a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Second generation Musama, please take action to catch that traitor back. Orochimaru suddenly turned his head to Second Hokage Senju Tobirama and said. Ah. Then, Kimimaro let out an exclamation. He only felt that his shoulder was grasped by a heavy hand, and a powerful force penetrated into his body in an instant to seal his chakra. Chapter 117 I Can All. Glossi's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart fiercely, making their mood even more gloomy. Book of Seal is the treasure of the town of Konoha village. It records countless powerful ninjutsu, forbidden technique, and blood succession limits. Now, Glossi claims that he knows all the ninjutsu recorded above. How can this not shock them? Especially Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, staring at Glossi, an extremely complex light continuously turning in his eyes. At this moment, he actually has an urge to emulate Kimimaro. Boy, dare you really dare to say it, Orochimaru said sternly. He is now the backbone of this party, so naturally he can't lose his momentum. The forbidden technique and blood succession boundaries recorded in the Book of Seals are too much. Can you be a nasty kid who can learn them all? Even my teacher, professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dare not say anything, such a big talk. He didn't dare to say that it was because he didn't learn all of it, nothing more. Glossi grinned and said, but, I learned all of them. Arrogant. Orochimaru sneered. However, when Glossi started to seal his hands quickly, he immediately closed his mouth and his face was shocked. Because, he suddenly discovered that the handprints made by Glossi were actually the seal of Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru, let you see my Impure World Reincarnation technique. Glossi grinned. Boom. 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 In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and huge coffins burst out from the ground one after another, smog filled with smoke and dust. 9 figures walked out of the coffin slowly, and stood in front of Orochimaru and others like Shinigami. The strength of these 9 people is not very strong. 7 of them are Jonin and 2 of them are quasi-shadows, but after all, They are the living dead summoned by the impure world reincarnation technique. Together, they can be regarded as a very strong battle strength. At the very least, the 9 of them will have no problem with second Hokage Senju Tobarama. This lil monster. First Hokage murmured. He can't remember how many times he said this today. He felt very helpless, because such words were used to describe him a long time ago, but now he is used to describe another person, which makes him feel very hurt. Advertisement. He not only thoroughly mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, but also very proficient. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama said. Even if it is me, I can only control 5 people at the same time at most at a time. He has surpassed you, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke said suddenly. You. Orochimaru's face changed suddenly, brush. Suddenly, a blazing glow suddenly rose, and Uchiha Sasuke pulled out the long sword that was slanted around his waist with his backhand, and slashed it at Orochimaru's head fiercely. What? Orochimaru screamed loudly, because he was too close to Uchiha Sasuke, and he hadn't expected Uchiha Sasuke to shoot him at all. Even though he tried his best to avoid him, he still had a left arm cut off. The bright red blood spattered everywhere, making people feel scared and tingling scalp. Wood style. First Hokage shot for the first time, and green saplings rose up from the ground, and grew to the thickness of an arm in an instant, like a snake, and grabbed Uchiha Sasuke. However, Uchiha Sasuke had already planned a retreat from the very beginning. Before first Hokage's wood style attacked him, he put his feet hard on the ground, and the whole person was flying in the direction of Glossi. Go. Damn it. Orochimaru covered the wound on his left shoulder with his right hand and yelled angrily. The group of 4 and the 5 of Yakushi Kabuto were already stunned. They all looked at the seriously injured Orochimaru with incredible eyes in awe. They never imagined that Orochimaru-sama, who was invincible in their hearts, would have such an embarrassing day. Is it time yet? Uchiha Sasuke stopped 2 meters away from Glossi and asked in a deep voice. Do you want to follow me, or do you want to use my power to avenge you? Glossi asked Uchiha Sasuke intently. Advertisement, I. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while before speaking slowly. I'm following you to get strong power. Yes, you are very honest. Glossi smiled and said. Well, you will follow me from now on. I will let you gain powerful strength. Thank you. Uchiha Sasuke said excitedly. Gurozi, I want you to die. At this moment, Orochimaru let out an earth-shattering roar. Master First Hokage, please show your ultimate power and kill all these damned imps. Orochimaru, if you don't want to die, just get out of here. Glossi said coldly. I'm also the Grandmaster Impure World Reincarnation technique. If you insist on fighting against my life and death, I don't mind interfering with your control and let the 2 Hokage adults of first generation and second generation break free from the Impure World Reincarnation technique. You. Orochimaru was furious, however, he did not dare to really force Glossi. Because the 2 Hokages of first generation and second generation were summoned by him from the world of the dead, and they fought a battle with third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. They must hate him deeply. If the 2 of them get rid of the control of the Impure World Reincarnation technique, he is probably the first person to kill. Hurry up! Glossi shouted sharply. Damn it, kid, this thing won't just leave it like that. Orochimaru was also a decisive person. Seeing that he can't help Glossi at all, he immediately waved his hand and gave the order to retreat. Let's go. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Everyone present was a master and walked cleanly in an instant. In this way, Orochimaru, one of the most famous Konoha Sannin in the entire ninja world, was beaten by Glossi and ran away in a desperate manner. He lost his face and even lost his 2 most important subordinates. Chapter 118. Beat Sasuke. The battle ended bizarrely. Orochimaru is one of the prestigious Konoha Sannin. It became famous decades ago. It is one of the most powerful players in the world. It is also the Grandmaster, Impure World Reincarnation. Forbidden technique, summoning the first Hokage second Hokage. The big superpowers help out. Coupled with the 2 rising stars of Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro, such a lineup can almost sweep any force except the 5 major shinobu villages. However, no one thought that he was sitting on such a terrifying strength but was defeated in the battle with Glossi, and even himself was severely beaten and humiliated, and finally could only run away in a desperate manner, sweep the floor. Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke and Kagaya Kimimaro, 2 of his most valued containers, were also ruthlessly taken away by Glossi. If this weight completely ruined Orochimaru's future. Glossi, I will remember the shame of today, and I will definitely ask you to get it back. Orochimaru's angry and unwilling voice came from afar, echoing in the ears of Glossi and others. Haha. Glossi chuckled, but didn't make any response. That's just a scene when Orochimaru is fleeing and leaving. What is he doing? Should you just let him run away like this? Uchiha Sasuke said with a cold expression. He followed Orochimaru for more than 2 years, and he knew the horror of Orochimaru. In order to avoid worries, he wished to kill Orochimaru immediately. Master Glossi, why don't the 3 of us jointly kill Orochimaru? Kimimaro said in agreement. It's not necessary. Glossi smiled and said. Furthermore, even if the 3 of us join forces, we will never be able to kill Orochimaru. After all, he still has 2 Hokage adults, first generation and second generation. But, Uchiha Sasuke just wanted to say something, but when he was raised to find Glossi cast an indifferent look at him, he immediately shuddered in his heart, shut his mouth obediently, and didn't dare to speak anymore. He is a wise man, knowing that Glossi is already dissatisfied with him. You two are smart people, and I don't want to play mystery on you either, Glossi said with a chuckle. To tell you the truth, I deliberately let Orochimaru escape. Advertisement, intentionally let Orochimaru escape. A strange color appeared on Kimimura's face. Not bad. Glossi nodded. The strength of Orochimaru seems to be powerful, but in fact it is a paper tiger. It is not a concern. The strongest combat power they rely on is only the two Hokages of first generation and second generation. And you should know that I will also impure world reincarnation technique can interfere with Orochimaru, allowing the two Hokages of first generation and second generation to escape Orochimaru's control. And once the two Hokages of first generation second generation are lost, Orochimaru will lose the most powerful combat power. The remaining Yakushi Kabuto is not a problem. Together, the three of us will definitely be able to bring them all together. It's killing all. But I can't do that. Why? Uchiha Sasuke asked puzzledly. Impure world reincarnation is a very special technique. It uses living people as sacrifices to summon dead war souls from the world of Wangchen. It is a forbidden technique for himself. Glossi glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. Continued to say. There are two ways to release this technique. The first is that the spellcaster will take the initiative to unlock the ninjutsu. In this case, the summoned spirit of war will return to the world of Wangchen. The second is that the summoned spirit of war knows the way to cancel it, and he liberation for yourself. Relieve the forbidden technique for yourself? Kimimaro and Uchiha Sasuke were both taken aback, looking at Glossi with unbelievable eyes. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Kimimaro said loudly. What is that for? Uchiha Sasuke asked. My lord, I understand. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth was bitter. As a descendant of the strongest in the ninja world, and the Uchiha clan, he is extremely proud of himself. He has followed Orochimaru for 2 years, but he has never been called Master, or Orochimaru Lord. What? Kimimaro and Uchiha Sasuke were completely shocked. Advertisement. No, you two misunderstood me. Glossi said with a grin suddenly. I didn't drive Orochimaru to death. I am definitely not afraid that the first generation and second generation will become the living dead. Uchiha Sasuke, don't let me down. Glossi took a deep look at Uchiha Sasuke and said meaningfully. Me and Orochimaru are completely different. I want to take control of the first generation second generation two people from Orochimaru, and let them become my fighting puppets. Glossi said with a smile. Isn't it a shame that two powerful people like this become uncontrolled living dead because of a little Orochimaru? Are you saying that? However, now he must call Glossi the Sovereign Lord. Master Glossi is really thoughtful. I never thought of such a thing. Kimimaro also said. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro were silent, looking at each other. They both saw the shock of each other in the eyes of each other. They never expected that Glossi's ambition was so great. They unanimously thought that if the two powerhouses of first Hokage and second Hokage became such living dead, wouldn't it be a terrible nightmare? I am afraid that at that time, not only Orochimaru will be liquidated by them, but they will also be affected. Master Glossi. This is something that only the people of Grandmaster, Impure World Reincarnation, technique know. It's not surprising that you two don't know, Glossi said lightly. In addition to the second method of disarming the forbidden technique, the summoned war spirits will not return to the world of Wangchen, but will continue to stay in our world, becoming a life that is immortal and immortal, possesses infinite chakra, infinite physical strength, and infinite life. Dead. That's how it is, that's how it is. Uchiha Sasuke murmured, feeling scared for a while. He was ashamed of his frivolous and unrealistic thoughts just now. From now on, you call me Lord Sect Master. Glossi said lightly. I founded Wuzong, and you will be Wuzong from today. Chapter 370, Auto-generated chapter title, the 119th chapter, the strongest team in history. My lord, you laughed. Uchiha Sasuke didn't know what happened. When he touched Glossi's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder all over his body and shivered. With his current cage-level strength, he didn't dare to face Glossi's eyes directly. A deep sense of frustration instantly filled Uchiha Sasuke's heart, making him very uncomfortable. He is a descendant of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world. Why was he so far surpassed and suppressed by another person his age? He is dissatisfied. Uchiha Sasuke, if you betray the Lord one day, I will kill you myself. Kimimaro suddenly turned around and said to Uchiha Sasuke sternly. Don't worry. Things like that will never happen. Uchiha Sasuke had to make this statement under the gaze of Glossi and Kimimaro. I hope so. Glossi smiled and said. Let's go, you two will come back to Wuzong with me. As he said, he put his left and right hands on the shoulders of Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro. Kimimaro has a relaxed expression, without any guard or defense against Glossi. And Uchiha Sasuke's body is very tight. Although he tries to hide and control, how can he hide it from Glossi? However, Glossi pretended not to see it, and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring two people back to Wuzong, the former Star Ninja village. Who? Glossi brought the two of them back to Wuzong, when Hyuga Neji's roar came out from afar. Hyuga Neji has been following Guluxi's orders to guard Wuzong, and suddenly he sensed 3 powerful auras appearing in the village. Naturally, he couldn't sit still and rushed towards here at the fastest speed. Neji, it's me. Glossi said with a big laugh. Look at who I brought back. It's you, Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Neji saw Uchiha Sasuke from a distance and said in surprise. It's me, Hyuga Neji. Uchiha Sasuke also looked at Hyuga Neji with surprise. Advertisement. More than 2 years passed. Although the two of them had some changes in appearance, they still retained their most primitive qualities, so the two recognized each other at first sight. When they sensed the powerful aura emanating from each other's body, they were all shocked. We must know that when they were in Konoha village, they also took the Chunin exam together, but now they are already cage-level experts. How can we keep him from sighing and sighing? I haven't seen you in 2 years, you have become so strong, Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. The Uchiha clan is known as the strongest in the ninja clan, and it really deserves its reputation. So are you, the Hyuga clan is also worthy of the oldest name, Uchiha Sasuke also said. Okay, let's talk about it later if you flatter each other. Glossi interrupted the conversation between the two. Neji, this is Kimimaro, Kagaya Kimimaro. Are you from the Kei Yoruichi clan? Hyuga Neji's face changed again. The Hyuga clan has always claimed to be the strongest melee race, however, the Kei Yoruichi clan of the water country is as famous as them, and the two are indistinguishable from each other. My name is Kagaya Kimimaro. Kimimaro stepped forward and said, you are a member of the Hyuga clan, very good. From now on, the 3 of us will be the best practice opponents. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Kei Yoruichi clan. Guluxi murmured. If the 3 of you form a team, wouldn't it be the strongest team in history? I am afraid that even the famous Konoha Sannin will be completely suppressed by you in the future. The strongest team? My lord, you're necrotic. Tenten was attacked on his chest and couldn't help but blush on his face and said shamelessly. Where do you miss me? Glossi quivered his arm slightly, and his elbow touched Tenten's bulging chest, which was unusually soft and comfortable. Uchiha Sasuke, Kimimaro, this is my practice technique for you. Glossi said with a solemn expression. His martial arts heavenly eyes emerged, and the first 3 layers of martial arts mentality were blasted into the minds of the two in the form of illusion. Because Gulos has absolute self-confidence, no matter how heaven-defying Uchiha Sasuke is, he will definitely not escape his Wujishan. Advertisement, Neji, you take them to get acquainted with the village first, and then arrange accommodation for them, Glossi said. Your eyes. Uchiha Sasuke was astonished. He didn't know until now that in addition to extremely powerful physical skills, Glossi actually possesses the blood inheritance boundary-like pupil skills. How many secrets are still hidden in him? Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji took the order and left with Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro. My lord, I want to kill you. Tenten bounced over to Glossi, wrapped Glossi's arm with his hands very naturally, and said in a coquettish tone. Master Sect Master. Suddenly, a nice girl's voice came from a distance. I have something worse. Glossi said while performing Flying Thunder God technique, and brought Tenten to his room. He threw Tenten on the bed and then jumped on him. Kimimaro, Hyuga Neji, and Uchiha Sasuke glanced at each other, and they all caught a powerful fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They're all young people, and they are of the same age and strength. It's normal to get together now. Is it possible for the strongest team in history to appear? Glossi said to himself, looking at the 3 people away. If Uchiha Sasuke doesn't rebel, there should be no problem. However, Uchiha Sasuke's attention quickly shifted from Guluxi to the martial arts mental technique. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. He never thought that there would be such pervert and terrible training techniques in this world. At the same time, he finally understood why Glossi's physical skills were so powerful, that's why. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Tenten. Glossi said with a smile, looking up into the distance. He saw Tenten standing tall and slender more than 10 meters away, like a beautiful peach blossom in full bloom, and the whole body exuded the unique youthful atmosphere of a girl. Uchiha Sasuke is arrogant, even if he is subdued by Glossi's super strength, but it is not qualitative, and it is possible to rebel at any time. However, in spite of this, Glossi passed the martial arts mentality to him. Chapter 120 War will rise. The silver bottle burst into the water, and the cavalry protruded and knives and guns sounded. The male-female battle between Glossi and Tenten was extremely fierce. They all made unique tricks and fought hard, all panting and sweating profusely. In the end, Glossi, who was still physically strong, won the victory and completely crushed Tenten under him. Yun Shao Yuji, Kage District Ming. Master, you are much worse than before. Tenten blushed, leaning in Glossi's arms, and said in an extremely soft voice. Really? Glossi smiled and said, since I'm so bad, why did you desperately yelled? Hardly, and, come on, just now. He gently raised Tenten's chin like a jade and said, you're necrotic. I ignore you. Tenten was so ashamed that he put his head in the quilt, and never dared to look at Glossi's eyes again. Okay. You ignore me, I care about you. Glossi smirked, and suddenly got into the quilt. When Glossi walked out of the room, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Master, I'm going back. Tenten arranged his clothes, made a charming smile at Glossi, and turned away. Get a good night's rest, don't miss me, Glossi said loudly. In more than 2 years, the relationship between Glossi and Tenten, Jiyu Xingyue, and Hyuga Hinata has long been established, and everyone in the village has also known about it, so there is no need to avoid taboos like before. It's enviable. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind Glossi. Not only are you accompanied by 3 beautiful confidants, but you also snatched Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro from Orochimaru. You're the real winner in life. Uchiha Obito, don't you always show up behind me, okay? Glossi's face suddenly became gloomy, and said angrily, in a good mood, it's all gone by you. Don't care, I just envy you and hate you, Uchiha Obito said with a smile. Advertisement, can you take off your mask in the future? Looks awkward, Glossi said. I'm sorry, but not yet, Uchiha Obito said. At the very least, we can't take it down until we complete the mission by the Shao organization. Yes, after all, you still need to use the name Uchiha Madara to bluff people before that, Glossi said sarcastically. Exactly. Uchiha Obito admitted without anger, but readily admitted. Okay, stop talking nonsense, what's the matter? Glossi asked straightforwardly. We are about to start acting soon, I came here specially to inform you, Uchiha Obito said. According to the agreement between the two of us at the time, you are obliged to help out if Akatsuki organization is not strong enough. Well, it's true. Glossi smiled and said, just tell me, when do you start? How should I cooperate with you? Uchiha Obito took a deep look at Glossi. Obviously, he hadn't expected Glossi to agree so simply and neatly. What? Now that you don't want to let me take it? Glossi grinned. How is it possible? Uchiha Obito shook his head and said, 3 days later, our Akatsuki organization will send a combat team to raid the Wind Nation Sand Shinobi Village. The mission target is Sand Shinobi Village's one-tailed Jinchuriki, which is Gaara. You said Gaara became Funying? Glossi said in surprise. 2 years ago, 4th Kazekage was killed in an ambush by Orochimaru. After the incident was revealed, Gaara took over as Funying. Uchiha Obito said. However, Gaara is just a title, and all the work is done by the elders. Speaking of which, isn't there no cage-level powerhouse in Sand Shinobi Village now? Glossi thought for a moment and said. Gaara, who once left a deep impression on Glossi in the Chunin exam, was very strong and could sweep almost all the younger generations at that time. But the past 2 years have passed, and he should also have cage-level strength. However, considering his Jinchuriki's special status, if there are other cage-level powerhouses in Sand Shinobi Village, he won't be allowed to board the seat of Funying. It's hard to say. Uchiha Obito shook his head and said, there should be 1 or 2 cage-level powerhouses in the elders of Sand Shinobi Village. Moreover, I am afraid that there will be a few elders who will jump out and interfere with the actions of our organization. Advertisement, as far as I know, there are 10 people in your Akatsuki organization. How many people do you plan to send to carry out the task of arresting Gaara? Glossi asked. 1 team, 2 people. Uchiha Obito said. Only 2 people, Glossi frowned. Since you know that there are many uncertainties in Sand Shinobi Village, why not send more people? That kind of thing is impossible. Uchiha Obito said with a wry smile. You should also know that those people are all rebellious S-rank rebels and wanted criminals. They all have their eyes above the top, and no one will convince anyone. Combining the 2 of them to form a combat team is already what I can do. The limit is reached. Once there are more than 3 people, let alone performing tasks, I'm afraid they will kill each other first. Glossi was speechless for a while. Although they are all cage-level masters, they are facing Sand Shinobi Village after all, one of the 5 major forces in the dignified manner. It is inevitable that they are a little lacking in combat power. Uchiha Obito continued. That's why I will come to you. You asked me to cooperate with them? Glossi asked. Aren't you afraid that they would kill me first? I believe in your strength. Uchiha Obito said with a smile. Even if the 2 of them join forces, they will definitely not be your opponent. I'm afraid it's fake that you asked me to assist them. It's the most real purpose to use the hands of both of them to test my strength. Glossi looked at Uchiha Obito intently and said. You think too much. Uchiha Obito said calmly. In 3 days, I will let them wait for you in this place, he said, while telling Glossi the location coordinates in an illusory situation. Well, I will go. Glossi nodded. Happy cooperation. Uchiha Obito smiled, then his body gradually melted into the void and disappeared. Has the war started? Glossi said to himself. Chapter 121 Everything is possible. No words for a night. In the early morning of the next day, when the genius was just bright, there was a body of Wenxiang nephrite that penetrated into Glossi's bed. The smooth touch and the friction of ecstasy immediately made Glossi's little partner head up. Stand tall and stand proudly. Hinata, why did you get up so early? Glossi clasped his soft body with both hands, burying his head in Hyuga Hinata's smooth long hair, and said in a dreamy voice. The beauty of such a good day made him fascinated. Don't talk, kiss me. Hyuga Hinata's beautiful eyes are misty, and there are waves rippling in it, exuding a thrilling fascination. With such an expression, apart from Glossi, there will never be another person fortunate enough to meet. Glossi was no longer the elm bump that didn't know the human customs anymore. More than 2 years of experience was enough to make him reborn and become a master of sultry sisters. He obediently implemented Hyuga Hinata's command, and his whole person covered the past. Another violent spring rain. Hinata, I have worked hard for you these days. Glossi said softly while gently stroking Hyuga Hinata's smooth hair. Actually, there is no need for you to demand yourself by Hyuga Neji's standards. No, Hyuga Hinata said firmly. She is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Although she is not good at talking, she has always had her own opinion. She has always targeted Hyuga Neji to flog herself, practice hard every day, and endure hardships and stand hard work, so that Glossi feels distressed every time she sees it. However, no matter how Glossi persuaded her, Hyuga Hinata never changed. My lord, I know that your future goal is to unify the entire ninja world. Once that time comes, whether it is the 5 hostile nations or the Akatsuki organization, they will all be your enemies. Hyuga Hinata said with sincerity, said in his tone. I, Hyuga Hinata, don't expect to be able to charge for the Lord, kill the enemy, and do meritorious services. I only hope that I will not become a burden to the Lord in future battles, that's all. Advertisement, Hinata, you. Facing Hyuga Hinata's firm and sincere eyes, Glossi was moved and angry for a while. He was moved by Hyuga Hinata's sincere feelings for him, but he was angry because this girl was a dead brain. Uchiha Sasuke and others should do things like charging into battle, killing the enemy and doing meritorious services. Where can she be taken in turn? And what she said just to not become a burden to him in the future is even more impossible. Glossi has now stepped into the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, becoming a real martial king, and the revival of countless martial arts combat skills in his previous life is enough for him to sweep all the cage-level powerhouses in the entire ninja world. Unless it's those monsters who have been dead and don't know how many years they have jumped out, otherwise, who can pose a threat to him? These thoughts of Hyuga Hinata are simply groundless worries. My lord, you don't want to persuade me anymore, because my will is determined, and there is no possibility of any change anymore. Hyuga Hinata said seriously. Okay. Glossi nodded helplessly and said, however, there is one thing you must promise me. What's the matter? Hyuga Hinata was taken aback for a moment and asked. Once you are pregnant with our child, you must immediately stop any practice. Glossi's face suddenly became hard and he said domineeringly. If you don't listen, I will personally ban you. You're necrotic. Hyuga Hinata's pretty face immediately turned red. It was obvious that she hadn't expected that Glossi would suddenly talk about it. Hinata, I just ask you one sentence, yes or no, Glossi said nonchalantly. Budo Tianyan. The little guy Neji has made a lot of progress, and it cost me some cultivation of him, Glossi said with a grin. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Why is it impossible? Hyuga Neji said flatly. As long as you follow the Lord, everything is possible. Advertisement. Although both Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro are excellent young people, and have received Orochimaru's guidance, they are far from being comparable to Hyuga Neji. 3 times in a row, Glossi felt that not only did he not consume any energy, but his energy became fuller and fuller. He lightly kissed Hyuga Hinata in his sleep, and then a snapshot technique came to the martial arts field. Of course I agreed. Hyuga Hinata blushed and said in a voice smaller than words. When these 3 people get together, sooner or later, there will be a battle of prioritization of seniority. However, what Glossi didn't expect was that he would come so fast. With a low drink in Glossi's heart, 2 bright rays of light immediately projected from his eyes. In an instant, he discovered that Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro, the deepest part of the martial arts ground, were joining forces to besiege Hyuga Neji. The situation in the battle was very strange, and Hyuga Neji had the upper hand with 1 enemy and 2. Count you acquainted, otherwise you can bear it today, Glossi said as he used his own Enlu Mountain Claw, constantly up and down on Hyuga Hinata's body. Hyuga Neji itself is the most outstanding descendant of the Hyuga clan. After being removed from the caged bird seal by Glossi, Hyuga Neji soared. And after he got the inheritance of the martial arts mind of Glossi, the gentle and soft gentle fist and the most masculine and strong martial arts are mutually confirmed, and his strength has skyrocketed. Ah, what are you doing? Don't, haha, did you get started so soon? Glossi laughed and said to himself. He knew that the 3 of them all came from the world's top celebrities, and they were all the best inheritors of their respective races. They were all proud of themselves, and naturally no one would accept them. After all, he is a young man, young and vigorous, with much weaker restraint, which is understandable. How is this possible? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help yelling after being pushed back by Hyuga Neji again. He can't compare to Glossi, and now even a Hyuga Neji can completely suppress him, which makes him intolerable. Damn it. Glossi had just arrived at the martial arts venue when Uchiha Sasuke's annoyed voice came in his ears. Chapter 373, Auto-generated chapter title. The 122nd chapter teaches the reincarnation I. You. What do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked after hearing Hyuga Neji's words. Aside, Kimimaro also looked at Hyuga Neji in surprise. His temperament is more calm and sophisticated, and he can hold his breath better than Uchiha Sasuke. However, there are also 10,000 unconvinced in his heart. At about the same age, he and Uchiha Sasuke are not Hyuga Neji's opponents when they join forces. It's F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* given to me by Sect Master. Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. Why do you say that? Uchiha Sasuke's irritability calmed down and asked. I am from the branch house of the Hyuga clan. I was imprisoned by the clan with the caged bird, seal when I was very young. You should know about this, Sasuke, Hyuga Neji said, turning his attention to Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. Master Sect Master personally took action to lift the caged bird, seal for me, freeing me from the clan's imprisonment, and activating the Hyuga bloodline and Byakugan in my body. Hyuga Neji continued. Furthermore, in addition to this, Sect Master also taught me martial arts mentality. It is a supreme secret technique for cultivating body arts. It is not known how much stronger it is than Gentle Fist of our Hyuga clan. Furthermore, even more fortunately, this martial art method focuses on masculinity, which is the opposite of Gentle Fist of our Hyuga clan. Therefore, my physique has become a way of combining strength and flexibility from then on. This is also the main reason why I can completely suppress the two of you. Hyuga Neji said loudly. You mean that you have such a powerful strength as you are now, and it's all because you have practiced martial arts mentality? Kimimaro caught the main point in Hyuga Neji's words. Exactly. Hyuga Neji nodded vigorously. If I hadn't practiced the martial arts mentality, I would be able to tie with one of you at most, and I would even lose to you. I don't know if there is any moisture in what you said, but one thing I can be sure of is that the martial arts mentality and my dead bone pulse, blood succession boundary are definitely a match made in heaven. Kimimaro said in a deep voice. Give me half a year. No, I only need 3 months, I can beat you. He is not bragging, but he really has strong confidence in himself. Advertisement, I'm waiting for you to challenge. Hyuga Neji smiled and said. Facing Kimimaro's provocation, he did not back down. Kimimaro will make progress, will he just stand still? I will challenge you again. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his voice and said. Okay, very good. Suddenly, an admiring voice rang. One more person suddenly appeared among the three, and his appearance was so sudden that he couldn't even react to the strength of the three. Who? Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro carried out a conditional launch. A sharp bone spur appeared in the palm of one's right hand, and the other drew out the long sword on his waist and slashed it across. Don't get too excited, it's me. Glossi grinned. His left hand grabbed Kimimaro's wrist, his right hand struck a shadow in the air, and he snatched the long sword in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Hi. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Kimimaro took a breath at the same time, and both looked at Glossi with incredible eyes. The only difference is that Kimimaro's eyes are full of worship, but Uchiha Sasuke's eyes are shining with panic and fear. Sovereign Lord. Hyuga Neji knelt on one knee and said loudly. Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, I'll leave it to you. When he came to an empty place, Glossi stopped suddenly and said to Hyuga Neji. If Uchiha Sasuke dares to betray me, you will kill him, do you understand? Glossi said lightly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I saw the discussion between the three of you just now, Glossi said. The three of you are about the same age, and your strengths are almost the same. Often you can compete with each other to quickly improve your strength. However, there is one thing I must emphasize. Advertisement, Hyuga Neji. Today I will tell you the final secret of the Hyuga clan, the secret of the reincarnation eye. Glossi grinned at Hyuga Neji and said. You must have been waiting for a long time? Sovereign Lord. Kimimaro saw Hyuga Neji kneel down, without any hesitation, but also knelt down on one knee. Sasuke, Kimimaro, you two continue to practice. Neji, you come with me. After Glossi finished speaking, he turned and left. Uchiha Sasuke's face was blue and white, and various lights flashed in his eyes. However, in the end he also knelt down. Master Sect Master, he said in a low voice. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji didn't dare to neglect, and hurried to catch up. Get up, don't be polite, ha ha ha, Gurozi laughed. Sovereign Lord, what do you mean? Hyuga Neji had a shock in his heart, as if he realized something. Sovereign Lord, Hyuga Neji was a little incoherent with excitement. Happiness comes too suddenly, right? Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji and the three responded together and stood up from the ground. Yes, Sect Master. Hyuga Neji exclaimed excitedly. That is, no matter how you compete, no one can hold grudges, let alone retaliate against others by shameless means. Otherwise, I will kill them personally. Speaking of the end, Glossi's voice had cooled down, and a murderous aura escaped from his body, causing the Hyuga Neji trio to shudder. Especially Uchiha Sasuke felt cold sweat on his back. He always felt that Glossi's words were aimed at him. What Glossi said to him was not only an affirmation of his strength, but also an affirmation of his status as a confidant. How could he not be happy and excited? Chapter 121 The whole story. Neji, don't you think it's weird? I'm obviously an outsider, but I know the biggest secret of your Hyuga clan. Glossi looked at Hyuga Neji's expression of excitement and grinned. This is the shocking secret of your Hyuga clan that has been lost for hundreds of years. My lord, actually I have always cared about this. Hyuga Neji hesitated for a moment, then said frankly, only. It's just that you dare not ask, don't you? Glossi smiled. Yeah. Hyuga Neji nodded. In fact, this is not a big secret. If you want to know, I can tell you the whole story, Glossi said. Sovereign Lord, please enlighten me. Hyuga Neji knelt on one knee and said loudly. Neji, do you know the Uzumaki clan? Glossi asked. The Uzumaki clan. Hyuga Neji was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, I have heard of this group. Uzumaki Naruto and his mother Uzumaki Kushina are the survivors of that group. Back then, the Uzumaki clan and Senju clan were distant relatives, and first Hokage Senju Hashirama even married the princess of Uzumaki clan as his wife. You know that some Uzumaki clan affairs are normal, but... Speaking of which, Glossi staring at Hyuga Neji without blinking, he asked, do you know why the Uzumaki clan was suddenly annihilated overnight? This, I don't know, Hyuga Neji answered honestly. This secret, I am afraid that the entire ninja world knows nothing but a finger tree, Glossi said quietly. Because the parties involved in this matter are really terrifying. If they are not careful, they will bring disaster to their family and even the village. Why? Hyuga Neji couldn't help being shocked when he heard the words. Advertisement. If one is not careful, his family and village will be devastated. What terrible things happened back then, and how powerful are the parties involved? The people involved in this matter are all myths and legends, such as Sage of Six Paths, such as the ancestor and founder of your Hyuga clan legend, Glossi said in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, Hyuga Neji's face changed completely, as if he had suddenly seen the most terrifying thing in the world. His color changed suddenly. Sage of Six Paths? That was the ancestor of all the ninjas in the legend, and created all the mainstream figures in later generations, and were respected as gods. As for the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, although there are not many stories and legends left behind, it can be seen that the Hyuga clan, which can become the oldest and most famous in Konoha village just by losing the secret of Byakugan evolution, was absolutely terrifying back then, most likely. A terrifying figure with Sage of Six Paths. The Uzumaki clan has been annihilated, but it's just a disaster. Glossi continued. When I left Konoha village 2 years ago, I went deep into the Uzumaki clan to escape, and accidentally met your Hyuga clan's ancestor Otsutsuki Hamura. WH. What? The ancestor of our Hyuga clan is still alive and in the Uzumaki clan? Hyuga Neji felt that he was not well. If what Glossi said is true, how long has the master of the Hyuga clan survived? Isn't it immortal? This simply shattered his outlook on life and world, and completely subverted his cognition. The ancestor of your Hyuga clan, that is, Otsutsuki Hamura, he told me the truth about some things back then. Glossi continued. Back then, after Sage of Six Paths teamed up with your ancestors to defeat and seal a super terrifying existence, they suddenly attacked your ancestors in an attempt to take away the power from your ancestors. Hyuga Neji stood there blankly, almost petrified, couldn't believe his ears. Sage of Six Paths is the god in the minds of all ninjas. It is an idol and goal worshipped by countless people. Will he really do such a shameless thing? For unknown reasons, although Sage of Six Paths defeated your ancestor and took away the power of the from your ancestor, he did not kill your ancestor, but sealed him in the Uzumaki clan, below the ground, Glossi said. Your ancestors are very powerful. Although they have been taken away from their original power, they still continue to attack the seal. Glossi said. More than 150 years ago, your ancestors were about to break the seal and see the sky again. Sage of Six Paths took another shot. A huge palm fell from the sky and completely destroyed the entire Uzumaki clan. Advertisement, and your ancestors have been sealed again. This is the whole thing. Glossi said. Neji, doesn't it feel like listening to a fairy tale? Hard to believe? Yes. Hyuga Neji said with a wry smile. The purpose of telling you these things is to let you know how powerful and terrifying the enemy we will face in the future. Glossi said solemnly. We are very likely to get to the legendary Sage of Six Paths, or even a more terrifying existence. Even so, do you have to get the secret of the reincarnation eye? Glossi shouted sharply. I am willing. Without any hesitation, Hyuga Neji said categorically. Are you sure? Glossi asked again. I'm sure, Hyuga Neji said firmly. If there was no sect master to help, I am afraid I would have died in the hands of those shameless people in the clan. My life was saved by the sect master, so I will fight for the sect master in my life until I completely die. Very good. Glossi stared at Hyuga Neji, grinning suddenly. The secret of the reincarnation eye, I will give it to you today. As he spoke, he opened the Budo's eyes and transferred all the secrets Otsutsuki Hamura had told him to Hyuga Neji. Chapter 124 The Kingdom of Wind Sand Shinobi Village. This is the biggest secret of our Hyuga clan, the way to open the reincarnation eye, right? Hyuga Neji said shockedly. His eyes widened, and he looked at Glossi incredulously. Byakugan's method of evolving into the reincarnation eye is almost cruel. Neji, it's true that you weren't my first choice at the beginning. Glossi said in a deep voice. My first choice is Hinata. However, I have observed her for more than 2 years and found that although she has experienced a tragic blow, she still can't overcome the natural weakness of being a girl. Perhaps it is not appropriate to use cowardice to describe her. She still retains that unrealistic fantasy towards her father Hyuga Hiyashi and her relatives and family. I judged that even if it was the opening of my reincarnation eye, the method tells her that she absolutely can't bear to attack her people, let alone her own sister. That's why I will tell you how to open the reincarnation eye. Sovereign Lord, The feeling in Hyuga Neji's heart is complicated and difficult to understand. There are 2 ways to evolve Byakugan into the reincarnation eye. The first is the integration of countless Byakugans, and the second is the evolution of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan by the Otsutsuki clan. Obviously, Hyuga Neji is not a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, so he has only one way to evolve his eyes, that is, to kill the many people of the Hyuga clan, snatch their Byakugan, and then merge and sublimate. You are completely different from Hinata. Your father was forced to death by Hyuga Hiyashi and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Glossi said lightly. If you want revenge, the Hyuga clan is your main target for revenge. It is precisely because of this that I will tell you the evolution method of the reincarnation eye, understand? Sect Master, I understand. Hyuga Neji murmured. But, Sect Master, Hyuga Hiyashi is Hinata's father. If I kill him. You are stupid. Glossi said with a slanted look at Hyuga Neji. Taking their eyes away will not kill them. At best, it is just blindness. What are you afraid of? Advertisement. Good. Hyuga Neji gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. With these words from Lord Sect Master, then I am relieved. Lord, please rest assured, I will not let you down. I look forward to your performance. Glossi reached out and patted Hyuga Neji on the shoulder, and said. I will leave the village for a while in 2 days. You help me stare at Uchiha Sasuke. If he is uneasy, I will allow you to attack him. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji said loudly. His strength was originally the same as Uchiha Sasuke, but in the past 2 years of assiduously practicing martial arts, he has already far surpassed Uchiha Sasuke, and it is enough to completely shock him. In addition, be optimistic about Tenten, Xingyue and Hinata, don't let them run around. Glossi just wanted to leave, but paused again, said. Today's ninja world is in chaos. I'm afraid someone will attack them and threaten me with the 3 of them. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Is this the Kingdom of Wind? It's so desolate. Glossi said secretly in his heart. The strength of the country of the wind ranks last among the 5 major countries, and I am afraid it is inseparable from his difficult living conditions. Is it finally time? Glossi got up from the bed, stretched his waist, and said to himself. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the Flying Thunder God technique was displayed, and it disappeared in an instant. In more than 2 years, Wu Zong had already perfected his intelligence and espionage system and extended his tentacles to all parts of the 5 major countries. Glossi once distributed the special kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique to spies and buried them in many corners of the 5 major countries. Today, it finally came in handy. In a flash, Glossi came from his bedroom to the junction of the country of fire and the country of wind. Advertisement. The defense is so strict, hasn't the intelligence information been leaked before the operation officially started? Glossi said to himself. Everywhere you enter your eyes is a desolation, with yellow sand everywhere, and occasionally when a strong wind blows, it will immediately become dusty and charming eyes. The feeling of being deserted is very uncomfortable. According to common sense, this kind of place should be very dangerous and very unsuitable as a meeting place. However, the 2-man action team sent by Uchiha Obito chose the place for the round, which shows how confident they are in their own strength. 3 days passed in a flash. Sect Master, don't worry, I will definitely look after them. Hyuga Neji said seriously. It's more than 10 miles away from San Shinobi village. It seems that even the weakest country among the 5 major countries is far from ordinary power. Wuzong's spies can't penetrate it at all. Jiyu Luo the Budo's eyes in the west have already been opened, and I can see that this place is still far away from San Shinobi village. The ninjas of San Shinobi village hollowed out the hill, leaving only a closely monitored path in and out, easy to defend and hard to attack. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he took the steps of divine action, and hurried towards San Shinobi village with lightning speed. Uchiha Obito informed him that the meeting point of his actions was near the outermost defensive position of San Shinobi village. I'm leaving. Glossi smiled and disappeared without a trace. Glossi's speed is like a gust of wind and lightning, swiftly passing through the empty desert, and occasionally a strong wind blows by, and it will immediately arouse a sharp, piercing sound. Suddenly, the name Uchiha Itachi jumped into Glossi's mind. If the intelligence information of the Shao organization is leaked, his suspicion is definitely the biggest. Soon, Glossi crossed most of the desolate desert, and a hill tens of meters high blocked the way. Although the hill is not high, it is very long, stretches and undulates, traversing the entire desert. Chapter 125 The Spy Who Lurked for 4 years. Most of the members of the Akatsuki organization are cage-level masters, and a few are quasi-cage-level masters with special abilities and blood inheritance limits. There are also bug-level people like Chiba Obito, spies. There is almost no possibility of wanting to be mixed into it. But Uchiha Itachi is different. He is strong and he is a member of the Akatsuki organization. If he uses some kind of careless method to leak the information, even Uchiha Obito can't help him. After all, Uchiha Itachi's strength is so strong that even Orochimaru was defeated in his hands. Without conclusive evidence, no one is willing to attack him. It is too dangerous. There are people on the hill, and from time to time there are ninja patrol teams from San Shinobi village walking around, basically blocking the road. Even using the terrain technique in Earth style, it is difficult to infiltrate silently, because Glossi's martial arts eye has already seen the dense underground enchantment technique. Glossi observed for a while, and found no members of the Akatsuki organization. Is it because I came too early? Glossi secretly asked in his heart. He knows that all members of the Shao organization are arrogant people. If they start to act, they will definitely wear robes that pull the wind. They will appear upright and arrogant, and will never use transformation technique. The way to hide your whereabouts. He pondered for a moment, and decided to wait here for members of the Akatsuki organization to appear. He came here to act as their assistant, not as the main force and flesh shield. At this moment, in the highest executive meeting room of San Shinobi Village, 13 people with the highest authority in San Shinobi Village are sitting together, and the highest level security meeting is being held. Each of them was full of solemn expressions, and it was obvious that they were discussing very serious issues. Gaara, Sand Waterfall Shira, is impressive. He wears a robe that symbolizes Fenging's identity. He looks cold and indifferent to everything around him. In recent years, the power of our village has gradually settled down, and exchanges with various allied countries have also become frequent, especially in the training of newcomers. Thanks to the introduction of the Konoha Exercise Program education courses, very good results have been achieved. Baki Gaara's teacher, with a very high status, was the first to speak. I'm going to take the exam again soon. The results of the exam are really exciting. Aside, an older man said. It's just that when the Chunin exam was about to be held again, some bad rumors appeared. A middle-aged man in his 30s said slowly. What? Yura? Baki asked in a deep voice. Advertisement. I don't know if you have heard of the name of the organization, Akatsuki. The man called Yura said in a low voice. I heard it, but I don't know what I know, Baki said. While the others showed doubts on their faces, it was obvious that they were all hearing this name for the first time. Akatsuki refers to a mysterious organization composed of more than a dozen ninjas, and the members are also murderous extreme criminals who are being wanted by various countries. Yura glanced at the crowd and said slowly. The hidden figures already know that Uchiha Itachi, who was born in Konoha village and destroyed his family overnight, was once one of the 7 ninjas in Hoshigaki Kisame known as Kirigakure. Orochimaru, who planned Konoha's collapse and assassinated the former Fukage-sama, is said to have been a member of this organization before. Hi. As soon as this remark came out, the people present couldn't help but took a breath. Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Orochimaru, which one is not the famous super ruthless person? Although the other members of this organization are not yet clear, it must be a stubborn situation to be able to join the 3. More than a dozen people like this form an organization. What do they want to do? What is the reason and purpose of those guys gathering? One of the old men calmly asked. I don't know those. I only know that they are looking at the things in Fukage-sama, Yura said. Moreover, they are plotting some unknown conspiracy. Why? Focus on Master Fenging. Everyone was shocked. I've heard of such things, Baki said in a deep voice. But, Yura, what I want to know is where did you get this information? The information was obtained from Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin, Yura explained. Although some self-assertion, but before recalling, I have ordered the strengthening of the village's security and defense. I arranged Anbu, a powerful ninjutsu player around the village. Even though strong from the Akatsuki organization, it is impossible to break in silently. Advertisement. The members of Shao are all wearing black robes with a red cloud-like coat of arms. I have ordered that as soon as I find someone similar to this kind of clothes, I will attack with all my strength. Very good, Baki said appreciatively. The meeting ended soon. It's really Yura-you, so I'll take action soon. An old man walked with Yura and said admiringly. Where? I have been in this position for more than 4 years, for the sake of the village I will naturally. Yura said, suddenly felt that something in his head was broken, and countless strange pictures flooded him. I actually. Yura hugged his head with both hands, lowered his head, his eyes were wide and his face was incredible. He did not expect that he turned out to be a spy lurking in San Shinobi Village by the Akatsuki organization. Yura, what's the matter with you? The man asked in surprise. No, nothing, it's just that I don't have enough sleep, Yura said quickly. Really? You must pay attention to your body, the man said, turning away. It turns out that this is my real mission. After the person who was waiting left, Yura looked up slowly and said to himself. He first walked out of the conference room calmly, and then hurried towards the border while no one was paying attention. Of course, his move cannot escape everyone's attention, however, because of Yura's extremely high status and made such remarks in the meeting, no one can associate him with the word, spy. Chapter 126 Art Duo. The yellow sand is endless, and there is desolation and loneliness everywhere, but there is a steadfast cactus tree standing there alone, lonely and lonely. Occasionally a strong wind blows, and a thin layer of yellow sand drifts all over the sky. Such a scene cannot add a bit of life to this desert, but it makes it even more desolate. Ring ling ling. However, in this deserted and lonely long yellow sand, there was a sudden and sweet camel bell. Immediately after the camel bell, 2 people were light or heavy footsteps. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, I saw 2 people wearing red cloud-like coats of arms and black robes walking slowly in the long yellow sand. One is tall and one is short, one is fat and the other is thin. Although they all exude suffocating and powerful auras, they have different temperaments, and each has its own unique style. Obviously, they are members of the Akatsuki organization sent by Uchiha Obito to attack San Shinobi Village and capture Gaara. They wore wooden hats on their heads, and a small bell hung from the hats. As they walked, the bells kept making clear and sweet sounds. Really, compared to the people sent to Orochimaru, do we have to deal with that guy first? It seems that he is a betrayer who revealed our information, the tall, thin man among them said as he walked. His voice is a little bit immature, and it sounds like he is not too old. This is something that can't be helped. Another short, fat man said coldly. His voice is very deep, at least 40 years old. I don't even know what happened after the operation. It's you. Is it really okay to just rely on this bag? The opponent is Jinchuriki. As he spoke, he cast his eyes on a pocket held by the thin and tall man's right hand. My ninjutsu is all art. The thin man said proudly. Also, I brought the 18th. After all, the opponent this time is a one-tail. Art? Humph. The chunky man snorted coldly, but didn't say much. Advertisement. Actually, compared to one-tailed Jinchuriki, I am more interested in another little guy. The thin and tall man suddenly changed the subject and said, according to our boss, that is a very amazing little guy, almost not under Uchiha Itachi. It's just a hairy boy, how much more can he have? The chunky man said coldly. Don't underestimate him, brother Sasori. The thin tall man smiled and said, his life journey is really too brilliant, it is more exciting and colorful than you and me. Underestimating him, but he will suffer a lot, huh? Glossi, formerly known as Rock Lee, genin of Konoha Village, Land of Fire. He was originally a waste, but later became famous in the Chunin exam, defeating Hyuga Neji, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke and other powerful enemies to win the crown. The fat man said in a low voice. Because his rise was so sudden that it attracted Shimura Danzo's attention and wanted to catch him to get his secrets. He was strong-tempered and directly resisted, killing dozens often, and Enmu's elite members killed Mitokado Homura, a member of the Konoha Elders group, and escaped alive under the joint attack of two old things, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He ran all the way and went straight to Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder, but in the middle of the journey he changed his route to the village of Shinobi in the north of the country of iron. The chunky man said it in such a thorough and detailed manner, and it was exactly the same as Glossi's life history. Everything is relative. Glossi constantly sends spies to investigate the Akatsuki organization, and in contrast, the Akatsuki organization has never stopped collecting his intelligence. If all this is true, I would rather make him a collection of mine, an eternal art. At this point, a blazing light flashed in the short fat man's eyes. Obviously, this is also a very paranoid and crazy person. Is there everlasting art? The thin tall man grinned and said, Brother Sasori, I think he is more suitable for my art opponent. What? Do you treat your own thing as art? The short fat man raised his eyes suddenly and said disdainfully. Art is long-lasting and beautiful, and what can be retained for the future, permanent beauty is art. Permanent beauty is art? The thin tall man didn't mean to give in at all. As the same creator, I respect you, buddy. But art refers to the momentary beauty of the fading of beauty, What are you talking about, Deidara? The short fat man glanced at the thin tall man sharply and shouted. You really don't know what real art is. Advertisement, that's you, buddy, Deidara said. No, permanent beauty is the real art, the short fat man corrected. Don't be stupid, art is the beauty of a moment. Deidara refused. Don't get too smug, Deidara, do you want to make me angry? Sasori snapped. You know, what are the consequences of making me angry? Laugh. At the same time, something like a long Sasori tail came out from under Sasori. It was all cast from unknown metal, similar to a mechanical puppet. Every time I see this image of Big Brother Sasori, I feel more and more how beautiful my art is. Facing Sasori's brutal force, Deidara not only did not back down, but became firmer in his own thinking. While talking, he put his right hand into the pocket he carried, and after a while, he took it out again. He spread out his right hand slowly, and there was a mouth in the middle of his palm. That mouth was constantly chewing on a kind of clay, and then he opened his mouth to spit it out. Deidara squeezed it with his hands, and quickly squeezed the clay into the shape of a flying bird, lifelike. For me, the so-called art is something like explosion. He threw the bird in his hand into the air forcefully, and then made a seal with one hand. Boom! With a loud noise, the bird turned into a huge living bird. Chapter 127 Encounter. Deidara raised his hands and pitched his feet, turning a bird made of clay into a huge living bird. What an amazing ability is this? Needless to say, this must be a powerful blood inheritance limit. Huh. Huh. The huge bird in the sky waved its wings twice and slowly landed next to Deidara. Unlike your ridiculous puppet comedy man, my art is, Deidara said in a proud voice while stroking her Asuka with her hand. Brush. Suddenly, at this moment, the Sasori's tail under Sasori's body pierced Deidara like lightning. The top of that tail glowed with a light blue light, and it was obvious that the feeding on it was very poisonous. The two of them are about to kill each other before they actually start their mission. Woo! Deidara jumped up tall, avoiding Sasori's attack without any chance. At the same time, the huge bird flew up, and Deidara landed on the bird steadily, looking at Sasori condescendingly. Cut. Sasori cut coldly. Man, I'll go one step ahead and wait for you at the meeting and location in front, Deidara said with a laugh. Huh. 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 The bird flapped its wings vigorously and immediately rose into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn, it's Deidara, if there is another time I will kill him, Sasori said sternly as he watched Deidara disappearing quickly. Facing Deidara flying into the sky, he was not really helpless. However, he must use a powerful trump card, and he felt that it was not necessary at all. Because, Deidara is not worthy of him. It's coming. Suddenly, Glossi, who was hiding somewhere, opened his eyes suddenly and looked into the distant sky. I saw a slender young man wearing a hat on his head and stepping on a weird bird coming in this direction. Advertisement. Why is there only one person? Glossi frowned. Could it be that they had a conflict on the way, and the other person has been killed by him? Call. The speed of Asuka was very fast, and it came to the nearby high altitude from a few kilometers away in an instant. What's that? Soon, the ninja unit in charge of patrol and defense in San Shinobi Village discovered the anomaly in the sky and said loudly. There is a person standing on the bird's back. He is wearing a black robe with a red cloud-like pattern engraved on it. The other person said in a horrified voice. Could it be that he is a member of the Akatsuki organization? You must contact Yura-sama immediately, said the third person. No need, because I already know. Suddenly, at this moment, a cold voice appeared behind several people. Yura-sama, you. A man yelled in surprise, but he stopped abruptly just halfway through his words, because a sharp kunai had pierced his throat and killed him. The man's eyes widened, his mouth widened, his face was incredible. He would never have thought that Yura-sama, who he admired most, would appear to attack him. A torrent of blood poured out from his throat and immediately stained his clothes. Thump. The man fell heavily on the ground, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't catch his eyes. Yura-sama, what are you doing? A person yelled in horror. Yura-sama, why? The other person yelled. However, at this time, Yura didn't say a word, and rushed towards the few people with both hands. After the cold light flashed, the few people all fell in a pool of blood. There is a situation. The bloody smell that suddenly appeared in the air was immediately caught by Glossi. He opened the martial arts eyes for the first time to explore the defensive positions of San Shinobi Village, and soon discovered that Yura was massacring his brothers. Is this the spy of the Akatsuki organization lurking in San Shinobi Village? Glossi said secretly. The Shao organization is really powerful, and it can infiltrate spies of this magnitude among the 5 major countries. It seems that Sasori's technique has worked. Deidara apparently also noticed the change in the defensive position of San Shinobi Village. He laughed while urging the birds to land from the sky. Advertisement. He is very strong, but he did not act rashly, because he knows that San Shinobi Village is one of the 5 major forces after all. He was waiting for Yura to kill all the defensive troops here, then opened the barrier here, and then went in. His purpose is to capture Gaara, not to slaughter San Shinobi Village. 10 minutes later, the defensive position of San Shinobi Village was finally completely silent. At the same time, Sasori also arrived in his own way. Isn't dead, but just slow? Glossi asked. Brother Sasori, your speed is really slow, Deidara said with a smile. Humph. Sasori snorted coldly, but didn't answer. Swipe. Yura rushed out of it, then stood motionless in front of Sasori, looking sluggish. Thanks, Yura. Do you remember me? Sasori said in a deep voice. Yes, Sasori-sama. Yura knelt on the ground abruptly and said loudly. If the memory comes back, then it will be my loyal subordinate, Sasori said. Hurry up and take us in, I can't wait, Deidara urged. Don't worry, there's one more person, Sasori said, slamming his gaze behind a huge boulder in the distance. Come out, kid. It's amazing to be discovered by you. Glossi walked out step by step in the surprised gazes of Deidara and Yura. Especially Deidara feels hot on her face, because he didn't find Glossi's whereabouts, but Sasori did. This was a heavy blow to the proud and conceited him. Hey, kid, your tone is very arrogant. Deidara opened his eyes and shouted at Glossi. Do you want to taste my art? Chapter 379. Auto-generated chapter title. The 128 chapters are all rubbish. Deidara lost Sasori in the invisible contest just now, but for a while it was not easy to provoke Sasori again to find face, so he spread the anger in his heart to Glossi. Your art? What is that? Glossi blinked, with an innocent look on his face, and asked knowingly. My ninjutsu is my art, eh? Deidara obviously didn't hear the irony in Glossi's words, and thought that Glossi was ignorant and didn't know what art was. Did you see this big bird? Deidara pointed at the flying bird standing aside and said triumphantly. Look at it, the sharp beak, thin legs, snow-white skin, huge body, it is the most perfect artwork in the world. As he spoke, he walked over to pet Asuka with his hand, and the Asuka lowered his head very cooperatively, allowing Deidara to touch it. Asuka uttered a comfortable chirp. With such a scene, Yura who was watching was dumbfounded. This guy is a standard paranoia. Glossi caught Deidara's hot eyes when he looked at the bird, and said to himself. Generally speaking, paranoia is not a lunatic or a genius, very scary, and since Deidara can join the Akatsuki organization composed of all S-rank rebels, she is naturally an out-and-out genius. What's more, this Deidara is not very old, at most 20 years old, she is definitely a genius among geniuses, not to be underestimated. Moreover, in addition to its nearly perfect appearance, it can also. At this point, Deidara's eyes shot 2 cold rays, and a substantial murderous aura surged toward Glossi like a tide. Woo! At the same time, a slap-sized bird flew from behind Glossi at an incredible speed, and flew to Glossi's shoulder in an instant. Blast! Deidara shouted coldly. Boom! Advertisement. In an instant, the flying bird turned into a ball of fire, and the blazing light suddenly spread in all directions. The raging fire and the billowing smoke rose into the sky, completely obliterating Glossi. This is the extremely rare explosion style in the legend, the same ability as the Hanzo of the salamander in the legend, Yura said in amazement. Ha ha ha. This is my art, The beauty of a moment, eh? Deidara said with a big laugh. However, this kid is too weak. I can't even dodge a move. I really don't understand why the boss would let such a trash support our actions. But forget it, anyway, he has become to pieces under my art. Deidara continued. Let's go, grab the one-tailed Jinchuriki and go back. Lead the way, Yura. Sasori said coldly. Yes, Sasori-sama. Yura said respectfully. Right now, Yura was leading the way, and Deidara and Sasori followed behind, walking towards Sand Shinobi Village without rush. However, when the three of them walked a few steps, Deidara and Sasori stopped abruptly. They looked at each other, and both saw a trace of amazement in each other's eyes. Sasori-sama. Yura also noticed something was wrong, and when he looked back, he was horrified to find that one more person appeared behind them at some point. Yes, there is one more person on them. You didn't even die. Yura looked at Glossi, who was smiling at the back of the team, and said in shock. Isn't Glossi not dead? There were no scars on his body, and even his clothes were intact. It's as if the person who was covered by Deidara's blast flying birdcage just now was not him, but someone else. How did he do it? Oh, why should I die? Glossi grinned and said lightly. Something like the kind of trash just now, don't you think it can hurt me? He has now stepped into the realm of the king of martial arts. At the beginning, he could resist even second Hokage Senju Tobirama's S-level offensive water-style technique with all his strength, especially if he was injured by a small explosive. Advertisement. The so-called art in Deidara's mouth is nothing but rubbish in front of him. Boy, you're right, that kind of thing is really rubbish. Sasori seemed to be satisfied with what Glossi had just said, nodded, and said approvingly. Damn it, kid, how dare you insult my art as rubbish? Deidara shivered with anger and shouted. Although he was surprised that Glossi could survive his explosion unscathed, in the end his anger prevailed. He has lived for art all his life, insulting his art is more uncomfortable than killing him. Unforgivable. No, please don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. Glossi smiled and said. What I want to say is that both of you are rubbish. Boy, you are very courageous. Sasori suddenly sneered and said. Do you know who you are talking to? I am completely different from that kid. Talking nonsense will kill you. You too, I know a little bit. Glossi said with a grin. You are all members of the Akatsuki organization, and you are an S-rank rebel who is wanted by various countries. Just know these things, Deidara said abruptly. Little devil, you really don't know how high the sky is. Originally, I just wanted to teach you a lesson and let you know how to respect the predecessors, but now I have changed my mind and I am going to kill you. As he spoke, he put his hands into the bag he was carrying, and there was a creepy chewing sound from inside. Only you two? Glossi smiled and said. Stop joking, I advise you not to mess with me, hurry up and perform the task to catch the Jinchuriki, otherwise. Glossi's voice suddenly became gloomy, and said coldly, you will die. Chapter 129 are the last words explained? You will die. As soon as Glossi said these words, Sasori, Deidara and Yura were all stunned. They never thought that this docile appearance boy could be so arrogant, he could hardly live or die. Especially Yura, secretly squeezed a cold sweat for Glossi in his heart. He may not understand Deidara's strength, but as an old man of Sasori for many years, how can he not know the horror of Sasori? Once Sasori is really angry, I am afraid that even the average cage-level powerhouse will not be able to stop it and will die miserably. Boy, I've decided. I want to make you my 300th puppet. Sasori's gaze suddenly became fierce, and a terrifying killing intent permeated and was breathtaking. Brother Sasori, this kid is my prey, don't grab it with me, Deidara said loudly. A palm-sized bird appeared on his left and right palms, each flapping its wings, ready to rush towards Glossi at any time. Both of them are genius ninjas and have a reputation for worship in their respective villages. If they do not defect to the village, they will definitely be the next shadow successors. However, they are arrogant, not satisfied with reality, and eagerly want to go further and become stronger. Therefore, they defected to the village one after another, while avoiding the pursuit of assassination troops, while continuing to practice, create a variety of forbidden techniques, powerful. They are so arrogant in their hearts that they are not even convinced by the leader of the organization, and may challenge them at any time. Now, they are so provoked by a younger generation, how can they swallow this breath? Give this kid a lesson, or kill him, so that he understands the true horror of his art. This is now the common idea of Sasori and Deidara. Perhaps, this is the first time that Sasori and Deidara have reached an agreement on something since the two artists partnered together. You two really want to die? Glossi said lightly. You're the one looking for death, kid. Yura suddenly drew out the kunai from his suitcase, and then fiercely rushed towards Glossi. If I were you, I would definitely not take the initiative to rush to death, Glossi said coldly. Boy, you are too arrogant. Yura yelled. He has been in the realm of Jonin for many years, has been on the battlefield, has extremely rich combat experience, and his strength is not lower than Gaara's teacher Baki. A handful of ordinary kunai gleamed with cold light in his hand, and its power was amazing. Advertisement, brush. Glossi stood there motionless, and waited until Yura rushed in front of him, and then suddenly put out his right hand, pinching the kunai from Yura's thorn between his index finger and middle finger. This. Yura couldn't help being shocked. Although he judged that Glossi was very strong from Deidara's attack without injury, he never expected that Glossi's strength would be exaggerated to such an extent. You know, he is an extremely strong man among Jonin, but Glossi only used 2 fingers to clamp the kunai he stabbed out, which shows that the opponent is at least a cage-level strongman. In such a scene, Sasori and Deidara, who watched, immediately had a solemn expression, and coincidentally put away their contempt for Glossi. This kid is very likely to be the same kind of person as them. Go. Glossi smiled, his right index finger and middle finger exerted force at the same time, instantly breaking Kuwu into several pieces. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, the broken pieces of kunai hit Yura at lightning speed. What? With a screaming scream, 3 or 4 terrifying blood holes appeared on the front of Yura's chest and abdomen. Plop. With a sound, Yura fell heavily to the ground, his body twitching constantly, but he couldn't get up. A large amount of blood flowed out of his body and soon stained the ground red. I said, if I were you, I would never take the initiative to rush to death, Glossi said lightly. Boy, you are very good, you are already qualified to be my precious collection. Sasori suddenly stretched out his hand to tear off his robe and said sternly. Advertisement, is this your body? Glossi frowned and said, no, this is not your body, but a puppet. Losing the cover of the robe, Sasori's real body was exposed in front of him. Sasori's real body is very scary. At first glance, it looks like a huge Sasori. His main body is a puppet made of special wood, and a tail that is more than 3 meters long is made of stainless steel. It is extremely sharp and indestructible, Sasori, as the name suggests. Not bad, Sasori said coldly. I am a puppet master, and this is one of the puppets I am most proud of. Feiluhu. You said this is one of your most proud puppets? Glossi said with a smile on his face. In that case, your strength is nothing more than this. A small puppet can break it with 1 punch. Really, kid? Sasori said abruptly. Every time I meet an arrogant kid like you, I can't help but want to make him a puppet. Brother Sasori, his prey to me, Deidara said dissatisfiedly. Now he belongs to me. Sasori said coldly. You go hunting one-tailed Jinchuriki. We are 2 of us, 1 by 1, which is just right. Brother Sasori. Okay. Deidara wanted to say something, but wisely chose to shut up when he came into contact with Sasori's murderous eyes. The strong enemy is currently, he doesn't want to fight Sasori first, and the enemy has picked up a leak. Although he is arrogant, he is not a fool. I will be back soon, don't you die. Deidara said with a smile. He jumped onto the huge flying bird, and then flew towards San Shinobi village. Okay, now everyone who got in the way is gone, let's get started, kid. Sasori grinned sharply at Glossi. Have you finished explaining the last words? Glossi said indifferently. Chapter 130. Real body, you. Sasori couldn't help but change the color of his face after listening to Glossi's words. He never thought that Glossi's psychological quality was so strong that he would remain unmoved no matter how he oppressed him with words. Moreover, what makes him even more depressed is that Glossi's calmness has caused his own psychology to fluctuate. Strong self-confidence generally comes from strong strength. The kid in front of him has absolute confidence in his own strength. Okay, very good. Sasori nodded at Glossi and said, boy, you successfully angered me. What if it irritates you? Glossi said disdainfully. A guy who hides himself in a puppet all day long and is greedy for life and fear of death, how much can he not be able to withstand? Boy, I decided, I must cut you into pieces, Sasori said sternly. You are a little devil, are you a lot older than me? Glossi said lightly. Boy, don't think that you can block everyone's sight by covering up your real body with a puppet. You can see my real body directly? This time, Sasori was truly shocked. He can tell from the look in Glossi's eyes. Glos definitely saw his true body hidden in the puppet. It's just a small wooden puppet, how useful do you think it can be? Glossi said. Since you look down on my wooden puppet so much, I will let you see how powerful this wooden puppet is now. Sasori shouted loudly. Feiluhu, 8 waves of needles. Sasori opened his mouth abruptly, and countless needle-shaped concealed weapons shot out from it, like dense raindrops, hitting Glossi overwhelmingly. All those hidden weapons were shining with a blue light, and at a glance, it was known that the feeding on them was highly poisonous, and as long as they were hit by a shot, they would immediately be worried about their lives. Chi. 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 Countless needle-shaped hidden weapons are densely packed, like a swarm of locusts, filling every corner of the sky, sealing every inch of space, and forming a lure in an instant. This is a powerful cage-level master. Although Sasori is good at unpopular puppetry, once he takes the shot, he immediately shakes the world and has amazing lethality. Although you are a puppet master, your strength is so strong, you deserve to be a cage-level expert and a member of the Akatsuki organization. Glossi's pupils shrank slightly and said softly. Advertisement, brush. Suddenly, Glossi moved. He took a strange step under his feet, although the speed is not very fast, but the steps are very strange. I saw that his whole person was like a ghost, and he was walking in the dense rain of needles, and there was no poisonous needle that could hit him. How is this possible? When Sasori saw this scene, his eyes widened immediately, his face full of disbelief. His poisonous needle attack is perfect, without any blind spots, and it is impossible for anyone to escape by just relying on body skills. However, today he saw an enchanting evildoer with his own eyes, who escaped the rain of poisonous needles by simply relying on his posture. Why, don't you only have this ability? Glossi said in a mocking tone while avoiding the poison needle with incredible steps. Damn it. Fei Luhu, Needle Ba Ranbo, Sasori shouted loudly. Boom. With a loud noise, Sasori's arm shot out many cylindrical objects. These cylinders were filled with various poisonous needles, and as soon as they hit the ground, they splashed in all directions. These poisonous needles were shot entirely with the power of organs, with amazing speed, greater power than before, and a wider range of attacks. Sasori wanted to use this trick to fill the gap in the previous attack. He wanted to completely block Glossi's escape route and drive him into desperation. Well, this trick is not bad, Glossi nodded and said. When he saw this scene, he knew immediately that he could no longer rely on his body skills to dodge, so he simply gave up dodge, and the whole person rushed straight towards Sasori like a bolt of lightning. Chi. Laugh. In this process, countless poisonous needles were like they had encountered a magnet, and they furiously hit Glossi. It's over. Sasori said coldly. However, as soon as his words fell, his eyes widened, his face was full of shock, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Gunchi protects the body, Glossi shouted loudly. Advertisement in an instant, a faint layer of protective chi burst out of his body. Although it was very thin, it possessed amazing defensive power. Those poisonous needles hit the gas of Guluxi's body, as if hitting steel, making a ding, ding, ding sound. Get out of the puppet. Glossi's speed was incredible, and he rushed to Sasori in an instant. He raised his right hand high and smashed it down fiercely. Go to hell. Sasori yelled. He controlled the huge Sasori's tail to stab Glossi. Crack. With a crisp sound, the huge Sasori tail was cut off by Glossi's knife. Immediately afterwards, Glossi slapped the puppet again. Boom. With a loud bang, Sasori's puppet burst open, countless sawdust flying around. Woo! As soon as the puppet burst into pieces, a group of black things quickly ran out of it, and in an instant it ran to a place more than 10 meters away from Glossi. Is this your true body? Sasori. Glossi didn't take advantage of the victory, but stopped and said with interest. Hey, there's really no way. A slightly naive voice rang. A good Fei Luhu, just like that, was broken. While he was talking, he slowly turned around, and that was a beautiful young man's face. I never expected that the famous Sasori of the Red Sand is actually a boy under 20 years old, Glossi said lightly. Boy. Is there only this degree in chapter 131? Dare you call me a kid? Sasori's delicate face showed a hint of coldness. You look younger than I am. What is it if you are not a kid? Glossi grinned and said. His martial arts heavenly eyes are very perceptive, and he can naturally see the abnormality of Sasori's body, but he still said that, just to disturb Sasori's mood. Slower than you. Little devil, you dare to say it. Sasori sneered and said. My true age is already over 40 years old. I'm only 40 years old, Glossi said with a smile. What I want to say is that my true age is already over 1,000 years old. You. Sasori's face changed suddenly. He couldn't believe that what Glossi was telling was the truth, thinking that the other party was teasing him. Boy, if you have any abilities, just use it. To be honest, I have some interest in your puppet master's methods, Glossi said. Actually, I didn't want to use this, but now there is no way. Sasori stared at Glossi and said. If I don't use this, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent at all. As he spoke, he drew a ninjutsu scroll from his waist. He slowly opened the ninjutsu scroll, and there was a big 3 on the scroll, which filled with a powerful energy wave. That is the energy fluctuation of cage level. Is this your killer? Glossi asked. That's right. Sasori nodded and said. I finally killed him and got the most satisfying collection, 3rd cage. Boom. With a soft sound, a tall and burly middle-aged man appeared in front of Glossi. He is the 3rd cage of Sand Shinobi Village, which is known as the strongest in history. Glossi was slightly surprised. Oh, you know this guy? Sasori grinned. Advertisement? No some. Glossi nodded. 10 years ago, 3rd cage, known as the strongest wind shadow, suddenly disappeared. This incident has caused an uproar in the entire ninja world. Sand Shinobi Village once asked Konoha Village to send someone to help find it. I have some impressions. Well, that's what I said. This guy is Funkage after all. Sasori said, a look of pride that couldn't be concealed on his face. It is estimated that no one would have thought that the strongest Funging in the past would die in your hands. Glossi said. After all, you are also a ninja from Sand Shinobi Village, and you will kill Funkage. No one expected it. You're right, no one expected me to do that. Even this guy never thought of it, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy for me to kill him, Sasori said. He is known as the strongest wind shadow in the history. Don't know what he has? Glossi asked. You will know soon. Sasori said coldly. My puppet is very special and can save all the chakra before his life, so he can also use the ninjutsu and abilities he had before his life. In that case, your puppetry is pretty good. Glossi smiled and said, come on, let me see the power of the strongest wind shadow in the legend. As you wish. Sasori said. Cage. Following the movements of Sasori's hands, the 4th cage puppet moved slowly. At the beginning, his movements were still a bit stiff, but he quickly adapted to this body. Brush. Suddenly, the 4th cage puppet flew towards Glossi at lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. There were several loud noises in succession. 6 extremely sharp steel knives stretched out from his 2 arms, slashing towards Glossi quickly and regardless. So fast. Glossi secretly said in his heart. His complexion remained unchanged, and his feet were raised to take the steps of sweeping changes, and dodge with an incomparably wonderful body. Om. A gust of wind passed by, and 6 steel knives slashed past Glossi's head. The strong wind blew Glossi's head and hair rustling. Hidden. Sasori looked cold. With the continuous wave of his left hand, the chakra thread passed from his fingertips to 4th Kage's body, controlling it with precision. 4th Kage raised his left arm and pointed it at Glossi, and 7 or 8 things similar to charms appeared on his arm. Advertisement. Try this again. Sasori yelled. Boom. 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 In an instant, countless wooden arms came out of the spell, like countless lion majesty, rushing towards Glossi fiercely. Is it only to this extent? Glossi said disdainfully. With a slight force on his toes, the whole person immediately floated more than 3 meters behind him. Rumble. With a loud noise, countless wooden arms slammed on the ground, and in an instant they smashed a large pit several meters deep into the ground. Hidden again. Damn it. Sasori felt annoyed. With a violent wave of his right hand, a long pipe flew out of countless wooden arms. Then, a thick jet of black smoke burst out, and Glossi was enveloped all at once. Damn boy, even if you were so powerful, aren't you poisoned by me? Sasori laughed and said, vomiting the bad breath that had been holding in his heart, especially freely. Is it only this level? However, just as Sasori laughed, Glossi's faint voice came from the poisonous gas. His voice is deep and powerful, full of breath. Where is he half poisoned? Why? Sasori's laughter stopped abruptly. His eyes widened, and he looked at Glossi as he stepped out of the poisonous gas step by step, his face full of incredible. Poison gas should account for a large part of your strength, right? Glossi smiled at Sasori and said, I'm sorry, no poison will work on me. You said you are not poisonous? Sasori said in shock. Basically that's it, Glossi said. How about you, what other means? Isn't it only this level? Chapter 132. This is a martial arts combat technique. What other means? Isn't it only this level? Glossi's voice was flat and soft, but it fell in Sasori's ears like a thunderstorm, making his head buzzing, and a sense of humiliation that could not be described in words came straight from the bottom of his forehead. In this case, shouldn't he tell others? Shouldn't this condescending and contemptuous gesture be his own patent? How can someone talk to him like this? Shame. This is a huge shame. Boy, you were proud enough to force me to use this trick. Sasori looked cold, and his delicate face was full of murderous intent. Obviously, he was irritated by Glossi's words just now. Crack. Following Sasori's seal, the 3rd Kage puppet raised his mouth suddenly, and the sound made when the mechanical joints moved was extremely harsh. Immediately afterwards, something dark as ink floated from the mouth of the 3rd Kage puppet, and the air around it instantly filled it. Sand iron. Guluo Zaibu Dao's eyes burst into light, and he immediately noticed the essence of the black substance. Yes, it is sand iron, Sand Shinobi Village's most terrifying weapon. Sasori said coldly. 3rd Kage has a special physique that transforms highly condensed chakra into magnetism, and it is precisely because of this sand and iron secret technique that he won the title of strongest wind shadow. I'm afraid it was this powerful force that caused him to kill, right? Glossi blinked and said. Not bad. Sasori nodded. His fighting power is very strong, so I will kill him and make him a puppet. He is my favorite collection. But there is one thing that is very strange to me. According to the characteristics of sand iron, once it invades a person or a puppet, it can be completely paralyzed immediately. It should be your puppet master's nemesis. How did you kill him? What about it? Glossi asked. If I ask you knowingly, I naturally use poison. Sasori said with a cold face. When I left Sand Shinobi Village, my strength was not Kage level. How could I be the opponent of 3rd Kage? But no matter how powerful a person is, once poisoned, he did not finish what he said, but the implication is very obvious. Advertisement. Actually, I also really want to know why you are immune to something like poison. Sasori asked Glossi, observing intently. For the puppet masters, poison occupies a large proportion of their strength. If the poison loses its effectiveness in battle, then their lethality will immediately be halved, or even more. How should I say it? You should treat me as a special physique. Glossi smiled and said. Special physique? Sasori frowned. At this moment, he thought of the monster named Hidan in the Akatsuki organization. Even the terrible physique that can be immune to death exists, so how can a physique that is immune to poison have any trouble? Forget it, it doesn't matter what this kind of thing is. When I kill you and take the body back to the organization, don't you know everything? Sasori showed a murderous intent on his face. Sand iron Shiyu, he shouted loudly, chi, chi, chi. In an instant, the sound of breaking through the air was loud, and the dense sand and iron in the sky pierced the air like bullets, hitting Glossi overwhelmingly. That kind of sharp and piercing sound is more terrifying than a large sniper gun bullet, creepy and shuddering. It deserves to be the strongest wind shadow, it's really amazing. Glossi's pupils shrank slightly and said to himself. Shocking slash wave, he shouted loudly. Ohm. Suddenly, the surrounding air vibrated violently, and a kind of invisible fluctuation was aroused from Glossi's hands, like a billowing flood, greeted by the rapid shot of sand and iron. Boom. 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 Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Such power is terrifying. All the sand iron immediately flew back at the fastest speed, and then condensed into a rectangular parallelepiped with a height of 5 or 6 meters and a thickness of about half a meter, which stood in front of Sasori. Advertisement. It's not blood succession boundary. Glossi smiled and said, if you insist, it should be considered a physical skill. You said that kind of physique? Sasori's face changed again. How is this possible? Where is such a powerful physical skill? When? The hand of destroying heaven. When the earth-shattering slash wave collided with the sand and iron that was hitting quickly, a series of huge noises erupted in the air immediately, and powerful energy storms scattered everywhere, which was shocking. Slash wave is one of Glossi's past life-shaking skills. It specializes in dealing with a variety of supernatural powers. It uses the frequency and amplitude of the vibration to offset it, which can be called heaven-defying. Although Third Kage's sand and iron secret technique was powerful, it was completely blocked. In an instant, a monstrous energy wave burst out of Glossi, and a huge palm several meters long appeared out of thin air, like a hand that fell from the sky, and slapped Sasori fiercely. With a deafening loud noise, Glossi's big hand slapped it fiercely, and a huge palm print was imprinted on the sand iron. Boom. You have seen it with your own eyes and still don't believe it. It's really hopeless. Glossi said helplessly while shaking his head. Let you see my other martial arts combat skills again. This is... Sasori was shocked. He didn't dare to neglect. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and shouted loudly. Sand iron not attack. Martial arts combat skills, Glossi said lightly. Martial arts combat skills? Is it a blood inheritance limit? Sasori murmured. Although his strength is strong, he has grown up under the influence of endurance, and has no knowledge of martial arts combat skills. You. What is this ability? Sasori couldn't help but change the color of his face and ask loudly when seeing that Third Kage's full blow was so easily resolved by Glossi. Chapter 133. Hard-shaking sand and iron secret technique. Boom. Amid the deafening roar, the huge sand iron cuboid was slapped by Glossi for more than 10 meters, and slammed into the mountain. Suddenly, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked, the dust was flying, and the horror was boundless. This. Sasori couldn't help taking a breath. Sand iron, and even the most terrifying weapon in Sand Shinobi Village, is made up of chakra by Third Kage, who has a special physique. It is almost indestructible and unbreakable. It once enjoyed a huge reputation in the entire ninja world. But today, the huge rectangular parallelepiped made of iron and sand was slapped and flew out by Glossi. What a terrible thing is this? Especially when Sasori saw the deep slap marks on the rectangular parallelepiped sand and iron, he was even more shocked. Is this kind of thing really something humans can do? The legendary strongest wind shadow and the most terrifying weapon in Sand Shinobi Village are nothing more than this, Glossi said lightly. Arrogant. Take me one more move. Sasori's face was pale, knowing that he had encountered the most terrifying enemy in his life. His hands quickly formed seals, and a second huge sand iron cuboid appeared in the sky soon. At the same time, the sand iron cuboid that was shot out also flew back. The two sand and iron cuboids are both huge, 5 or 6 meters high, just like two iron mountains standing in the sky, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Boom. Boom. Two huge sand iron cuboids were driven by Sasori from left to right, and they all pressed down toward the direction where Glossi was. They gleamed with pitch-black luster, rolled up a strong breath of death, and covered the earth. Chi. 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 The power of the two huge sand iron cuboids is really too great. Their bodies are far from being crushed down, and the terrible power of rolling makes people breathe hard. The ground under Glossi's feet could not bear the tremendous pressure, and numerous cracks appeared densely. Such power is enough to compare with the martial king of the martial world. Glossi's eyes were filled with light, and a powerful fighting spirit rose to the sky. He suddenly lifted his hands high, like two Optimus pillars, and slammed into the sand iron cuboid that was falling down in the sky. When Glossi's palm was heavily fanned on the sand iron cuboid, and the sound was like a dragon cracking in the sky, the sound was far away, and the terrifying sound wave was like a sharp sword, slashing in all directions. Advertisement. Boom. 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 Not far away, several small hills were crushed by invisible sound waves. Such a scene made Sasori's hair terrifying. Just the sound of the collision between the two has such a terrible lethality, so if the real body faces it, what terrifying power will it have? This little monster is actually hard against sand and iron with a flesh and blood body. Is he really a human? Sasori was shocked. No one knows how powerful the sand iron secret art is. At this time, Glossi was able to resist with his flesh and blood. How could he not be frightened? Boom. A sand iron cuboid ascended into the sky under the control of Sasori, and then under the urging of the powerful chakra and inertia, it flew viciously towards Glossi. It fell down like a dark iron mountain, about to shake Glossi to death. The hand of destroying heaven, break it for me. Glossi yelled, and instead of retreating, he rushed straight up. A palm of his hand moved, like a huge grinding disc, constantly slapped on the huge sand iron, on the cuboid. The harsh sound resounded through the world, and the large palm of the grinding disc was constantly slapped on the sand iron cuboid, and there were sparks splashing around. With that terrifying power, Sasori, who was manipulated from a distance, was frightened. Such a terrifying physical power, even in the Akatsuki organization where the strong are like clouds, absolutely no one can match it. Dang. Dang. Dang! Glossi shot faster and faster, his huge palms shot continuously, and the straight black sand iron cuboid clanged loudly and loudly, with deep palm prints printed on it, even the lines were clear. Incomparable. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is. Suddenly, the third sand iron cuboid fell from the sky and joined the attack on Glossi. Get out! Glossi roared loudly. His palms were shaking violently, and a faint light emerged, almost crystal clear. The large palm of the milkpan emerged, and the sand iron cuboid was blown away. When, in an instant, the sand iron cuboid that was flew by Glossi to Yamanaka disintegrated and turned back into the most primitive sand iron quickly. They condensed into iron rods in the sky, intertwined with each other, just like spider webs, densely packed, covering most of the sky. Advertisement suddenly, the sand iron condensed by third case cage unexpectedly appeared a short vacancy. Sasori's eyes widened and looked at Glossi, his face full of shock and incredible. Such a terrifying combat power, even the leader of their organization, Zero, may not be able to beat it. As he waved his right hand, the huge sand iron cobweb in the sky that almost covered most of the sky immediately shot towards Glossi at an incredible speed. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, a huge and hard sand iron spider web plunged straight from the sky at an incredible speed, and flew toward Glossi fiercely like a world-destroying heavenly sword. Is this all your means? Glossi said coldly. The sand iron cuboid was blasted directly into the mountains, and the ground shook violently, and the smoke was filled. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Glossi slapped his anger, slapped 2 consecutive slaps, and shot the other 2 sand iron cuboids flying out. The tremolo sounded long, resounding through this world, and people's eardrums were about to crack. A large palm print measuring more than 10 centimeters is deeply imprinted on the sand iron cuboid. This should be third case cage's strongest trick, right? Glossi's eyes flashed and said to himself. Go to hell. Sasori shouted loudly. Boom, boom. It's not over yet. Sasori gritted his teeth and said sharply. Sand iron secret art, sand and iron boundary art. Rumble. Chapter 134 Surrender Sasori of the Red Sand. The huge sand iron cobweb, completely black, occupies too much area in the sky, casting large shadows on the earth, like a meteorite piercing the sky, blasting down wildly. Before the iron sand cobwebs really fell down, the ground around Glossi was already trembling, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused cracks in the surface, and large swaths of smoke rushed into the air. This kind of power is very good. Facing such a terrible scene, Glossi not only didn't feel scared, but showed a trace of madness and joy on his face. This is definitely the super strong combat power approaching Dacheng Wuwang, and is his best opponent to test his own strength. In a sense, Sasori of Red Sand can be regarded as the strongest opponent Glossi has encountered in this world. Even Orochimaru, one of the famous Konoha-Sannin, is far behind without considering the super forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Boom. The huge sand iron spider web landed down in an unstoppable force, and instantly enveloped the Glossi below. In an instant, a shocking wave of terrifying energy burst out, dazzling light illuminating the world, and endless gravel and mud rose into the sky. This area was completely covered by brilliant rays of light, terrible waves of energy scattered everywhere, and the earth broke apart. It seems that this place is about to completely collapse and destroy. This is Sand Shinobi Villages known as the strongest wind shadow third case cage's strongest blood succession boundary, the terrifying power of the sand iron secret technique. The power is so powerful. Not. Is it over? Sasori murmured as he stared at where Glossi was. Pump. Suddenly, Sasori knelt on one knee, his face turned pale, and he was panting heavily. Obviously, urging third case cage to use that trick just spent a lot of chakra on him, and it hurt his vitality. I didn't expect that I would use this trick here, Sasori said with a wry smile. It's the first time since I joined the battle between Akatsuki and Leader Zero. However, I ended up killing that kid and I won. As Sasori was talking, he stopped suddenly. His eyes were wide open, and his beautiful face was suddenly distorted, and something called panic filled his face. Sasori of the Red Sand, don't you think that the battle is over like this? Amidst the billowing smoke, Glossi's voice came from afar. His voice was full of breath, sonorous, and there was no sign of injury at all. Lap. 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 The sound of Glossi's footsteps was very soft, but it fell in Sasori's ears louder than thunder. Sasori was surprised to find that Glossi walked out of the thick smoke unscathed and was looking at him with a smile on his face, his eyes full of smiles. Advertisement. Why? Is this? How is this possible? After such a terrifying blow, he was unscathed. Sasori murmured. He felt his voice trembling. Sand and Iron World method is third case cage's most powerful tactic, with unparalleled super attack power. Even the legendary God of Endurance, first Hokage Senju Hashirama with Sage Body, absolutely cannot resist with flesh and blood. This move does not suffer any harm. However, Glossi did it. How did he do it? Call. At this moment, a gust of wind blew away the dense smoke and dust that was shrouded there. That's it. Sasori looked at the place where Glossi was originally. His face immediately became extremely ugly, because he was shocked to find that there was a few meters deep in the place where Glossi was standing, human-shaped potholes. Are there any more? Glossi looked at Sasori with interest and said. The trick just now is very powerful, I like it very much, are there any other tricks? Did you use your flesh and blood to resist that move? This time, Sasori didn't get angry, but stared at Glossi and asked. Yes. Glossi said with a grin. You monster, Sasori said with a wry smile. Thank you for the compliment, Guluoxi said. Aren't you afraid that the Akatsuki organization will make trouble for you? Glossi asked. Do you want me to be your spy? Sasori asked, flipping through Byakugan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement, this. I think it's better to forget it. Glossi thought for a while and said. You should stay in Shao for now. I admit defeat. Sasori said. I'm not your opponent, what do you want to do with me, you will respect me. They dare to trouble me, I just kill them. Sasori said coldly. I joined Ishao just to find a place to stay. The same goes for following you. Anything else? Something like that? Glossi asked. In a sense, Gullos was just taking it by accident, rather than fighting it with flesh and blood. However, after all, Sasori is a ninja, a puppet master, naturally can't see such brilliant martial arts combat skills. For a while, he was shocked by Glossi. Really? Glossi asked. What if I let you leave the Akatsuki organization and follow me? Glossi smiled and said. Yes. Sasori said without any hesitation. I have always counted what Sasori of Akasawa said, Sasori said. Just now Sasori urged 3rd Kazekage to cast the Sand and Iron secret technique, the Sand and Iron World method. That terrible power can almost shake the world and destroy all obstacles. However, since Guluo's Shiwu physique was just beginning to be formed, he couldn't help but feel itchy, wanting to test how much the ultimate strength his martial physique can withstand. Therefore, Glossi chose to take the risk and stood motionless. When the Sand and Iron World law attacked him, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the sand and iron, and then used his own flesh and blood. Perform hard resistance. No more. Sasori shook his head with a wry smile and said, I still have a lot of tricks that I haven't used, but the power is far from comparable to the one just now. Even if they're displayed one by one, they're definitely asking for trouble. Then what do you want? Glossi blinked. I have to say that the power of the Sand and Iron World law is very huge, and that kind of terrifying power almost can't resist even Glossi. But fortunately, Glossi immediately used the passing fire across salaries. Dafa to introduce that huge force into the ground, which resolved it and turned the crisis into peace. Chapter 135. Legendary Leader. I never said anything like that. Glossi grinned and said shamelessly. I have never heard anything like that. Sasori also smiled knowingly. They are all smart people, and some words naturally don't need to be said too clearly, otherwise they are not beautiful. How do I think we are so shameless? Glossi said. The shameless person is you. What does it have to do with me? Sasori flipped through Byakugan and said. I have to say that Sasori, who has been hiding in the Feiluhu puppet all day long, gives people a gloomy and harsh feeling. However, once he broke away from the puppet and revealed his true body, the vigor of being a human returned, and he actually joked with Glossi. By the way, there is one thing I want to ask you, don't know whether it is convenient or not. Glossi looked at Sasori intently and said. Straightforward. Sasori said. What's the matter with your body? Glossi asked. Oh, you've already noticed it? Sasori's face was surprised. Your eyes, do they also have pupil skills? Hidden Shu. That's right. Glossi nodded. It's no wonder that when you saw me at first sight, you focused your gaze on my body inside Feiluhu. That's how it is, Sasori said. I transformed my body into a puppet, nothing more. I actually made myself a puppet, worthy of being the greatest puppet master, Glossi exclaimed. Perhaps, Sasori's strength has not yet reached the level to move Glossi, but his courage to make himself a puppet is unmatched and admirable. Thank you for the compliment. Sasori smiled and said, actually, where am I as great as you said? It's just that in my heart, the beauty of eternal existence is the real art. If I can't even do it myself, how can I still be qualified to talk about the beauty of eternal art? Advertisement. Well, that's what I said. Glossi could only hear black lines, speechless. This guy in Deidara took a mouthful of art, which made him feel a little bit helpless, and there was no other way than nodding his head to express his consent. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a loud noise in the direction of Sand Shinobi Village, like a violent explosion from something. The dull roar shocked people's hearts. That guy Deidara, it looks like he's sneaked into the battle and failed. Sasori's mouth showed a mocking smile. I said earlier that his ability is not suitable for such infiltration operations. His ability is explosion style, right? Glossi asked. Yeah. Sasori nodded. He is a genius ninja from Rock Shinobi Village. He has a rare explosion-style blood succession limit. He can eat the clay with the palms of both hands and mix it with chakra to create detonating clay. The power is pretty good. He spoke very loudly, as if he didn't even see Deidara in his eyes. If it were the first time they met, Glossi would definitely laugh at Sasori's over-reliance, because Deidara's fighting style perfectly restrained Sasori from any aspect. However, after seeing the powerful combat power of the 3rd Kazekage puppet, Glossi knew it. As long as Sasori is willing to take out the 3rd Kazekage puppet to fight, Deidara can be blasted down from mid-air in minutes, without even the slightest suspense. Boom. 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 In the direction of Sand Shinobi Village in the distance, 3 terrible loud noises were heard again, and a thick black mist floated up to the sky, covering most of the sky. Obviously, Deidara's infiltration operation was not smooth and met strong resistance. Let's go there too, Glossi said. If I have a good estimate, Deidara may not be able to resist the power of the entire Sand Shinobi Village. Yeah. Sasori nodded. No, Sasori looked at Glossi in surprise, and said, where did you get all this information? Whizzing. Is he from the Uchiha clan? Glossi asked again. Advertisement. Yes, far better than cage level. Or, we can classify his strength as superior to cage level. Sasori said. Or in other words, he is stronger than we thought. Because, no one has ever forced him to do his best. When I joined the Akatsuki organization, there was a big battle, and the opponent just happened to be Zero. Sasori murmured. I lost terribly, countless times worse than today's battle. It's very strong, it's incredible. Sasori took a deep breath and said. Glossi and Sasori turned into 2 black shadows and galloped towards the depths of Sand Shinobi Village. No matter what, their mission this time must be completed to capture one-tailed Jinchuriki. Otherwise, after this incident, the village that owns Jinchuriki will definitely be more vigilant, greatly increasing the difficulty of capturing Jinchuriki. What Uzumaki mask? I don't know what you are talking about. Sasori shook his head and said. Our leader Zero has never worn any masks, and has always shown his true colors. Yes, this is Sand Shinobi Village founded by those idiots. Sasori curled his lips and said disdainfully. Such a construction pattern, if Deidara let go of his hands and feet to destroy it, he would be able to completely destroy this place in less than an hour. You mean that your leader's Zero strength far surpasses cage level, isn't it? Glossi said. You said your leader is Zero? Glossi asked with a move in his heart. What does he look like? Does he wear a Uzumaki mask on weekdays? As this Sand Shinobi Village, Glossi and Sasori climbed over the hill and stood on the top of the highest mountain, looking down on the dense buildings in the valley, and said softly. Is that guy Deidara so destructive? Glossi asked. This is obtained by my own intelligence system. Glossi smiled awkwardly and said, is your leader strong? Although he has the lowest strength in our organization, he is one of the best in destructive power alone. In addition to our leader Zero, his destructive power is the strongest, Sasori said. After all, his ability is explosion style. How strong is it? Glossi said. Chapter 136 Deidara's Gara, 1. No one has ever forced him to such a degree? Glossi asked solemnly. Yes, there has never been anyone. Sasori said seriously. The battle I had with him at the time was all the cards and all the means, but he defeated me with just one right hand. So strong. Glossi murmured. All members of the Akatsuki organization S-level rebels. Almost everyone has cage-level combat power. Zero can become the leader of this organization. He must have fought with everyone and beat them. Be submissive. Otherwise, how could this group of unruly people recognize the status of their leader? What are his abilities? Glossi asked again after pondering for a long time. I can't see through. Sasori shook his head and said, however, I can tell you with certainty that he has a pair of eyes of God. God's eye? Glossi frowned. The so-called Eye of God is Rinnegan owned by the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Sasori said. According to the legend, Rinnegan possesses the ability like a myth. It can create everything and destroy everything. It is the supreme pupil technique, far better than Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Reincarnation. Back. Eyes. Glossi repeated word by word. Rinnegan is a supreme pupil technique, owned by the legendary Chunin's ancestor Sage of Six Paths, and it is terrifying. There was a historical record that said, that is not only the god of creation under the sect of heaven in troubled times, but also the god of destruction who can return everything to the original point, admiring Rinnegan's power to an unlimited height. In the past 2 years, Glossi ordered Wu Zong's spy network system to investigate the origin of the entire ninja world, and naturally collected a lot of legends about Sage of Six Paths and Rinnegan. It's just that Rinnegan's pupil technique has always only existed in myths and legends, and has never appeared in the human world. Now, Sasori said that the leader of the Akatsuki organization owns Rinnegan, which naturally attracted Glossi's great attention. What kind of terrifying power does Rinnegan have? What is the relationship between the leader of Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito? What is their ultimate goal in collecting and catching tail cats? These thoughts jumped into Glossi's mind one by one. Advertisement. If you can, I advise you to never fight him, Sasori said seriously. Not only is he powerful and unfathomable, but he is also extremely tenacious. He never shows mercy to the enemy. You should know the famous Hanzo of the Salamander in Rain Shinobi Village. He just died in Zero's hands. Such a record is terrible, Glossi said in a deep voice. Even the demigod was killed by him. Is he not a god? He calls himself God, Sasori said. He really dared to say it, haha. Glossi didn't speak, but there was a sneer in his heart. Boom. 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 Suddenly, at this moment, a series of huge explosions were heard in the distant sky again. Suddenly the gunpowder was filled with smoke, and the smoke billowed. Hey, that guy Deidara was actually suppressed. A surprise flashed in Sasori's eyes. One-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara is very strong, Glossi said. I once played against him in the Chunin exam. His abilities are very tricky. The absolute defense made up of sand is very difficult to break. The ability to manipulate sand? Sasori smiled mockingly at the corner of his mouth. Third Kage's ability is sand and iron. Fourth Kage's ability is sands. And this Fenging's ability is sand. It's really not as good as one generation. So, isn't Deidara weaker? Glossi said with a smile. He is very weak. He is just a kid, but he pretends to be a great look every day. Sasori said coldly. If it weren't for his dedication to art, I would have killed him and made him a puppet. Need help? Glossi asked. We will take action when he loses, Sasori said. If we take action now, he will not only not appreciate it, but will blame us for being nosy. If we don't let this ignorant fellow suffer some hardships, he will not be obedient. Well, we are watching the game, Glossi said. Advertisement. ... Kai. In the sky, countless yellow sands are flying. They are condensed into a long dragon-like thing, chasing Deidara at an astonishing speed to attack. The bird at Deidara's feet is also very fast, responsive, constantly dodges up and down, left and right, swift and incompetent. While avoiding the yellow sand attack, Deidara watched Gaara's behavior intently, and put his hands in the clay bag to chew, ready to launch the next round of attacks on Gaara at any time. Almost a little bit. Deidara lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand, muttering to herself. Swipe. Swipe. Suddenly, two more yellow dragons jumped into the sky from Sand Shinobi Village and pounced towards Deidara from two different directions. At this moment, the three yellow dragons actually surrounded Deidara. Oops. Deidara was taken aback, and hurriedly manipulated the birds under her feet to escape. Fortunately for him, after all, he was still in danger. However, in spite of this, it also made him shed a cold sweat. Let him take advantage of the terrain. Deidara said to herself in fear after a while. However, the strength of this kid is very strong and should not be underestimated. Did you hide again? Gaara's face was ugly. There was long yellow sand everywhere under his feet, occupying an absolute terrain advantage, but despite this, he did not take his opponent down after more than 10 minutes of fierce battle, which made him feel a little flustered. Woo! Gaara stepped on the yellow sand, and flew high up like a cloud, facing Deidara far away. For a while, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Chapter 137 Deidara's Gaara, 2. Boy, you are very good. Deidara looked at Gaara from a distance and said in an arrogant tone. You're not bad either. Gaara said coldly. Is it just not bad? Deidara said with a smile. I'm the man who is going to take you away. Don't you have anything to say to me? Get up. Facing the arrogant Deidara, Gaara didn't answer again, but slowly opened his arms and shouted loudly. Boom. 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 In an instant, the entire Sand Shinobi village boiled. One after another yellow dragons rushed straight into the sky from the ground, and the yellow sand waves were even more terrifying than a tsunami. Each of these yellow dragons is tens of meters long, one after another, piercing through the sky and the ground, with a shocking momentum. What a Gaara! Glossi said in admiration. Well, I take back what I said before. Sasori's face also showed a look of shock. Maybe he is not as good as third Kage, but he has definitely surpassed his father fourth Kage. It's really troublesome to be occupied by him. Deidara couldn't help but be speechless when he saw such a spectacular scene. Such a powerful strength is enough to compete with him. Swipe. 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 Gaara waved his hands continuously, and 7 or 8 yellow dragons immediately attacked Deidara from several different directions. Woo! Deidara didn't dare to neglect, and immediately urged the Asuka under her feet to evade in advance. Now his face is extremely solemn, and it is obvious that he feels a strong pressure in the face of Gaara, who is going all out. But fortunately, the flying birds under his feet were amazingly fast and agile. Under the siege of 7 or 8 yellow dragons, they were unexpectedly shocking and could easily escape every time. Well, I'm almost ready. At the same time, Deidara opened his mouth between the palms of both hands and spit out a large mass of clay mixed with chakra. He squeezed his left and right hands at the same time, and soon 6 models of flying birds appeared. Go! Deidara waved his hands violently, and the 6 flying bird models immediately rushed out. Bang bang bang. With a series of soft sounds, the 6 flying birds immediately became several times larger, like real flying birds, rushing towards Gaara quickly. Advertisement. Swipe. 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 Gaara's hands were continuously dancing, and yellow dragons rose into the sky one after another, and intercepted the 6 rushing birds. Boom. 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 The 6 flying birds exploded one after another in the sky, and the flames one after another were extremely fierce. The yellow dragon was blown up by the violent explosion. This guy's destructive power is indeed amazing. Glossi nodded and said, if he let go of his hands and feet to destroy, I am afraid the entire Sand Shinobi village will disappear completely within an hour. His ability is actually more suitable for sneak attacks. Unfortunately, his character is too strong, otherwise, his strength can be improved, Sasori said. Everyone has character shortcomings, Glossi said with a smile. He has the advantage of the terrain, which is very troublesome. However, I finally figured out his weakness. Deidara sneered while driving the bird to avoid Gaara's continuous attacks. Next time, I will kill you. Gaara was fully focused and prepared, urging Huang Sha to attack Deidara non-stop. He now knows that Deidara's ability is very powerful and can control explosives similar to flying birds. Once the opponent has enough time to prepare for an attack, then his trouble will be big. However, what made Gaara helpless was that Deidara's flying bird was so flexible that he urged 7 or 8 yellow dragons to besiege it, but he could not really catch it. Sand Shinobi's kid, take the move. Suddenly, Deidara waved his hand violently, and 2 flying bird models flew out of his palm. With a soft bang and bang, 2 strange birds with 2 pairs of wings appeared. Pump puff. The wings of these 2 flying birds are moving fast, and the speed is surprisingly several times faster than those of the previous flying birds. They are like 2 off-string bows and arrows, rushing towards Gaara quickly. Swish, swish, swish. Obviously, Gaara also noticed the unusualness of these 2 flying birds, and immediately waved his hands to urge 4 or 5 yellow dragons to intercept. However, the speed of the 2 flying birds was so fast that they all avoided, and they flew over Gaara's head in an instant. Advertisement. This time the speed is very fast, Deidara said proudly. Oh. Gaara was taken aback, and immediately urged the sand in the gourd he was carrying to defend. Blast. Deidara yelled loudly after making a seal with both hands. Boom. Boom. In an instant, there were 2 loud noises in the sky, and a fiery flame rose into the sky, enveloping Gaara. Gaara. Inside Sand Shinobi village, Kankuro yelled in horror. Master Fengying! Master Fengying! Countless people were exclaiming, feeling that a catastrophe was approaching, and everyone's faces were panicked and terrified. Is it over? Sasori frowned and asked. Not yet, the show has just begun, Glossi said with a grin. The flames in the sky narrowed, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and what people imagined that Gaara was blown to pieces did not happen. The gourd he was carrying was filled with powerful chakra sand, condensed into an oval-shaped eggshell-like thing, which firmly protected Gaara inside, avoiding the threat of death. Is this the absolute defense in the legend? It's really powerful, even the move I just made can be defensive. Deidara muttered to himself, observing the front intently. However, just as Deidara focused all his attention on the front, endless yellow sand quietly shrouded behind him. When he noticed it, it was already too late. Sandbinder. Gaara roared. Chapter 138 Deidarav's Gaara. 3. Boom. The yellow sand flew all over the sky, covering the sky, like the hand of God's exterminating world, surrounding Deidara in groups. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, Gaara finally seized the opportunity to take Deidara in one fell swoop and turn defeat into victory. Suck. Deidara yelled in her heart. There was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and his expression was solemn. At this time, he finally felt the crisis of life and death. The yellow sand in the sky seemed to boil, tightly wrapping the 3 layers inside and outside of Deidara, sealing all his escape routes. No matter how fast his bird is, no matter how sensitive his movements are, there is no way to escape. A huge circular sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in midair, sealing Deidara completely. This ending made everyone feel very surprised. Especially Sasori, it feels a little weird. Although he couldn't afford Deidara, he never thought that Deidara would lose in this place, in Gaara's hands. This guy Deidara is really weak. If I knew this was the case, I might as well let me do it, Sasori said dissatisfied. Don't worry, the battle is far from over. Glossi's martial arts Tianyan looked directly at the source through the thick sand, and understood the situation of Deidara inside, and said lightly. Huh? Sasori's face showed a trace of astonishment. Boom. At this moment, there was a violent explosion in the sky, and the dazzling fire blasted into the sky. The terrible power directly tore the thick sand wall and pierced a huge hole. Brush. Deidara rushed out from the inside, as fast as lightning. Why? Can he escape after being trapped by Gaara's sandbound ha? Kankuro said in amazement at the Sand Shinobi village below, his face full of incredible. That guy is so strong. Tamari was also worried. Advertisement. You can't escape. Just when Deidara was about to break free from the yellow sand encirclement, Gaara's roar sounded again. A yellow sand arrow was raised and shot out, like a giant's arm, and grabbed it at Deidara fiercely. Damn it. Deidara screamed loudly. His body had nowhere to borrow force in the air, and coupled with the surprisingly fast speed of the yellow sand, Huang Sha grabbed his ankle with almost no resistance. Woo! Huang Sha tightly grasped Deidara's ankle and threw it towards the huge round sandball. At the same time, the huge round sandball also opened a door, quietly waiting for Deidara to come again. Oh, it's amazing, Gaara, Glossi said appreciatively. Sasori stared at the battlefield without blinking, without saying a word. However, it can be seen from the look in his eyes that his heart fluctuates greatly. Perhaps, he saw some of his back then from Gaara. Don't underestimate me. Just when everyone thought Deidara was about to be defeated and died, Deidara yelled and threw out a model of a flying bird fiercely with his right hand. With a bang, the flying bird model turned into a huge flying bird, carrying Deidara out of the mortal realm. You can't escape, Gaara roared again. Swish, swish, swish. The huge ball of yellow sand in the sky disintegrated and turned into yellow sand all over the sky again. They condensed into the appearance of yellow dragons, attacking Deidara from all directions. This time, the number of Wanlong is no longer 4, 5, 7 or 8, but more than 20. Countless yellow dragons meander in the sky, just like the dancing dragons in myths and legends, full of breathtaking aura. In particular, one of the yellow dragons is far better than the other yellow dragons in terms of speed and strength, and it is chasing Deidara and posed a great threat to it. It's really annoying sand, Deidara muttered to himself while looking at Wanglong, who was besieging from all directions. That yellow dragon is much stronger than the others, isn't it? Although Deidara is not very old, she has experienced many battles and has an excellent talent for fighting. He soon discovered the strangeness of the Wanglong who was chasing him, and he had an abacus in his heart. Crack, click, click. At this time, countless yellow dragons encircled Deidara from all directions. Advertisement, however, what Deidara never expected was that his violent explosion did not completely destroy the yellow dragon, and his arm was still tightly entangled with yellow sand. Below, countless sand shinobi village ninjas cheered loudly, especially Konkuro was yelling with excitement. Swipe! 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 Ah! Deidara yelled in horror. After avoiding more than a dozen Wanglong attacks, the fastest Wanglong finally grabbed his right hand. Gaara was not satisfied with the results she had achieved, and continued to urge the yellow sand to spread all over Deidara. However, Deidara didn't hesitate to abandon her right arm and drove the bird into the sky, completely out of the crisis. Sand-bound hazel, Gaara growled in a low voice. With a terrifying bone crunch and blood bursting, Deidara's right arm was abolished. I've caught you. At this moment, Gaara opened a window of the oval sphere she was hiding in, and said coldly. He slowly extended his right hand forward and made a catching motion. The yellow dragon seemed to have been ordered, and slowly spread along Deidara's right hand to the top of his arm. Why? Deidara sneered at the corner of her mouth. This guy Deidara is over. Sasori said. At least this arm is useless. Glossi nodded. Successful. Give it to me. Deidara slammed his left hand, and a centipede made of clay that was several meters long entangled towards Wanglong. Boom! 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 Immediately a violent explosion sounded, and the skyrocketing fire illuminates the four fields with amazing power. Chapter 139 Capture Gaara. It's not bad for a strong man to break his wrist to get rid of the desperate situation of death, Glossi said softly. This guy Deidara simply loses the face of Akatsuki. Sasori said coldly. It's just to capture a mere Jinchuriki, and it's a shame that even one arm was scrapped. Perhaps, this is just one of his tactics, maybe? Glossi said with a smile. His martial arts heavenly eye insight is extremely amazing, and Deidara's mind has already been clearly seen. Tactics? Sasori was taken aback for a moment, and did not speak anymore. He knows that Glossi's strength is far above him, so it is natural to say something like this. It's so risky, I almost lost my life. Deidara controlled the flying bird at his feet to rush into the air several hundred meters high, looked at Gaara condescendingly, and said with lingering fear. However, his heart was very proud, because he had just completed his combat intentions. Let him escape. That guy is really lucky. Konkuro looked at Deidara, who fled into the sky, and said annoyedly. It seemed that the person fighting was not Gaara but him. The members of the Akatsuki organization are really amazing, and even Gaara is caught in a hard fight. Gaara's teacher Baki didn't know when he appeared behind Konkuro, and said. It's okay. I believe Gaara is undefeated and can definitely protect everyone in our Sand Shinobi village. Tamari clenched his fists and said loudly. Let everyone be ready for battle, ready to support Gaara at any time. Baki thought for a moment, then issued a combat order. Yes, Lord Baki. In an instant, all the ninjas in Sand Shinobi village were busy. Although they are not strong enough to fly into the sky to fight alongside Gaara, they still stick to their positions and are ready to support Master Fengying in the fight. Swish, swish, swish. Gaara waved his hands continuously, and yellow sand rose to the sky one after another, and once again besieged Deidara. And the speed and strength that are far above the other yellow sands are the first to bear the brunt, and it is extremely sharp. It's really troublesome. How can it be the end if you continue to fight like this? A cruel smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Deidara's mouth. Forget it, I'll just destroy this village. As he said, he took out a human-shaped clay model from his pocket. This is his killer, the 18th. Go. Deidara shook her hand and threw number 18 down. His hands quickly formed seals, and the number 18 model suddenly became larger, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. Advertisement. Is this also an explosive? Glossi showed a trace of surprise on his face. Well, this is his most powerful explosive number 18. Sasori nodded and said. Oh my god. What is that? The people at Sand Shinobi village quickly noticed something was wrong, pointed their fingers at the number 18, which was more than 10 meters high in the sky, and yelled in horror. Could it be an explosive? How could there be such a huge explosive? A person said incredulously. I am afraid that our entire village will be completely wiped out with explosives of this magnitude, Konkuro said with a horrified face. Is this the strength of the members of Akatsuki? Tamari murmured. Don't let everyone stand there in a daze, immediately use their best defensive ninjutsu. Baki deserves to be a master of the older generation, even in the face of such a desperate situation, he still hasn't lost his squareness and shouted at everyone. It's useless. Deidara said with a sneer. My 18th is invincible, I have used it to destroy a country. Art is an explosion. Drink. Boom. In an instant, a blazing flame soared into the sky, and a terrifying fire was burning, like a stove in the heavens overwhelming the sky and falling into the world, terrifying. The endless fire is burning above Sand Shinobi village, the flames are tumbling, surging, and becoming more and more fierce, so that everyone can't face it, it is so dazzling. This guy's destructive power is indeed amazing. Glossi's pupils shrank for a while and said softly. Oh my god, what an amazing destructive power this is. Isn't our sand shinobi village going to be completely destroyed today? Baki looked up at the sky, staring at the sky full of fire, and muttered. Sand shinobi village is over, all of us will die. Kankuro was also so desperate. Even if he used his most powerful defensive puppet, Sanjiao Yu, it was impossible to defend. My father, I didn't expect us to see each other so soon. Tamari also had a bitter face. However, just when everyone in Sand Shinobi Village fell into despair, the earth trembled violently, and countless sands rose into the sky. They quickly condensed into a huge shield under Gaara's full control, blocking the mid-sky fire in Sand Shinobi Village. Rumble. Advertisement. Boom. 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 Long live Master Feng. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I gave up an arm, but for such a blow, Deidara said with a sneer. If not, do you think you can catch me? Blast me? The sound of violent explosions one after another, endless smoke filled with gunpowder, set off here as the most terrible battlefield. What a great Feng-sama, but, Deidara sneered. Countless Sand Shinobi Village ninjas were cheering, and they were grateful to Gaara, who had escaped from the dead. Until now, they have truly forgotten the identity of Gaara, Jinchuriki, and regarded him as their Master Feng. Suddenly, a flying bird flew towards Gaara with lightning speed. Gaara was shocked, and immediately summoned the yellow dragon in the distance to fly back to defend. Fortunately for him, the sand injected into his powerful chakra was extremely fast, and they acted late and preempted, forming an absolute defense, before the bird exploded. This is. Baki mumbled as he stared at the sand shield in the sky. Fortunately, Gaara just wanted to speak, but her eyes widened suddenly, her eyes full of horror, because he suddenly discovered that the sand forming the absolute defense was moving, and countless small insects crawled out of it and surrounded him. Pump puff. With a series of loud noises, the absolute defense suddenly collapsed, and Gaara, covered in blood, emerged from it, already losing consciousness. Long live Master Feng! Gaara protected us, Kankuro yelled. In this battle, Deidara won after all. Chapter 140. Didn't any of you die? Cut. It's really ugly to win. Sasori curled his lips and said disdainfully. Although Deidara won the final victory, he paid the price of a right arm. Such a result is naturally very contemptuous for Sasori, who is above the top. It's good to win, haha, Glossi said with a smile. Naturally, it can be seen from his pupil power that Deidara's strength and Gaara's strength are just the same, and it is difficult to predict who wins and loses in the battle between the two. In fact, since the fight until now, Deidara has been suppressed and chased by Gaara at a disadvantage. Moreover, Deidara was caught up by Gaara's sand, and his right arm was abolished. It wasn't until Deidara completely gave up the predominant mentality at the beginning and took out his assassin, no 18 inches to make a devastating blow to the entire Sand Shinobi village. Only when Deidara changed his passive situation and turned defensive to offensive. Because Gaara is the shadow of Sand Shinobi village after all, he wants to protect the entire village. Sure enough, Gaara exhausted all chakra to create a huge sand shield, completely isolating Deidara's number 18 inches from Sand Shinobi village, and let Sand Shinobi village survive. However, Deidara seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Gaara. Fully focused on making sand shields to protect Sand Shinobi village, where can Gaara have time to defend? In desperation, he can only choose to recover all the sand poured into the powerful chakra, forming an absolute defense. However, what Gaara never expected was that Deidara mixed some tiny explosives into it before he smashed his arms with sand. In this way, even if Gaara's absolute defense is strong, it can withstand the explosives that drill out of the sand and come close at hand. In fact, if Gaara is not in the habit of covering his body with sand, he must have been blown to blood and died. Wow! The sand surrounding Gaara's body lost Gaara chakra's control, and it quickly fell down. At the same time, Gaara's body began to fall in a free fall motion. Gaara! Kankuro yelled in horror. Gaara, cheer up, sister please, Tamari also shouted loudly. Master Feng, don't, a 30-year-old Chunin exclaimed excitedly. Everyone is ready to fight, protect Master Funkage. Baki injected powerful chakra into the voice and ordered everyone. Advertisement, protect Master Feng. Haha, how do you plan to protect it? Deidara smiled sternly on her face. This is the prey he caught only at the price of an arm. How can he tolerate others' involvement? He urged the birds under his feet to pounce towards Gaara. Guru. Asuka opened its big mouth and swallowed Gaara all at once. Then, Asuka carried Deidara towards the outside of Sand Shinobi village. Attack! Baki yelled angrily. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, a trebuchet-like machine in Sand Shinobi village began to attack Deidara in the air. One after another huge stones were mixed with violent breaking air, and they flew toward Deidara densely, and their power was not weak. It's ridiculous. However, facing the fierce attack from below, a scornful smile appeared on the corner of Deidara's mouth. He urged the flying birds under his feet to speed up suddenly, and disappeared from the sight of everyone in an instant. Also, this guy doesn't care about us at all, Glossi said with a wry smile. That guy Deidara, I must find a chance to kill him. Sasori gritted his teeth. We go, and if we don't go, we will become Deidara's shield. Whizzing. Glossi and Sasori immediately turned into two dark shadows and left quickly. Stop me. Damn it's B asterisk 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 D. At the same time, Kankuro of San Shinobi Village couldn't bear it anymore, and a desperate chasing in the direction where Deidara disappeared. Don't chase too deep alone, do you know? Bucky saw that he couldn't stop Kankuro, so he could only exhort him like this. Boom. 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 This is a good habit, Glossi said with a smile. Advertisement. That guy Deidara seems to have stopped in front, let's go over soon, Sasori said. It happened at this time, that's true. The expression on Baki's face was both painful and helpless. There is no way, now I can only trouble the two seniors who live in seclusion. He flashed and galloped towards a remote corner of the village. Not long after Glossi and Sasori left, there was a violent serial explosion between the hills. Large chunks of giants collapsed from the top of the hill, completely blocking the way out of San Shinobi Village. I see. Kankuro said loudly. Yeah. Sasori nodded and said, there are indeed no masters in San Shinobi Village today, but it is one of the 5 major forces after all, and the background is still very strong. I have to keep one hand. Glossi looked up and found that Deidara really stopped in front, standing there waiting for them. Kankuro, don't act recklessly, wait until the troops are set up before pursuing it, Baki shouted loudly. If you dare like that, Gaara wouldn't know where they got caught, Kankuro said loudly while running fast without stopping. I will leave a mark of the village along the way, and you just follow to catch up. Is their goal in the beginning the Fengyin-sama? Baki looked at the back of Deidara who was going away, and raised his bones. You two go together. He shouted at the 2 Jonin beside him. You set a trap there? Glossi asked in surprise. Yes, Lord Baki. The 2 Jonin didn't talk nonsense and immediately chased Kankuro. Huh? Didn't you two die? Deidara looked at Glossi and Sasori galloping from a distance and asked in surprise. Chapter 141 This is what you call art. Deidara, what do you mean by this? Sasori's face suddenly became cold, and he said sternly. You really want me to die, don't you? Why, brother Sasori, you misunderstood. Deidara chuckled dryly and said, I just think it's weird. Didn't Sasori always make his fancy prey into art, puppets? What's going on today? Suddenly, Deidara's face changed, very surprised, because he suddenly discovered that Sasori was presenting his real body now. Why? You really hope that I can't be made a puppet by him? Glossi asked with a cold smile at Deidara. Good boy, you not only broke Sasori's eldest brother's puppet, Feiluhu, and forced him out of his real body, but you have lived well to this day, and your strength is very good, Deidara exclaimed. Sasori of the Red Sand is a super strong man who became famous more than 20 years ago. He is famous for his puppetry skills and is powerful. Although he often argues with Sasori about what the real art is, he admires Sasori's strength in his heart. And the little demon in front of him could survive in front of Sasori who revealed his true body. This in itself is a proof of great strength. Of course my strength is very good, completely different from you, Glossi said coldly. It's just catching a small Jinchuriki, and he was so embarrassed that he lost one of his arms. It's a shame to the organization. Boy, who do you say is the shame of the organization? Deidara yelled angrily after hearing this. Do you believe it or not, I immediately used my art to blow you up without leaving any residue? Only you? Glossi said disdainfully. Boy, since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Deidara put his hands in his pockets as he said, let the mouth of the palm chew the clay, preparing to attack Glossi. Sasori stood by and watched indifferently, without saying a word, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Although, I can kill you before you are ready, but, Glossi paused and said coldly, if you are killed if you don't even use the so-called art in your mouth, you will definitely die. Damn it's kid, go to hell, Deidara yelled, and flicked his left and right hands vigorously at the same time. The 2 bird soldiers split into 2 directions and rushed towards Glossi quickly. Advertisement, huh? Glossi snorted coldly, and the probing hand took out 2 shurikens from his suitcase, and shook his hand and punched it out. His concealed weapon technique is extremely special. Although the 2 shurikens are shot at the same time, the force is completely different. My flying birds are not ordinary flying birds, they can explode. Deidara said loudly, art is. Just as Deidara yelled vigorously, Glossi raised a handprint on his left hand and whispered, lightning style, break it for me. Stick. In an instant, the 2 shurikens flashed bright electric arcs, which immediately enveloped Deidara's 2 flying birds. Why? How is this possible? Deidara put down the hands that were currently in Jian, staring at Glossi with his eyes full of amazement and inconceivability. Is this what you call art? Glossi said disdainfully. When did you know? Deidara asked with a bitter mouth, looking at Glossi without blinking, in a trembling voice. From the first moment I saw your Jian, I already knew it. Glossi said lightly. Your ability is very special, it should be a powerful blood succession limit. However, this ability of yours still has not got rid of the category of Earth style. And in the 5 elements escape technique, Leikedu, once your ability meets powerful the lightning style ninja will be completely useless. Can you see through my knot seal? Deidara said shockingly. Is your Jian difficult to see through? Glossi asked rhetorically. Deidara was speechless for a while. He doesn't have the courage to do it anymore, because Glossi is obviously the Grandmaster's powerful lightning style, just to restrain him. Deidara, you don't have to feel sad either. Suddenly, Sasori, who was standing next to him watching coldly, said, don't say it's you, Even my third case cage puppet was defeated by him. What? Even the third case cage puppet was defeated? Deidara said in amazement. If it weren't the case, I would have made him a puppet and kept it away, Sasori said coldly. Advertisement. You bastards stop me and keep Gaara. At this moment, Kankuro's roar came from afar. Oh, the speed is really fast, Glossi said in surprise. If I remember correctly, he should be Kankuro from San Shinobi Village. I saw him in the Chunin exam. By the way, he is a puppet master. He added. Is he a puppet master? Sasori said with a glint flashing in his eyes. Since it's a puppet master, let Sasori take care of it, Deidara said. Let's go first, the boss and they're still waiting for us. My name is Glossi. Glossi said lightly. Also, let's just wait here. I think Sasori, a puppet master of this level, can be resolved soon. Yes, he can be dealt with soon. Sasori said proudly. His strength may not be the best, but his puppet technique is absolutely invincible in the world, and no puppet master is his opponent. You bastards. Kankuro quickly rushed to the front, and the moment he saw Glossi, he was shocked. Rock Lee, you even joined the Akatsuki organization, aren't you afraid that Konoha village will chase you down? It's really rare to remember me. Glossi smiled and said. I have already left Konoha village. What organization is my freedom to join? You. Kankuro was speechless for a while. He quickly turned his gaze from Glossi to Deidara, and he yelled, put Gaara down. What if I refuse? Deidara said dismissively. I will force you to agree, Kankuro said as he untied the puppet behind him and placed it on the ground, saying sternly. Crow. Black ants. As he shouted, two trembling puppets composed of countless wooden joints appeared in front of everyone. I'll be your opponent. When Sasori saw this, his eyes immediately burst into light, and one jumped over and said. Chapter 142 The Death of Kankuro. You go away, he is the one I'm looking for, Kankuro roared. Unfortunately, the person I am looking for is you, Sasori said lightly. If you can't pass my level, you will never find him, let alone save your master Fungying. You. Kankuro was furious. In that case, I will let you see my puppet acting today. He waved his hands violently, and the two puppets, Crow and Black Ant, immediately turned around Sasori and waited for the opportunity to attack. Sasori stood there quietly, motionless, with a slight sarcasm on his face. Using puppetry in front of him, isn't it just asking for trouble? Poor Kankuro, even if your opponent is me, it won't be too miserable, but you are facing the great master of puppetry Sasori. Hey. Glossi sighed secretly in his heart. Hey, kid, have you done enough? Sasori said lightly. If you have enough transfers, let's attack as soon as possible. Our time is very urgent. Look at it. Kankuro yelled, seemingly irritated by Sasori's words. Chew, chew. The Crow puppet attacked first, spitting out two sharp kunai, and quickly attacked Sasori. These two kunai were obviously launched by mechanisms, and they were so fast that they came to Sasori's eyes in no time. Sasori looked indifferent, moved his feet slightly to the left, and immediately dodged. Very capable. But, Kankuro said with a sneer. His left hand slammed upwards, and the ground under Sasori's feet immediately shook. The Black Ant puppet got into the ground at some unknown time and launched an attack from under Sasori's feet. Boring. Sasori said lightly. He had a complete insight into all Kankuro's attacking tactics, as if he were performing a rehearsal of the tactics. He dodged Kankuro's continuous attacks with a slight jump. Didn't you find that I only used two puppets? Kankuro said sternly. The third puppet, Sanjiao, was recruited before everyone. The mechanism on its body was continuously opened, and Sasori was pulled all at once, close to the belly. Dang. Sancho Fish closed the puppet and sealed Sasori inside. Die. Kankuro yelled. Advertisement. The Crow puppets suddenly disintegrated in the sky, turning into hidden weapons that shone with cold light, and then slammed them at the Sanjiao Fish, like a sharp sword. Puff. 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 The sound of sharp weapons piercing the human body was heard continuously, and no less than 30 hidden weapons were nailed to the Sancho Fish. If there is no accident, the people inside will definitely be stabbed into meat sauce. Really, our time is tight, but Big Brother Sasori had a great time playing there. Deidara curled his lips and said in dissatisfaction. It's probably because I saw Hunting's heart. Glossi smiled and said, it's not too late anyway, let him play for a while. Deserve it. Who let you block my way? Kankuro said coldly. Boy, shouldn't you only have such a skill? At this moment, Sasori's leisurely voice came from the side. WH. What? When did it happen? Kankuro was stunned at once, staring at Sasori who was standing next to the Sancho Fish, unscathed, and said in disbelief. Dang. Sanjiao Fish opened, and the one who was locked in it was actually a Shaw avatar. Look at you, it really looks incredible, Sasori said with a faint smile. Why will your puppet trick be seen through? Of course it is, because the three puppets of Crow, Black Ant, and Sancho Fish are not someone else, it is me. Why? Kankuro's figure vibrated violently, as if struck by lightning. He said in astonishment, are you the Sasori of the Red Sand who was hailed as a genius stylist by the puppet troops? I didn't expect that even a kid like you could know my name. It's an honor, Sasori said. You who abandoned San Shinobi 20 years ago, why did you join Akatsuki and attack our village? Kankuro gritted his teeth. What do you ask these things before you die? Sasori said coldly. I haven't lost yet. Kankuro yelled. He shook his hands violently and continuously, one after another chakra threads stretched out from between his fingers, and he wanted to urge the crow and black ants to attack Sasori again. Advertisement, don't struggle, it's useless. At this moment, Sasori's hands also moved, and one after another chakra thread shot out from his hand, and it also spread to the crow and black ant puppets above. He actually wants to forcibly seize control of these two puppets. You. Kankuro was shocked. They belong to me now, Sasori said coldly. He is the top master of puppetry, and his strength has reached cage level, which is naturally far better than Kankuro. He severed the connection between Kankuro and the two puppets in an instant, and completely controlled them in his hands. Chi. Sasori deserves to be the top puppet master. Although he is the same puppet, his power is far better than before. Countless wooden joints surround Kankuro from all directions, making it inevitable and inevitable. Puff, puff, puff. Countless blood splashes and blood holes appeared one after another. Kankuro was beaten into a hornet's nest in an instant and died violently. Oh, why did you really kill Sasori? Deidara said in surprise. After all, you are also the one who came out of Sand Shinobi village. What about this? Sasori said coldly. I even killed third Kage. What if I kill another weaker junior who can't be weaker? Kill and kill, ha ha ha. Deidara laughed and stopped talking. Let's go, Glossi said. Regarding Kankuro's death, there was no fluctuation in his heart. In the early martial world for more than 1,000 years, he was used to seeing too much life and death, and his heart was like an ancient well. Chapter 143 Shao. Thump. Kankuro's body fell to the ground, the yellow sand on the ground stained with blood, shocking. A gust of wind blew by, and large swaths of yellow sand flew over, burying Kankuro, which was extremely desolate. Let's go, boss, and they are still waiting for us. Sasori casually threw crow and black ant on the ground, as if tossing two pieces of trash, dismissively. As for Kankuro's corpse, which fell to the ground, he didn't even bother to look at it. In the past 2 decades, he has killed too many people, countless strong. Kankuro is not even qualified to become his human puppet collection. Swish, swish, swish. Glossi, Sasori, and Deidara left quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Brother Sasori, is this kid going back with us? Deidara asked as he moved quickly. Go if you want, he is also the person sent by the leader anyway, Sasori said. Yeah. At this point, Deidara stopped talking and used all his strength to hurry. The speed of the 3 of them is extremely fast, galloping in the wilderness like a gust of wind and lightning. About an hour later, the 3 of them stopped at the broken wall of a big mountain. It's finally here, Deidara said. Glossi directly opened the martial arts eye and observed the environment in all directions to ensure that he would not be ambushed. He is now in a cooperative relationship with Uchiha Obito, knowing that Uchiha Obito will not harm him for the time being, but he doesn't know what attitude the leader of Akatsuki has towards him. In short, it's okay to be careful. Below the broken wall of the mountain, there is a cave enclosed by a huge stone. A piece of paper full of charms was pasted on the huge stone, and a big, forbidden, on it was extremely eye-catching. Open! Deidara yelled with one hand. Advertisement. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and the huge rock slowly rose up, exposing the dark and empty cave inside. Deidara, Sasori in front, and Glossi behind, the 3 of them walked in one after another. You are late. Suddenly, in the dark cave, a tall figure appeared out of thin air and said lightly. At the same time, a super powerful aura burst out, and the oppressive Glossi couldn't even breathe smoothly. This is the breath of Wowan level. Is he the leader of the Shao Organization Zero? Glossi secretly asked in his heart. Moreover, he soon discovered an even more astonishing thing. The figure that exuded the terrifying atmosphere of the martial emperor level was not a real body, but just a mental power. In this case, isn't his true body more powerful and terrifying? Jinchuriki is unexpectedly strong, and we can't help it, Deidara explained. Facing the extremely powerful leader Zero, Deidara seemed to lose even her pride and looked extremely respectful. Well, Jinchuriki is really strong, Zero nodded and said. You're Glossi? He looked over Deidara and Sasori, looked at Glossi, and asked. Not bad. Glossi nodded and said neither humble nor humble. The strength of this person is very strong, but Glossi does not have any sense of awe. He had already cultivated the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as there was any danger, he left immediately, he didn't need to be afraid at all. Well, it's the same as he said, very strong. Zero stared at Glossi for a long time before speaking slowly. Well, you can take Orochimaru's place first. Yes, Glossi said. Summoning technique. Zero no longer paid attention to Glossi. He strode forward a few steps, and then quickly formed seals with both hands, shouting loudly. Yeah. Glossi nodded, and jumped up. He looked at the monster earnestly and carefully with the martial arts' heavenly eyes, and found that its face was extremely hideous, like a demon with a bloodbath and a big mouth that wanted to choose people and eat them. Below were 2 huge claws, tied by a thick iron chain, like a giant being sealed. Advertisement, swish. Swish, swish, 8 people, plus Zero and me, there are a total of 10 people. 10 people, 10 fingers, is this actually a ritual failure? Glossi secretly asked. Glossi, go to the little finger of your left hand, Zero said to Glossi. Okay, gather together. Zero hands Ji and said, from now on, it will last 3 days. Everyone should pay more attention to their respective bodies. Ling Shen said. Absolutely, you can use your body to monitor the outside movement first, use the most wide-ranging trick. It's been a long time since there was a newcomer, what's your name? Asked another man with a huge weapon like a sickle behind him in an arrogant tone. A dazzling brilliance flashed, and the powerful figure of 6 paths appeared out of thin air. They all stood on the fingers of the giant monster, with a terrifying aura. Deidara and Sasori didn't neglect, and jumped up on each other. You know, even if you met Otsutsuki Hamura under the Uzumaki clan, it was only the great perfection of Emperor Wu. What is this? 01 spoke, everyone was silent. Obviously, Zero has absolute prestige here, and his words cannot be refuted. Rumble. Okay, shut up all of you. Ling said coldly. His name is Glossi, and he is a new member who replaced Orochimaru. As for other things, you will be respectful after the seal of Jinchuriki is over. This feeling. At the moment this monster-like thing appeared, Glossi felt that the whole body was cold, and he was shocked to find that it was the terrifying aura that the first-level martial sage possessed. Huh? Is it a newcomer? A tall man with a big knife on his back and full of teeth like shark teeth smiled coldly at Glossi and said, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook, endless smoke and dust rose into the sky, and a monster with a hideous face like an evil ghost and a huge monster slowly rose from the ground. It is tens of meters high, just like a terrifying monster, chilling. Chapter 395, Auto-generated chapter title. The 144th chapter is All 9 Magic Dragons. Got it. He nodded and quickly sealed his hands. This feeling. It was him. When I fought against Konoha Village's Anbu, he was spying in the dark. Glossi said silently in his heart. Does it take 3 days? The tall man with a huge long knife on his back and teeth like shark teeth frowned and said. Since Orochimaru is gone, it's better to leave more time. After all, the strength of this kid is still unknown. He turned his gaze at Glossi with an undisguised contempt in his eyes. Don't worry, he is definitely better than Orochimaru. Glossi did not speak, but Sasori said first. How did you know? The man with a huge sickle weapon asked suspiciously. Hidan, you idiot. At this moment, Kakuzu, who was standing next to the sickle man, said coldly. Didn't you find out? Sasori used the real body today. In other words, his puppet, Feiluhu, has been smashed. You're an idiot. The man named Hidan with a sickle weapon on his back yelled angrily, and slammed his fist at Kakuzu. However, when he felt the fierce gaze from the leader Zero, he could only suppress it. He looked at Sasori with a surprised look, and muttered, you said that the kid's strength is definitely better than Orochimaru. Could it be that you have already fought him? And, your puppet was broken by him? Don't think about it, it must be like this. Sharktooth Man grinned and said, but, even if the kid smashed Sasori's puppet, it doesn't necessarily mean that he has the qualifications to join Akatsuki, let alone that he is stronger than Orochimaru. Kisame, what do you mean by this? Sasori's face suddenly became cold, and he said sternly. Although Kisami's words weren't clearly stated, they could be seen by a discerning person, clearly saying that Sasori's strength was far behind Orochimaru's. How can this be for Sasori, who is arrogant and has just lost in the hands of Glossi very badly? Don't you understand what I mean? Kisame sneered and said. Facing Sasori's senin gaze, he was not afraid at all. Obviously, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Kisame, I'm going to kill you, Sasori said coldly. You better pray never to meet me again. Advertisement, haha. Kisame laughed and said tit for tat. I'm afraid you were killed by someone else before you met me. You. Sasori was furious. Okay, shut up all of you. At this moment, the leader of Zero Recruitment shouted loudly. A powerful aura erupted from his body, just like a volcanic eruption, and the terrifying aura was like rolling magma, and everyone who was shocked couldn't breathe. Although he was just a thinking body, he was powerful and outrageous. The shocked group of unruly guys didn't dare to act rashly anymore and closed their mouths one by one. Deidara, what do you mean? Suddenly, Ling cast his eyes on Deidara and asked. He, very strong. Deidara hesitated for a long time before speaking slowly. Is that so? Very good. Ling smiled and nodded. In that case, let's start soon. Obviously, Glossi, who has been recognized by both Sasori and Deidara, has been accepted by Zero as a member of the Akatsuki organization. The eyes of other people looking at Glossi also change. They now realize that Glossi definitely has considerable strength. What should I do? Glossi asked. Knot this seal, and then explode chakra. Zero said while knotting the seal with both hands, making a demonstration for Glossi. Is that so? Glossi said in the same posture as 01. Soon, one after another powerful and pure chakra came out of Gaara's mouth, nostrils, and ears, and entered the mouth of the huge monster under the guidance of the 9 chakra dragons. Exactly. Ling Shen said. Okay, let's start everyone. However, that terrible roar soon disappeared, because the 9 chakra dragons completely suppressed it, making it impossible to resist. Advertisement almost at this instant, a terrible roar came from Gaara's body. Obviously, this is the one-tailed beast in Gaara's body that feels danger and is struggling and resisting. Wow! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the mouth of the huge monster, deafening. CH! CH! And CH! One after another chakra dragon rushed out of the monster's mouth and rushed towards Gaara, who had fainted on the ground. Chi! 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 In an instant, a super powerful and terrifying aura permeated the cave, which immediately enveloped the entire cave. At this moment, Glossi only felt a huge suction coming from under his feet, violently absorbing the power in his body. However, what made Glossi breathe a sigh of relief is that although the suction is very powerful, it is extremely measured, and the power to absorb him is very limited, and there is no tendency to suck him up all at once. Seal technique. The magic dragon has all 9 seals. Ling shouted loudly. Roar. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The powerful and terrifying chakra dragon completely annihilated Gaara. However, those chakras did not harm Gaara's body, but penetrated his body directly into his body. There are 10 people, but there are only 9 chakra dragons. The name is called 9 Seals of Magic Dragon. 9 is the number of extremes. No matter which world it is in. Glossi secretly said in his heart. Cage-level powerhouses, even if you look at the entire ninja world, are standing at the apex. Today, the top 10 cage-level powerhouses are moving together, and the breath that erupts is naturally terrifying. What's more, their leader is still a super existence comparable to Emperor Wu. In an instant, everyone got the seal on both hands, and a powerful breath burst out, like a torrent of rolling, shocking people.